Imagine falling asleep, reading a book, only to wake up inside of it. Not as the hero, but as the first loser he beats to a pulp. Our story begins with a novel called The Birth of a Hero, about a high school kid who gets teleported to another world. A world of swords and magic, where he's destined to become a legendary hero. The hero's name is Choi Han. After surviving for decades in the brutal forest of darkness, he finally stumbles out into civilization, finding a small community called Harris Village. The people there are kind, taking him in and treating him like family. For the first time in this world, he finally feels like he has a home. But that peace is shattered in an instant. He returns one day to find his new home engulfed in flames. The people he came to love, all gone, taken by a mysterious organization. After decades of fighting for his life in the forest, Choi Han had become incredibly powerful. But deep down, he was still a kind person, someone who had never taken a human life. Seeing the massacre of his new family breaks something deep inside him. His grief turns into pure, cold rage, and the gentle boy is gone forever. Surrounded by the flames of his burning home, he commits his first murder. One of the assassins, shocked by the sudden attack, screams out, demanding to know who he is. Choi Han doesn't answer with words. He answers with his blade, launching himself forward with eyes full of deadly intent. The assassin's leader realizes the danger, shouting the order to kill him. They swarm him, but Choi Han moves through them like a ghost. His sword is a blur, cutting down one assassin after another without a moment's hesitation. He's a whirlwind of destruction, fueled by a pain so deep it's turned into unstoppable force. The sounds of clashing steel and cries of pain fill the air. He moves with deadly efficiency, leaving a trail of bodies in his wake. Soon, the ground is littered with the corpses of the people who took everything from him. He stands there panting, the fire in his eyes finally starting to fade. Only when every last one of them is dead does the berserker rage finally leave him. He stares down at his blood-soaked sword, his expression now empty and hollow. But he got no answers. They all died before he could learn who sent them, leaving him alone with his grief and unanswered questions. With his bare hands, he digs graves for every single villager. Standing before their simple graves, he makes a cold, quiet promise. "I'll kill them." He clenches his fists, tears of rage and sorrow streaming down his face as he vows to hunt down everyone responsible. Leaving the ashes of his past behind, he sets out with a new, dark purpose. The first city he reaches is in the territory of the Henetus family. It's here, in a city called Western, that he has a fateful encounter. He runs into a man named Kalei Henetus, the infamous trash of the local count's family. And in a fit of righteous anger, Choi Han beats him nearly to death, officially kicking off his journey as the hero of the story. But let's rewind. A man with vibrant red hair stares at his own reflection, a single thought echoing in his mind. He is Kale. I've become Kale Henetus. Just a moment ago, he was Kim Rok-soo, a regular guy falling asleep while reading that very novel. He leans closer to the mirror, the reality of the situation sinking in. Did I get transported into the book? He steps back, taking in the luxurious bathroom. There's no doubt about it. He looks exactly like the novel's description of Kale, and he remembers exactly who that is. The first minor villain who gets completely pummeled by the protagonist. He slides into the warm bath. It's not like his old life was anything special. As Kim Rok-soo, he was an orphan with no money, no real attachments, and no one to miss him. He just kept on living because he couldn't die. It was as simple as that. Getting out of the tub, he remembers a fundamental part of his personality. He hates pain more than anything in the world. He runs a hand over his chest. Not a single scar. A thought sparks in his mind. No scars means he hasn't been beaten up by Choi Han yet. He remembers the scene perfectly. Kale gets drunk, picks a fight over the taste of alcohol, and ends up with a nasty injury just before his fateful meeting with the hero. A small smirk appears on his face. He thinks to himself what an interesting and frankly idiotic character Kale was. He leans back, a plan beginning to form. After Kale gets beaten up, the novel never mentions him again. His role in the story is completely finished. From there, the story focuses solely on Choi Han, following his journey as he grows into a true hero. But our new Kale, formerly Kim Rok-soo, has his own life goals. He clenches his fist with newfound determination. First things first, he is not getting beaten up. As long as he avoids that one encounter, the main story should continue just fine without him. His dream is simple, to live a long life without any pain, and above all, to live peacefully as a rich, lazy bum. Luckily, he remembers the early volumes of the novel quite well. Drying himself off, a confident smile spreads across his face. He knows what's coming, and he knows exactly how to sidestep his terrible fate. It's worth a try, he thinks. Just as he's coming to terms with his new reality, a voice from outside the door calls out for the young master. The voice asks if he's there. Cale freezes. Right, he's not the only person living in this mansion, he calls back, his voice steady as he slips into his new role. Yes, I'll be right out. Stepping out, he's met by an elderly butler offering him a drink. This is Ron, and Cale knows exactly who this man is. Not a kind servant, but a vicious assassin hiding in plain sight. Cale calmly takes the cup, thinking to himself that this dangerous old man is the first problem he needs to solve. He gives a simple, "Great, thanks," already plotting how to get this killer out of his life. But as Ron gives him a faint, unreadable smile, Cale remembers that he's not the only threat. To survive in this world, he's going to need some power of his own. He knows a massive war is coming to this continent. To live the peaceful life he dreams of, he needs to be strong enough to protect himself, but not so strong that he gets dragged into the fight. It's a delicate balance. Another servant enters, announcing they're here to help him dress. Already tired of the fuss, Cale just asks for something simple. But even in simple clothes, he can't help but notice. This Cale guy is ridiculously handsome. He strikes a quick pose, realizing the secret to fashion is just having a good face. With a simple, "Let's go," he heads out, Ron following closely behind. As they walk down the grand hallway, the staff lines the walls, bowing and wishing him a good morning. He notices one of the maids is so nervous she can barely speak. He glances over, a little confused. Is she really that scared of him? From what he remembers in the novel, the original Cale never actually hurt people. He just got drunk, broke things, and threw tantrums. A classic, spoiled rich kid. Yep, he was pure trash. But for the new Cale, that reputation is actually a perfect shield. It's better for him if everyone is too scared to bother him. Ron opens the door to the dining hall, wishing him an enjoyable meal. Cale surprises him with a polite, "Thanks, Ron. You eat too." It's a small comment, but completely out of character for the Cale everyone thinks they know. He steps inside to find the entire Hennetus family already seated for breakfast. The room goes silent, and the air is thick with tension. At the head of the table is his father, Count de Ruth Hennetus. Opposite him sits his stepmother, Countess Violane. Then there's his younger stepbrother, Basin, and his youngest stepsister, Lily. His father speaks first, his tone flat. "You're late again. Sit down." "Yes," Cale replies, taking his seat. He knows his father isn't particularly powerful or skilled. He just has an absurd amount of money. And his stepmother and siblings, they all do their best to avoid him. For our protagonist, this is perfect. It's the ideal family dynamic for being left alone to live a quiet life. The only problem is the uncomfortable feeling of every single one of them staring at him. He looks at his father. "Is there something you want to say?" The Count just waves it off. "No, it's nothing." Cale sighs internally. They clearly have no idea how to deal with him. He decides to just eat quickly and get out of here. He takes a bite of sausage, and a small, genuine smile spreads across his face. He thinks to himself that it's surprisingly juicy, lost for a moment in the simple pleasure. Across the table, his brother Basin drops his fork with a clatter. He smiled. Cale notices the sound and offers a quick, "My apologies," leaving Basin even more confused. What is going on with him? Ignoring the strange atmosphere, Cale picks up his glass of wine and takes a sip. His father watches him cautiously before finally speaking up. "Cale?" Cale then says something that stuns the entire table. "It's delicious." His father, who was probably expecting another complaint, is stunned. "What? Delicious?" Cale looks at him, perfectly calm. "Yes, everything tastes wonderful." The Count's surprise melts into a relieved smile, just happy that his son isn't causing a scene. Cale even encourages his father to eat, adding another layer of shock to the morning. He thinks to himself that there are real perks to being seen as trash. No one scolds him for being late or having no manners. And he makes a mental note. He must never get on his stepbrother Basin's nerves. The plan is to let Basin become the next count, while he lives a quiet, lazy life on the family's dime. And if that doesn't work out, his backup plan is simple. Take a pile of money and go find a quiet corner of the continent where the coming war can't reach him. He finishes his meal and neatly wipes his mouth with a napkin. Seeing an opportunity, his father leans in. "Kale, is there anything you need?" Kale pauses for a moment, considering the offer. Then he looks his father straight in the eye. "Money. Please give me some money." The Count doesn't even hesitate. "Of course, I'll give you a lot." Kale presses. "Please give me as much as you can." And his father agrees again. A satisfied smile creeps onto Kale's face. Back in his room, Kale stares at the bag of gold his father sent. He's in disbelief. This much? He realizes this family isn't just rich, they have an absurd amount of money. This changes things. With this kind of wealth, his plans might have to get a little bigger. He tucks the money away and calls for his butler. When Ron appears, Kale asks him a simple but crucial question. "What is today's date?" Ron replies with his usual smile. "It is the 29th day of the 3rd month in the 781st year of the Felix calendar." Kale repeats the date to himself. The 29th. A switch flips in his mind. He has to hurry, because he knows exactly what's about to happen. The hero of this story, Choi Han, is about to arrive in this very city. The novel is about to begin. With a pocket full of money and a head full of secrets, Kale's plan for survival begins. A carriage pulls to a stop on the stone street. He steps out, his polished shoes tapping firmly on the pavement. His attendant moves to follow, but Kale stops him with a look. "You can leave now," he says, his tone final. When the attendant hesitates, Kale just asks if he needs him to say it again. He can't have anyone following him today. He needs to move freely. He stands before a shop, the fragrance of tea with poetry. This is the first piece of his plan. The attendant asks if he should wait, but Kale just waves him off, saying he'll be here for a while. A small bell jingles as he pushes the door open. Inside, the quiet chatter of the tea shop dies instantly. All eyes turn to the door, shocked to see the infamous young master. One of the patrons looks particularly stunned by his appearance. The entire room falls silent as Kale steps inside, spotting a stout man behind the counter who must be the owner. The owner's face immediately breaks into a massive, welcoming grin. This is Bilos, a man known in the novel for being the rich, illegitimate son of a powerful merchant guild leader. Kale sizes him up and thinks to himself, "He looks like a piggy bank." He walks up to the counter and lays out his request, a spot on the 3rd floor for the entire day, and some tea that isn't bitter. He then asks if they have any novels. Bilos eagerly confirms they do, and Kale tells him to bring up the most interesting one he has. As Bilos turns away, Kale casually tosses him a gold coin, telling him it should cover any more tea he wants later. Bilos catches the coin, his eyes going wide with surprise. He practically shouts that this is far too much money for just tea. Kale just smirks, waving a hand dismissively. He tells him to consider it a tip, since he has plenty of money to spare. He figures now is the perfect time to abuse his power as a rich noble. If not now, when? Settled in his chair on the 3rd floor, he looks out the window. He has a perfect view of the city's main gate. That's the spot. He remembers the novel clearly. This is the very gate where Choi Han will be turned away when he tries to report the massacre in his village. Instead of seeking revenge right away, the hero's first instinct was to try and give the villagers a proper burial. Kale muses on how caring the hero is, which brings to mind what the original Kale would have thought. Why should we care if some useless villagers died? He can picture the scene vividly. The original Kale, drunk and arrogant, sneering that the drink in his hand was worth more than all of their lives. And he remembers Choi Han's chilling response, a cold smile spreading across his face as he asks if Kale's mind can be changed. The memory ends with Choi Han grabbing him by the throat, asking if they should test that theory. That's the moment Kale gets beaten to a pulp. A shiver runs down his spine. Just thinking about it gives him the chills. That's what was supposed to happen to him. He shakes his head, forcing the thought away. He needs to stop dwelling on the book and focus on what's happening now. His eyes snap to the window. Down at the gate, he sees him. It's Choi Han. The guards have stopped him, probably asking for identification he doesn't have. Kale knows there's no way he'd have papers. He just emerged from the forest of darkness. And just like in the novel, the guards deny him entry. Choi Han turns and walks away. But Kale knows he isn't gone for good. He'll just wait for nightfall and scale the city walls. And that's when he would have run into the original Kale drinking at a pub. An idea clicks into place. He stands up and calls down to the dozing BOs. "Hey!" He tells the shop owner he'll be back soon and to save his seat. Without another word, he heads for the door, leaving everyone inside confused. The door jingles shut behind him. The moment he's gone, the patrons burst into chatter, amazed that Kale left without breaking a single thing. From outside, Kale rolls his eyes. He can still hear them. He thinks to himself that his alibi is set. Now for the next step. He needs to prepare. He needs some kind of power to protect himself. To survive the coming war, he needs to be strong, but not too strong. Just enough to live a long, comfortable life. He knows that becoming a hero just means attracting bigger and more dangerous problems. That's a job for Choi Han, not him. He stops in front of a bakery. He remembers the ancient powers from the novel. One in particular catches his interest, a defensive power known as the indestructible shield. He stands before the bakery, a determined look on his face. He's not just going to avoid his fate, he's going to profit from it. He makes a decision. Today, he will prepare the bait needed to claim that power for himself. Kale walks into the bakery, and the owner nearly jumps out of his skin. He stammers out, "Young master!" The shock quickly melts into an over-the-top, booming welcome. By now, Kale is getting used to these extreme reactions. He gets straight to the point. "Give me some bread." The baker, still flustered, can only manage a confused, "Excuse me?" Kale doesn't waste words. He just sweeps his arm across the entire display. From here to here. He flips a single gold coin onto the counter with a sharp ting. "Pack it all up." The baker's eyes are glued to the coin, his jaw hanging open. Sensing the man's hesitation, Kale plays his card, saying coolly that if it's too much trouble, he can always take his business elsewhere. That's all it takes. The baker frantically promises it's no problem at all and starts bagging up every single item in a manic rush. A few moments later, a massive, heavy sack of bread sits on the counter. Kale hefts the sack over his shoulder. He already knew it, but this world is a true fantasy, a place where a rich noble can just walk in and buy out an entire store on a whim. As he walks down the street, he can feel the whispers and stares of everyone he passes. He sighs. This must be the price of living as a trashy character. He clicks his tongue in annoyance. Their judging eyes are starting to get on his nerves, so he decides to head for the outskirts of town. But from the shadows of an alley, two small children watch his every move with wide, wary eyes. He finally reaches a quiet, grassy hill and sets the heavy bag down with a thud. He lets out a small sigh, wiping a bead of sweat from his brow. The air here feels different, heavier, as a cool breeze blows across the hill. Looking out over the city, he thinks to himself that carrying this heavy bag was surprisingly tiring. He turns his attention to an old stone wall with a crumbling wooden door. This is the place. He gives the door a push and it practically falls apart, groaning as it swings open. He can't help but wonder how old this place really is. And inside, there it is, a massive, ancient tree, its dark leaves swallowing the sunlight. It looks like it's been standing here for centuries. This is exactly what he came for. Suddenly, a child's voice cuts through the silence, warning him not to go near it. Kale glances back, surprised. He sees the two kids from before, peeking out from behind the wall, their eyes wide with fear as they shout again. "It's a man-eating tree!" The legend of this place is a dark one. They say anyone who hangs themselves from its branches will be turned into a dried-up mummy overnight. But a smirk plays on Kale's lips. He knows it's all just a story. He thinks to himself, "This is the tree I've been looking for." He remembers the real story from the novel he read. It started a long, long time ago. There was a priestess who loved food more than anything. Her gluttony led to her being kicked out of her temple, and she eventually died of starvation right on this spot. Her powerful, lingering grudge now resides within the tree that grew where she fell. He reaches into the sack and pulls out a loaf of bread, and hidden within that ancient grudge is the very thing he came for, the indestructible shield. The children keep trying to warn him, their voices trembling as they tell him he'll die. Kale just sighs. "There are always nosy children wherever you go," he mutters, rubbing his temples. He needs to get them out of here before he can start. He turns to face them, his expression turning cold. They repeat their warning, "It's a man-eating tree, you'll die." "I won't," he says flatly, tossing his now empty money bag toward them. "Get lost." The kids are scared, but they don't move. The older one just stares at him with wide, disbelieving eyes. Kale leans in with a sneer, deciding to use the one weapon he knows will work. "Haven't you heard of Kale the Trash? That does it." The younger boy grabs his sister's arm, pulling her away. "Sister, let's go." She agrees, clearly shaken. As she's pulled away, she glances back one last time, whispering a final, desperate plea. "You can't die." Kale just clicks his tongue in irritation. Finally, he's alone. "Now," he says to the empty courtyard, "let's continue." He approaches a gaping dark hole at the base of the tree and holds out a loaf of bread. He pushes it into the darkness, and it simply vanishes. One moment it's there, the next it's gone. He snatches his hand back, a little spooked that it might get sucked in too. He has to remind himself that this power is the remnant of a dead person's will. A small, knowing smile spreads across his face. To think that an ancient power would be hidden in such a creepy place. But these kinds of raw, primal forces are the most trustworthy. They operate on simple rules, with no room for deception. The darkness inside the tree seems to pulse, as if waiting for more. Kale remembers the instructions from the novel. He has to keep feeding the tree until the darkness, born from the priestess's grudge, is completely gone. Once the darkness fades, the light hidden within will finally be revealed. And the moment he sees that light, the indestructible shield will be his. With a determined look, he grabs the entire sack of bread and begins pouring loaf after loaf into the hungry darkness. "Eat your fill," he says, ready to satisfy an ancient grudge and claim his prize. Kale peers into the black maw at the base of the tree. He dumped an entire bag of bread in, but the darkness just swallowed it whole. He lets out a sigh, realizing this is going to take way more effort and a lot more bread than he thought. A shiver runs through him. The sheer force of the grudge trapped in this tree is unsettling. He can't help but think the priestess who left this curse must have really loved her food. All right, that was enough for one night. He turns to leave, knowing he'll have to make this a daily chore for a while. As he rounds the corner, he spots the two kids from earlier, huddled together and happily chewing on the bread he'd thrown at them. He walks past them, thinking it's probably a good thing he scared them away from the tree. If they got too curious, that darkness might just swallow them up too. The children flinch as his shadow falls over them, their eyes wide with fear. Without breaking his stride, he calls back over his shoulder, a gruff warning mixed with a quiet promise. "If you want more bread tomorrow, don't say a thing about this place." Kale makes his way back to the tea shop, just in time to see the owner, Bilos, at the door. Bios asks if he's leaving for the day, and Kale gives a simple nod. Bios beams, already looking forward to Kale's next visit and the money it'll bring. Kale pauses for a moment, offering a rare bit of praise. He mentions that the tea was good, and the book he borrowed was actually pretty interesting, especially the part about the hero's growth. Then he adds a condition, telling Bios not to let anyone else read that specific book. Bios practically lights up, promising to keep it reserved exclusively for the young master. As Bilos calls out for him to visit again soon, Kale just gives a dismissive wave. "Whatever, sure." A short while later, the scene changes to a rowdy, dimly lit bar. The second Kale steps inside, the entire place goes dead silent. The owner's welcome is more of a panicked squeak, his eyes wide with pure terror. And Kale knows exactly why. The original Kale had a nasty habit of getting drunk in this very bar and smashing the place to pieces. Ignoring the suffocating tension, Kale flips a silver coin onto the counter. He orders his usual bottle and some roasted chicken, but with a strange request, no salt. The owner just blinks, completely confused. The man stammers, suggesting that maybe the young master should find a table first. But Kale just gives him a look, and that's all it takes. The owner scrambles to get the order ready, promising it'll be just a moment. Kale glances around the room. All the local thugs and lowlifes are desperately avoiding his gaze, which he finds kind of funny. Most rich, trashy sons would be buddies with guys like these, but the original Kale hated them, seeing them as nothing more than pathetic scum. It was one of the few things they agreed on. The owner rushes back with his order. As Kale leaves, he can hear the other patrons whispering, assuming his usual must be the most expensive liquor they had. But Kale doesn't stay. He grabs the bottle and the bag of chicken and heads straight back out into the night, popping the cork as he walks. He takes a long swig, the cheap alcohol burning its way down. Not bad. He feels a warm buzz spread through him, a bit of liquid courage for what he's about to do. Now, he was ready. He makes his way toward a dark alley near the city wall, counting his steps from the main gate. According to the novel, this should be the spot. He leans against the cold stone, the bag of chicken clutched in his hand, and waits. This was it. The exact place where the hero, Choi Han, was fated to land after scaling the wall. Just then, a small red kitten gets shoved by a bigger gray one, tumbling right into the alley. Choi Han's landing zone. Kale remembers this detail from the novel. In the original story, Choi Han twists his ankle trying to avoid landing on the poor thing. Kale's eyes scan the shadows of the alley, and there he is, a figure cloaked in darkness, leaning against the far wall. He'd found him. The figure looks up, and even in the dim light, his eyes are piercingly sharp. Their gazes lock. Kale's heart hammers in his chest. The alcohol helps, but he's still nervous. Taking a breath, he forces the words out, trying to sound casual. "You look hungry." Then, ignoring the man for a moment, he turns his attention to the two kittens, the same gray and red ones from before. He makes a soft clicking sound with his tongue and places a piece of bread on the ground for them. He pulls out the roasted chicken, tearing off a few small, salt-free pieces. "Can you eat chicken?" he asks them quietly. The gray kitten hisses, still wary, but Kale gently picks it up by the scruff and sets it down in front of the food. "Eat this and get better," he murmurs. As the kittens begin to eat, he softly pets the red one. "Do you have a place to go?" he asks, his voice barely a whisper. He glances over at Choi Han, who has been watching this entire scene in dead silence, his expression unreadable. Kaie stands up and faces him directly. He repeats his earlier question, a little louder this time. "Aren't you hungry?" Just as he expected, Choi Han doesn't respond. He's still analyzing, trying to figure out if this is some kind of trap. Kale presses him one more time. "Are you going to answer?" Finally, a low, raspy voice cuts through the silence. "I'm hungry." A faint smile touches Kale's lips as he looks at the hero under the moonlight. "Hey," he says, his tone shifting from cautious to confident. "Follow me." Choi Han just stares, suspicion and exhaustion warring in his eyes. Kale makes his offer crystal clear. "I'll feed you." Because he knew, better than anyone, that the fastest way to get on a starving hero's good side wasn't with words or weapons, but with a warm meal. With his plan set in motion, Kale turns and walks out of the alley. "Good," he says simply. "Follow me." As he takes a step, the small red kitten he just fed begins to rub affectionately against his leg. He glances down, a brief flicker of softness in his expression. He tells himself he isn't a cat person, but he has to admit, this one is pretty cute. Choi Han watches the small, gentle moment unfold. For someone who has only seen betrayal and violence, an act of simple kindness like this is impossible to ignore. Kale gives the kitten one last pat. "Seems like you like me," he murmurs, before straightening up. "But I have to go now." He promises to see them again, and the two kittens watch him and the silent stranger disappear into the night. They walk through the quiet city streets, with Choi Han trailing behind like a shadow, his footsteps the only sound besides Kale's. Soon, the massive, imposing gates of the Henatus estate loom before them. Kale pretends not to notice, but he can feel Choi Han's intense gaze locked onto his back. He finally stops and turns. "What are you doing?" He knows exactly what this is. The hero is sizing him up again. He's calculating whether this seemingly weak noble would be an easy target. It's the cold, practical assessment of a predator. Kale calls out, breaking the silence. "Are you not coming?" Just then, the guards at the gate spot him, their voices trembling. "Young master?" Kale pinches the bridge of his nose in annoyance. He really wishes people would stop stuttering every time they saw him. The guards quickly compose themselves, urging him inside as the grand gates creak open. Waiting for them in the foyer is a single, unassuming figure. It's the head butler, Ron. "Welcome back," he says, his face fixed in a benign smile. "Thanks, Ron," Kale replies, but his senses are on high alert. The fact that Ron was waiting here personally means the old man is far more dangerous than he lets on. Ron's gaze shifts from Kale to the cloaked man beside him. For just a fraction of a second, his eyes flash with a sharp, predatory light, and at the exact same moment, Choi Han's expression hardens into a mask of cold steel. The air crackles with unspoken hostility. A silent duel between an old assassin and a young hero is unfolding right in front of him. Kale cuts through the tension with two simple words: "Follow me." Ron asks what's happening, offering to handle the guest himself. But Kale dismisses him with a wave. No need. His plan is working perfectly. Now that these two have met, the seeds have been planted. He turns and leads Choi Han up the stairs. Suddenly, the deputy butler, Hans, peeks around the corner, calling out his name. Hans glances him over, noting the signs that he's been drinking again. Kale sighs internally. Right, this was the guy who was supposed to be in charge of him. Before Hans can get another word out, Kale casually flings the empty wine bottle past his head, making the poor butler yelp in shock. "Put this away," Kale orders coldly. A flustered Hans can only stammer out a quiet, "Yes." Kale warns that next time he won't miss, sending Hans scrambling away as he continues down the hall. He doesn't lead Choi Han to a guest room. Instead, he heads for the second kitchen. There's one more person Choi Han needs to meet. Even before opening the door, Kale can feel the intimidating presence inside. A small smirk plays on his lips. He's here. Inside, a man with cold, serious eyes is meticulously chopping vegetables. This is Crox, the master chef and Ron's assassin son. Kale reflects on the irony. All the incredible food in this mansion was prepared by this terrifying man, with his dangerous hands and intense gaze. And this was the most brilliant part of Kale's plan. In the novel, Crox was so impressed after seeing Choi Han beat the original Kale that he chose to follow him. Kale's new plan was simple: connect them now, and skip the entire part where he gets beaten to a pulp. If Crox leaves with Choi Han, his father Ron is sure to follow. It was the perfect way to get two deadly assassins out of his life, with zero pain involved. Kale walks in with Choi Han in tow and gets straight to the point. "Give him something to eat." Crox looks up, his hand still gripping a kitchen knife. "Excuse me?" Kale just stares back calmly. "Why don't you let go of the knife?" He repeats his order, his voice even. "He's hungry. Give him something to eat." After a tense pause, Crox finally lowers the knife. "I understand, young master." Another hurdle cleared. With this, Kale has successfully connected the two key figures, Crox and Choi Han. And by extension, Ron. A deeply satisfied smile spreads across his face. But he isn't finished yet. Kale tells Crox to prepare something for him as well, specifying that it better be the highest quality food. Then he lays on the final, critical touch. A genuine compliment. "The steak you cooked yesterday was wonderful. You are an amazing chef." The unexpected praise catches Crox completely off guard, a flicker of confusion crossing his stoic face. Kale presses his advantage, telling him to make something just as good and to do it quickly. With that, he turns and leaves them to it. Just as he steps out, Hans comes rushing back, breathless. The deputy butler asks what he should do with the guest. Kale just brushes past him. "He is my guest. You take care of him." Now that the three of them have met, his work for the night is done. He thinks to himself that if this isn't enough to get them to leave together, he'll just have to create another opportunity for Crox to witness Choi Han's strength. He gives Hans one final order: "Bring my meal to my room when it's ready." Hans is left standing there, utterly bewildered, trying to process the evening's bizarre events. Meanwhile, in another part of the estate, Count Deruth listens to a report on his son's strange behavior, visiting the tea shop of an illegitimate merchant, and now bringing an unknown young man back to the estate. Stranger still, he barely drank and had remained completely clear-headed. The Count sits in thoughtful silence. His subordinate asks if they should have Kale followed, but the Count waves the idea away. No need. He reasons that as long as his son remains in the city, his actions are already under the Count's domain. He simply tells the man to continue observing. The subordinate bows and leaves the Count alone with his thoughts. Count Deruth stares into the crackling fireplace, a calculating look on his face. One thing was becoming undeniably clear. His son, Kale, had changed. A brief pause. Be sure to check out the Scanlation team to support their work and get the latest chapters as soon as they drop. In his study, Count de Ruth Hennetus sits in quiet thought. Lately, something about his son Kale feels different. It's not that he's suddenly become smarter or stronger, but his actions, the way he carries himself, the people he's bringing into their home. It's a clear departure from the Kale he used to know. He calls for the deputy butler, his voice low but firm. Hans. When the man appears, he gives a simple order. Bring me information on the illegitimate son of the Flynn Merchant Guild. Hans bows, understanding immediately. The Count is keeping a very close eye on his son's new circle. But as Hans leaves, the Count knows it isn't just Kale who's changing. He looks out the window, a worried frown creasing his brow. The entire continent feels like it's holding its breath, teetering on the edge of something dangerous. For generations, the Hennetus family has quietly protected its wealth and influence. They never sought fame or glory in the history books. He remembers a time when his sons were younger, their goals so simple, all they ever wanted was to live in peace. He turns from the window, his expression hardening with resolve. I suppose I need to reinforce the city walls. Meanwhile, Kale wakes up with his head pounding. The morning light is blinding, and the sight of Ron standing over him with a glass of lemonade only makes the hangover worse. Ron offers his usual unnerving smile, explaining that the young master was sleeping so soundly, he didn't have the heart to wake him. As Kale sits up, he notices a fresh bandage wrapped around Ron's neck. Did you injure yourself? He asks, his voice still rough with sleep. Are you worried, young master? Ron asks. Kale scoffs and takes a sip of the lemonade. No, it's just disturbing to look at. A memory of a brief, sharp clash with Choi Han flashes through Ron's mind, but his smile never wavers. It is nothing much. Just a scratch from a cat's claw, he explains. Kale narrows his eyes. He has a feeling this particular cat wasn't so innocent. This old man was definitely not to be trusted. Kale sets the cup down, ready to start his day. Ron asks if he'll be heading out immediately. Yes, Kale says, walking towards the door. The others can take care of everything else. But just as his hand touches the doorknob, Ron's voice stops him. But the old butler's expression is unreadable. What did you think of the lemonade? Kale blinks at the bizarre question but answers honestly. It's delicious. Ron's only reply is a quiet, Is that so? Kale mutters under his breath what an unpleasant old man he is. He finally yanks the door open and freezes in his tracks. Standing right there, as still and silent as a statue, is Choi Han. The shock hits him like a physical blow. What the heck? He slams the door shut instantly. He clutches his chest, his heart pounding against his ribs as he spins on the butler. Ron! Ron watches his master's panic with detached calm. I did not think you would be so surprised. Your guest from yesterday is waiting for you. Ron explains that he told the guest to wait comfortably, but he insisted on seeing Kale. Kale seethes. Oh, he definitely had a chance to tell him, he just chose not to. This old man was just plain nasty. Taking a deep breath, Kale opens the door again. What is it? He asks, trying to sound bored. Choi Han remains perfectly still. Finally, Choi Han meets his gaze, his expression deadly serious. I will pay you back, he says, his voice low. Kale is just confused. What? Choi Han's eyes gleam with righteous determination. I will pay you back for the meal, Kale just stares. Pay him back? Absolutely not. No need, he says with a dismissive wave. Only an idiot would try to get tangled up with this walking disaster. But Choi Han persists, clenching his fist. Actually, there is something I need your help with. Kale's internal alarms go off. This had to be about the Harris Village incident. He couldn't get involved. He immediately deflects. Tell Hans your request. He points out that Hans is a capable deputy butler who can handle most things. Then, in one smooth motion, he turns and places a hand on Ron's shoulder. Ron here is also very talented. He will listen to your request. He looks at the butler, his voice firm with command. He is my guest. Help him with everything you've got. Choi Han just watches, completely lost. He points out the obvious flaw in Kale's logic. But you don't even know who I am. Kale gives him a look of pure aristocratic disdain. Why would I need to know who you are? Do I need a reason to help someone less fortunate than myself? He adds that, based on Choi Han's ragged appearance, the request can't be that difficult. And if it is, Hans will know when to stop. Now, I'm off. I'm busy, he declares, turning to leave. His only real priority right now was getting his allowance to buy more bread. As he walks down the hall, Ron's voice follows him. "Young master, I will do as you command." Kale doesn't even bother looking back. A small, satisfied smile plays on his lips. Let them figure it out. Going through hardships together is what heroes and their companions do. He was just helping the story get back on track. Ron watches him go, a single word echoing in his mind. Interesting. He glances at the empty lemonade glass. The young master despises sour things. He always has. And yet, he drank it without complaint. Ron touches the bandage on his own neck, a chilling smile forming. The fearless puppy is afraid. His eyes narrow as the pieces click into place. Does he know something? He turns his sharp, assessing gaze back to the hero. You, lead the way. Joyhan thinks to himself that this old man reeks of blood, yet pretends to be harmless. And Ron thinks with a twisted smirk that this kid is just as dangerous. Sure, he says smoothly. Follow me. And with that, the hero and the assassin walk off together, their strange and deadly partnership officially begun. This chapter corresponds to Chapter 8 of the original novel, as the plot begins to truly unfold. One by one, he tosses the loaves into the gaping darkness of the tree's base, and with each one, a faint, desperate whisper echoes in the back of his mind. More, give me more. He lets out an annoyed sigh, clicking his tongue. This is driving me crazy. It's the voice of the priestess who starved to death here, her endless hunger still clinging to this spot. But he's on a schedule. His father summoned him to his study, so he needs to be back before dinner. He has to hurry. He was hoping to get at least halfway through feeding this thing today. As he walks, he spots them again. The two kids, perched on a wall, eating the bread he left for them yesterday. They just sit there, chewing silently, their eyes following his every move. Kale can only let out a small, frustrated sound. He knows the bakery he cleaned out yesterday will need time to restock. I'll have to find a new one, he thinks. But a woman's voice calls out, "Young master!" She rushes over, bowing low. "We have plenty of bread at our bakery." A small smile touches Kale's lips. Now this was a woman who knew how to do business. He tosses her a gold coin. "Give me everything you have, and be quick about it." The baker's face lights up as she cradles the coin like a holy relic. She tells him to wait just a moment and practically sprints away. A minute later, she returns with another massive sack of bread. Calais is impressed. The staff behind her promise they can prepare even more for tomorrow. Kale tells them he'll be by their shop next time and to have a bag ready. He realizes he'll need to hit 3 bakeries tomorrow to keep up this pace. But as he walks off, he's completely unaware of the cold, calculating eyes watching him from the shadows. It's Beecrocs. The stoic chef watches Kale haul the sack of bread away, wondering, just what is he doing? Has he gone mad? He remembers his father, Ron, saying that the young master was an interesting person. He didn't think much of it at the time, but the more he observes, the more he's starting to agree. A small, dangerous smile plays on his lips. Watching this red-haired noble might be just as entertaining as watching that intense, black-haired kid, Choi Han. Back at the tree, Kale finds the 2 children waiting. He tosses them a small jar. The older girl fumbles to catch it, stammering, This isn't bread," she exclaims, holding it up. "It's not cake either." Kale just gives her a flat look. So what? He starts to walk past, telling them to move, but the girl stands in his way, her voice trembling. "You can't die." Kale stops. For a moment, a flicker of his past self, Kim Rock-soo, comes to the surface. He'd been an orphan with nothing, and people had often shown him pity. They would always say the same thing. Does one need a reason to feel sympathy for the pitiful? He used to misunderstand what they meant. It was only after he grew up that he finally understood, and that understanding is exactly why this is so annoying. He hates seeing children get hurt, but that doesn't mean he's going to take responsibility for them. He looks down at the kids, his voice steady and firm. "I won't die." With that, he turns back to the tree, tossing in the last of the bread as the hungry voice whispers for more and more. Right, he says. "Eat your fill." He can feel a change. The oppressive darkness at the base of the tree is finally starting to lighten. All that money was actually paying off. He turns, looking for the children. Did those brats go home? He thinks to himself that he feels better now that he doesn't have to look at their injuries. But then he spots them, the two little kittens from the alley, staring up at him. He recognizes them instantly, but decides it's better not to get involved. Let's not get tangled in troublesome affairs. With that thought, he heads back to the estate, ready for a peaceful night. But a peaceful night is not what he gets. Standing in his father's study, he's in such shock he can barely form words. "Could you please repeat that?" His father's voice is calm, but absolute. "Yes, Kale. You will go to the capital as our family's representative." The capital? His father explains that his younger brother Basin was supposed to go, but this is a major event hosted by the crown, specifically for the firstborn sons of all noble families. While Basin has attended for years, this time he wants Kale to go. Kale's mind starts racing. A major event hosted by the crown, the Plaza Terror incident. He knows exactly what this is. A secret organization launches a massive terrorist attack in the capital's central plaza, and the one who stops them is Choi Han, an act that makes him a hero of the kingdom and earns him the favor of the crown prince. A cold dread washes over him to think that he would have to be there in the middle of all that chaos. He glances at his brother. His father said, "Basin usually attends these things. Maybe he can just send him instead. I don't want to go to a dangerous place." But as he looks at Basin's earnest face, he knows he can't do it. He can't knowingly send his younger brother into that death trap. He's completely baffled. Why would anyone send the trash of the family to represent them at the capital? What is father thinking? His father gives him the deadline. "You will depart in 5 days." Kale realizes that in the original novel, he would have already been beaten senseless by Choi Han and been in no condition to travel. His father tries to reassure him, telling him to think of it as a relaxing trip. Kale can only murmur, "Father," completely bewildered. He looks at them both. "I don't understand why it has to be me. Please, let me think about it." His father agrees. "All right, you may leave." Kale turns and walks out, Basin following a step behind. As they leave the study, Basin's voice stops him. "Brother." Kale turns. "What?" Basin looks at him, his expression serious. "There is no reason you cannot go." This is bad, Kale thinks with a heavy sigh. He was supposed to be pushed out of the line of succession. But now his own brother, the one who was meant to take over, is telling him to act like the firstborn son. Things are getting really troublesome. Still, he knows he has to go. The chances of him getting out of the incident unharmed are high if he's careful. Besides, if Basin went and died, Kale would be forced to become the next lord, and that would ruin everything. Basin needs to survive for my own peaceful life. Just then, Hans appears, ready to give his report. A new plan clicks into place in Kale's mind. Kale looks at the deputy butler, his eyes sharp and focused. "Bring that guest to me." Hans is stunned. "Excuse me?" From Hans's expression, Kale can tell that Choi Han's problem has been solved. But now, with this unexpected trip, he has a new use for the novel's hero. Oh, and if he refuses to come, tell him this. It's about the payment. Tell him that Kale will make sure he has a comfortable journey. The opportunity for Choi Han to finally pay him back has arrived. A brief pause. This ad panel is brought to you by Reaper Scans. Ron would tell you to join their Discord for updates. A brief pause. Make sure to check them out to show your support and get the newest chapters right away. Choi Han sits across from Kale, looking noticeably healthier. Kale notes that having Ron and Beacrox handle his meals has clearly done him some good. It seems the three of them are getting along just as he planned. But Choi Han cuts right to the chase, his gaze sharp and direct. "What is the payment?" Kale smirks. This guy really doesn't waste time. Kale knows that small ripples are already forming in the original story. By going to the capital, those ripples are about to become massive waves. He places a blank piece of paper on the table between them. "First," he says, his tone all business, "I need to determine if you're capable of doing the job. Simply put, this is an interview." After a moment of silence, Choi Han nods. "Please go on." Kale leans forward, his voice low and serious. "Do you know how to protect people?" The hero is visibly taken aback, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. "What do you mean?" Kale leans back, thinking that while this trip to the capital was unexpected, it might actually work out better for him than his original lazy plan. He can steer Choi Han's party away from the ancient powers he wants and claim them for himself instead. Besides, those powers would be wasted on them anyway. He repeats the question, his voice firm. It's simple. Are you capable of protecting people? The question finally clicks for Choi Han. Instead of killing them, he asks quietly. His expression is unreadable as he turns the idea over in his mind. After a long, heavy pause, he looks down, his voice barely a whisper. I'm not sure. Kale sees Choi Han's hands clenching into tight fists. This is exactly why the hero is so dangerous right now. His mind is a war zone between his kind heart and his burning rage. Kale pushes him. Then can you kill people? Choi Han's answer is immediate and cold, instantly. Kale nods, satisfied. Then you should be able to protect them too. Choi Han admits it would be difficult. Kale thinks to himself, but difficult isn't the same as impossible. He remembers his old life as Kim Rock-soo. You didn't get to avoid things just because they were hard. That's why he'd welcomed this new, easy life. But now, a massive mountain, the Plaza Terror incident stands between him and his peaceful future, and he needs someone strong enough to carry him over it. Choi Han looks up, his resolve hardening. I guess that's true, he agrees. Difficult isn't impossible. Right, Kale says. Now, for the last question. Choi Han nods. Yes, please ask. What is your name? Choi Han is stunned. You don't know my name? Kale leans back with a practiced air of indifference. Of course I do, he thinks. You're the man who was supposed to beat me to a pulp. I've heard it from others, he lies smoothly. But I wanted to hear it directly from you. The hero finally understands. A genuine, almost innocent smile spreads across his face as he extends a hand. My name is Choi Han. Kale takes his hand, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Great, I am Kale Henitus. He pushes the paper forward again. The job you need to do to pay me back is simple. Choi Han picks up the paper and reads the two names written on it. Rosalind? Locke? Kale knows exactly who they are. Rosalind, a powerful mage and princess who recently survived an assassination attempt. And Locke, the sole survivor of the Blue Wolf tribe. He looks timid, but when he loses control, he becomes an unstoppable force of destruction. Rosalind's magic is second only to Choi Han's strength, and her ambition will eventually make her one of the continent's greatest heroes. Kale shivers, remembering that the assassins who went after her are later tortured to death by none other than Bee-Crocs. He stands up. Yes, those two people. He glances at the paper. So you can read. That's a relief. He unrolls a large scroll onto the table. You will start the journey with me. It's a detailed map of the region. Here, he says, pointing to a route. You just have to follow the instructions I wrote down. Kale knows there's a very specific reason he needs Choi Han with him for part of the trip. Right after his own introduction in the novel, another villain appears. A marquis who becomes a major thorn in the side of the Crown Prince and Choi Han. And he happens to be raising a dragon. He's torturing a baby dragon, trying to break its will. In the novel, the dragon escapes, but the trauma drives it mad. The original story ends with Choi Han being forced to kill the rampaging dragon, a tragic act of mercy. But Kale has a different plan. The route to the capital takes them right past the village the dragon will attack. He could let Choi Han kill it as planned, or he could free it himself before it ever goes berserk. He's choosing option 2. He looks at Choi Han, giving him the final instructions. Find those two people and come to the capital with them. That is how you will pay me back. Choi Han asks, Do I just need to protect them? Kale shrugs. That's up to you. But you must come to the capital, and you must meet me there unscathed. He adds one final condition. You can at least protect yourself, right? Choi Han is silent for a moment. Why aren't you answering? Can you do it? Kale presses. Choi Han clenches his fist, his voice full of a new, quiet confidence. Yes, I can do it. Kale lets out a long sigh, rubbing his temples. He probably should have had a drink before this conversation. He waves a hand, dismissing him. You can leave now. But as Choi Han reaches the door, Kale calls out one last time. By the way, everything we talked about today stays between us. Choi Han looks back over his shoulder with a small, knowing smile. I know. And then he's gone. Later that night, under a star-filled sky, Kale stands before his father with a simple request. Father, I need money. The Count doesn't even blink. Yes, all right. He immediately hands over a thick stack of bills. Back in his room, Kale lies on his bed, fanning himself with the cash. Money really is the best. Ron enters silently, placing a cup on the bedside table. Young master, a honey and lemon tea. My son made it especially for you. Ron offers that serene, chilling smile. Please have a good night. I am always by your side, young master. Kale lies there, staring at the ceiling, a profound sense of unease washing over him. He bolts upright in bed. That old man's creepy promise just chased away any hope of sleep. He looks towards the door, his eyes narrowed with determination. His first priority was now crystal clear. I have to send those two away with Choi Han. With his departure for the capital just days away, Kale walks through the city, an all-too-familiar grimace on his face. He felt like he'd just sat through a horror movie first thing in the morning. On the carriage ride over, Ron had been making small talk. It is your first time visiting the capital, isn't it? He'd asked, before adding with a chilling smile, I am very good at hunting rabbits. The old man had then elaborated in terrifying detail, explaining how you have to kill a rabbit in a single decisive moment, and then you have to properly remove its insides. A shiver had run down Kale's spine as Ron smiled pleasantly, saying he was very good at that part too. What a scary old man, Kale mutters to himself. But as creepy as he was, Kale was still glad Ron and Beecrox were coming with him to the capital. He arrives at the bakery, where the owner greets him warmly. Young master, you're here early today. Kale notes the owner seems more relaxed around him now. He gets right to business. What about the bread? The owner assures him it's all ready to go. As he hands over the sack, he asks, by the way, is today the last day? Kale raises an eyebrow. Why? Greedy for more money? The owner just smiles. Yes, I most certainly am. Kale can't help but crack a smile back. He appreciates the man's honesty. I'll be back when I feel like eating it again, he says, turning to leave. The baker watches his strange but reliable customer walk away, a heavy sack of bread slung over his shoulder. Kale heads for the quiet outskirts of the city, ready to complete his final task before the long journey ahead. He finds the two kids sitting on the steps, right where he expected them. He wonders if they even have a home. It looks like they've been waiting for him. He walks over and tosses them a small, wrapped bundle of food. Here, take it. He doesn't wait for a thank you, just turns and walks away as they begin to eat. He heads towards the ancient tree, grateful for the morning fog that hides him from any prying eyes. He lets out a breath of relief, dropping the heavy sacks to the ground. He begins his ritual, tossing loaf after loaf into the darkness as the familiar, hungry whisper returns. More. Give me more, please. He keeps feeding the insatiable darkness, when suddenly, a faint light flashes from within the tree. A small, satisfied smile touches his lips. So, it was working. This was a bit more involved than just feeding a stray dog. But the whispers suddenly become a frantic, desperate scream, echoing from all directions. More! 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 Kale clutches his head. The novel definitely didn't mention this part. Then, a new voice cuts through the chaos, clear and distinct. If you bring more, I'll give you a present. Kale's eyes snap open. A present, he repeats. He looks at the ancient tree, then at the final bag of bread at his feet. Just wait. This should be the last of it. He knows that after this final offering, the darkness is supposed to disappear. He pours in the last of the bread, and the very ground beneath his feet begins to glow with a soft light. He watches, his expression a mixture of nervousness and anticipation. Suddenly, a loud, joyful voice booms from the tree. It's so delicious. The voice of the priestess begins a rambling, one-sided conversation about the soft texture of modern bread, how much food has evolved, and how that third bag was especially good. A bright light now shines where the darkness used to be. Kale can barely get a word in as she begins critiquing the quality of the wheat, he thinks. No wonder no one ever got this power before. So, the voice exclaims, I'm full now, and the bread was so good. Kale realizes her grudge wasn't just about being hungry, but about not being able to talk about food. He's forced to listen to her entire life story, how she was banished for gluttony, and how much she loved to eat. He sighs. Oh my, when is this going to end? Thank you, the voice booms. I can't believe you understand my taste review. You're a good guy. Kale just deadpans. It doesn't feel like we're actually talking. The light intensifies, shifting from a warm glow to a brilliant, pure white. "How interesting," he murmurs. A single point of warm light floats out from the tree and drifts towards his outstretched hand. He can feel its gentle warmth as it hovers just above his palm. He closes his eyes, a sense of calm and finality washing over him. A soft smile touches his lips. "This is it." The light speaks one last time. "It will protect you." Then it shoots forward, merging directly into his chest. A wave of warm, pure energy surges through him, swirling around him like a gentle vortex. He lets out a slow, steady breath. A warm and pure power now resides within him. He clutches his chest, a look of quiet triumph on his face. "I did it." The shield's promise is now bound to his very heart, a silver-winged emblem materializing over it. This unique mark is the sign of an activated ancient power, one that will protect Kale until his heart stops beating. Now, he thinks, remembering what he read in The Birth of a Hero. To activate an ancient power, it should be like this. He opens his eyes, focusing his will outward. A brilliant light shines in the air before him. It coalesces, taking a solid form. A translucent silver shield materializes, hovering in the air, ready to defend. The indestructible shield had appeared. Kale stands in the quiet, sunlit grove, his new, indestructible shield hovering in the air before him. He sizes it up with a confident smirk. He figures a shield this strong should be able to block an attack from someone like Choi Han at least twice, because, despite its name, the indestructible shield can, in fact, be broken. If it takes a hit stronger than it can handle, it will use every last bit of its power to protect its owner's heart before shattering. But given time, the shield can be restored by the vitality of that same heart. He places a hand over his chest. The shield's power is tied directly to the strength of its owner's heart. So, if his heart gets stronger, the shield gets stronger. He has a new goal now. He'll focus on strengthening this shield on his way to the capital. His aim is to make it tough enough to withstand 5 full minutes of Choi Han trying to kill him with everything he has. He reaches out and touches the shimmering, ethereal shield. A satisfied smile spreads across his face. It feels good. There's just one tiny problem. I don't like how holy it feels. The shield's pure, angelic light is a little too much for his taste. He shrugs it off. It's not like he plans on using it much anyway. He's leaving the fighting to everyone else. With a thought, the shield shrinks down into a tiny, sparkling mote of light. As he starts back, a heavy rain begins to fall. He spots the 2 kittens from before, huddled miserably against a wall, trying to stay dry. They look up at him, their big, hopeful eyes shining in the downpour. Kale stops, a flicker of annoyance on his face. But he knows he can't just leave them there. They immediately start rubbing against his legs, soaking his trousers with rainwater. He lets out a long, weary sigh. Just then, Hans comes running up, looking completely panicked. "Young master!" "What is this?" Kale doesn't miss a beat. "Don't ask stupid questions, just take them." He unceremoniously shoves the 2 drenched kittens into the deputy butler's arms. Hans is stunned for a moment, left holding the 2 shivering creatures. But his shock quickly melts into pure, unadulterated joy. "Such cute, lovely, and adorable kittens," he practically begs. "Young master, may I please take care of these lovely cats?" Kale just waves him off as he walks away. "Do whatever you want." But then he stops. He turns back, a knowing glint in his eye. "For your information, they get quiet if you feed them. And they're siblings." Hans and the 2 kittens look up at him, all 3 of them wearing the same confused expression. Kale thinks to himself that when he picked them up, he'd smelled the faint scent of medicinal herbs and bread. That's when it all clicked. A sly, knowing smile spreads across his face. "You thought I didn't know?" The kittens freeze, their eyes wide with shock. Kale continues. "The silver one must be the older sister with gray hair, and the younger brother must be the red one." He gently pats the red kitten's head. "We'll talk later." Hans asks if he was talking to him, but Kale dismisses it. "Not you." "What about Ron?" Kale asks, getting ready to head out one last time. Hans chatters happily, mentioning that Choi Han will be serving as one of his guards for the first part of their journey. He adds that Ron and Beecrox went with Choi Han to buy supplies for the trip. Kale just nods. "I see. I'm glad to hear that." He's pleased that his little group seems to be getting along. Hans confirms it, saying the three of them seem excited to serve him. But the thought of those three excitedly serving him just sends another cold shiver down Kale's spine. The doors of the tea shop swing open, a small bell announcing his arrival. Bielos looks up, surprised. "Welcome, young master. The rain must have kept everyone else away." "I promised I'd come back," Kale says. "I had to keep my word." Bielos agrees warmly, asking if he should prepare the usual book and tea. "Yes, 3 cups of tea," Kale replies, heading for the familiar spiral staircase. He makes his way up to the quiet second floor. The rain drums rhythmically against the large window overlooking the empty street. Kale makes a small sound of annoyance as Bielos comments on the heavy downpour. The merchant sets down a steaming cup of tea. Kale stares out the window, running through the list of key players he set in motion: Choi Han, Bcrox, Ron, and now Bielos. He remembers that Bios only gets a brief mention at the start of the novel, before revealing his ambition and pledging himself to Choi Han. That word, reveal, is the key. Bios was never truly sad about being an illegitimate son. He's always been a greedy person. Kale doesn't hate that about him. In fact, that kind of raw, unapologetic greed makes him seem more human. Bielos is the one who breaks the silence. "Young master, I heard you were going to the capital." "Yes, so what?" Kale replies. Bios announces that he'll be heading to the capital as well, shortly after him. Kale knows this was bound to happen. Bios then adds, "Young master, you seem to have changed. You're different from your nickname." Kale takes a slow sip of his tea. "Trash?" "Yes," Bielo says. "Trash. Haven't you always been the trashy young master?" Kale sets his cup down. "Should I have gotten drunk and broken a chair or two?" He looks the merchant square in the eye. "Bielos," he leans forward, his voice low and pointed. "You can't call your father, father. You can't call your brother, brother." The rain continues to pour, matching the heavy atmosphere in the room. Bielos just stares at the table, silent. Kale presses him. "Are you going to keep being the bastard? Are you satisfied with that?" Bielos looks up, his expression hardening. Kale knows the answer. "I know you're not." He leans back, a small smile on his face. "I've been acting like trash since I was 8 years old." From the bottom of the stairs, Ron and Choi Han can be seen entering the shop. Kale says the name again. "Bielos, it's okay to throw away something you've been doing for 10 years. I can't live as trash forever, can I?" He gives Bielos a warm, encouraging smile. "Don't you think so?" Bios suddenly slams his hands on the table, burying his face in them as he lets out a laugh mixed with relief and newfound determination. He looks up, his eyes shining with ambition. He says quietly, almost to himself, "I am indeed tired of it." The final piece was now in place. Sometimes a single conversation is all it takes to change a person's life. Bielos looks down, a fire now burning in his eyes, his ambition finally set free. Back in the tea shop, he looks up from his thoughts and admits that he's tired of his old life. He turns to Kale, a small, grateful smile on his face. "See? I told you." With a bright, determined expression, Bielos stands and bows deeply. He declares that he'll see the young master in the capital. His mind is made up. Kale just gives a dismissive wave, his face a mask of boredom. Why bother? It's all part of the act, the trash persona he uses to keep people at arm's length. But inwardly, he's thinking strategically. It would be a problem if Bielos got too attached to him. According to the novel, the ambitious merchant is supposed to be Choi Han's ally, not his. As Bielos takes one last look back, Choi Han and Ron watch him go, their expressions cold and unreadable. They're both sharp enough to know something important just happened, even if they don't quite understand Kale's part in it. Bielos turns and walks away, Ron and Choi Han following silently behind. Kale watches them go, and a single thought crosses his mind. Good. The first phase of his plan is complete. A small, satisfied smirk plays on Kale's lips. Choi Han and Bielos just had their first, brief encounter exactly as it happened in the book. Everything is going according to plan. He reminds himself to keep his distance. Those two need to form their own bond, and he wants no part of it. Getting involved means getting swept up in the main story, and that's the last thing he wants. With the others back at the table, Kale looks at his terrifying butler. "Ron, I knew you'd come with him." He mentions that Hans told him Bcrox had come along as well. Kale adds that he assumes Beecrox went straight back to the estate kitchen, knowing the assassin chef's obsessive sense of duty. It's a casual remark, but it shows he's paying attention. Bios, still at his desk nearby, asks if Kale is close with the shopkeeper. Kale shuts him down instantly. "We're not close." A slight, knowing smile touches Ron's lips. "Is that so?" The old assassin's eyes are sharp. He clearly doesn't buy Kale's dismissive act for a second. Kale groans internally. Out of everyone, it's Ron's probing gaze that always puts him on edge. Choi Han, meanwhile, stays quiet, simply observing the strange dynamic. But Choi Han is starting to form his own conclusions. He's realizing you can't trust the rumors about Kale. This young master is far more complex than the trash everyone claims he is. Just then, Bilos walks over, breaking the tense silence. "I've brought 2 cups of tea." He asks if he should give them to Ron and Choi Han, and Kale gives a simple nod. Bilos places a cup of warm lemon tea on the table, explaining that Kale had ordered them in advance. With a charming smile, Kale gestures to Ron's cup. He says he ordered it specifically, remembering that Ron brings him the same tea every morning. He figured it must be his favorite. Ron's expression doesn't change, but there's a flicker of surprise in his eyes. This small, thoughtful gesture is completely out of character for the Kale he thought he knew. Ron picks up his cup, telling Choi Han that his is lemonade, and it should help him sleep. A subtle, almost caring remark from the old assassin. Then he clarifies, it's the special lemon honey tea his son, Beecrox, makes. Choi Han quietly thanks him and takes the cup. The wheels are clearly turning in Ron's head. Ron takes a slow, deliberate sip of his tea. Kale watches, finding it odd that the old man is showing so little reaction. He sets the cup down with a soft click, the sound echoing in the quiet room. Choi Han glances at his new master, a hint of amusement in his eyes, and asks Kale why he can't just enjoy his tea quietly. Ron looks over, his face unreadable, his mind flashing back to the brief, violent clash he had with Choi Han a few days ago. Ever since that fight, his son Beecrox, the perfectionist chef and master torturer, has been relentlessly challenging Choi Han to a duel, intrigued by his raw power. Choi Han remembers Ron telling him that people like them can smell the blood on others. But Choi Han has made a new vow. He's decided to become someone who protects. He remembers how surprised he was when Kale told him he could do it. And now, following him, he feels like he's learning something even more important. He thinks back to Kale's words to Bilos. "I can't live as trash forever, right?" It was a rare glimpse behind the mask. A small smile touches Choi Han's lips as he sips his tea. It's getting interesting, he thinks. Beside him, Ron agrees that the tea is delicious. The two are slowly starting to find common ground, a deadly assassin and a vengeful hero. They were always at each other's throats, yet somehow they continued to travel together. Kale knows that in the novel, their relationship was purely contractual, but underneath it all, they knew they could rely on each other when things got truly dangerous. He takes a sip of his own tea, satisfied. Things are a little different now, but their relationship seems to be forming in much the same way. His plan is working. Kale smiles to himself. He refuses to let some novel dictate his fate. His own life comes first. And besides, sweet tea really is the best. Choi Han looks over and agrees. That's right. The two of them are slowly, unexpectedly, starting to understand each other as Ron watches in silence. A little while later, the meeting is over. As Kale's group gets up to leave, Bilos asks if they're heading back already. Kale gives a simple yes. Bilos remarks that the next time they meet will be in the capital. But Kale tells him he'll be back every day until he leaves, doing whatever he feels like. Bios beams, telling Kale his shop is always open to him. As they leave, Kale walks ahead, his face a stoic mask. Watching him go, Ron makes a sound of disgust. He mutters that he supposes even dislike can turn into a kind of affection. He clarifies that he has no intention of letting his dislike for Kale become anything else. "Not you, punk," he adds, glancing back at Choi Han. His words are for Kale alone. As he follows Kale out, Ron decides he'll have Beecrox prepare food that their little puppy young master will like for the journey. But even as he thinks this, a final, sharp thought cuts through. Kale has changed, yes, but he is definitely still trash. Ron's mind drifts back in time, to a young Kale consoling his father after his mother's death. a rare moment of gentleness. He remembers how Kale hated his new stepmother and her family, watching them from a distance with cold resentment. But Ron remembers something crucial. Even at his most drunk and belligerent, Kale never once crossed the line of directly harming his family. Ron realizes he's been watching over this boy for 18 long years. As Kale stands by the window, he notes that the rain has stopped. A new day is dawning. Back at the sprawling Hennetus estate, the sun shines brightly. Inside, two little kittens, one silver, one red, look up with wide, curious eyes. It's On and Hong. Kale stands over them, having nearly forgotten they were there. The kittens look up at him, their tails twitching as Ron stands silently in the background. He remembers Choi Han saying he cares for small animals and wonders if he should have brought him along, but his thoughts are interrupted. Choi Han himself appears, announcing he's going to his room. "My heart needs to become stronger if I want to protect people," he says, taking Kale's words seriously. Then he asks a bizarre question. "Young master, what would you do if someone as strong as you wanted to become even stronger?" Kale's face goes blank. Him? Strong? The idea is so absurd it leaves him speechless. Elsewhere, the deputy butler, Hans, is fawning over the kittens, cooing about how much cuter they are now, though he laments that they're too feisty to let him pet them. Hans looks up at Kale, his eyes sparkling. "Right? Don't you agree?" Kale just stares back, deadpan. "You really are a cat lover." Kale looks closer at the kittens. They seem healthier, fuller. He wonders what magic this deputy butler worked in just a few days. Hans reluctantly says his goodbyes to the cats, clearly not wanting to leave. Kale tells him to just go. With a huge grin, Hans tells the young master to call him if the kittens need anything at all. Kale turns to Ron, who's been standing silently by the door this whole time, and makes a bizarre, nonsensical statement about taking care of him from now on. As Kale leaves, Ron turns his full attention to the two kittens on the sofa. He lets out a soft sigh. His benign, grandfatherly expression vanishes, replaced by something cold and calculating. Ron kneels down, his eyes sharp. "You children of the cat tribe," he says, his voice a low whisper. "Good." He knew their secret all along. The two kittens flinch, their true nature exposed. Ron continues, identifying their unique abilities. "The silver one is mist, the red one is poison." A sinister, toothy grin spreads across his face. The cat tribe is known for being quick-witted. It would be useful, he thinks, to teach them well. An and Hong look terrified. They've just been put under the care of a vicious assassin who plans to train them. Ron stands up, a chilling smile on his face as he looks towards the door Kale just left through. "I'm going to give my puppy a farewell present." The journey to the capital just got a lot more dangerous. In a world where everyone is just a character in a story, Kale is determined to become the author of his own fate. He turns to the two kittens, now pieces on his own personal chessboard. "Are you planning on following me?" Without hesitation, On and Hong start rubbing against his legs, their meows a desperate plea. They've had a taste of a comfortable life, and they're not ready to go back to the streets. Kale looks down at them, a thoughtful expression on his face. He admits to himself that he already had a plan for these two. A sly smirk spreads across his lips. He's made his decision. Looking down at the two siblings, he lays out his one simple term: "Then make yourselves useful." After a moment of confused meowing, Kale tells them to answer in their human voices. Instantly, they transform, crouching on the floor as two young children. On, the silver-haired sister, says she's still hungry. Hong, the red-haired brother, demands meat and cake. Their priorities are very clear. A genuine, almost gentle smile touches Kale's face. He promises to give them all the food they want. Then his voice drops, becoming sharp and knowing. "You know what you need to do, right?" The two children transform back into kittens, their eyes wide with a newfound sense of understanding and purpose. They have their mission: be useful. 4 days later, on the morning of their departure, the entire Hennetus family gathers for a final breakfast. Count de Ruth looks at his eldest son, a calm smile on his face. He notes that for someone about to embark on a long journey, Kale doesn't seem nervous at all. Kale just keeps eating, his mind elsewhere. It had rained heavily in their territory just yesterday, and he knows. If the story had gone as written, yesterday would have been the day the original Kale got drunk in the rain, insulted Choi Han, and was beaten to a pulp for it. He takes a bite of food, a wave of profound relief washing over him. But that didn't happen. He had successfully changed his own fate. And that's not all. Ever since he acquired the indestructible shield, he's felt a sense of security he's never known before. He can feel it constantly, a steady, protective power humming around his heart. It's a quiet reassurance that he's no longer defenseless. Sipping from his glass, he thinks with confidence that even if he managed to anger Ron or Beecrox, he could probably survive it now. The shield is a crucial safety net against the very people he's chosen to surround himself with. He sets his fork down, finally rejoining the conversation at the table. "Father," he begins calmly, "it looks like the number of people in my envoy has grown again. I asked you to reduce the number." For his real plans to work, a smaller group is essential. His father looks a bit flustered, but before he can respond, Cale's stepmother, Countess Violin, speaks up. "About that," she says coolly. "That was my decision." She takes a sip of wine, her gaze sharp. She tells Cale that while he may prefer a small group, she cannot have a member of the Hennetus family looking poor or unprepared on a trip to the capital. It's a matter of family pride. She clarifies that she isn't saying he is terrible. Cale just nods. "I know that much," he thinks. He understands perfectly. Nobles, above all else, care about appearances. It's a game he knows how to play. He remains silent, recalling what the novel said about his stepmother. Born to a poor artist's family, she dreamed of running a merchant guild. That path changed when she came to the Hennetus territory, fell in love with the art of sculpting, and eventually with Count de Ruth himself. Now, she's in charge of the territory's entire cultural business sector. She is a woman with immense pride in herself, and, by extension, the Hennetus family name. She continues, stating that for most people, appearance is everything. Cale considers his options. He knows she wants him to bring a large retinue of servants. A part of him agrees. It would be nice to have the help if he gets attacked. But there's a much bigger problem. He knows what's waiting for them on the road ahead, a tortured black dragon driven to madness. If he can't free it discreetly, it could rampage and kill countless innocent people. He takes a sip of wine. He tells himself he doesn't care what happens to others, but he knows it's a lie. More importantly, he refuses to take responsibility for anyone who gets hurt because of that dragon. He's been responsible for himself since he was a kid. He knows better than anyone that the weight of another person's life is the heaviest burden there is. He looks at his stepmother, a slight smile on his lips, and decides to change his tactics. "Art is the mirror of the soul," he says. Countess Violin's eyes widen slightly in surprise. "You do know about that?" Cale simply confirms. "Yes, I do," he continues, swirling the wine in his glass. "Sculpting isn't just cutting into marble. It's creating a reflection of what's in your heart." He tells her he read it on the plaque at the family gallery. He's using her own philosophy against her. Because the plaque in the Hennetus gallery, a statement written by Violin herself, reads, "Appearance is not important." Checkmate. The Countess lets out a small, defeated sigh. "Do as you wish," she concedes. "I will reduce the number of people." But she adds one condition. In return, the carriage and all its furnishings must be of the absolute highest quality. That, she insists, is how it must be for the Hennetus family. Cale agrees instantly. "That's fine with me. Please give me the most expensive things you can find." This outcome is even better than he'd hoped. The Countess gives a small, satisfied smile. She may have lost the argument, but she still upheld the family's honor. Beside her, Count Dareth just looks bewildered by the exchange he just witnessed. The Count clears his throat, trying to regain control of the conversation. He asks Cale if he reviewed the information about the nobles who would be at the capital. Cale nods, saying it was quite entertaining. With a bored expression, he lists them off, the petty ones, the stupid ones, the smart and scary ones, and those desperate for power. All sorts of people are gathering this time. His father nods, pleased. He tells Cale to do as he pleases, but then his expression turns serious. "But Cale," he leans forward slightly, "I heard a strange rumor." Cale's expression tightens. His father continues, "Apparently, the man-eating tree has changed. It is now a fresh tree, with beautiful green leaves." He describes how lush grass now grows where the ground was once barren. He finishes with a loaded question. "Isn't that an interesting rumor?" Cale knew this was coming. Of course, his father knew he'd been visiting the slums near that tree, but he's also certain the Count knows nothing about the ancient power. All his father would know is that Kaylee was involved somehow. The connection is obvious, but the reason is a complete mystery. Kale plays it cool. He agrees it's interesting, but shrugs it off. Yeah, but it's not that big of a deal. His father's gaze is sharp. He warns his son to be careful. Nothing, he says, is as scary as a human eye and mouth. But then he softens his tone, adding that anything that happens inside their territory is fine. It's a subtle way of saying, I'll protect you here, but don't cause trouble outside our borders. Kale promises to keep it in mind. He sighs internally. He just wants to get this trip over with, come back, and finally enjoy his lazy, peaceful life. After the meal, the family sees him to the door. His father says work prevents him from seeing him off, so their goodbyes will have to be here. As Kale turns to leave, his younger siblings, Basin and Lily, just stand there, watching him with an unreadable expression. Kale stops, turning back. What? The two of them flinch, standing awkwardly side by side. His little sister Lily speaks up first, her voice hesitant. Please have a safe trip. Kale is taken aback. This is probably the first time his siblings have ever wished him well. He pauses for a moment, then gives a simple reply. Thanks. You two be safe here as well. Lily looks surprised, a faint blush rising on her cheeks. She beams, giving a firm, yes. It's a small but significant breakthrough. With that, Kale turns and walks away, leaving his two stunned siblings behind him. He walks down the stone steps towards the front gate, where a magnificent, top-of-the-line carriage waits for him, just as the Countess promised. He reaches for the handle, the hinges letting out a soft creak as he pulls the ornate door open. But as he looks inside, his eyes go wide with shock and disbelief. He can only manage to choke out 4 words. What the hell is this? Inside, lounging on a plush velvet seat, are the 2 kittens, On and Hong, fast asleep. And sitting right beside them, looking perfectly at home, is Hans, the cat-obsessed deputy butler. The kittens are curled up on a soft cushion that looks far more comfortable than Kale's own seat. His eye twitches in annoyance. Hans just beams at him, petting the kittens lovingly. Young master, he says cheerfully. Shouldn't our precious cats travel in comfort? They're so small and precious. Kale just clicks his tongue. He thinks to himself that Hans wouldn't be calling them precious if he'd ever seen them create a fog bank and fill it with deadly poison. Behind him, Ron watches the entire scene without a single change in his expression. The old butler steps forward, calmly informing Kale that he will be riding up top with the driver. Still annoyed, Kale just gives a curt, okay. But just as he's about to get in, Choi Han calls out to him. Kale stops and turns. What is it? Choi Han looks at him, his expression serious. Is it okay for me not to be in the same carriage protecting you? Kale just dismisses the idea. Is there a reason you should be? He doesn't need a bodyguard glued to his side 24/7. Choi Han seems to accept this, but a thoughtful look crosses his face. He mutters to himself that something about all this feels weird. Kale watches him walk away. He can see that Choi Han is still filled with rage, but he's no longer drowning in despair. He's calmer, more focused, closer to the hero he's supposed to become. A sword in his heart, but a calm mask on his face. Kale realizes the hero is recovering from his trauma surprisingly quickly. Just then, one of the knights assigned to the envoy confronts Choi Han, telling him this isn't his spot. Kale sighs. He knew there'd be at least one arrogant knight looking down on the commoner swordsman. He smirks to himself as he gets into the carriage. That knight has no idea who he's messing with. He's about to find out just how wrong he is. The friendly-looking driver asks Kale if they should depart. Kale settles back into his seat and gives the order. Yes, let's go. With a sharp crack of the reins, the long journey to the capital finally begins. The sound of hooves echoes on the stone path as the grand carriage pulls away from the Hennetus estate, heading out into the sunlit world. The envoy travels through the winding forest roads, a small but impressive procession making its way towards the heart of the kingdom. As he travels, Kale thinks back to his goodbyes with his siblings. He had considered just having Hans pick out some presents for them, but instead he turned and asked them directly, "Should I buy you a present while I'm away?" Lily's eyes had lit up instantly. "Really?" she exclaimed. Kale knew it. She definitely wanted something. Then she'd whispered her request. A sword. Kale's eyes narrowed. What? With a determined look on her small face, his little sister repeated, "Please buy me a sword." Kale was genuinely baffled. A 7-year-old wants a sword? His brother Basin had explained that Lily's newest dream was to become a great swordsman. Kale considered it. The Hennetus family had a good physique for it, and Lily was already tall for her age. She had potential. After a moment, he'd made his decision. "I guess it would suit you," he'd said, and then made a promise. "I'll buy you an expensive one." Lily's face had exploded into a smile of pure, unadulterated joy. She'd thanked him over and over. Then he'd turned to Basin, who simply asked for a new fountain pen. It was a simple, yet significant moment for the three of them. Suddenly, the smooth ride comes to a screeching halt. Kale is jolted forward, along with Hans and the kittens. "Why did we stop?" he demands. Image H10333. Hey. He looks out the window and sees the reason. The road is completely blocked by a large group of rough-looking men and women armed with crude weapons. Bandits. A woman with wild, light blue hair, who seems to be their leader, points a rusty sword at them. "Pay the toll if you want to pass." "Give me everything you have." Kale just sighs, completely unfazed. So this is what bandits in a novel look like. He wonders if they somehow missed the giant golden turtle of the Hennetus family crest on the side of the carriage. Inside, the kittens are hissing, calling the bandits idiots. Ron's face appears in the carriage's side mirror. He calmly informs his master that it looks like they'll be taking a short break. Then he adds, with a chillingly cheerful tone, "There seem to be quite a lot of rabbits here." Ron clarifies that these rabbits are different from the ones he'd catch for dinner. These will be handled by someone else. A wide, terrifying grin spreads across the old assassin's face. Kale shivers. This old man is far scarier than any bandit. Kale clears his throat, trying to compose himself. He looks out at the setting sun. They've been on the road for about a day and a half. In another day and a half, they'll reach the area where the Black Dragon is being held. This is just a minor delay. As evening settles, the group makes camp for the night. Kale sits down for dinner and stares at the bowl in front of him. The main dish is rabbit meat soup. "Damn it," he mutters under his breath. He glances over at Choi Han, who is sitting alone, eating quietly. Kale knows instantly. Ron didn't catch these rabbits. It was Choi Han. He was the one who went hunting for their dinner. As Kale sits there, refusing to touch his food, An and Hong start pawing at his leg, meowing insistently. Their message is clear. If you're not going to eat that, give it to us. Han swoops in, cooing at his precious cats. He offers them some salt-free beef jerky he prepared just for them, and they happily abandon Kale to follow him. Kale just glares at his soup, while in the background, Choi Han calmly eats, now given a wide berth by the terrified knights. Earlier that day, the group had to fight off dozens of bandits, and Choi Han's eyes had gone cold and sharp, the look of a true killer. Naturally, he was the one who handled most of them, cutting through their ranks with brutal efficiency. The knight who had previously mocked him now approaches the carriage nervously. Young master?" The battle is over." But Choi Han, wiping a splash of blood from his cheek, just scoffs that it was a light skirmish, not even enough to count as a warm-up. The knight is left speechless and terrified. Kale leans back in his seat, a small smirk on his face. He remembers how Choi Han didn't hesitate to beat up a count's son in the novel. He's definitely not the type to let people push him around. Back at the campsite, Ron walks up to Kale with a pleasant smile. "You're not eating much," he observes. "Have you lost your appetite?" Kale glares at him. This old man definitely enjoys teasing him. "None at all," he lies through his teeth. Ron presses, asking if he's feeling unwell. "No, nothing like that," Kale replies, taking a sip from his cup. He thinks to himself that he'd be fine if Ron would just hunt anything other than rabbits. He glances over at Choi Han, still eating alone, isolated from the rest of the group. But then, Choi Han looks up and their eyes meet. He gives a small, almost imperceptible nod, a hint of a smile on his face as he mouths his master's name, Kyle Nim. Night falls on the camp, the fire crackling against the cold. For Kale's crew, it's a rare moment of quiet on a journey that's been anything but. Kale's been staring at Choi Han, lost in thought, and the hero finally notices. "What are you looking at?" he asks, his voice cutting through the silence. His tone isn't hostile, just curious. He seems to think Kale's still shaken from the bandit attack, asking if it was his first time seeing a real battle. Kale blinks, snapping back to the present. A battle? You mean those bandits? When Choi-han nods, Kale settles back into his role. Of course it was, he says, letting a bit of his noble arrogance show as he stares into the flames. He plays the part of the sheltered young master perfectly, adding that he's never seen so many bandits in one place. And just like that, the hero's expression softens with sympathy. He murmurs that it must have been frightening, Kale's first real brush with death. Kale almost scoffs. First time facing death? If only this kid knew. The bandits were nothing. The real danger has been sitting right beside him for days. He glances over at Ron, the smiling old butler who laughed while holding a dead rabbit, and his son, Beecrox, who polishes his blade with a chillingly blank face. Kale lets out a quiet sigh. Killers. They're surrounded by killers, and the stress has been eating away at him ever since they left home. He pushes his half-eaten bowl of soup away, his appetite completely gone. Choi-han walks over, calling his name. Kale just leans back, arms crossed, waiting to hear what the hero wants now. Choi-han, bless his heroic heart, tries to offer some wisdom. The first time is always difficult. But Kale is just confused. What are you even talking about? Choi-han gets straight to the point. Kale-nim, do you not practice any martial arts? Kale's answer is immediate. No need. The hero presses, his concern genuine. But shouldn't you at least be strong enough to protect yourself? Kale gestures vaguely at the knights and guards posted around their camp. Don't worry, I have plenty of protection. He adds that that's not the only thing he's relying on. With a confident smirk, he places a hand over his chest. I trust my heart, he declares. I plan on living a long life. Of course, he isn't talking about courage. He's thinking of the indestructible shield resting right over his heart. As long as he doesn't provoke psychos like Choi-han, he figures he'll be just fine. In his mind, he's nothing but a weakling, just trying to survive. He needs every shield he can get. While Choi-han silently considers his strange answer, the two kittens, An and Hong, come over and start rubbing against Kale's legs. Suddenly, Choi-han announces he's going to practice his swordsmanship. Kale glances up, surprised. Right after eating? Choi-han grips his sword, his eyes burning with a new fire. I feel like I need to get stronger. As the hero vanishes into the darkness to train, Kale just mutters to himself. Is he trying to get strong enough to destroy a planet? What a scary punk. And speaking of scary, a new threat approaches. It's Beecrox, holding a steaming bowl of something that actually looks delicious. Please enjoy, he says flatly. Kale, a little surprised, takes the bowl. Oh, thanks. Ron appears at his son's side, suggesting some bitter lemonade to help Kale's appetite. Kale pointedly ignores them both, his eyes scanning the rest of the camp. Inspired by Choi-han, the vice captain of the Knights calls out to his men, telling them to get ready for their own evening training session. 3 more days pass, the envoy making steady progress toward the capital. Inside the carriage, Kale's face is grim. He's on a deadline. According to the novel, the Black Dragon is only 3 days away from a mana explosion that will level this entire area. Time is running out. They've arrived in a neighboring territory, home to a mountain villa built by the local viscount a few years back. But Kale knows the villa is just a front. The real prize is hidden in a cave behind it, a young, captive black dragon. The villa doesn't really belong to the viscount, who's just a puppet for Marquis Stan. The man behind it all is the Marquise's second son, Venyan, a sadistic monster who crippled his own brother to secure his position. He tortures the dragon for sport. Kale knows that without Venyan's cruelty, the dragon would never have lashed out in the first place. The carriage door flies open, and a flustered Hans leans in, telling Kale he's taking Choi-han to find an inn. Annoyed, Kale just waves him away. Whatever. From his window, Kale watches the two of them getting ready to head into the village. This is his chance. Choi-han, he calls out. The hero turns, looking bright and eager. Yes? Leaning casually against the carriage door, Kale gives a simple order. Hurry back. Both Hans and Choi-han look taken aback by the command. But Choi-han's surprise melts into a wide, determined grin. Yes, I will be right back, he shouts, practically vibrating with energy. Kale can only think how strange that reaction is. A wave of self-disgust washes over him. He's sending the pure-hearted hero on a fool's errand just so he can go do something shady. It leaves a bad taste in his mouth. As Hans and Choi-han walk towards the village, Kale's carriage, now carrying only him and the assassin father-son duo, breaks away from the main group. It turns away from the village, heading instead towards the dark, forested mountain where the villa waits. In the middle of the path, Choi-han suddenly freezes. He spins around and bolts back the way he came, leaving a very confused Hans calling after him. From the village entrance, Kale watches the scene unfold with pure exasperation. "You have got to be kidding me," he groans. It's the oldest hero trope in the book. Of course Choi-han swoops in at the last second to catch a falling old man. He steadies the man with a gentle but firm grip. And then, without a second's hesitation, he takes off again, chasing after the carriage. With a powerful leap, he lands silently on the back of the moving carriage, clinging to it as it climbs the mountain road. A black flag bearing the golden dragon of Marquis Stan flutters in the wind above the villa. Kale steps out of his carriage with a heavy sigh. This just got a whole lot more complicated. The vice captain asks if he's really going over to the villa. Without even a glance, Kale replies, "Who else would?" and starts walking, Ron shadowing his every step. As he nears the entrance, he sees a line of expensive carriages parked outside, and then he sees him, and there he is. A young noble with blonde hair, an arrogant sneer, and a faint spatter of blood on his collar. Venyan Stan, the monster Kale came here to stop. This is Venyan Stan. He looks like every other arrogant noble Kale has ever met, polished on the outside, rotten on the inside. But Kale knows better. This isn't just any noble. He's a key villain from the novel, a true psychopath. Back in the village, things had gone south fast. A speeding carriage nearly ran down an old man, and the noblewoman inside had the nerve to blame him. Choi-han, seeing red, had stepped in, but she'd just sneered that peasants should know their place. But when she saw the cold fury in Choi-han's eyes, her arrogance faltered, and she weakly tried to defend herself. Her pathetic excuse was that the old man was just too stupid to get out of the way. A dark, murderous energy begins to radiate from Choi-han. He's seen too much cruelty in his life, and this is pushing him dangerously close to the edge. That's when Venyan Stan, who had been watching silently, finally moved. He placed a hand on the woman's shoulder, his eyes locked on Choi-han, and said a single, chilling word: "Enough." Back in the present, Hans whispers nervously to Kale that Choi-han looks extremely agitated. Kale just clicks his tongue. This is exactly the kind of mess he wanted to avoid. He walks over and places a firm hand on Choi-han's shoulder, stopping him before he does something stupid. "You too," he says quietly. But Choi-han starts to protest. But he argues that they nearly hurt someone and didn't even care. "How can I just let this go?" he demands. Kale cuts him off, his voice sharp. "Choi-han." Then, with a steady, commanding tone, he gives a simple order: "Calm down." As Venyan walks away, Kale's eyes drift to the man's pristine white sleeve. There it is, a small spatter of fresh blood. Kale knows exactly where it came from, a souvenir from his time torturing the Black Dragon. Venyan turns back with a smug grin, already knowing who Kale is. "Nice to meet you." "Someone from the Hanachu's household, I presume?" Kale calmly introduces them both, but in his mind, only one thought repeats: "This crazy psycho." Venyan goes on, mentioning he's heard rumors about a free spirit in the Count's family, asking questions he already knows the answers to. Kale leans right into it, putting on a lazy smirk. "Yes, that's me. I'm that trash. Probably one of the worst pieces of trash you'll ever meet." Venyan seems amused. "You're a very interesting person." He says the delay with the old man was an unexpected obstacle, but it was worth it to meet someone like Kale. But then his tone hardens, his eyes glinting with malice as he looks past Kale. "However, as for your subordinates," his gaze lands squarely on Choi-han. "You need to teach them to understand who has the right to travel on this road, Ball, and who has the right to make them stop." He flashes a condescending smile. It's a direct insult and a clear threat. Hearing this, the old man on the ground immediately starts apologizing, bowing his head to the dirt. A small, satisfied smirk plays on Venyan's lips. Kale knows that a territory's people often reflect their leader, and since this land is ruled by one of Marquis Stan's dogs, It's no surprise the people here are taught to fear and obey the powerful. Kale turns to Venyan, his expression unreadable. "Young Master Venyan, are you finished?" Venyan nods that he is. Kale couldn't care less if Venyan gets beaten to a pulp. But if Choi Han throws that punch while representing the Hennetis family, it would bring disaster down on them all. So, he turns his back on the nobles and walks over to the old man. "Hey, old man," he says, his voice firm as he reaches down. He helps him to his feet. The old man stammers, and Kale gets straight to the point. "Where's the bar?" The old man is completely baffled. "Excuse me," Kale puts on his best trashy act. "Where can I get a drink? As you heard, I'm trash. And trash needs alcohol to make it through the day. So, lead the way." Before Venyan can even process what's happening, Kale turns back to him. With a polite smile, he gives a dismissive farewell. "It was nice meeting you, young Master Venyan." Venyan is left speechless, watching Kale completely take control of the situation. The noblewoman tries to protest, but Venyan silences her, reminding her not to interrupt a conversation between nobles. He turns back to Kale with a charming yet sinister smile. "I'll be on my way then. I'm a very busy man." He offers a hand. Kale takes it. The handshake is brief and cold. As Venyan walks away, he calls back with a laugh. "If we meet in the capital, let's have a drink. You're the coolest person I've met." Kale just smiles and plays along. But the moment Venyan turns, his friendly mask vanishes. He thinks to himself that this encounter proves he alone is worthy of leading the Stan family. He muses that Kale is an interesting person and hopes they meet again. The second Venyan's carriage disappears into the fog. Kale's smile drops. He lets out a sigh. "No, I have no desire to see you again, and if I do, it will be from very, very far away." He turns to Choi Han, patting him on the shoulder. "Half the nobles in the world are like that," he says, trying to explain the harsh reality. He then looks at the old man. "You still can't get up? Did you hurt your leg?" "Choi Han," Kale says, "since you saved him, you might as well see him home safely." The old man tries to refuse, mentioning the bar again. Kale waves it off. "No need. I lost my mood for a drink." He then turns back to the old man. "You said your place sells alcohol?" Kale's eyes widen in fake surprise. "Oh? Your place was a bar?" The man explains. "It's the village's only inn, which has a bar and restaurant." Kale snaps his fingers. Perfect. He tells Hans to get the details and lead the rest of the group there. With that settled, Choi Han approaches, his expression deeply troubled. "Kalenim, are you not angry?" Kale looks at him confused. "About what?" Choi Han lists Venyan's insults, how he looked down on them, how he almost killed an old man and then called him an obstacle. Kale looks back at him. "Did you want me to demand an apology?" He sighs, his shoulders slumping. "I'm not the kind of person who can do that." "And I don't want to be," he continues. "I'm not that angry either. I could act like you, and there were times I wanted to, but not now." He looks Choi Han straight in the eye. "My life's trick is to act like this." His philosophy is simple. Compromise when you have to, accept a little absurdity, and live life on your own terms. But then, a dark, dangerous smile touches his lips. "Also," he adds, his voice dropping slightly, "I am someone who always returns the favor. No matter how long it takes. If someone looks down on me or does something to me, I will always get my revenge." He straightens his collar, a look of absolute cunning in his eyes. He thinks to himself, that bastard will probably be kicked out of his house soon enough. Venyan Stan has no idea what he's just started. With a smile that's equal parts cunning and confidence, Kale thinks about the man who just insulted him. Venyan. Stan has no idea what's coming. That bastard, he thinks, is about to lose everything. Choi Han just stares, completely baffled by Kale's sudden intensity. Kale's calm, unnerving smile doesn't waver. A wicked glint appears in his eyes as he turns away. "I plan," he says, his voice low and determined, "on snatching that bastard's dragon." Later, at the village inn, the old man nervously shows Kale to a room. "Young master," he stammers, "this is the best room we have." Kale glances around the simple but clean space. It seems acceptable. The innkeeper is practically trembling, explaining that it's the first time a noble has ever stayed here and begging for his favor. Kale can see the man is genuinely terrified, and it's starting to make him uncomfortable too. He places a hand on the old man's shoulder. "Relax. I don't like it when people put themselves down," he says, his voice firm but not harsh. "This is a place where people from my territory come to rest. It couldn't possibly be lacking." The old man is stunned. He's never been treated with this kind of respect by a noble in his entire life. Looking at Kale with a newfound awe, he asks, "Young master, are all the people in the Henatu's territory as good as you?" Kale lets out a short, sharp laugh, his trashy persona snapping right back into place. "What are you talking about? I'm the biggest piece of trash in our territory." He waves a dismissive hand. "Pick anyone off the street, and they'll have a better personality than me." The old man is left speechless again, completely bewildered by this strange young noble. Kale tells the innkeeper he can go. The old man gives a deep 90-degree bow before backing out of the room. Kale sighs. He wanted the man to relax, not act like his life was on the line. A moment later, there's a soft knock on the door. Kale, now in a more comfortable shirt, calls out, "Come in!" It's Hans, carrying a large wooden box. "Young master, you just wanted this box, correct?" Kale nods and tells him to hand it over. Hans carefully passes the locked chest to Kale. "This is it. The special equipment he had the merchant Bios acquire for him." Hans's eyes are sparkling with curiosity. "You must be really curious about what's inside," he says, unable to help himself. Kale gives him a look. Aren't butlers supposed to hide their emotions, especially curiosity? Hans just grins. "Proper etiquette is to show all of my emotions to you, my master." Kale can only think, what a funny guy. Hans admits he might be a little funny, but Kale has had enough. "Get out!" Without another word, Hans bows and cheerfully leaves. On his way out, he asks if they'll be staying for 3 days. Kale confirms and tells him to handle the arrangements. Hans gives a crisp, "Yes, sir," and closes the door. Alone at last, Kale looks down at the box. It's sturdy, with a golden shield-like emblem on the lid. He thinks about Hans. Aside from the assassin Ron, Hans is the only one who isn't completely intimidated by him. Scared, yes, but not broken. He's a decent butler. With the room empty, On and Hong immediately pop up, sniffing around the box with intense curiosity. Kale unlocks the chest and lifts the lid. Inside are the tools for his mission. Tools to rescue a poor, tortured soul and to make a certain noble's life a living nightmare. But most importantly, tools to make sure he himself doesn't get hurt. A sly, confident smile spreads across his face. He remembers his meeting with Belos back at the tea shop. Belos had asked what he planned to do with such strange items. Kale, of course, told him it was none of his business. The merchant agreed, but noted that buying everything on the list would be extremely expensive. That's when Kale asked if he could rent them instead. Belos had laughed, saying that was definitely an option. But there was a catch. 2 of the items were so rare, Belos had to rent them under his own name. This meant Kale would have to return them in person once they reached the capital. Kale simply agreed. Sure. Back in the present, Kale pulls a small black orb from the box. On immediately starts pawing at it. Kale holds it up. It's a mana disturbance tool. He tells the wide-eyed kittens that the orb itself is worth nearly 1 billion gallons. He adds that just to rent it for a few days costs 20 million. The kittens look like they're about to faint. When activated, it disrupts the flow of mana in the area, disabling all magic tools. The catch? It has to be installed 27 hours in advance, and it only works for 40 minutes. It's an incredibly expensive piece of tech. But what Kale likes most is that it's durable and won't break easily. He rolls the orb across the floor, and the kittens start batting it around. Then he gets down to business. "You two know how to read a map, right?" An puffs out her chest. "Of course. We were potential successors to our tribe, you know." Hong quickly chimes in. "My sister is right." Kale unrolls a large map on the floor. He points to a spot. "We're here. You see this mountain?" He explains that Venyan's villa is just east of the village. "Do not go near it," he warns. "You cannot get caught." "There's a cave behind the villa," he continues. "Something is being tortured in there. We're going to rescue him." Hom's ears perk up. "Him?" Kale nods. "Yes, and he's even younger than you." Hong is shocked. "Younger than me?" Kal's voice is grim. "Yes, he's 4 years old." On asks if they're really going to save him. "Save?" Kal clarifies. "Let's just say I'm going to help him get out. He wants no part of the responsibility that comes with being a hero. He hands on a small pouch containing the orb. Your mission is simple. Stay in your cat forms, go to that mountain, and bury this without anyone seeing you. On takes the pouch in her mouth. Where should we bury it? Kale looks out the window at the dark mountain looming in the distance. Anywhere. When they look at him in surprise, he just nods. Yes. The kittens exchange a confident look. This is easy, An declares. We managed to escape from our own tribe's elders. Kale nods. He knew they could do it. He wouldn't ask anyone useless to handle something this important. As a final piece of motivation, he makes a promise. When you get back safely, I'll buy you as much beef as you can eat. Their eyes light up and their tails start wagging uncontrollably. With their mission clear, An and Hong leap from the window, disappearing into the twilight like two tiny shadows. Kale watches them go, a calculating smile on his face. The first piece of his plan is now in motion. To move a hero, you don't offer rewards, you offer a rescue. And Kale knows exactly how to play his hand. He takes a casual sip of lemonade, sitting across from the silent hero. So, he begins, as if making small talk. What's on your mind? Choi Han doesn't answer right away. Kale leans back, looking completely at ease, before dropping the real question. Have you ever seen a dragon? Choi Han looks up, surprised. A dragon? Kale nods. After a moment, Choi Han says he's seen something similar once. Kale has to stop himself from scoffing. He knows Choi Han is thinking of the lizard-like monsters from the dark forest, nothing like a real dragon. When Callie asks what it was like, Choi Han's face grows serious. He describes it as a pure monster, in both appearance and strength. Kale crosses his arms, his expression unreadable. Then you have not seen a dragon, he states plainly. Choi Han is clearly confused. Excuse me? Kale's tone shifts, becoming more serious. He explains that dragons are like people. In fact, dragons, beast people, dwarves, elves, they're all the same as humans. They all have emotions. They all have lives. He leans in, his voice lowering as he begins to spin his tale. He tells Choi Han about a creature trapped in darkness since birth, a creature that has never once seen the sun. He looks Choi Han directly in the eyes, the hook now set. What kind of life do you think it's having? The question hangs in the air, heavy and loaded. Kale continues, painting a horrific picture of a being in chains, forced to become a mindless beast. It's been tortured every single day, completely alone, with no family to turn to. As Choi Han listens, his expression hardens. The casual mood is gone, replaced by a cold, simmering rage. He understands this story all too well. Kale watches him, knowing his words hit their mark. A good person like Choi Han could never ignore such cruelty. The first part of his plan is a success. He takes another sip of his drink, letting the silence build. Then he delivers the final blow. Ah! And that existence is nearby. The air in the room grows thick. Choi Han is trembling with anger. Kale knew it. This isn't just about justice for Choi Han. This kind of story is deeply personal. Choi Han looks up, his eyes sharp. He asks if Kale plans to save the creature, and then try to tame it. Kale's reaction is immediate and genuine. Are you crazy? He blurts out. He explains that a dragon abused by humans would never serve another one. It would be filled with nothing but pure hatred. He stands up, continuing his point. Dragons are born arrogant, believing themselves to be above all other creatures. The very idea of taming one is ridiculous. But his real reason is much simpler. If he were to actually raise a dragon, Daki, it would be a massive pain. He can just feel it. He'd be dragged into all sorts of trouble. There are less than 20 dragons left in the entire world. Raising one would make him the center of attention. It's the exact opposite of the quiet, peaceful life he craves. Then what? Choi Han asks. Kale just laughs. Isn't it obvious? A dragon should live like a dragon. Free. A flicker of understanding crosses Choi Han's face. I see. Now that they're on the same page, Choi Han cuts to the chase. So, we're saving that dragon? Kale gets up from his chair. Yes, and I need your help. Choi Han's eyes light up. He clenches his fists, promising to do absolutely anything to help. He is 100% in. Kale waves him off. No need to go that far. We're not killing anyone if we can help it. We're going to do this quietly. With the serious business done, Kale's demeanor flips like a switch. Now, go tell Ron to get some alcohol ready downstairs. Choi Han starts to question him, but Kale is already on his way out the door, and just like that, the performance begins. Kale heads down to the inn's common room, ready to put on a show. He finds Hans fawning over An and Hong, addressing them respectfully as kittens Nim. Bottle in hand, Kale gets right into character, acting tipsy as he starts to drink. Hans whispers to Choi Han, worriedly asking if it's really okay for the young master to drink so much. Choi Han reassures him with a confident, "Yes." Hans laughs, relieved. As long as Kale doesn't start throwing bottles again, he figures everything is fine. Kale loudly praises the innkeeper, shouting that the local liquor is surprisingly good. Slurring his words, Kale asks if they have a lot of it. When the owner says yes, that's all the encouragement he needs. He throws his arms wide and yells for the owner to bring more for everyone. A nearby soldier tries to politely refuse, but Kale isn't having it. He gets right in the soldier's face. "Just drink. I said drink, got it?" The man is completely intimidated into silence. Finally, Kale stumbles, pretending he can't stand. He calls for Choi Han to help him upstairs to rest. The vice captain rushes over to help, but Choi Han is already there, telling everyone else to stay and enjoy themselves. Leaning heavily on Choi Han, Kale tells the knights to relax and enjoy the free drinks. "I'm tired, bye," he slurs, ordering them not to follow. Choi Han practically carries the wasted Kale up the stairs, leaving everyone behind in the lively tavern. The alibi is now perfectly set, but as they go, one pair of cold, calculating eyes follows them. Ron, the terrifying butler, is not fooled. Kale expected this. To avoid any trouble later, he decided it was better to give the old assassin a heads up. As they pass by, he turns his head. He looks straight at Ron. "Ron, I'm going out to play." He winks. "It's a secret, got it?" Ron just bows. "I will be waiting." Kale shoots back. "Don't wait," and continues up the stairs. With that tense moment over, they finally reach the second floor. Kale loudly announces to Hans and Ron that he's going to rest and is not to be disturbed. He gives them a sharp glare, a silent threat about what happens when his sleep is interrupted. Hans just beams, wishing him a good rest and adding that Ron will stand guard outside the door. Perfect. Kale has just been given a guard for his empty room. Inside, the act is over. Kale stands up straight and tells Choi Han he can go now. As Choi Han heads for the door, Kale gives one last instruction. "Use the window to come back." The door clicks shut, leaving Kale alone in the quiet room. The plan is in motion. Outside, perched by another window, An and Hong exchange a look. Hong seems to ask, "Is it time?" The stealth team is ready. A moment later, a figure slips silently through Kale's window. It's Choi Han, back as ordered. The rescue is about to begin. The stage is set. The hero is on board. Under the cover of darkness, the operation begins. Choi Han slips back into the room, his eyes burning with resolve. Kale turns, holding up a set of dark, hooded clothes. "You should wear this too," he says, tossing the outfit to Choi Han. "It's time to suit up." Choi Han looks down at the strange uniform, confused. Kale is already dressed in his, a mask covering his face. He looks less like a noble and more like a shadow. "What is this?" Choi Han asks. Kale explains that it's the uniform of a secret organization, one he knows from the novel that Choi Han will encounter again and again. He had it specially made, a crude copy, but convincing enough from a distance. All anyone will remember is the star pattern on the chest. It's the perfect disguise to frame someone else for tonight's work. As they finish dressing, Choi Han asks hesitantly, "Are we doing something bad?" Kale turns, a sharp glint in his eye. "Yes," he confirms, "we're doing something very bad to Venyan." That's all Choi Han needs to hear. To him, any bad deed done to a monster like Venyan is an act of justice. He holds out his hand for the uniform. "Please give it to me." With that settled, Kale gestures to the two kittens on the bed, casually mentioning they're from the cat tribe. "Beast people." He gives a quick introduction. "This is Choi Han, that's An, and that's Hong." With a tilt of their heads, the introductions are complete. The team is assembled. Kale gives the final order. "Everybody, get ready." Under the moonlight, the team moves silently through the trees. Kale pulls out a golden pocket watch, checking the time. Exactly 1 in the morning, the dead of night, when the guards are at their most tired. The plan is perfectly on schedule. Kale looks ahead, his gaze sharp. Let's go. The team takes off, a blur of black, moving through the dark forest toward the mountain villa. They move like ghosts, leaping through the trees with unnatural speed and silence. Kale does a quick mental systems check. The voice changer in his mask works. The mana disturbance tool is jamming all magical alarms. Everything is going according to plan. As they approach the villa, they hit the first line of guards. One spots them and cries out, but it's already too late. The leader charges forward, sword raised, demanding to know who they are. But before he can finish his sentence, there's a flash of steel. The guard lets out a choked sound as Choi Han moves past him in an instant. A single, precise strike to the back of the neck, and the guard collapses without a sound. Choi Han stands over the unconscious bodies, his work done in a heartbeat. The remaining guards start shouting in confusion. From the back, Kale gives a single, quiet command. Fog. On leaps into action, and a thick, white mist explodes from her, spreading through the trees. The guards panic, their vision completely gone. What is this? Where did this fog come from? One of them spins around wildly, completely lost. A small figure with glowing red eyes appears in the mist behind him. It's Hong, ready to strike. Kale gives his next order to Choi Han. Cover. Choi Han becomes a blur in the fog, his blade moving with deadly precision. The guards swing wildly at shadows, shouting for their comrades. One by one, they fall, knocked out cold. A guard stares in disbelief as his entire squad is taken down in seconds. He can't believe it. The figure standing over his fallen men, it moves like a true swordmaster. But before he can even react, Choi Han is upon him. Kale watches calmly from a distance, 1 hit per person. Choi Han's efficiency is almost terrifying. The last guard standing swings his sword wildly, screaming. Choi Han blocks the strike with ease. So loud, he mutters, clearly annoyed by the noise. With a final, silent command, Kale tells Choi Han, I leave it to you. He and the kittens have to keep moving. Kale walks right past the fight, trusting Choi Han to clean up. He has a more important destination. Choi Han plants his sword in the ground. Nobody passes this point, he declares, holding the line. Further up the path, a lone knight guards the entrance to a cave, frantically trying to use a magic communication device. Why isn't it working? The mana jammer is doing its job. He turns as he hears footsteps, his face pale with fear. He sees Kale's hooded figure and stammers, Don't come any closer. Kale knows exactly what this man is. He's not just a guard, he's a living bomb, one of Venyan's sick insurance policies. A strong enough attack would set him off, destroying the entire cave. A wave of unstable energy radiates from the cave entrance. This complicates things. If that guard explodes, Kale goes with him. The knight screams for him to stay back, but his words are cut short as he suddenly chokes, grabbing at his throat. He realizes with horror it's poison. Hong's paralytic poison works instantly. The guard collapses, neutralized without a single blow. Kale calmly walks up to the fallen man. He reaches down and plucks a single, old-fashioned key from his belt. He holds it up. This is the key. An and Hong appear at his feet. He looks down at them. Good work. Brute force would have been a disaster. Their stealth was the perfect solution. Kale steps into the dark, damp cave, lit only by a few flickering candles. He walks deeper inside, the kittens right behind him, until he reaches a large iron gate. And there it is. Curled on the cold stone floor, chained and covered in wounds, is a small black dragon. A faint blue light glows from its chest. It's just a child, beaten and broken. Kale looks at the sleeping creature, his expression hidden. With a voice altered by his mask, he speaks a single word. Hey, this is the creature Kale risked everything for. A young dragon, no bigger than a child, broken and bleeding on the cold stone floor. Kale stands over it, his face grim. The metallic smell of blood hangs heavy in the air. This isn't a cell, it's a dungeon. He steps closer, his altered voice cutting through the silence. Hey! He needs to know if it's even conscious. The dragon stirs, its small body trembling. It's alive, but just barely. Kale turns away. It's time to get it out of this hellhole. Slowly, the dragon lifts its head. Its bright blue eyes, filled with pain, fear, and a spark of pure defiance, lock onto Kale. Kale crouches down, meeting its gaze. He can see it in those eyes. This dragon hasn't given up, not even after all this. Meanwhile, On and Home approach the paralyzed torturer. Just as they expect their backup to arrive, they hear footsteps and tense up, ready. Back in the cell, Kale carefully scoops the dragon into his arms. It's surprisingly light, and so weak it can barely struggle. He gently places it on the ground, and it curls into a tight ball, trying to protect itself. On and Hong approach, their faces full of pity. "It looks like it hurts a lot," On whispers. Hong just adds sadly, "How sad?" The dragon glares at them, its gaze still fierce. Kale tells the kittens to be quiet. He already knows. He was already planning on using a potion. He's not going to let this creature suffer any longer than it has to. But first, he points to the spiked collar around its neck. "We have to get rid of that mana restriction choker. Otherwise, the potion won't work properly." Kale looks around the grim cell, searching for a way to break the collar. As he moves, his foot kicks a loose chain, and the loud clatter makes the dragon flinch violently. It lets out a low growl, baring its teeth. It's been conditioned to expect pain with every sudden noise. Kale ignores it for now and turns his attention to the wall. He remembers from the novel that Venian had a secret escape route built in, a hidden passage that not even the torturer knew existed. According to the book, if he follows the wall, he'll find a section that's perfectly smooth. And there it is. This is the spot. All he needs now is a bit of force to break it open. Just then, Choi Han appears behind him. "All done?" Kale asks. "Yes," Choi Han confirms. "The area is secure." Choi Han's eyes land on the small, wounded dragon. He's surprised by its size, his gaze filled with pity. The dragon looks back at this powerful newcomer with caution. For a moment, it's quiet. The hero and the dragon he was meant to meet under much more violent circumstances. Kale calls his name, and Choi Han reports that he followed orders, only disabling those who fought back. "Good," Kale nods. Kale points to the smooth part of the wall. "Punch here," he orders. Choi Han, taking him literally, asks if he should use all his strength. Kale gives him an exasperated look. "Are you trying to bring the whole cave down on us?" he clarifies. "Just pretend you're punching through a wall that's about 10 centimeters thick. Basically, hit it, but go easy." Kale sighs. The fact that he can't even imagine what a light punch from Choi Han looks like is a problem in itself. Choi Han winds up and throws a punch. A massive wave of energy erupts from his fist, shattering the wall with a deafening boom. A gaping hole now stands where the wall used to be. On and Hong just whisper, "Wow!" Kale, cradling the dragon, doesn't even flinch. Their escape route is open. Choi Han lights a torch, illuminating the dark tunnel ahead. With the kittens on his shoulders, Choi Han says, "Let's go." Kale, holding the dragon, follows him into the darkness. After a long walk, they emerge into the cool night air, far from the villa. Kale stands under the moonlight, holding the small creature. For the first time in its 4 years of life, it's outside. He sets the dragon down on the soft grass. It just looks around, its blue eyes wide as it takes in the night sky. It continues to stare at Kale with a suspicious, unblinking gaze. Annoyed, Kale tells it to stop. He's just helping it out. He figures an attitude this stubborn is probably why Venian kept at it for 4 years. But as he thinks this, he realizes he actually admires the dragon's spirit. It reminds him of his past self, Kim Rok-soo. But where he had given up, this little dragon never broke. He calls out to it again. "Hey!" The dragon flinches, expecting a blow. Kale pulls out a pair of large shears. "It's time to get that collar off." As he approaches, the kittens on Choi Han's shoulders let out a worried cry. The dragon sees the sharp blades coming toward its neck. It lets out a terrified gasp and squeezes its eyes shut. With a single, clean cut, the mana-restricting collar falls away, clattering onto the grass. The dragon opens its eyes, feeling a rush of its own power returning for the first time. Blue sparks of mana crackle around the broken collar as the seal is finally broken. It looks up at Kale, its expression a mix of shock, confusion, and maybe, just maybe, a tiny flicker of hope. Kale looks down at the freed dragon. His part in this is nearly over. Now, its future is up to the dragon itself. He turns and hands the broken collar to Choi Han, warning him to use gloves. The mana restriction is still active. making it a dangerous piece of magic. Choi Han carefully takes the collar as the small dragon watches their every move, still silent, still wary. Kale pulls out a bottle of red liquid, a high-grade potion. He crouches down, muttering about how much money he's wasting on this rescue. As his gloved hand reaches for its jaw, the dragon flinches hard, its eyes wide with panic. A memory flashes. Another gloved hand, its torturer, prying its mouth open. It braces for pain. But instead of a blade, the cool glass of a bottle is pressed to its lips, and Kale forces the potion down its throat. He pulls back, holding the empty bottle. "So, you better heal properly, you foolish punk. It's the closest this strange human has come to showing concern." The effect is instantaneous. A brilliant blue light erupts from the dragon's body, enveloping it in a warm, healing glow. Its wounds vanish, the scars fade, and its scales regain their healthy, dark sheen. It floats in the air for a moment, renewed and whole, its power returning. Kale just watches, his expression hidden. As it settles back onto the grass, the dragon looks at its own healed body, then back at Kale. "Hey," Kale says calmly. He gets straight to the point. "What do you want to do now? You're a dragon. You can speak. Give me an answer." The question hangs in the air, a question the dragon has never been allowed to ask itself. What do you do when you're finally free? The dragon hesitates, its mouth opening slightly. After a lifetime in a cage, the idea of choice is overwhelming. Finally, it finds its voice, small but firm. "I'll live." A simple, powerful declaration. "I'll leave this place," it continues, "and I won't be tamed." Kale nods without hesitation. "Then do that. You're a dragon. Lie freely." But the dragon's trust is completely shattered. It growls, its voice rising in disbelief. "Stop lying! Humans always lie!" it shrieks. From the side, Choi Han calmly agrees. "That's true! I'm a pretty good liar myself." Kale ignores him, his focus on the dragon. "Still," he says, his voice steady, "you should live the way you want to." The dragon looks up, stunned into silence by this human's strange persistence. For the first time, Kale's mask slips, and a small, genuine smile touches his lips. Freely. With that, his part is done. He turns to leave. The mission is over. He thinks to himself that this is good enough. He freed the dragon, messed with Venyan, and saved the village from a future disaster. But most importantly, he doesn't have to be responsible for it. As the group walks away, the little dragon just sits there, watching them go, completely bewildered. It speaks to itself, reaffirming the only truth it's ever known. "I hate humans. Humans are, evil." But for the first time, there's a flicker of doubt. As they walk, Hong whispers to his sister, "I bet he's going to follow us." On agrees. "Yup, I think so too." "Does that mean we'll get a younger brother?" Kale overhears them and just laughs. That's nonsense. He explains that dragons are too prideful to follow a human, especially one they have every reason to hate. There's no way it would stick around. The kittens look disappointed. "Oh, I guess not then." Kale gives them a new task. Go retrieve the expensive mana disturbance orb they buried earlier. He then turns to Choi Han and puts a hand on his shoulder. "Good job today." He knows this was an important moment for the hero. The bandit fight was about protecting. This was about saving. A subtle but crucial difference. Choi Han looks at him, a question in his eyes. "Kale Lim, what will you do," he asks, "if the dragon follows you?" Kale's face stiffens. It's the one outcome he refuses to even consider. "That'll never happen," he snaps. But Choi Han presses. "But what if? What if it does?" Kale pauses. The thought of being responsible for a dragon is the exact opposite of the slacker life he's fighting for. He turns and walks away, brushing it off. "I don't waste time on what-ifs." He looks annoyed, but it's clear the question has gotten under his skin. "Yeah," he mutters to himself. "There's no way." Back at the inn, Kale is snuck back into his room. The mission is officially over. He's fast asleep, finally getting the rest he's been craving, believing he's free of all responsibility. But outside his window, a faint green glow appears as mana gathers in the night air. A small, shadowy figure floats silently into the room, its presence completely unnoticed. It hovers right over Kale's bed, its bright blue eyes fixed on him. The dragon is back, and Kale's responsibilities, it seems, are just beginning, the morning after the heist. Kale sits across from Choi Han, nursing a headache and regretting every decision that led to this moment. He sets down a mug of ice water, the clinking sound echoing in his skull. The price of a perfect alibi, he thinks, is a killer hangover. Kale gets straight to business, asking Choi Han if he took care of everything. Choi Han confirms he erased their tracks and laid a false trail, just as instructed. "Well done," Kale nods. With that settled, Choi Han brings up their travel plans, asking if the next city is the midpoint where they'll part ways. Kale confirms it, pointing to Puzzle City on the map. It's where he plans to finally send the hero on his way. He explains that from here on the road is good and they should reach the capital soon. Choi Han looks towards the closet, a thoughtful expression on his face. Kale Nim. He says that on his way back, he checked on the Viscount's villa. And, Kale asks, waiting for the report. Choi Han describes a scene of total chaos, with soldiers swarming the area and reports already being sent out. Kale isn't surprised. That was expected, but Choi Han isn't finished. He tells Kale that a part of the secret escape tunnel they used was completely blown up. His eyes are wide as he describes the scene. The trees, the ground, everything around the exit obliterated by a massive explosion. The kittens, listening in, gasp in shock. Kale, however, is completely calm. He knew exactly who was responsible. "The dragon did it," he says, with absolute certainty. Choi Han and the kittens can only stare in disbelief. Kale explains that the dragon was smart enough to destroy the escape route to cover its tracks, and likely vaporized any magic tools in the area as well. It was a perfect sweep. Even at just 4 years old, that dragon is incredibly intelligent. It didn't just escape, it erased itself from existence. Choi Han admits he felt a strong surge of mana in the area. Kale warns him not to underestimate the dragon, then waves a dismissive hand. "Since you're done, get out." As Choi Han gets up to leave, he asks if Kale is just going to sleep all day. "No," Choi Han says, "I'm going to help Crocs." Kale raises an eyebrow, a teasing smirk on his face. "Oh, are you too close now?" Choi Han immediately gets flustered, his face hardening. "No, we are not close at all," he insists, a little too forcefully. Kale watches him go, thinking he's never seen that kind of expression on the hero's face before. Just as Choi Han leaves, Kale calls out, "Tell Hans to bring some drinks on your way out." Choi Han stops, confused. "Huh?" Kale leans back, looking every bit the trashy noble. "Haven't you ever heard of a hangover drink?" He notices Choi Han isn't going downstairs, but up. Strange. A moment later, Choi Han is back, ready to escort him. It seems Kale won't be drinking alone. Downstairs, Kale spots one of Venyan's knights, the same one Choi Han had knocked out just last night, looking perfectly fine. Choi Han follows his gaze and stiffens. "What's wrong?" Kale asks. Choi Han explains that he thought he hit them hard enough to be out for at least a day. He says it with genuine curiosity, as if observing an experiment. "I must have underestimated how durable humans are." Then, with a determined sparkle in his eye, he clenches his fist. "I guess I can use more strength next time." Kale just watches him, thinking this guy is a terrifyingly pure hero. Kale takes a seat at a long table, waiting for his hangover drink. The innkeeper approaches with a bottle of the same alcohol from last night. Kale stops him. "Every time I see you, I'm reminded of something." He leans in with a sly grin. "You're a very smart vendor. That's a compliment." He grabs the bottle, declaring it perfect for the morning. Just then, the vice captain of his escort approaches, confirming their alibi. Everyone was in the inn all night, but he's confused why the Viscount's men were asking. The knight Choi Han had knocked out cheerfully explains that a thief broke into the villa, and they were just checking if the Count's son had lost anything as well. Kale takes a long swig from the bottle. A thief, he thinks? Then again, he did steal a dragon, so technically he is a thief. He slams the bottle on the table, startling the knights. "What are you looking at?" He glares, putting on his best trashy act. The vice captain quickly explains to the other knight that the young master just functions better with a morning drink. He adds that Kale is the type to cure a hangover by drinking even more. The knight just calls him interesting. With a final safe trip, the knight finally leaves them alone. Kale relaxes slightly. His performance should be enough to erase any suspicion. After all, who would suspect the noble known as Trash of pulling off such a calculated heist? He's confident that even Venyan won't connect him to a secret organization with a star pattern, the perfect scapegoat. With the coast clear, Kale drops the act. "Ron," he calls out. The old butler appears instantly. Kale orders some lemon honey tea for his hangover. Ron just bows and accepts the order. Kale takes a sip of tea, a satisfied look on his face. He thinks about the false trail leading west. He imagines Vinyan Stan, furious and frustrated, finding nothing at the end of it. "You must be pretty ticked off by now," he thinks, savoring the small victory. The perfect crime. Or so he thinks. This is a paid promotion. While Kale thinks he's closed the book on the Stan family, another chapter is just beginning. This is Taylor Stan. He was the eldest son, a good man destined to lead. But his future was stolen by his younger brother, Venyan, who left him paralyzed and discarded by his own family. Desperate, Taylor searched through countless ancient texts for a miracle, but every book was a dead end. But when you've hit rock bottom, the only way to go is up. By pure chance, he found a small clue in a dusty, forgotten book. 2 words stood out, giving him his first real glimmer of hope: restoration and rock tower. It was all he needed, a single thread of hope to follow on a desperate journey. Meanwhile, Kale and his group are back on the road, blissfully unaware of the other players in this game. Inside the carriage, An asks if they'll be camping out for the night. Kale confirms it. They'll be sleeping outside for a few nights on their way to the next city. He explains they need to hurry to have enough time in Puzzle City. He has business there. He thinks to himself that there's another ancient power waiting there, just like his shield. It's called the vitality of the heart. The very same power that Taylor Stan is so desperately seeking. Kale feels a little guilty about stealing Taylor's last hope, but he knows he'll need the power for the trouble waiting in the capital. But Kale knows something Taylor doesn't. The power can prevent injuries, but it can't heal old ones. It's useless for Taylor's legs. In the original story, Taylor finds the power only to fall into a deeper despair. In a strange way, Kale is saving him from that tragic fate. The heavy mood is broken by An's cheerful voice. She tells him she heard from Hans, that if you make a wish at the rock tower in Puzzle City, it'll come true. Both kittens are vibrating with excitement, saying they really, really want to go. Suddenly, a tiny, invisible thought seems to float into the air. "I wish for our youngest brother to travel with us." Before the thought can even finish, Kale says out loud, "Rejected." The kittens let out a sad little sigh. Kale just ignores them, determined to keep his life dragon-free. That evening, the group sets up camp for the night. After a long day, everyone is exhausted. The next morning, however, they wake up to a surprise. A freshly killed deer is lying in the middle of their camp. Hans is baffled, but Kale already has a sinking feeling. He looks down and sees 2 crude drawings in the dirt, a human hand and a deer hoof. A gift. From someone who can't write, but can clearly understand them. And Choi Han, who was on watch, is pretending he saw nothing. There's only one culprit. It's that dragon, isn't it? Deciding to ignore it, Kale tells everyone to pretend they saw nothing. But at the next campsite, another gift is waiting for them. This time, a wolf. And at the next, a rabbit. And the next, a boar. And the next, and the next. And the next, Kale is at his wit's end. "So stubborn," he mutters. He just hopes the dragon won't try to follow them inside the city walls. Choi Han, however, finds it adorable, calling the dragon an innocent child. Kale scoffs. That innocent child blew up a mountain without a second thought. Kale sighs. He was hoping the dragon would get its revenge on the Stan family. That would have made his own territory much safer. But no, instead of revenge, it's following him around, leaving him dead animals. Finally, they arrive. The carriage rolls into the bustling streets of Puzzle City. The kittens press against the window, their eyes wide with wonder. Wow! Every house has a rock tower. Kale just watches them, his expression one of pure exhaustion. Hans leads them to an inn, and Kale, ever the pragmatist, asks if this is where they're staying. Hans beams, explaining he got a great deal because they arrived just before the Rock Tower Festival. Hans declares that he knows the reason for the festival's name. He spreads his arms dramatically, announcing it's a very sad story passed down through the ages. "If it's long, I don't want to hear it," Kale cuts him off. Hans stammers, trying to get his attention back. He leans in, lowering his voice to a whisper. The legend, he says, happened in ancient times. Kale stops. Ancient times? That gets his attention. He picks up a glass and gestures for Hans to continue. Seeing he has his audience, Hans launches into the story. He explains that Puzzle City supposedly fell out of the grace of a god in the past. Kale's eyes widen slightly. This is the first he's hearing of this, a city that lost a god's favor. A perfect hiding place for an ancient power. The city's famous tower suddenly seems a lot more interesting. This is a paid promotion. A city abandoned by a god. The words hang in the air and Kale's casual interest sharpens into focus. This was never mentioned in the novel. This is the first I'm hearing of it, Kale admits. Hans cheekily points out that it's probably because Kale never studied history. Kale just mutters for him to get on with it. Hans puffs out his chest with pride, declaring it's a butler's duty to inform his master of things they don't know. He gets into storyteller mode, explaining that no one knows why the city fell out of the god's favor. But it was around that time the people started stacking rocks into towers, a silent, hopeful prayer to themselves. Kale leans back, intrigued. And did their hope come true? Hans gives a small, sad smile. No! Apparently, none of their prayers were answered. And that, Hans explains, is why you won't find a single temple in the entire city. Kale puts it together. If a god abandons you, why would you worship them? Hans starts to praise his quick thinking, but Kale just tells him to stop. Hans continues, explaining that the towers represent a promise. Kale leans in. What kind of promise? With a dramatic snap, Hans reveals the city's unique tradition. When a person's wish is granted, they destroy their own rock tower. A slow grin spreads across Kale's face. What an interesting city. He gets it now. The people here don't rely on gods. They rely on their own strength. Destroying the tower isn't an act of disrespect. It's a symbol of overcoming the odds. Kale clarifies his understanding. So, the towers aren't for seeking help, but a symbol of their own determination. Hans agrees. It's a sad story of abandonment, but it's also one of incredible hope. Hans, Kale calls out. The butler immediately perks up. Yes, look down, Kale says. Hans glances at the floor, confused. And there they are. On and Hong glaring up at him with pure, unadulterated anger. They look absolutely furious. Hans immediately panics, fawning over them. Oh dear, why are our kittens so angry? He asks, frantically offering them jerky. Kale sighs. He remembers Hans telling the kittens that making a wish at a rock tower makes it come true. Their hopes have just been crushed. Completely missing the point, Hans asks Kale if he can leave for a bit to get them a treat. You don't even have to come back, Kale says flatly. Ignoring him, Hans scurries out of the room, with two very angry kittens right on his heels. With the room finally quiet, Kale dismisses his other butler. Ron, you can go rest now. But Ron doesn't leave. Instead, he asks if Choi Han is really leaving in 2 days. Kale confirms it. Kale gives him a teasing look. What's wrong? Sad to see him go. Do you want to go with him? Ron gives him a smile that doesn't reach his eyes, promising he could never leave the young master's side. It sends a literal chill down Kale's spine. Ron admits he just thought it would be better if Choi Han came with them, adding that his son, B. Crocs, would also be disappointed. Kale just laughs, finally revealing his true plan. He tells Ron they'll all meet up again in the capital and then travel to Rosalind's kingdom together. Isn't that great? Ron just repeats the word great, his expression unreadable, before saying he looks forward to it. He gives a benign, grandfatherly smile. This old man only wishes for everyone to arrive safely. Kale scoffs. As if I'd believe that. He knows it's an act. He waves a hand, dismissing the old assassin. You can leave now. As Ron finally leaves, the room falls silent. But the silence is immediately broken by the sound of wailing. On and Hong are back, tears streaming down their faces. Liar! Hans is a big fat liar. As they cry, the pieces of the puzzle click together in Kale's mind. The legend, the city abandoned by a god, the man who built the first tower. He remembers a key detail from the novel. That man lived to be 150 years old. And an ancient power is something left behind when its owner dies of natural causes. The vitality of the heart. That man, who lived an unnaturally long life, believed his power was a curse. Kale suddenly stands up, a look of fierce determination on his face. The kittens stop crying, startled. Just then, Hans bursts back into the room with an armful of jerky, screaming as he nearly runs into his master. He looks up from the floor, completely confused. Kale-nim? Kale adjusts his jacket, his mind made up. "Let's go see the rock tower," he announces. He clarifies that it will just be him, Choi Han, and the kittens. On, and Hong's ears immediately perk up, their tears forgotten. Hans, still on the floor, remembers another part of the legend. The man who lived to be 150 had wanted to build his tower in a place where the wind gathered, but he was never able to finish it. Kale pats him on the shoulder. "Get prepared! A place with strong winds." That's the final clue. Kale couldn't care less what that man was praying for. But he is very interested in the power he left behind. A confident smirk plays on his lips. He's not going sightseeing. He's going on a hunt. Might as well make it look awesome if I'm going to build one. The central plaza of Puzzle City is a strange sight. A wide, open space filled with hundreds of small rock towers, each one a silent wish. For Kale, it's just the next stop on his list. But Destiny has a funny way of putting all the key players on the same stage. Kale squints against the bright sun, a little annoyed by the heat. As his group walks further into the plaza, his gaze sweeps across the crowd, taking it all in. And then he spots them. A man sitting in a wheelchair looking out over the towers. Kale's eyes narrow slightly. So, he's still here. It's Taylor, the eldest son of the Marquis Stan family, and with him is the priestess, Cage, the very people Kale needs to beat to his prize. This was part of the plan, of course. He needed to see their faces for himself, to know who he was up against. Now that he has, the first step is complete. Across the plaza, Taylor turns to his companion, asking why she insisted they come to this exact spot. Cage lets out a tired sigh. She explains that for the past few nights, her god has been sending her the same ridiculous dream. A message that their future benefactor would appear right here, and that they needed to hurry. The weirdest part? Even the god had no idea what this person was going to do. Taylor looks surprised. A person whose actions even a god couldn't predict? That sounded almost impossible. Cage just shrugs, dismissing it as more divine nonsense. She trusts about half of what her god says anyway. Taylor gently reminds her that she shouldn't speak that way about a god's word. He also points out that she's supposed to be keeping her ability to hear the god a secret in the first place. She couldn't care less. They're in Puzzle City, a place the gods themselves abandoned. A divine word can't fill their stomachs, and she seriously doubts anyone would go out of their way to help two people in their situation. Changing the subject, she groans that she's hungry and wants to find somewhere to eat. Taylor just looks at her, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Suddenly, he announces that he feels like having a cold beer. Cage's eyes immediately light up. "Really?" she asks, adding that she's been craving some smoked pork. Taylor agrees it's a perfect combination. "Let's go," he says. "It's on me." Cage cheers, promising to escort him with the utmost sincerity. With a renewed energy, she begins pushing his wheelchair, the two of them heading off to find their meal. Kale watches them leave, committing their faces to memory. His plan is simple. Since they have no idea who he is, all he needs to do is stay out of their way. But just then, his butler Hans rushes over. "Young Master Kale," Hans whispers, "I just saw the eldest son of the Marquis Stan family." Kale's expression remains perfectly neutral. He calmly asks how Hans recognized him. Hans taps his head proudly, declaring that all the information on the nobles is stored right inside his brain. He explains that he saw the red snake crest of the Marquis on the wheelchair and knew immediately who it was. Kale gives him a dry, backhanded compliment. "Hans, you're quite competent, despite being incompetent." Hans simply asks what their next move is. Kale takes a moment considering his options. His decision is swift and perfectly in character. Ignore them. With that settled, the group continues on. Kale looks out at the field of stone towers, thoroughly unimpressed. He asks if this is really the place, noting how unexpectedly normal it all looks. He wasn't expecting some grand, ancient ruin, but this was just a field of rocks. He can't help but feel a little disappointed. Even the kittens seem to agree, one of them muttering that it isn't very pretty. Suddenly, Kale notices Choi Han walking slowly towards one of the towers. He watches him go, a thought crossing his mind. Is he actually going to make a wish? Choi Han stops before a pile of stones, bowing his head in quiet thought. Kale already knows what he's wishing for. He's asking to go home. It's the core difference between them. Choi Han came from a happy family, while he, Kim Rok-soo, never really had one. It was those warm memories of love and belonging that gave Choi Han the strength to endure decades of solitude in that dark forest. Choi Han turns back to face him. Kalanim, he begins. I have a question and a report to make. Kale gets an immediate bad feeling about this. Let's hear the question first, he says. Choi Han looks at him with sincere curiosity. Aren't you going to make a wish, Kale-nim? Kale just stares back, annoyed that that was his big question. No, I don't make wishes, Kale states flatly. Choi Han asks him why not. Kale explains his simple philosophy, making a wish only leads to having expectations. And it's much more comfortable, he adds, to live life without any expectations. He uses an analogy. If you scratch a lottery ticket hoping for a small prize and you get it, you feel good. But if you expect to win the jackpot and only get a small prize, you just end up feeling awful. Hans enthusiastically agrees, praising his young master's profound wisdom. Kale just tells him to stop talking and go look around some more. Hans happily leads the kittens away, leaving Kale and Choi Han alone once more. Now for the report. Choi Han's voice is low. The report I have to make is, the dragon has entered the city. Kale doesn't even flinch. He just looks tired. Turning away, he says, just pretend you don't notice it. Choi Han quietly agrees. Internally, however, Kale is absolutely furious. His eye twitches in irritation. That little dragon, he actually followed him all the way here? But there's no time to dwell on it. He has a mission to complete. Kale's expression hardens with resolve. Let's go. He sets off with a renewed sense of purpose, ready to claim what he came for. Meanwhile, in another part of the plaza, a single small stone is placed carefully on the ground, and then another is balanced gently on top of it. It's the black dragon. He sits there quietly, mimicking the humans around him and building his own tiny rock tower, completely oblivious to the stress he's causing Kale. The time for observation is over. The next day, Kale sets out for his true destination, a remote grave on a windy mountain, the final resting place of the man who once held the vitality of the heart. He's made a strategic choice for this trip. I'll only be taking Choi Han with me. His logic is simple. If he brings the strongest person in the group, no one else will feel the need to tag along. He'd rather go alone, but he knows his retainers would never stand for it. Choi Han just nods in agreement. Yes, sir. Hans immediately volunteers to watch the kittens, practically bouncing with excitement. It's almost like he was expecting this all along. And with that, Kale and Choi Han leave the city, heading towards the looming mountains. As they walk, Choi Han asks what Kale has planned. Kale gives him a sideways glance, remarking that with a question like that, you'd think he causes trouble every single day. He points to a mountain in the distance. I've got business up there, he explains. I want you wait for me at the entrance. Choi Han's expression is firm, but he doesn't argue. I understand, he says. Kale appreciates that about him. Choi Han doesn't ask unnecessary questions, he just follows orders. But just as that thought crosses his mind, Choi Han stops him. Kale-nim. Kale turns, waiting. Choi Han's expression is deadly serious. I'll be departing tomorrow. Kale just scoffs. I know. I'm the one who told you to leave. Choi Han explains that before he goes, there's something important he feels he must say. Kale knows it's not about the dragon. They already dealt with that. This is something new. Okay, what is it? He asks. Choi Han hesitates for a beat, then says a single name. Mr. Ron. His eyes lock onto Kale's. He's a very dangerous man. Kale is surprised, but not for the reason Choi Han thinks. He never expected the hero to be so direct. He quickly decides to feign ignorance. Is that so? His calm reaction seems to infuriate Choi Han. Why aren't you shocked? He demands. He carries the stench of blood. He's incredibly strong and has lived a violent life. He admits that, at first, he assumed Kale already knew and just kept Ron around anyway. Kale immediately pieces it together. Choi Han must think that if Kale knew how strong Ron was, He would have brought the old butler along for the dragon rescue mission. The fact that he didn't bring Ron could only mean two things. Either Kale was completely oblivious to his butler's true nature, or he didn't trust a man who had served him for 18 years. And that, Kale realizes, is why Choi Han concluded he had no idea who Ron really was. Choi Han adds that since no one else seems aware of Ron's past, he felt it was his duty to warn him, playing his part perfectly. Kale pretends to be shocked, confirming he had no idea Ron was strong. When Choi Han asks if he'll keep such a shady person by his side, Kale dismisses the idea, revealing he plans to send Ron off with Choi Han to the capital. He then turns the tables. "You and Ron are the same," Kale's voice takes on an accusatory edge. "You're telling me Ron is strong, right? Then why haven't you done anything about him?" Choi Han is flustered for a moment before his expression shifts to quiet understanding. He already knows the answer. Kale says it for him. "That's right, because Ron hasn't done anything to you." He brushes a piece of dust from his cloak. "In any case, he's been my servant for 18 years. Kale knows Ron's position is untouchable. He's skilled, respected, and well-liked by everyone at the estate. He's the perfect servant on the surface. Kale asks him a direct question. "Do you hate Ron?" Choi Han answers honestly. "No." "Then?" Kale presses. Choi Han explains he just thought Kale should know what kind of man Ron was. Kale looks at him, his voice firm and clear. "You and Ron are both the same to me." Kale's gaze sweeps over Choi Han from head to toe. "You're also very strong," Kale says. "So doesn't that make you a dangerous person to me?" In Kale's mind, they are two sides of the same coin, powerful, dangerous tools. One is an old assassin hiding as a butler, the other a hero driven by vengeance. As long as he's my servant, that's all he is. He locks eyes with Choi Han, his voice sharp. "Just like how you're only here to pay me back." The roles are clear. Their relationship is purely transactional. With the conversation over, Kale announces it's time to go. He gives his final order. "I'm off now. Wait here, and don't follow me." Choi Han stands frozen, watching him walk away down the mountain path. But he isn't alone. A figure drops silently from a tree behind him. It's Ron! Choi Han turns. "You heard him, right?" Ron lets out a quiet, amused sound. He looks at Choi Han, a mix of pride and condescension in his eyes. "He's someone I changed diapers for and raised. He knows his young master better than anyone." Choi Han simply repeats the order. Kale Nim said not to follow him. Ron remains silent. "I know, you punk," Ron finally mutters, watching Kale disappear from view. Ron sighs. He'd followed them, worried about Kale being alone with Choi Han, but it seems it was for nothing. His young master is far more capable than he gives him credit for. Meanwhile, Kale has finally reached his destination, a small cave entrance hidden among the rocks. "Aw, seriously?" he groans. The opening is so tiny he'll have to crawl on his hands and knees to get inside. He looks down at his pristine, expensive outfit. This is the part of adventuring he truly despises. He knows his clothes are about to be completely ruined. This is it, the place where the legend of Puzzle City began. Kale steps into the darkness of the cave, ready to claim his next power. The moment he's inside, a furious wind slams into him, far stronger than he ever anticipated. It almost knocks him off his feet, and he instantly understands why Taylor never stood a chance. This isn't just a race, it's a battle against the elements. But as he braces himself, a tiny, panicked voice shrieks from behind him. "No! You'll get hurt!" Kale whips around to see the little black dragon, its eyes wide with terror. "You're extremely weak," it yells, genuinely afraid the wind will tear Kale apart. Ignoring the warning, Kale pushes forward, summoning his indestructible shield. A brilliant silver light flares to life, holding back the gale. The dragon just stares, completely baffled. "Huh." Kale glances back, flustered. "Oh, I was just passing through," he stammers, trying to play it off. He clicks his tongue in annoyance. So the dragon followed him after all. But there's no time for that. He knows the wind is at its weakest point in its 3-hour cycle. He has to get this done now. The dragon watches him go, completely bewildered. He was so sure this human was weak. Kale presses on, his silver shield deflecting wind and rock as he ventures deeper into the cave. The dragon is stunned into silence. What in the world is that power? Kale grits his teeth. The wind grows stronger with every step, but he can handle it. He focuses, shrinking the shield to concentrate its power, and pushes forward. Suddenly, a miserable, sobbing voice echoes in his mind. "I regret it." Kale's eyes narrow in irritation. "It's just like when he got the shield. The lingering will of the original owner. And this one is a real crybaby." He clicks his tongue again. "Why are all these ancient people so weird?" he groans. He has no idea how Taylor could have mistaken this constant whining for sincerity. The voice speaks again, recognizing his shield. "It is my hope that you do not receive this power," it warns. The spirit launches into a tragic monologue, wailing about how he betrayed his friends and was a terrible person for it. "I was the only one who lived to grow old. What a shameful person I was." An image of a breaking shield flashes through Kale's mind. The voice laments that he could never bring his friends back to life, which is why he couldn't finish his rock tower. To Kale, it just sounds like someone who desperately wanted to die but couldn't. As the voice sobs about its restoration power being useless trash, Kale tunes it out. He couldn't care less about the backstory. All that matters is surviving, and this power will help him do just that. 5 more steps. The wind howls, growing stronger. 1. The shield strains against the force. These ancient power owners sure do talk a lot. 2. The voice wails. Restoration is a cursed power. 3. 4. The voice cries about being afraid of pain, afraid of death. Kale just clenches his fists and pushes through the noise. And the last, 5th step. He plants his foot firmly on the ground. And just like that, the wind dies. The cave falls silent. The voice whispers its final regret that it threw everything away just to live. Kale just scoffs. Yeah, but you have to live first to do anything else." In the center of the cave, he finds it, a simple pile of rocks, the unfinished tower. He doesn't need to stack it neatly. This is too easy, he thinks, reaching for the final stone. He places it on top, completing the tower. A brilliant light erupts from the stones, flooding the cave with a warm glow. From the shadows, the little dragon can only stare in absolute wonder. The voice tells a story of fighting alongside friends and how he was the only one left in the end. The story sounds oddly familiar to Kale. The man from the legend had built this tower to turn back time, then destroyed it out of self-loathing. Kale just shrugs. Being selfish is part of being human. The voice goes quiet for a moment. "Are you done talking?" Kale asks, completely over the sob story. But the voice just starts crying again, this time about his sister. "He's driving me crazy," Kale mutters. The voice finally seems to compose itself, noting that Kale's rude personality reminds him of his older brother. He's even a little envious of it. Kale just wonders if the crying is finally over. The voice gives its final instruction. "Now, destroy it. By doing so, you will overcome your limits." A wicked grin spreads across Kale's face. "That's right, just what I was waiting for." He delivers a swift kick, sending the stones scattering with a loud crash. The dragon just stares. This human is weird. He's completely speechless. As the dust settles, a bright orb of pure energy. The vitality of the heart floats in the air before Kale, waiting to be claimed. He reaches out, his hand steady. As his fingers close around the light, a warm, golden energy surges into his body. The sheer force of it makes him stumble back, his body absorbing the ancient power. A small smile touches Kale's lips. He can feel it, a new strength flowing within him. The power is his. He knows this new vitality will reinforce his indestructible shield, making it even tougher. More importantly, it grants him a rapid healing ability. For someone who hates pain more than anything, it's the perfect power to have. His mission accomplished, Kale turns and walks out of the cave, only to hear the soft footsteps of the little dragon trailing behind him. He stops, turning to face the dragon, which looks up at him with a mix of suspicion and curiosity. Kale finally stops and faces the dragon head-on. "Are you going to follow me?" he asks, cutting straight to the point. The dragon jumps back, flustered. It insists Kale is just too weak to be left alone, but then immediately adds that it hates humans. The poor thing can't seem to make up its mind. With that, it vanishes into the forest in a flash of green light, leaving Kale to sigh at the fickle nature of the young dragon. He continues walking back down the mountain, seemingly alone once again, But he knows better. He stops, a tired look on his face. "Hey," he calls out into the trees. "I can see you hiding in the grass." After a brief rustle, the presence disappears. Kale lets out another long sigh. It seems his group just got a little bigger, whether he likes it or not. Back at the mountain entrance, Choi Han is waiting. He takes one look at Kale's filthy clothes and asks bluntly, "Did you go rolling around on the ground?" Kale groans, trying to brush the dirt from his ruined outfit. "Something like that," he mutters, annoyed. That night, on the edge of Puzzle City, the sound of shattering pottery breaks the silence. Inside, the priestess Cage paces back and forth, clearly distressed. Taylor asks what's wrong, but she waves him off, telling him to just give her a minute. She clutches her head, gritting her teeth as if fighting off a headache. Taylor quietly asks if her god is speaking to her again. She finally snaps, kicking a chair across the room. "This is so annoying!" she yells, clutching her head. A servant, alerted by the crash, rushes into the room. Taylor calmly sends him away, assuring him everything is fine. Once they're alone, he tries again. "Cage, what is it?" But she just repeats herself, needing a moment to process the divine message. She steps out onto the balcony for some fresh air, her eyes scanning the yard. And then she sees it, the source of her god's frantic message. A small rock tower with a stone slab resting on top. "No way," she mutters with a wry smile. "It's really here." A wild, almost manic grin spreads across her face. Taylor joins her, and she reads the ancient text aloud. The inscription is simple: "Break this if you want your wish to be granted." Cage clicks her tongue in annoyance. "What the heck? My god is telling me to break it." Taylor is taken aback by the strange command. Cage explains this is the first time her god has ever been so clear. He usually only speaks to her once a year, but this feels urgent, different. She wonders what's so special about this tower. She looks at Taylor, her expression now deadly serious. He says this will be the turning point in our lives. But the god's message came with a chilling warning. "The choice is yours," Cage explains, "but he said not to break it if you want a peaceful life." Just then, she spots an envelope tucked beneath the stones. This, she realizes, must be the real reason they were led here. She senses no danger from the letter, only opportunity. She looks to Taylor and asks, "So, what will you do?" Without a moment's hesitation, Taylor looks at the tower, a determined smile spreading across his face. "Break it," he says. Cage doesn't need to be told twice. A single, sharp kick sends the stones scattering across the ground. Taylor thinks back on the god's warning. A peaceful life? He'd never known one anyway. Once his legs are healed, he has no intention of starting now. His eyes gleam with cold resolve. He's going to take back everything and turn his rotten family upside down. With the tower destroyed, he picks up the letter. It reveals that the Crown Prince possesses an ancient power called the Star of Healing, but it's useless in his hands. It's a one-time use power capable of healing any injury, and the prince is desperate to trade it for something that will help him secure his claim to the throne. Taylor lets out a sharp, breathless laugh. This information is more than a turning point. It's everything they've been waiting for. Cage snatches the letter from his hand. "Let me see that." After reading it, she looks at Taylor with newfound respect. "Your legs may not work," she says, "but your mind is as sharp as ever." The god's words echo in her mind. The decision was his to make, and he has made it. Taylor tells Cage to have their butler handle things here. They are leaving for the capital immediately. She agrees without question. Taylor gazes at the night sky, a nostalgic smile on his face. He remembers the confident, capable man he was before his injury. Now, that man is finally coming back. He tells Cage they need to hurry to make it in time for the upcoming royal celebration. And as they prepare for their journey, two small figures watch from the shadows. The red kitten, Hong, whispers to his sister Nuna, "Can we go home now?" Ah nods eagerly. "Yep, our job is done. Let's go get our midnight snack." With their mission complete, Kale's two little agents disappear into the night, leaving behind the perfectly executed divine will that will change everything. The next morning, as Puzzle City begins to stir, Choi Han stands ready to depart. He tightens his gloves, his expression filled with a quiet determination for the solo journey ahead. Kale watches from the doorway, his face a perfect mask of indifference. This was the moment he'd been waiting for, the hero of the novel finally setting off on his own path, leaving Kale to enjoy a life of peace. But just as Choi-han turns to leave, Kale speaks up, looking him up and down. "You're really going dressed like that?" Completely missing the nuance, Choi-han just gives a bright, innocent smile. "Yes," he says, cheerfully oblivious to the complicated thoughts running through Kale's mind. Kale lets out a long, dramatic sigh, as if dealing with this simple departure is the most exhausting task he's faced all week. He turns away for a moment, a subtle motion that seems to end the conversation. But then he pivots back, tossing a heavy pouch through the air. "Take this," he says, his tone deliberately bored. Choi-han catches it, fumbling slightly, completely caught off guard. He just stares down at the pouch, confused. He looks up, starting to ask, "Kale-nim, what is this?" He truly doesn't understand why Kale would give him anything. Inside is a traveler's lifeline, healing potions, stamina herbs, and a generous amount of gold. It's a thoughtful, practical gift. As Choi-han asks what it's for, Kale cuts him off, folding his arms with a dismissive look. "If you don't want it, just throw it away." With a final wave over his shoulder, he turns and walks off. "Goodbye," he says, thinking to himself that it's a good enough farewell for him. But Choi-han sees right through the act. He clutches the pouch, a warm, genuine smile spreading across his face as he promises to see him again soon. The vice captain puffs out his chest, loudly declaring his intent to train hard and become Kale's official guard. Nearby, Hon the kitten is held up to wave his own little goodbye. Ron offers Choi-han a pleasant smile that doesn't quite reach his cold eyes. He wishes him well, but adds a quiet, chilling reminder to keep his skills sharp. As Choi-han finally begins to walk away, An and Hong scamper over to rub against his legs one last time in a sweet farewell. He crouches down, giving the kittens a gentle pat goodbye. In that quiet moment, a faint shimmer of blue mana swirls around him before vanishing. The invisible dragon is saying goodbye too. The mana brushes past Choi-han like a cool breeze, a silent farewell from the powerful creature he helped save. Perched invisibly on a nearby roof, the young dragon watches him leave, a thoughtful expression on his face. He reflects on all the kindness he's received from this group. He feels a growing need to repay them for their grace. With that, Choi-han secures the pouch to his belt and sets off, his back to the city as a new chapter of his life begins. A day later, Kale's group also leaves Puzzle City. As dusk settles, their carriage pulls into a forest clearing and the vice captain announces they'll camp for the night. From inside the carriage, Kale gazes out at the fading light, his ears picking up a faint whispering sound. It's An and Hong, huddled together and chattering in a language only they can understand. They both jump when Kale suddenly leans in close. With a sly, knowing smirk, he whispers, "So, did you happen to meet a dragon?" The cats can only meow in reply, their secret completely exposed. Kale leans back with a sigh. Choi-han might be gone, but now he's being followed by an invisible 4-year-old dragon. Another complication he never asked for. Later that night, the quiet of the forest is broken by the sound of an approaching carriage, instantly putting everyone on alert. The ever-vigilant vice captain steps out to investigate, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Two figures stand beside a plain carriage. One steps forward, politely asking if they might share the campsite. From his window, Kale cuts straight to the point. "Who are you?" The man with blonde hair calmly introduces himself as Tom, from the Marquis Stan estate. The name hits Kale like a ton of bricks. He curses inwardly. He never would have suspected them, not with a carriage so plain it bore no family crest. The man explains that he saw the Henatus family crest and hoped they might be of assistance, and then, with a calm, knowing smile, he drops the bombshell. "My name is Taylor Stan." Kale feels a massive headache coming on. He just got rid of one main character, only for 3 more to appear out of nowhere. And what a group it is! A ridiculously powerful dragon who has decided Kale needs his protection. A crazy priestess who desperately wants to get excommunicated, and the exiled, crippled heir of the very family he just stole an ancient power from. His quiet journey was officially over. Kale lets out a heavy sigh. This was the exact opposite of the lazy, peaceful life he dreamed of. Seeing his hesitation, Taylor maintains his polite demeanor, offering to leave if they are an inconvenience. He's used to this. Ever since he was crippled, people have avoided him. He assumes a minor noble like Kale would want nothing to do with him either. But Kale's response is completely unexpected. "Why would you leave?" he asks, stepping out of the carriage. "This campsite doesn't belong to me," he continues, stating that he wouldn't do something so childish as to turn away travelers in the middle of the night. Kale extends his hand, his expression now perfectly calm and composed. "I am Kale Hennetus, of the Hennetus family," he says, flawlessly playing the part of a proper noble. The two carriages face each other in the twilight clearing, nestled among the tall trees and jagged rocks. Taylor explains that it's difficult for him to get out, his tone matter-of-fact. "I know," Kale replies gently, his knowledge from the novel giving him insight into Taylor's story. Without hesitation, Kale reaches into the carriage and firmly shakes Taylor's hand. A simple gesture of respect Taylor hasn't received in a long time. Taylor smiles, genuinely pleased. "Nice to meet you, young Master Kale." He then introduces his companion. "This is Priestess Cage." Cage offers a serene, pious smile and a formal blessing. Kale has to physically stop himself from laughing, knowing this is the same priestess who loves to drink and curse. Taylor seems a bit surprised by Cage's formality, but Kale just beams. With the most charming smile he can manage, he delivers the perfect line to uphold his reputation: "I do not believe in a god." And with that one sentence, the polite atmosphere shatters, and Kale's infamous trash persona is back in full effect. With a cheerful smile that completely contradicts his words, Kale shuts down the priestess. "I do not believe in a god," he declares. Cage is floored, a mix of shock and irritation on her face. Who says that to a priestess? But Taylor isn't offended. He just watches with quiet curiosity, thinking to himself that Kale is a very interesting person. Kale just smirks. He knows their entire situation, that Taylor's cruel brother wants him gone, and that the Stan family has cut them off completely. He figures they're broke after buying protective gear, and now they're following the very tip that he secretly provided. With his plan already set, he turns and calls for his deputy butler, Hans. Hans snaps to attention. Kale, with his arms crossed in a perfect display of noble arrogance, gives a simple order: "Help them out." He instructs Hans to set up a separate camp for them, provide a meal, and then leave him alone. He's playing the lazy, untouchable noble to perfection. Hans eagerly agrees, promising to serve them as if they were Kale himself. To complete the act, Kale dismissively waves a hand and demands some alcohol, laying the trash persona on as thick as possible. Taylor is genuinely moved by the unexpected generosity, thanking Kale for his benevolence. He sees it as a true act of kindness. But Kale just scoffs internally. He isn't being kind, he's putting distance between them, making it clear he wants nothing to do with their problems. Noticing they only have one night, Kale casually orders his vice captain to handle their security as well, adding another layer of help that keeps them at a safe distance. With his orders given, Kale walks away, leaving his men to handle the details, his posture radiating complete indifference. Inside the carriage, the kittens are whispering. Hong recognizes Taylor and Cage from Puzzle City, but Kale quickly shushes them, telling them to pretend they know nothing. Kale watches as his vice captain coordinates with Taylor's lone knight, his mind already shifting to another, more invisible companion. He turns to the kittens, who are now sitting obediently. "So," he asks with a grin, "is our youngest brother still following us?" He only ever meant to save the dragon from a life of torture. He never asked for loyalty, but the powerful little being just kept following him anyway. A sly look creeps into his eyes. He's decided that, if this powerful entity is going to stick around, he might as well put it to work. A devious smile spreads across his face. He now has a personal mana detector better than any mage in the kingdom. Might as well make it work hard, he thinks to himself. The next morning, Kale stumbles out of his carriage, yawning. He glances toward the other campsite and freezes, sensing the tense atmosphere. Hans greets him cheerfully, but Kale just looks around, confused. "What's all this about?" he asks. Hans explains that young Master Taylor seems to have misunderstood the situation. In the background, Cage is trying to calm down a pale and shaken Taylor. A bead of sweat trickles down Kale's temple. A misunderstanding? He has no idea what they could be talking about. He walks over, a mix of annoyance and curiosity on his face, demanding to know what's going on. Taylor looks up at him, his face filled with shame. He clasps his hands and offers Kale a deep, sincere apology. He explains that it seems their location was discovered. Lying on the ground beside his wheelchair is the body of a massive wild boar. 2 deep, vicious claw marks are torn across its back, evidence of a swift and brutal attack. Cage is frantic. "We left in secret," she yells. "How could anyone have tracked us?" Cale just stands there, hands on his hips, and casually shatters their reality. "How would someone at your level detect a dragon?" he asks. "Frankly, I'm surprised it even left the body behind." Taylor starts to question him, still reeling from the word dragon, but Cale cuts him off, turning to call for his chef, Beecrox. "We're having steak for breakfast," he announces. Beecrox, polishing his blade, simply confirms they'll be having the highest quality steak once again. The phrase "once again" hits Taylor like a physical blow. His eyes widen in complete and utter shock. Cale explains with a grin that they have a shy companion who delivers fresh food every morning. "You'll never see him, though," he adds mischievously, leaving Taylor speechless. Taylor and Cage are stunned, realizing how wrong they were. Cale tells them not to worry about it and, with a welcoming smile, invites them to share in the excellent meal. Later, as their groups prepare to leave, Taylor calls out to Cale, noting that they are both heading to the capital. With a serious, hopeful expression, he makes his request. He asks if they might travel behind Cale's party for safety. Cale thinks to himself, "I knew this was coming." He smiles warmly and tells them to do whatever they feel is best. He knows there's no way they could connect him to the anonymous letter. Since they were going to follow anyway, he might as well guide them safely to the capital and have them owe him a favor. These two could be powerful allies in the future. Hearing his approval, Taylor and Cage light up with genuine relief. Taylor formally thanks him, agreeing to be in his care until they get close to the capital. Cale mentally notes Taylor's cleverness in trying to protect the Hennetus family's reputation, but decides he'll deal with those details later. "Sure," Cale says simply, before immediately calling for Hans, already moving on. He slips back into his lazy, noble persona, ordering his meal to be brought to the carriage, signaling he's done with socializing. But just as he turns to leave, Cage stops him. He looks back, his expression already tired. "What is it?" She looks at him with an intense, searching gaze. "Do you really not believe in any god?" she asks directly. Annoyed, Cale confirms it without a second thought. "Yes, none of them." Cage just stares for a long moment, a flicker of something unreadable in her eyes. "I see," she finally says, before turning away. She walks back to Taylor, leaving Cale standing there with a silent question hanging in the air. Taylor notices her troubled expression and asks what's wrong. Cage pauses, looking back toward Cale's carriage. "It's strange," she says quietly. "What is?" Taylor asks. She hesitates, struggling to find the words. A bead of sweat rolls down her cheek as she tries to process the feeling. She explains that she feels a familiar bitterness, a cold presence caressing the back of her head. It's the unmistakable scent of death, and it's coming from Cale. With just 1 day left until they reach the capital, the group stops at an inn. And just when Cale thinks he can relax, his new travel companions decide to test his patience. He's enjoying a quiet moment in his room with An and Hong when a knock comes at the door. It's Taylor. Taylor and Cage enter, and Taylor holds up a bottle of alcohol with a friendly smile. "Young Master Cale," he asks, "you like to drink, right?" Cale's expression is unreadable. He knows his reputation precedes him, the trash of the family who can't go a day without alcohol. But Taylor continues, his eyes sharp. He says that he doesn't believe the rumors because what he's seen on their journey is completely different. He's been watching Cale closely, how he gave them space, provided them with the best food and protection, and how his subordinates follow him with absolute trust. Most importantly, Cale treated them, a crippled noble and a rebellious priestess, like equals, without a trace of pity or disgust. With a charming laugh, Taylor offers the bottle again, suggesting they share a drink before parting ways. But Cale isn't interested in pleasantries. He stands, turns his back on them, and cuts straight to the point. "What is it that you want?" Taylor isn't surprised. He knew it wouldn't be that easy. He thinks to himself that Cale is far smarter than anyone gives him credit for. He looks at Cale and asks, "What kind of person do you think I am, young Master Cale?" Instead of answering, Cale tosses a heavy pouch of money onto the table with a loud thud, the coins spilling out. Taylor explains that for people like them, walking into the political lion's den of the capital with nothing, there's only one thing they could possibly want. Kale looks at him with a smirk, laying it all out. "You want money, right?" They're both taken aback by his bluntness. Cage whispers, "So you knew," and Kale simply confirms, "I know." He tells them it's obvious they're short on cash. To survive in the capital, money is the most important thing. A calculating look crosses Kale's face. He knows they ran into him, a walking source of wealth, and he asks if they'd like to take advantage of the opportunity. Taylor knows this is his chance. Getting money from Kale would be a huge benefit to his cause. He's also confident that even if Kale refuses, he won't tell his brother. He's figured out that Kale hates complicated situations. Taylor thanks him, acknowledging that Kale is a talented person hiding his true abilities. Kale asks about their plans, and Taylor confirms they'll be entering the capital through the temple to stay hidden. Kale leans back, his expression sharp. He informs them that even through the temple, their enemies will know of their arrival within 3 days. Impressed by his knowledge, Cage pushes him. "Why are you so curious about our plans?" Kale just taps his finger on the table, his mind working. He slides the pouch of money across the table and lays out a new plan. They will stay here 1 more day, while he takes Taylor and Cage into the capital in his carriage. Then, he pulls out another small pouch, explaining it's a magic tool that can create a 5-minute zone of invisibility. Taylor is stunned. "Why are you doing all this?" he asks. Kale thinks to himself that helping Taylor reclaim his family's territory will ensure his own future peace. But what he says out loud is far crueler. With a condescending look, he says, "Because you are so pitiful." He leans in, his voice dripping with mock curiosity, wondering what could possibly motivate a crippled man to keep fighting. To him, the sight of a marquise's eldest son begging for money from the trash of a count's family is just pathetic. Taylor lets out a hollow laugh. He clutches his legs, admitting they're numb, but says his mind and his hands are still very much alive. He looks up at Kale, not with anger, but with a faint, genuine smile. He thanks him for the pity, saying he needed it to fuel his fire. Kale then reveals his one condition for all this help. He leans over the table, his eyes cold and serious. Forget everything that happened here. Cage immediately offers to make a vow to the god of death, a promise that, if broken, means instant death. Kale simply tells them to do it. When Cage notes that Kale won't be making the vow himself, he confirms it. He needs the leverage, threatening to reveal everything to their enemies if they ever betray him. Taylor agrees to the terms. Taylor looks at Cage and gives her the signal. "Let's do it." Cage closes her eyes, and a dark, purple energy begins to swirl around the room as she begins the ritual. She begins the incantation, borrowing the power of the eternal night to make a vow with Taylor. Her expression is solemn, the air thick with divine power. She declares that the vow is made with their lives on the line. A flash of purple light emanates from her as the vow takes hold. She finishes the oath, vowing that she and Taylor will keep their discussion a secret, shared only with their witness, Kale Henatus. Kale sits across from them, arms crossed, watching calmly as the dark energy seals their life-binding promise. The energy coalesces, locking the vow in place. A faint whisper echoes through the room as the magic settles. The room returns to normal, the divine pressure vanishing. Cage explains that if they ever break the vow, Kale, as the witness, will be notified of their deaths. Kale just nods. "I see." With the serious business concluded, Taylor picks up the bottle again, his smile returning. "So, will you have that drink?" The tension breaks completely as Cage playfully pulls 2 glasses out of thin air. "Alcohol is a must on a good day like this," she declares. Kale just stares, momentarily speechless. "Do you just carry glasses around with you?" he asks blankly as she hands him a drink. This priestess, he thinks, is truly one of a kind. Cage pours herself a glass, asking if it's weird for a priestess to drink. Kale just takes a sip. "Is that any of my business?" she beams, delighted by his response. "Wow, I really like you," she says. She leans in playfully, interested in getting to know an older sister with a great personality. Kale doesn't miss a beat. "Nope," Taylor chimes in. "What about an older brother?" Kale shoots him down even faster. "Even less." Taylor and Cage just look at each other and burst out laughing. The 3 of them raise their glasses together. Cheers. And so, on a moonless night, a strange alliance is forged between three very different people, sealed with a bottle of alcohol and a life-or-death promise. The next day, Kale's strange new alliance makes its way to the capital. Inside the carriage, the vice captain announces they're just 2 hours away from the entrance. Taylor smiles warmly at Own and Home, who are sitting quietly on the seat, having clearly grown fond of Kale's unusual pets. His expression turns serious as he looks to Kale, asking if he knows anything about the royal event they're all attending. Kale just crosses his arms, leaning back with his usual lazy demeanor, claiming it's his first time ever visiting the palace. Taylor explains that while the event is a massive festival for the citizens, he gets the feeling Kale isn't exactly in a celebratory mood. He's right. Kale can't even think about a festival. His mind is consumed by the knowledge of an impending terror attack, a secret known only to him and the terrorists themselves. As someone who is terrified of dying, he can't just stand by and let innocent people get hurt. The knowledge is a heavy burden, his eyes narrow with resolve. He's decided to prevent it, but he'll also get out of the way the second it looks like he might get tired or injured. Self-preservation comes first. He turns the question back on Taylor, who just smiles, saying he sees the event as the final obstacle he must overcome. As the carriage rumbles on, Taylor's expression grows serious once again. He gives Kale a stark warning. Be careful of His Highness, the Crown Prince. Taylor explains that he still has ways of gathering information, even after being cast out of his family. And he's learned that the order for all the kingdom's nobles to attend the celebration came directly from the prince himself. As Taylor struggles to find the right words to describe him, Kale cuts in with a sly grin, remembering the novel's description. He has a glib tongue, doesn't he? Taylor is stunned for a moment, then smiles, realizing Kale already knows exactly who he's dealing with. He admits Kale is right, impressed by how bluntly he put it. Kale thinks back to the novel. The Crown Prince was a master of praising people and making them feel important, and then using that goodwill to get them to do things for the good of the kingdom, often at great personal cost. He was so effective that even the hero, Choi Han, ended up working for him. Kale thinks to himself that calling it using people might be a little harsh. It was a form of manipulation, certainly. But the prince never did it for his own selfish gain. He did it for the kingdom and its citizens. He would use that silver tongue to give people a noble, tragic reason for their mission, one they simply couldn't refuse. It's how he won over both the kind-hearted Choi Han and the cold-hearted mage, Rosalind. Taylor seems to be warning Kale away from such a complicated figure, noting that he already looks tired of the idea. But Kale just waves him off. Don't worry, he says. I plan on being as quiet as a mouse. I hate being flashy. A moment of dead silence fills the carriage as Taylor and Cage just stare at him. Why are you looking at me like that? Kale asks, annoyed. They clearly don't believe a word he's saying. He knows what they're thinking, but he's confident he won't get dragged into the prince's schemes. Because, as he thinks with a wicked little smile, I also have a very glib tongue. He knows from the novel that the prince avoids people who are too much like himself. If the prince's strategy is to praise people into doing his bidding, Kale will just have to do the same. Watching him, Cage remarks, "You look very evil right now." Kale just shrugs. It's better than looking like a good person who can be easily taken advantage of. Just then, the grand walls of the capital come into view. Kale looks out, impressed. The capital is the heart of the Rowan Kingdom, also known as the Kingdom of Boulders. The name comes from ancient legends, from a time before the kingdom was even founded. Taylor begins to tell one of those legends, a story of a boulder-like guardian who could protect everything from any attack. Cage teases him for liking the story so much, and he just smiles and agrees. He continues, explaining that the guardian stood firm, protecting the people of the land even after his own body was broken. Taylor says that's why he likes the myth so much, because such a selfless being could never survive in the modern world. Kale chimes in, agreeing completely. The idea of someone injuring themselves so badly just to protect others is totally incomprehensible to him. But as he listens, a thought strikes him. He'd read all 5 volumes of the novel, and he'd never once encountered this particular legend. Taylor explains that it's an obscure story he only found while researching ancient powers in old texts. Kale's expression shifts. Suddenly, Taylor hands him a small golden plaque. "Take this," he says. With a sharp, intense look, Cale turns to the kittens. "Get ready." Just then, the vice captain announces that the Capitol Guard wants to inspect the carriage. They've arrived at the gate. A loud bang echoes through the carriage as Cale kicks the wall, instantly snapping into character. He slumps down in his seat, bottle in hand, looking like a drunken mess just as the guards peer inside. Cale looks up at them with a lazy, slurred voice. "Okay, go ahead." The trash persona is back in full force. With Cale's trash persona in full effect, the guards at the Capitol gate quickly wave them through. The inspection is over in an instant. The act was flawless, and the half-empty bottle rolls on the floor of the carriage. As the carriage door closes, the guards officially welcome them to the Capitol. They've made it in without a single problem. The moment they're clear, Cale straightens up, the drunk act vanishing. A mocking smile plays on his lips as he thinks how ironic it is to welcome Taylor to a city that's essentially a trap for him. But Taylor just smiles wistfully, holding the golden plaque Cale gave him. For someone who's been an outcast for so long, this small moment of acceptance is a victory. The carriage makes its way through the capital to the wealthy western district of Whis. Upon arriving at the Hennetus residence, Cale gives Taylor his final instructions, ending with a sly grin and a simple command: forget everything. As Cale steps out, Taylor and Cage thank him one last time. He wishes them well, hoping their next meeting will be under better circumstances. He watches their carriage pull away before turning to face the Hennetus villa. He's genuinely impressed. The place is even better than he expected, a clear sign of his family's immense wealth. It isn't flashy, but its understated elegance speaks volumes, easily outclassing the other noble homes nearby. As he steps through the gates, the entire household staff is lined up to greet him, bowing in perfect unison. They promise to serve him to the best of their ability. Cale is a bit weirded out by the intense formality and asks Hans why they're being so over the top. He tells the staff to raise their heads, explaining that he has no interest in causing trouble for people who are just doing their jobs. He adds that he knows his mother personally chose each of them, a subtle gesture of respect that also establishes his authority. He quickly delegates all responsibilities to Hans and walks away, leaving the staff to get organized. As Cale leaves, the head butler sighs. He hadn't expected the young master to actually show up, and he worries this will complicate things. He hopes that even a trash noble won't cause too much trouble, and figures their main job will be to keep him from doing anything stupid. Later, Hans brings Cale an invitation. Cale glances at it and immediately asks if he can just skip it, but Hans shuts him down with a firm no. It's a mandatory meeting for all the northeastern nobles. Cale sighs. "I figured." Hans then hands him a list of all the nobles currently in the capital, which Cale takes with a simple "good." He confirms that Ron has handled things with Taylor and Cage, then tells Hans to get some rest. As Hans is leaving, Cale calls out, asking him to have some food sent up. Finally alone, he settles onto a lounge chair, the kittens curling up at his feet. He walks around the spacious, ornate room, taking in the quiet luxury. He throws open the large balcony doors, breathing in the fresh evening air. Standing on the balcony, he feels a sense of peace he hasn't had in a long time. "Come in," he says, and a moment later, a delicious steak dinner appears on the table. He looks toward the empty space beside it. "Eat," he tells the invisible dragon. He sits down with his small family, explaining to the now visible dragon that following them must have been hard. The little dragon's eyes light up at the sight of the food. Cale tells him to eat well, because he's going to be put to work very soon. Cale leans back with a glass of wine, savoring the moment. A huge house, great food, and total relaxation. This is the life he's been fighting for. "This is great," he murmurs with a blissful smile. Now, this is living. But his peace is shattered by a frantic, loud banging on his door. The sudden noise startles him so much he drops his glass, which shatters on the floor, spilling red wine across the carpet. His first thought is Choi Han, but he quickly dismisses it. It couldn't be him, right? He knows Choi Han isn't supposed to arrive for another 3 days. It would be impossible unless he traveled like a madman. Cale runs through the logistics. He knows Choi Han couldn't have used potions on the injured wolf children, and the cautious mage Rosalind wouldn't have used advanced magic this early. More importantly, He'd given Choi Han specific instructions to go to a hotel, not here. With his mind racing, Kale reaches for the doorknob. The door swings open, and Kale's face freezes in shock. It is Choi Han. He's exhausted, carrying an unconscious boy on his back. "Kale-lenum," he says, his voice strained. "I'm sorry. You were the only one I could think of." Kale snaps out of his shock and tells him to bring the boy inside. He recognizes him immediately. It's Locke from the Blue Wolf tribe. As Choi Han carries him past, Kale realizes Locke is going through the intense pain of his first berserk transformation. But this completely shatters the novel's timeline. This wasn't supposed to happen for another year. Kale is left completely bewildered, wondering, why is this happening now? The moment Kale's perfect evening is shattered, he snaps into action. As Choi Han lays the unconscious Locke on the floor, Kale is already calling for his butler, Hans. He barks an order for drinks, his mind already racing. The lazy young master is gone, replaced in an instant by a calm, decisive commander. They move. Locke to a bed. Kale stands over him, assessing the situation. He can tell the transformation is already too far along to be stopped. Locke's breathing is shallow and ragged, his body trembling with a feverish pain. Kale's voice is soft but firm. He tells the boy to keep his eyes closed, to not strain himself. "Everything will be okay," he says, a promise that sounds more like a command. Lost in his fever, Locke is trapped in a memory, seeing his uncle's comforting hand in the dark woods. But the memory twists into a nightmare with the flash of a blade. He sees his uncle turning to run, abandoning him in the darkness. Back in the present, Locke grits his teeth, whimpering as the painful memories and the physical transformation ravage his body. Choi Han watches, his hands clenched in fists, his voice tight with worry as he asks Kale, "What's happening?" He explains that the potions didn't work, and the mage Rosalind confirmed that healing magic is useless on the wolf tribe. He feels completely helpless. Guilt is eating him alive, but Kale cuts him off, telling him to calm down before his own powers spiral out of control. Kale looks him straight in the eye. "For now, if you trust me, then leave this to me." "I trust you," Choi Han says without hesitation, but Kale is still trying to piece it all together. This isn't how the story was supposed to go. And standing beside Choi Han is another major change to the timeline. A beautiful woman with fiery red hair. It's Rosalind, former crown princess of the Breck Kingdom, a genius mage who gave up her title to pursue her passion. Her brilliant red hair was like a rose, but her temper was said to be like the blazing sun. Right now, however, her composure is gone. She's overwhelmed by an unbelievably powerful aura of mana in the room. It's the Black Dragon, who has just revealed himself, floating curiously near the powerful mage. Kale just sighs. It seems his little companion got curious and decided to show off. The dragon, sitting regally in a chair, simply tells her, "Stay still." Rosalind gasps, stumbling back in shock. "What in the world is that?" But Kale cuts her off, pointing to the bed. "This takes priority." Rosalind immediately regains her focus, her concern for the boy overriding her shock. She asks what's happening to him. Kale thinks to himself how unexpected it is for a cautious person like her to reveal her powers so early. The only way they could have gotten here so fast is with teleportation magic, a massive display of power she was supposed to keep hidden. With her abilities already out in the open, Kale gets straight to the point. He asks if she knows about the berserk mode of beast tribes. She nods, but says the books never mentioned this kind of intense fever and pain. Kale's next words hit her like a physical blow. That's because it's his first time. Rosalind is stunned into silence. He explains the brutal reality. The first time a beast person goes berserk, they lose their sanity from the pain of their body transforming. If they can endure it, they gain immense power. He looks down at Locke, whose breathing is getting harsher. "He will go berserk very soon." Rosalind looks from the suffering boy to the calm young noble, her analytical mind piecing things together. Her gaze softens with compassion. "He's just a child." Kaie's expression is grim. "I know. The tension in the room is thick enough to cut with a knife." Just then, Hans returns with a tray of drinks. Kale immediately gives him a new set of orders. "Take him to the underground training arena. Make sure no one else is there. Hurry!" Hans is completely baffled, but he rushes off to obey. Kale turns back to the other two. "Choi Han, and you!" The mage formally introduces herself. "I'm Rosalind." Kale nods. Rosalind! Right! He looks at them both, his expression dead serious. You two are going to need to get beaten up a bit. They can only stare back, completely dumbfounded. Huh, he explains the tradition. When a young wolf goes berserk for the first time, their parents and siblings are there to absorb their uncontrolled attacks, protecting them from themselves. But Locke doesn't have his family here. A plan solidifies in Kale's mind. He looks directly at Choi-Han and Rosalind. So, you two can be the mom and dad, or older brother and sister if you prefer. His voice is cold, leaving no room for argument. You will be the ones to protect him. Down in the vast, empty training arena, Choi-Han asks Kale how long the berserk state will last. Kale tells them that since Locke is a pureblood, it could be up to 2 hours. Choi-Han's face sets with determination. I will do it, he says firmly. I am Locke's Hyung, his older brother. Rosalind gestures for him to move toward the center of the arena. They take their positions, standing over Locke as the braziers around them roar to life, casting the arena in a fiery glow. Suddenly, Locke's body arches back, a strangled gasp tearing from his throat. A sickening crunching sound fills the air as his bones begin to shift. His fingers twist into sharp black claws. He cries out in pure agony as the transformation takes hold. His eyes snap open, but they are no longer human. They are pitch black, with glowing blood-red irises. The beast has awakened. A monstrous, inhuman roar rips through the underground arena as Locke's transformation completes. A guttural growl, filled more with pain than rage, echoes through the underground training hall. Choi-Han and Rosalind stand ready, their expressions grim as they face a boy who has completely lost himself. A full-blown howl tears from Locke's throat. His body is twisted, his shadow cast long and monstrous against the wall. The timid child is gone, replaced by a beast running on pure, violent instinct. But while chaos unfolds below, Kale watches from a safe distance, completely calm inside a glowing blue shield. The little black dragon hovers nearby, proudly taking credit for the magic, noting that Kale is far too weak to protect himself. Kale just sighs, asking if the dragon can add a soundproofing spell to the shield. The dragon glances at the fight, wondering why Kale doesn't just use his ancient power. But Kale already knows what it's thinking and simply decides, you don't need to know. He keeps his secrets close. Leaning back, Kale allows a small, calculating smile. The dragon's skills were growing at an impressive rate, making it an even more useful ally. He watches the life-or-death struggle below as if it were a casual spectator sport. He turns his attention to the 2 kittens, An and Hong, who are huddled at his side. With a serious tone, he asks them a simple question, if they've ever gone berserk themselves. The kittens just look up and shake their heads. It's clear no one ever taught them about it. Kale isn't surprised, he'd already guessed as much. He explains that because they are pure-blooded members of the cat tribe, their first transformation will likely be just as difficult as Locke's. He tells them of the tribes known to be closest to monsters, the wolf, tiger, bear, and whale, because they completely lose their minds during their first berserk state. Kale admits he doesn't know what to expect from the cat tribe, but he gives them a direct order. If they ever feel their bodies getting hot or their minds slipping, they must come to him immediately. He finishes with a promise. Since I was the one who took you in, I'll take care of it before any accident happens. At his words, the kittens don't respond. They just press against his legs, their soft purrs a silent answer. Kale glances down, slightly flustered by the sudden show of affection. Another roar echoes from below. Locke is crouched low, trembling with untamed power. Kale thinks back to the novel he knows so well, wondering why this is all happening so soon. In the original story, The Birth of a Hero, Locke wasn't supposed to undergo this transformation for at least another year. The trigger was meant to be the death of a specific person. That person was a gentle healer named Pendrick, a kind man who reminded Locke of the uncle who had died protecting him. In the novel, it was the trauma of watching Pendrick die that would have been the final push, the event that sent Locke spiraling into his berserk rage. All that grief and fury would have twisted into an unstoppable urge to destroy everything. But Kale's interference has shattered that timeline, and the boy's rage has been unleashed far too early. In the training hall, Choi-Han and Rosalind shout Locke's name, desperately trying to pull him back to his senses. But he can't hear them. His eyes are glowing with a feral red light, sharp fangs bared in a snarl. He is completely lost to the storm inside. With a furious scream, Locke lunges, swiping at Choi-han with his claws. Choi-han moves in a blur, catching Locke's wrist just in time. But the raw power behind the attack is immense, and Choi-han grits his teeth, struggling to hold him back. He's pushed back, his feet dragging across the stone floor. "Locke, snap out of it!" he yells, his voice strained. "It's me, Choi-han! It's no use!" Locke swings again, forcing Choi-han to parry with his sword, the clash of steel against claws sending sparks through the air. From his safe vantage point, Kale watches the intense struggle and thinks to himself, would that even work? Just knocking him out would be the fastest way. His solution, as always, is brutally efficient. He turns back to the kittens, who are watching the fight with wide, terrified eyes. "An-hong," he says calmly, "watch that wolf's movements." As Locke and Choi-han continue their desperate clash, Kale explains that they are witnessing the raw, instinctual movements of a beast person in their purest form. Choi-han deflects another wild blow. He keeps calling the boy's name, but his pleas fall on deaf ears. He parries again, his expression a mix of frustration and deep concern. And once more, the thought flashes through Kale's mind. The quickest way to end this is to just knock the boy unconscious. Kale continues his lesson, his voice steady. Watch him closely. He explains that, unlike humans, beast people can move on pure instinct, and that raw, untamed power is one of the most glorious things about them. "You should not fear going berserk," Kale tells the kittens. "That is when a beast person is at their strongest." He instructs them to study Locke's wild, animalistic style, to learn from his instincts, and one day to make that power their own. This crisis has become a classroom. Locke suddenly breaks away from Choi-han, twisting his body to launch a powerful kick. But this time, Rosalind steps forward. A brilliant orange magic circle materializes just in time, blocking Locke's attack with a burst of energy. She refuses to let him hurt anyone. With her shield holding strong, Rosalind shouts, "You remember, right? I said you were part of my family now. Hurry up and snap out of it." She then lowers her shield, her voice softening as she challenges him directly. "Locke, attack me." Before he can move, Choi-han rushes between them, his conviction unwavering as he yells, "I am the one who will protect you." He is making himself Locke's shield, ready to absorb all the boy's pain and rage. Kale, ever the teacher, turns to the black dragon. He tells it to pay attention to how Rosalind controls her magic and how Choi-han uses his aura only for defense, protecting himself without harming the boy. He explains that it is far harder to hold back great strength than it is to simply destroy something. It's a lesson in control for the young, immensely powerful dragon. Kale adds that a dragon should pick it up quickly. He then leans back with a bored sigh, muttering to himself, "I guess I'll get tired of waiting for 2 hours," wishing he had brought some wine. As the fight rages on, Locke's vision begins to swim. The image of Choi-han blurs and morphs into a kind-faced man with gray hair. In his delirious state, he whispers a single, broken word, "Uncle." The vision sharpens, but it's not his uncle holding him, it's Kale. His expression is calm, his voice cutting through the rage like a gentle balm. "You can rest now." Hearing those words, the tension finally drains from Locke's body. His eyes drift shut, his face becoming peaceful for the first time since the transformation began. The storm has passed. Kale looks down at the unconscious boy now resting in his arms, his own expression impossible to read. It's all over now. The fight is over. In the now quiet training hall, Choi-han kneels beside Locke's unconscious body, while Rosalind stands nearby, exhausted but relieved. She pulls out a small potion, its red liquid glowing softly, intending to give it to Locke to help him recover. But just as she's about to pour it, Kale's voice cuts in from behind her. He tells her plainly that potions won't work on the wolf tribe. With his usual detached expression, he asks why he would ever have given a potion to someone like Locke in the first place. Then, he holds out his own potion bottle toward her. "It's for you," he says simply. "You did a good job." Rosalind looks down at the offering, completely taken aback. She stands there for a moment, silent, before taking the bottle from his hand. It's a rare moment of Kale, showing genuine concern for his team. She turns away, and almost too quietly to hear, she says, "Thank you." "It's nothing," Kale shrugs, already moving on. With the immediate crisis handled, his mind is on the next, much bigger problem. He turns his sharp gaze to the person at the center of this mess. Choi Han. Choi Han looks up, his expression grim. Kale stands over him, demanding answers. We need to talk. The air in the room grows heavy. A moment later, Ron and Beecrox appear, efficiently lifting Locke onto a stretcher and carrying him away with quiet, unquestioning professionalism. Later, seated across from Kale, Choi Han begins to explain what happened, starting from when he met Rosalind. He says he joined a small merchant group heading to the capital, and they were looking for 2 mercenaries to act as guards. And that's where he met Rosalind, who looked exactly as Kale had described. The map shows the Breck Kingdom, just northwest of their current location in the Rowan Kingdom. Rosalind, a princess from Breck, was traveling through Rowan when she was targeted in an assassination attempt. She managed to escape, but decided to head to the capital to gather information on who was after her. Since we were heading to the same place, Choi Han continues, we were quite friendly. Kale does a double take. Friendly? He asks, his voice filled with disbelief. Choi Han admits it's not like him, but he figured he should try. Kale looks utterly exhausted, telling him he really doesn't need to do that. Just be your usual self, Kale sighs. He thinks to himself that this is all wrong. These 2 weren't supposed to get close until after they met Locke. In the novel, the assassination attempt was supposed to make Rosalind wary of everyone, and Choi Han was definitely not the type to make friends. Choi Han explains that he was just trying to do things properly, as a way to repay Kale for his help. Kale just nods, thinking, yeah, that sounds about right. The story continues. The merchant group was planning to stop at the very village where Kale had told him he'd find Locke. But, Choi Han says, his tone shifting, when we arrived, something happened. A flash of memory hits Kale. He knows this part of the story, or at least he thought he did. Choi Han reveals that the merchant's injured guard was actually from the wolf tribe. The pieces of the puzzle begin clicking into place for him. He'd learned the merchants weren't trading in the town, but with people from a nearby mountain village. That was his lead. If he followed the people from the mountain village, he would find Locke. But that evening, as the sun set, the contact from the mountain village never showed up. Worried, one of the merchants asked if they could help move the goods to the village themselves, since the villagers were never late. Remembering Kale's instructions to go with the guard, Choi Han immediately agreed. The merchant asks the injured guard if he's okay with them coming along. The guard agrees, and with that, their fates were sealed. The scene shifts violently. The warm sunset is replaced by the raging orange glow of fire. Choi Han's eyes are wide with shock and horror. He, Rosalind, and the guard stand frozen at the edge of the village, their faces illuminated by the inferno. The entire mountain village is burning to the ground. It's a scene of absolute devastation. Back in the present, Choi Han's hands are trembling. Kale Nem, he says, his voice low. I saw something there, something I was all too familiar with. He saw their symbol, a white star surrounded by 5 smaller red stars. Kale's blood runs cold. What? He chokes out, his composure finally cracking. You're saying the secret organization was there? Kale jumps to his feet, his mind racing. This changes everything. In the novel, the village was burned down by simple assassins, not the main villains of the entire story. Was everyone dead? Kale asks, dreading the answer. No, Choi Han replies. He explains that they weren't just killing everyone. They were trying to capture the children. Their main targets were the 10 children that the tribe's chief was desperately trying to protect. Kale is stunned. Capture? But in the original story, the children were all killed. Why the change? Choi Han's story reaches its climax. He explains that just as the attackers were about to grab the children, one boy stood in their way. It was Locke, his face determined, surrounded by fire, his eyes filled with a fierce, protective light. Kale finally understands. In the novel, Locke was supposed to hide while the others were killed. The grief and helplessness would have been his trigger. But this time, it was different. Seeing his family about to be taken, weaker members he had to protect, it awakened his wolf instincts and pushed him into his berserk state. Kale slumps back into his chair, letting out a long, heavy sigh. He looks at Choi Han, the unexpected hero who has thrown a massive wrench into his plans. This is completely different from the novel. The future he thought he knew is gone. Kale sits slumped in his chair, completely overwhelmed. Choi Han continues his report, his voice heavy. He didn't just stop the attackers. His eyes are cold with a familiar rage as he admits, "I tried to kill them." Kale's expression is grim, but his voice is steady. He simply tells Choi Han to keep going. He needs to know everything. Choi Han explains that the attackers were using the same black, corrupt power as the people who massacred his village. He clenches his fist, the memory still burning inside him. Kale feigns surprise, repeating the information as his mind races. The same power as the people who destroyed Harris Village? Choi Han continues, explaining that one person among them had a mark on his chest, a white star surrounded by 5 smaller red stars. His eyes flash with fury. That person, the one with the star symbol, was the one who personally killed the injured wolf tribe guard. And in a final act of pure depravity, the man stood over the body and began drinking the wolf's blood. The pieces instantly click into place in Kale's mind. A crazy mage who drinks blood. He knows exactly who this is. This is the villain who was supposed to lead the terror attack in the capital, a blood-crazy co-leader of the secret organization, a sadistic monster who wasn't supposed to make his move for another year, but he appeared here at the Blue Wolf Tribe's village, not in the capital. The timeline is completely shattered. Kale's mind races. Why would a bloodthirsty mage try to kidnap the children instead of killing them, like in the novel? He wonders if saving the dragon somehow caused this. His thoughts are cut short as Choi Han adds that he couldn't capture or kill any of them. The regular members took their own lives, and the man with the star used teleportation magic to escape. But before he vanished, he said something. Looking at the dead bodies, the mage had said they were disappointing seeds. Then he looked at the surviving children with a sick smile, adding that their blood would probably be tastier. Seeds? Kale thinks. He has no idea what that means, and the mystery only adds to his dread. He pushes the thought aside and asks about the children. Choi Han explains they're safe with Rosalind at an inn. Kale now has 10 orphaned wolf children under his protection. He stares at the ceiling, thinking, is this really how the story is going to go? He grits his teeth in frustration. His dream of a lazy life is slipping further away. At this rate, he's going to have a whole zoo to take care of. Choi Han's voice brings him back. Are you curious? He asks. Kale looks at him. Yes, I am. But Kale doesn't need to ask. He already knows what Choi Han is wondering. The questions are burning in Choi Han's eyes. Who were those people? Why were they doing these horrible things? And the most important question of all, why does Kale Hennetu seem to know something about them? Kale decides it's time to take control. He picks up a piece of fruit and tells Choi Han he will share 2 truths with him. That's all? Choi Han asks. That's right, Kale says, standing up decisively. Now stand up. Confused, Choi Han gets to his feet. Where are we going? Koei walks past him without a second glance, his destination already set, to the temple of the god of death. They arrive before the grand, imposing temple, its white spires glowing under the night sky. The air here is solemn and heavy. Kale turns to Choi Han, his expression completely serious. He tells him he will share 2 truths, and he'll do it with his life on the line. He's proposing a vow of death, a magical oath that will kill him instantly if he lies. Inside, 2 priests greet them with a blessing for a peaceful rest. Kale gets straight to the point, asking for a room to make a vow. The priests look them over and ask the crucial question, whose life will be on the line? Kale answers without a shred of hesitation, his voice ringing with conviction. Mine. I will put my life on the line. Choi Han steps forward, trying to stop him, but Kale cuts him off. I'll believe you even if you don't do this, Choi Han insists. But Kale just smiles, thinking, you probably wouldn't. He knows there's no way Choi Han would believe the half-truths he's about to tell without this extreme measure. He has no intention of getting involved with the secret organization. Choi Han is destined to be a hero, to fight epic battles. Kale's goal is the exact opposite. He wants nothing to do with it. So, Kale asks the priest again, is there a room available? The priest nods. The priests bow, preparing to lead them to the basement chamber. They follow them down a long flight of stone stairs, their footsteps echoing in the silence. They arrive at a heavy door where a blindfolded priest tells them to wait. The door groans open, revealing a stark, empty chamber. This is where truths are weighed against lives. Seeing the hesitation on Choi Han's face, Kale makes an offer. If you really don't think this is necessary, how about I tell you 1 truth in advance? Choi-han looks at him, his trust unwavering. "Yes, please. I'll believe whatever you tell me." "Is that so?" Kale says with a faint smile. He raises a single finger. "Then here's the first truth." He looks Choi-han directly in the eye and says, "I don't know the identity or goal of the secret organization." Choi-han's eyes widen in shock. He opens his mouth to ask what that means, but he's cut off. The priest has returned. "Please come in," he says, gesturing them inside. Kale turns to Choi-han with a calm smile. "Hard to believe, right? I understand. That's why this is necessary." With a final, confident look over his shoulder, he says, "Let's go in." Choi-han stands frozen for a moment, his expression a mix of shock and resolve. Then he follows Kale into the solemn chamber, ready to hear a truth that will be sworn upon a life. Inside the cold, silent temple, Kale and Choi-han face the priest. The air is heavy, and the weight of an unbreakable vow hangs between them. This is the moment of truth. Kale raises his hand, a simple gesture to signal he's ready. The priest looks on, his expression as still and unreadable as the stone walls around them. The priest leans over the altar, his hands tracing patterns in the air just above the surface as he begins the ritual that will bind Kale's very life to his words. He explains the process in a low, somber tone. The power of the vow of death will first touch the person who came with the oath-taker, in this case, Choi-han. Only then can Kale speak his vow. The priest's final words are a chilling reminder of what's at stake. "Should you break your vow, death will be instant." Kale smirks to himself. What a vicious way to do things. He's gambling with his life, but on the outside, he's as calm as ever. As the priest chants, a dark, shadowy energy begins to swirl from his hands, wrapping around Kale and Choi-han. Kale watches the darkness gather, knowing that a single lie will be the end of him. He turns to Choi-han, his voice low. He explains that the priest is a neutral party, magically bound to be unable to hear their conversation. If that seal is broken, the priest himself will pay the price. With all the preparations complete, Kale takes a breath, and his voice echoes slightly in the stone chamber as he begins. "I, Kale Henitusi, vow to speak only the truth to Choi-han. If even a single word is a lie, I will accept my death on this very spot." As the vow settles in the air, Kale runs through his options one last time. Should he just tell Choi-han everything, the absolute truth? That he's just a regular guy who was dropped into the world of a novel he was reading? That he knows the future up to Volume 5, and he's been twisting the story to secure a peaceful life for himself? He immediately dismisses the thought. No, that would be insane. It would only make things worse, and he'd likely end up dead on a battlefield or at the end of Choi-han's own sword. It's far too risky. So he sticks to the plan, a path paved with carefully selected truths. "First," he begins. He looks Choi-han directly in the eye, his gaze unwavering. "I, Kale Henitus, do not know the identity of that organization. And it's the complete truth." He only read the first 5 volumes of the novel, so while he knows what the secret organization did, he has no idea who they truly are. "And," he continues, "this is another truth." His voice is filled with a genuine, burning conviction. "I despise that organization and want to see it gone." Choi-han is confused. "How can you hate them," he asks, "if you don't know who they are?" Kale has the perfect answer waiting. "Because I know about some of the terrible things they're planning to do." He thinks of the black dragon he saved from a lifetime of torture, and of Locke, who just lost his entire family. His hatred for the organization is very, very real. He then lays out his own supposed motives, explaining that his dream has always been to live a lazy, trashy life, with no interest in taking over his family's territory. He's hoping his younger brother, Basen, will become the next count instead. He tells Choi-han that even though his father ordered him to the capital, he could have refused. So why did he come? Choi-han admits he doesn't know. Kale drops the bombshell. "It's because I know that organization is planning something here in the capital." Choi-han's eyes widen in shock. Kale goes on, explaining that he can't say how he knows, but he knew they were planning to harm countless people. He couldn't just stand by and send his younger brother into that. He came to stop it, though he has no intention of risking his own skin. Afterward, he plans to go straight home and live quietly. Choi-han presses him. "You can't tell me how you know any of this." Kale's answer is firm. "No, it's something I can never tell anyone in this world." Then Kaylee leans in, ready to deliver his final, most important statement. "But I will tell you one more thing. The last truth," he says, his gaze locking with Choi Han's. "I have no desire to harm you." Choi Han just stands there silent, letting the impossible words sink in. The vow, the half-truths, the hidden knowledge, it's a lot to process. Finally, he clenches his fist. His decision is made. The doubt in his eyes is replaced with a steely conviction as he looks at Kale. "I believe you." A small, satisfied smirk plays on Kale's lips. His gamble had paid off. "I understand." But Choi Han isn't finished. After a moment, he speaks again. "Kale, Neem, please promise me one more thing. If you do, I will trust you completely." He stands before Kale, his loyalty now hanging on this one final condition. Kale is taken aback. This wasn't part of the plan. He figures he can probably twist the words to his advantage. But for Choi Han to offer his complete trust, that's a powerful asset. He knows he can't refuse now. He lets out a quiet sigh, resigning himself to whatever is coming next. "All right, I will." Choi Han's expression hardens, his voice burning with the need for vengeance. "Kale Nim, I have to get revenge on that organization. This is the first time in my life I have ever hated anyone this much," he declares, making his request. "If you ever learn their identity, you must tell me, no matter what." Kale feels a wave of relief. He was expecting something much more complicated. He agrees without a second thought, figuring it's not like he'll learn who they are before Choi Han does anyway. And so, Kale makes one last vow before the god of death. "I, Kale Henatus, will inform Choi Han as soon as I learn the identity of that organization. If I fail, I will pay with my life." Kale asks Choi Han if that's enough. "Yes, thank you," Choi Han replies, the matter finally settled. "We're done, right?" Kale says, already eager to get out of there. He claps his hands together on the stone altar, the sharp sound echoing through the room. The vow is sealed. As they leave, the priest offers a final blessing. "May your life continue until its destined time." Kale walks out thinking how merciless that sounds. The god's way of saying, "Live a long life and don't break your vow. Or else." Back in the carriage, Kale adds one last piece of information, as if it were an afterthought. "Oh, and for your reference," he says casually, "that blood-crazed mage is the one who will lead the incident here in the capital?" Choi Han looks up, his eyes sharp and dangerous. "Can I kill him if I see him?" he asks. Kale just scoffs. "Why are you asking me something so obvious? Whether you kill him or not is your decision." The carriage rolls on through the quiet, moonlit streets. Choi Han stares out the window, his voice low and filled with a chilling resolve. "Okay, I will make sure to kill him." His path is now set, and Kale has just pointed him straight at his first target. Back at the villa, a sharp knock echoes from Kale's door. Without looking up from his papers, he calls out, "Come in!" The door opens, and his ever-present, ever-terrifying butler steps inside. "Young master," Ron says. His voice is smooth and cold as polished steel. A cup is placed on the table with a soft click. Kale glances at it, then back at his butler. "Lemon tea before bed?" Ron simply confirms it is. Kale takes a hesitant sip, muttering that he's not used to this. But as he does, Ron speaks. "Young master, may I make a request?" The question is so unexpected that Kale chokes on his tea. He quickly composes himself, looking up at the old man who stands perfectly still before him. What is the request? Kale is genuinely confused. This devious old man has a request for him? Even An and Hong, curled up nearby, seem surprised. "All right," Kale says, leaning back. "What is it?" Ron gives that small, benign smile that never quite reaches his eyes. "May I have 2 days off?" Kale is stunned for only a second before a wide grin spreads across his face. "Sure, that's a great idea." He tells Ron he's worked hard taking care of a trash master like him and more than deserves a break. Internally, he's celebrating. 2 days without his assassin butler is perfect, especially with the capital incident right around the corner. He can barely contain his joy at the thought of not seeing that terrifying face for 2 whole days. Ron just stands there silently, watching him. Suddenly, Kale holds up a hand. "Give me a second." He gets up and walks over to his desk, rummaging through a drawer for a moment. He returns and holds something out to Ron. "Here." Ron's sharp eyes narrow slightly, taking in the offer. With a cheerful smile, Kale hands him a heavy pouch of coins. "It's not much," he says, "but buy yourself some delicious food and enjoy your break." Ron takes the pouch, his expression unreadable as he repeats Kale's words. "Buy myself some delicious food and enjoy my break." The phrase hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken meaning. Ron has spent years hiding, pretending to serve this harmless young master. Kale knows this, and he knows Ron is finally ready to step back into the shadows of his old life. Kale also knows who Ron is after. The people who betrayed him and forced him into hiding are somewhere on this continent. If their paths cross, it will be a bloodbath. With that benign smile still on his face, Ron asks if it's really all right for him to go, mentioning that his son Beacrox will have to stay behind. "Of course," Kale says easily. "You're qualified to have one." Ron seems to pause at that word, qualified, as a flicker of something unreadable passes through his eyes. Ron admits he was planning to leave without a word in a few days anyway. He was just curious how Kale would react to his request, especially after hearing things from Choi Han. But Kale's reaction, even offering him more time, was not what he expected. Ron holds up the money pouch, his smile finally turning sharp and dangerous. "This is too much money, young master. What will you do if I decide to run off with this?" His eyes glint. "Or is it that you wish for me to run away?" Kale just laughs. "You think I don't know your personality, Ron. If you were going to run, you would have just left without a word or told me you were leaving, right?" Kale knows this because that's exactly how Ron acted in the novel. He never resigned. He was always direct, always to the point. Ron's dangerous expression softens into a genuine, rare smile. He nods. "You are right. That is correct." And in that moment, Ron realizes something. Just as he has been observing the young master all this time, the young master has been observing him too. He thinks to himself that Kale might even know him better than his own son does. A strange wave of melancholy washes over him. It seems he's gotten quite old. Ron bows, promising to return in time to serve Kale at the royal palace. Kale waves him off, but Ron insists. He can't have his young master looking worse than the other nobles. "Then I shall take my leave," Ron says with a final deep bow. Kale gives him a cheerful wave. "Sure, sure." As Ron walks away, a strange sense of pride settles in him. He won't let anyone look down on the young master that he raised. The next morning, Kale is woken by another knock on his door. He groggily sits up, calling out, "Come in!" But instead of Ron, the cheerful deputy butler Hans bursts in. "Good morning, young Master Kale," he chirps, explaining that Ron insisted he be the one to serve Kale. Kale just grumbles, "Just be quiet." Hans places a cup on the bedside table, explaining that Ron told him to bring this as well. Kale looks down and sees the slice of lemon floating in the glass. His eye twitches. "Hans," Kale asks, his voice flat, "why did you bring me lemonade?" Hans just beams. "Because you like lemonade. Mr. Ron said I must serve it to you." As Kale takes a sour sip, Choi Han enters the room. Kale can only wonder what that devious old man was thinking, tormenting him even in his absence. Earlier that morning, Choi Han had been leaving his own room, only to find Ron waiting for him in the hallway. "You're going somewhere?" Choi Han had asked. Ron confirmed it, but when asked where, he was dismissed with a cold, "Nothing a kid like you needs to know." Choi Han's gaze hardened. He knew Ron was more than just a butler. "Did you come to me because of Kel Nim?" he asked directly. Ron didn't answer, simply turning away. "Think as you wish," he said, leaving Choi Han with more questions than answers. Choi Han had watched the old assassin walk away, his true purpose still a complete mystery. Later, Kale gets straight to business with Choi Han. "Is Locke awake?" Choi Han confirms that he is. Kale motions for him to sit, remarking on the impressive regenerative abilities of the wolf tribe. Now that Locke is awake, the next phase of Kale's plan can begin. Soon, Bios, the bastard son of a merchant guild leader and Kale's future piggy bank, will arrive in the capital. Kale recalls his promise to have a drink with Bilos, and they've already decided on a meeting place. And that, he thinks, is where Bilos and Choi Han will meet, just like they were supposed to in the novel. Kale mentions he'll stop by the inn to check on the wolf children on his way back from his meeting. Kale pauses, confused. "My meeting?" he repeats to himself. Hans, who's been standing quietly nearby, leans in to whisper, "Young master, he's talking about the invitation from the northeastern nobles." Kale remembers. "Ah, I forgot about that." He completely dismissed it as unimportant. But now, an idea begins to form. A small smile plays on his lips. "I wonder if I need to make a scene there." Hans interrupts his thoughts, adding that another one of the guests at the villa wishes to see him. "Are you talking about Miss Rosalind?" Kale asks. We see her sitting by Locke's bedside, gently holding his hand as he rests. Hans confirms it. Yes. Hans informs Kale that Rosalind wishes to see him. Kale isn't surprised. He knew this was coming. Rosalind is sharp. Her gaze is always calculating, always watching everything. Kale recognized how smart she was the first time they met. He figures that, even if she's never seen a dragon before, a mage of her caliber would have instantly recognized the overwhelming aura of mana that flooded the area during Locke's rampage. A mana signature that powerful could only belong to one creature in existence, a dragon. Hans tells him Rosalind is free to meet any time. Kale decides to get it over with, telling Hans to prepare a meal in his room and invite her to join him. In his usual cheerful way, Hans corrects him. "Young Master Kale, since it is the middle of the day, it would be lunch." Kale just sighs his name, and Hans immediately snaps to attention, promising to prepare it right away. As he leaves, Kale tells him to open the terrace door. A warm breeze drifts into the room as the doors swing open, carrying the fresh scent of the forest. Outside, perched on a tree branch, the little black dragon is fast asleep in the afternoon sun. Kale knew he had to open the door because the dragon would need a way to get inside. For some reason, the dragon insists on sleeping outside, specifically in the tree right next to his window. Kale doesn't get it, but he's not about to argue with a dragon. Choi Han mentions he'll go check on Locke while Kale eats, and Kale notes that they seem to be taking turns looking after him as servants set up a lavish meal. Choi Han adds that An and Hong are helping too. Kale internally scoffs. Like heck they are. From the kitten's point of view, things are a little different. An is calculating that they're probably too weak to take down a Berserk Wolf Tribe member, so they need to figure out a way to squash powerful opponents like him. They aren't nursing Locke, they're studying a future threat. With determined, sparkling eyes, they both agree. This will be their new research project. Kale knows exactly what those little punks are up to, but he also sees that having the cute kittens around seems to be helping Locke relax, so he figures it's a win-win. Choi Han explains that he hasn't told Rosalind or Locke that Kale was the one who brought him here. Kale nods. Good job. He reminds Choi Han that he keeps his secrets. Kale knows Choi Han's obedience is thanks to the vow of death, but the hero probably doesn't realize just how easily words can be twisted. Kale is an expert at using words to his advantage. The god of death only cares about the literal truth of a vow. And since Kale is the one who risked his life, he's the one who gets to exploit all the loopholes. He sets his cup down. "You said you were going to kill that blood-crazed mage if you saw him again, right?" Choi Han's answer is a simple, firm yes. There's no hesitation in his voice. Kale leans back, a plan already in motion. "I'll tell you how you can find him." But just as he's about to continue, Choi Han leans in, his expression intense. Kale flinches back in surprise as Choi Han adds a condition, but only after we've stopped the terror incident. Their conversation is cut short by a knock. It's Hans, announcing that he's brought Rosalind. Kale straightens his clothes, ready to put on his next performance. Hans politely tells them to call if they need anything, and then leaves the two of them with Choi Han. Choi Han tells Rosalind he'll be with Locke, giving them some privacy. She nods, and he slips out of the room. The door clicks shut, leaving Kale alone with the genius mage. Rosalind thanks him for the invitation, and Kale gestures for her to take a seat. He gets straight to the point. "I'm sure we have things to discuss." Rosalind smiles, a knowing glint in her eye. "You don't like beating around the bush, do you, young master?" Kale just gives a small smile in return, waiting for her to make the first move. Just then, the terrace doors swing open as if pushed by an unseen hand, a gentle breeze rustling through the room. "Come in," Kale says calmly. Rosalind's eyes widen. She instinctively clasps her hands together, feeling an immense, crushing pressure in the air. "A dragon," she whispers, her voice filled with pure awe. "Is it a dragon?" Kale glances toward the open door, a full spread of delicious food laid out on the table before them. "Introduce yourself," he says. The invisible dragon slowly materializes out of thin air, its black scales shimmering as it lands softly on the table, right in the middle of the feast. Rosalind is utterly speechless, her hands still clasped tightly as she stares at the magnificent creature before her. The dragon completely ignores her, looking from the food to Kale. "I'm hungry," it declares. Kale just gestures to the plates. "Huh, yeah, go ahead and eat." With a warm smile, Kale turns to the still stunned Rosalind. "We should eat as well." Rosalind is completely flustered, stammering, all right." As she watches the scene unfold, she can't quite believe her eyes. A young dragon is sitting at the table with her, casually eating a steak. She's sure no one at the Magic Tower would ever believe this story. But more than shock, she feels an incredible sense of wonder. For a mage, seeing a dragon interacting so casually with a human, it's a breathtaking, unprecedented sight. The dragon speaks up again, its voice full of arrogance. "This human is very weak. His strength is like trash. That is why I'm here." Kale, busy cutting his own steak, simply replies, "That's true." Rosalind thinks to herself that having a meal with young Master Kale and a dragon is an unbelievable honor. Kale, however, is thinking something else entirely as he watches her. She really is a courageous person. He knows any other mage would be shaking, maybe even on their knees, begging the dragon to teach them about magic. A dragon's power is the ultimate prize for any mage on the continent. Kale decides to extend an offer. "You can stay here as long as you like," he tells her. After a moment of silence, Rosalind speaks. "Young Master Kale," she begins, "I was curious about 3 things. Since I've now confirmed one of them," she says, glancing at the dragon, "there are 2 things left I'd like to ask." She asks if it's all right, and Kale, ever the gracious host, simply says, "Go ahead." "My first question is," she begins, "is it really okay to allow someone you don't know to stay in your residence? Even if I am a mage, as a noble, you must be wary about strangers." Kale smiles. "It's fine, because you're someone Choi Han brought with him." He then gestures to the dragon, who's happily chewing on a bone. "And besides, I also have this guy." Rosalind understands. With the dragon and Choi Han for protection, he really has nothing to fear. "I see," she says before moving on. "Then the last thing I'm curious about." She looks at him directly, her curiosity genuine. "Why do you speak so respectfully to me, despite your status as a noble?" As she asks, Kale freezes, his fork and knife clattering against his plate. He leans back, a sly grin spreading across his face. He lists the facts: red hair, red eyes, and a mage. He continues, "And you introduced yourself as Rosalind?" He looks her straight in the eye, his respectful tone gone, replaced with a knowing confidence. "Aren't you the one who should stop speaking so respectfully to me, princess?" Kale sits across from a runaway princess, a literal dragon eating beside him. With a casual smirk that ignores the sheer absurdity of the situation, he leans in. "Aren't you the one who should stop speaking so respectfully to me, princess?" Rosalind just looks at him, a flicker of amusement in her eyes. She'd heard all the rumors that young Master Kale was nothing but high society trash. But the man before her is calm, calculating, and casually dining with a dragon. "I'm starting to think those rumors were a lie," she says, a knowing smile on her lips. Kale just shrugs. "Oh, it's true I'm famous for being trash," he admits without an ounce of shame. He then levels a knowing gaze at her. "A mage should trust what they see and feel, not what they hear." Rosalind agrees, acknowledging that mages only believe what they can experience for themselves. Kale understood her perfectly. When she spoke as a princess, her language was informal, a sign of her status. But when she spoke of mages, she was formal and respectful. Her identity as a mage was clearly more important to her than any royal title. Realizing this, Kale leans in. "Then, Your Highness," he begins, before correcting himself to use the name she truly valued, "Rosalind." A silent understanding passes between them. "Fine, Miss Rosalind," he says, treating her as an equal. He asks if she has any more questions. With a satisfied look, she confirms that she's done. The negotiation is over. But she still has one last thought, pointing out that Kale initially seemed like he wanted nothing to do with her. She tells him that even though he knew she was a princess, his casual attitude didn't bother her. Besides, he was the one who helped them with Wok, making him their benefactor. Kale casually picks up his fork, his eyes half closed as if bored. "Is that so?" he murmurs, waving it off by claiming he just acted how she seemed to prefer. Rosalind sees right through it. "Liar," she says, her tone sharp but amused. She knows it's just a convenient excuse. As she watches him, her mind is racing, a human who travels with a dragon, a man known to be trash, who was clearly anything but. Taking a slow sip of her wine, she considers the facts. Kale could have easily exposed her identity to gain favor with the Rowan kingdom, but he didn't. He kept her secret. She puts her glass down and looks at him directly. "It seems you haven't told the royalty about me," she says. "Thank you." Kale simply replies, "No problem, a simple exchange, but it solidifies their trust." Kale thinks to himself that revealing her identity should be her own choice. Besides, his true motive is, as always, his own peace and quiet. If he told the crown prince, that guy would probably come barging into his villa, and that's the last thing he wants. Rosalind seems to understand. She tells him she doesn't wish to reveal herself, and adds that if his decision to help her ever causes him trouble, she wants him to let everyone know she was the one who asked for secrecy. "I'll even send a messenger to back you up," she promises. "I got it," Kale replies, sealing their deal. Rosalind gives him a small, genuine smile. She thanks him for letting her stay, and promises to handle her own affairs without causing him any problems. "Thank you," Kale says back. To him, this is just a given. Of course she won't cause trouble. That's the whole point. He raises his fork, the conversation finally over. Suddenly, a sharp sound cuts through the air. The little black dragon, who had been eating quietly, lunges forward and snatches a piece of sausage right off Kale's plate. "Eat yours," the dragon declares in his mind. "This is mine." The dragon curls possessively around his stolen prize, completely ignoring the stunned princess watching from across the table. Rosalind just stares, mouth slightly agape, at the tiny but fierce dragon guarding his sausage. She's a genius mage and a former princess, but nothing could have prepared her for this. Kale, completely unfazed, simply picks up a large piece of steak and places it in front of the dragon. "Here," he says, as if offering scraps to a pet. The casual gesture leaves Rosalind speechless. Kale then calmly holds up 4 fingers. 4 years old, he says, answering the unasked question in Rosalind's mind. Her eyes go wide. A 4-year-old dragon, a creature that young shouldn't even be able to speak, let alone possess such power. Rosalind's entire demeanor changes in an instant. Her jaw drops, her eyes sparkle with awe, and she clasps her hands together like a true believer. "Yes, of course, Dragonim," she exclaims, her voice filled with reverence. The little dragon, completely unimpressed, just turns its head and continues to munch on the steak Kale gave him. With the alliance formed, Kale suggests they continue their meal. Rosalind, still starstruck, quickly agrees. Later, Kale is in a carriage, already thinking about his next problem. He lets out a heavy sigh. What a dilemma. Inside, Choi-han immediately asks what's wrong and offers to help. But Kale just waves a hand dismissively. "Nothing," he says coolly. "You don't need to know." Kale's mind is on the upcoming meeting with the other nobles from his region. They all know him, or at least they know his trashy reputation. They would have heard all the stories. Because of that, he thinks, he has to be careful. But then a new thought strikes him. No, careful isn't enough. He has to be even more chaotic. Just how trashy does he need to act? He leans back, a smirk forming on his face. Maybe he should act like a total bastard. That would be the best way to reinforce the persona he's worked so hard to maintain. The sound of carriage wheels on gravel announces their arrival at Count Wheelsman's residence, a beautiful estate surrounded by lush greenery. As the carriage door opens, a butler is already waiting, bowing respectfully. "Welcome, young Master Kale," he says. Kale steps out, his expression unreadable as he walks toward the entrance. Count Wheelsman's territory was located right at the edge of the capital, the gateway to the northeastern region of the kingdom. The Count himself wasn't particularly powerful or influential, a relatively minor noble. But his location allowed him to build a close relationship with Count Hennetus. In the northeast, where there were no dukes or marquises, the counts held all the power. Kale's father valued this friendship. For a noble tucked away in a corner of the region, having a friendly connection so close to the capital was a huge advantage. As they walk, Hans leans in to give Kale some advice, reminding him that while he and the Count's son, Eric, are close, it might be better not to show it in front of the other nobles. Kale processes this. So, he and Eric were close. But he remembers Eric's file described him as an uptight, serious person, the complete opposite of Kale's persona. Their friendship made no sense. Another butler approaches, stopping them at the door. "Shall I escort you inside, young master?" Kale simply nods. "Sure." As the large doors swing open, Kale briefly wonders how he should act. But it turns out there was no need to worry about that at all. From across the room, a voice calls out his name, familiar and direct. "Kale." Kale looks up, his expression neutral. Sitting at a table is a young man with gray hair, Eric Wheelsman. He looks at Kale with an almost brotherly expression. "You at least still listen to this Hyung, right?" he asks, his tone implying a long, tolerant friendship. Eric sighs dramatically, pinching the bridge of his nose. "This is going to be so annoying for you, won't it?" he asks, already knowing Kale's mindset. The young woman with green hair beside him chimes in, "He's right, young Master Kale. I heard you don't like annoying formalities." The other young man agrees that finding things annoying is perfectly fine. Suddenly, Eric slams his hands on the table, leaning forward with surprising intensity. "That's right," he declares. "That's why you don't need to say or do anything. Just be still. Be still and we will take care of everything for you." He leans back with a confident grin. "You hate annoying things and formalities anyway," he says, perfectly summarizing Kale's entire life philosophy. Kale just stares, completely and utterly dumbfounded. He had a whole plan to act like the biggest piece of trash imaginable, and these people just handed him a free pass to do absolutely nothing. A slow, genuine smile spreads across his face. This is actually pretty funny. His slacker life just got a whole lot easier. Kale came prepared to act like a fool, but his friends just offered him the role of a lifetime do-nothing. Eric leans in, practically pleading, "Just be still. You don't have to say or do anything." A slow, amused smile creeps onto Kale's face as he leans back, completely relaxed. This is actually pretty funny. He thinks to himself that staying still is something he's very, very good at. A look of immense relief washes over Eric's face. "Ah, that's right," he says, nodding. "You are very good at that." He's known for being an uptight worrier, and right now, his main worry is Kale. But that doesn't make him a coward. Eric explains that the other nobles will definitely try to provoke Kale to test their faction. "But all you have to do is be still," he repeats, "and we will take care of everything. What do you think?" Kale gets it. Of the 10 most powerful families in the Northeast, only 4, including his own, haven't picked a side in the kingdom's power struggles yet. The other nobles who have already aligned themselves with powerful factions will be trying to pull the neutral families to their side, hoping to offer up the entire region's loyalty. And that's why this group of 4 is being so careful. They're going to be the center of attention, with everyone watching their every move. As the representative of the most powerful family in the region, Kale is the biggest wild card. So, Eric's plan to keep him on a tight leash makes perfect sense. Kale gives a slight, lazy smile. "Sounds good to me." Relieved, Eric lays out the rest of the plan. They'll greet the Crown Prince together as a group. He knows Kale would find it annoying, and would rather just start drinking, but that's not an option. "As long as you do that initial greeting," Eric promises, "we will take care of everything else." Kale lifts his wine glass with a slight smirk. "Oh, it's almost too easy." Across the table, the others raise their glasses in a silent toast. He takes a slow sip. "That's great," he says, his voice laced with genuine satisfaction. Eric, pleased his plan is working, replies, "Right? All you have to do is show up, sit there, and relax," Eric says with a bright, encouraging smile. Kale's smile widens. "All right, it sounds perfect." Inside, he's ecstatic. This is exactly what he wanted. The group settles into a comfortable silence. Another noble compliments the wine, noting that the Hennetus territory's drinks are always the best. The meeting couldn't have gone better for Kale. Later that night, Kale is lounging in his room when he calls for Choi Han, who appears at the door instantly. "Kale Neem, did you call for me?" Kale asks about the kids at the inn. Choi Han confirms they're fine. With a sly grin, Kale asks, "Then it looks like you have nothing else to do?" Choi Han agrees, a little confused. "That's right." Kale stands up abruptly. I will be laying in bed, he announces loudly, for anyone who might be listening. So go tell Hans he can stop standing guard outside and get some sleep. But as Choi Han turns to leave, Kale stands by the window, his back to him. Choi Han stops, understanding the real message. Will you be going out? He asks. Kale confirms it without turning. That's right. Kale glances over his shoulder with a conspiratorial smile. I left the terrace unlocked. Come back to my room. Choi Han processes this. A secret, late-night mission. Will it be just you and me? He asks. Before Kale can answer, a small, draconic head peeks out from behind a chair. A voice echoes in their minds, filled with childish indignation. I'm going too. The little black dragon floats into the air, hovering between them with silent, beating wings. Kale looks at Choi Han, his smirk widening. It'll be the three of us. Choi Han just stares, a bit surprised but accepting. He looks up, his expression serious as he considers the new addition to their party. Are we going to go destroy something? He asks, completely deadpan. Kale's smile freezes. No, he says firmly. Definitely not. Hurry back, Kale tells him, waving him off. Oh, and wear a hat. As Choi Han leaves, Kale sighs to himself, wondering why his bodyguard's thoughts are always so extreme. The door clicks shut, leaving Kale and the dragon alone. The dragon lands softly on the rug as Kale sits on the edge of his bed. The dragon's voice echoes in his mind. You can't fall asleep for real. Does he think I'm a child? The dragon hops onto the step by the bed, looking at Kale expectantly as he gathers his thoughts for the night ahead. With a soft rustle of fabric, Kale opens the terrace doors and steps out into the cool night air. A moment later, a cloaked figure lands without a sound on the terrace railing. Choi Han drops to a crouch on the balcony floor. You're here, Kale says, already waiting. He looks over Choi Han's disguise. He told him to wear a hat, but Choi Han had opted for a full robe and hood. Ah, Kale says with a nod of approval. A robe is definitely better. Choi Han glances at the dragon standing beside Kale. Are you going to follow us like that? He asks. The dragon simply states, I'll be invisible. Choi Han, ever practical, presses the issue. I heard dragons can polymorph. Can't you go in human form? Wouldn't that be easier? The dragon flinches, turning away with a growl. I hate humans, it says, its voice shaking with old pain. I don't want to be like them. Then, almost to itself, it adds, he said that dragons were cool and awesome. Who said that? Choi Han asks, confused. Kale, who's been quietly putting on his own cap, doesn't miss a beat. The dragon flies up to his shoulder. Kale looks at them both and says with absolute certainty, Dragons are cool! Choi Han nods in agreement. That's true. A faint blue light begins to glow from the dragon's paws as a soft wave of mana washes over them. It's the beginning of a flight spell. Choi Han looks at Kale, confused. Kale Neem? Kale just glances at him. What? They're standing on the edge of a high terrace, several stories up. Choi Han, thinking of the jump, asks earnestly, Do I need to carry you? Kale simply lifts a finger, pointing upward, a silent command to just wait. In that moment, both of their bodies lift off the ground, floating effortlessly in the air, held by the dragon's magic. A wide, triumphant grin spreads across Kale's face as they float weightlessly. Dragons are truly great, he declares. The now invisible dragon seems to puff out its chest with pride, its voice echoing in their minds. That's right, I'm great. Choi Han floats in the night sky, looking out from the terrace as the city lights twinkle far below. His eyes are wide with dawning realization. He'd been thinking about fighting, about jumping, about raw strength. But this was something else entirely. He finally gets it. The true power of having a dragon on your side wasn't just for destruction. He murmurs to himself, so, dragons really were great. Floating down from the night sky, the trio lands silently in an empty courtyard. The magic holding them dissipates into glittering particles, and the mission officially begins. Choi Han looks around, his hood pulled low. He turns to Kale, ready for their next move, confirming that the coast is clear. As they touch down, Kale can't help but be impressed. The dragon's control over its magic is flawless. He glances at the small dragon floating beside him. The kid's power is already beyond that of the most powerful human mages. Kale thinks to himself that it's no wonder they say a dragon can wipe a kingdom off the map. This 4-year-old is already a walking nuke. Kale files the thought away. The dragon is useful now, but he won't be able to rely on it forever. He's already thinking ahead. Once he gets his hands on the sound of the wind, he won't need to drag these two around for every little thing. The sound of the wind. It's the third ancient power Kale is planning to acquire. To get it, he'll need to visit a coastal territory in the northeast. The plan is already forming in his mind. He'll make a quick detour on his way home from the capital. Simple. He knows it's a bit risky, since in the original novel, the whale tribe and mermaids don't show up for a while. But he figures he can just say he's doing some sightseeing. The others won't be with him, making it the perfect chance to quietly grab the power for himself. But for now, there's a more pressing issue. He adjusts his cap and gestures for the other two to follow. They make their way through the capital's backstreets. Even at this late hour, the city is alive, the sounds of laughter spilling out from a nearby tavern. Choi Han glances around at the bustling streets, remarking that the nightlife here is different. Kale just smirks. It sure is. They arrive at a large, open plaza, marked by a grand clock tower. It's quiet now, but during the day this place would be swarming with people. They stop in a secluded corner, away from any stray passers-by. The mood shifts from a casual stroll to something far more serious. Kale turns to his invisible companion. "Dragon, make it so nobody can hear us." A subtle shimmer of magic envelops them in a soundproof barrier. It's time to get down to business. They stand in the middle of the empty street, a pocket of silence in the sprawling city. Kale begins to explain. There's something called a magic bomb. Choi Han's eyes widen slightly. A bomb? Kale confirms it. On this continent, they've gotten very creative with ways to blow things up. However, he continues, his expression grim, they're complicated to use. There are a ton of restrictions on where they can be placed and how their mana is controlled. Kale gestures to the plaza. Those newly developed magic bombs, he says, his voice low and serious, will go off here, in multiple locations, in 6 days. Kale recalls the novel. Originally, Choi Han and Rosalind only found 5 bombs, but he knows his actions have already changed the story. Because of that, there's a good chance this entire incident has been altered as well. But, he says with certainty, I'm sure the terror incident will still happen. He knows this because he already confirmed the blood-crazed mage behind it is somewhere in this kingdom. Choi Han looks at the peaceful plaza, picturing the innocent people who walk here every day. Are you saying a bomb will go off here? Kale's answer is blunt. That's right. He explains that it could be buried anywhere, or worse, installed on a person without them even knowing. An innocent person walking around with a bomb, completely unaware. Choi Han's expression hardens into cold fury. Which is why we have to stop it, he says, his voice tight. How do we do that? Choi Han asks. Kale explains, it's simple. Magic bombs are just chunks of mana. All you need is someone with high mana sensitivity to scan the area. Choi Han is skeptical. Is the mana level high enough to be easily detected? Kale shakes his head. No. He clarifies that the mana signature will only be slightly higher than normal, almost impossible for a regular mage to notice. But that small core of mana is designed to instantly pull in all the ambient mana from its surroundings to fuel a massive explosion. Kale-unim, Choi Han says, his brow furrowed. I don't think it'll be easy, but Kale cuts him off with a single, confident statement. It is. He looks at Choi Han with a knowing smirk. Right? He asks, glancing towards the empty air beside him. The dragon reappears, sticking its tongue out with an air of boredom. It's doable. Its voice rings in their heads. Just annoying. Choi Han gets it now. They have a black dragon, a being whose sensitivity to mana is unparalleled. For him, finding the bombs isn't just possible, it's easy. Kale hands Choi Han a rolled-up map. He explains that the bombs will be planted at least 2 days before the attack. I don't know the other locations, Kale says, but I'm certain at least one bomb will be near this plaza. This is where the most people gather. Choi Han looks at the map, his jaw set. Right, I agree. Kale gives the order. Choi Han, you and the dragon will roam the capital every night to look for the bombs. Choi Han looks up, surprised. The 2 of us? That's right. Kale claps a hand on his shoulder. Choi Han, I know you can move stealthily without being noticed. You're very talented. Choi Han asks the obvious question, what should we do once we find one? Kale's answer is anything but obvious. Leave it there for now. Choi Han is stunned. Not get rid of it? We'll get rid of it on the day of the incident, Kale explains calmly. Choi Han, completely bewildered, asks why. A sly, predatory grin spreads across Kale's face. Don't you want to find that mage? He explains the final piece of the puzzle. A mage has to be present to detonate the bombs. The creator has to personally remove the safety measures. The realization dawns on Choi Han's face. Jay, Quail lays out the full plan. First, find the bombs. If you get lucky and see who's installing them, follow them without being noticed. Kale knows what he's asking. Finding the culprits will be hard, and scanning the entire capital for tiny fluctuations in mana will be an incredibly tiring job, which is precisely why he's leaving it to these two. Choi Han unrolls the map, the dragon peering over his shoulder, ready to begin. Kale thinks to himself that he wouldn't be able to help anyway, and more importantly, he has no desire to. Choi Han asks for clarification. So we just search until 2 days before the event? No, Kale corrects, you'll need to come the day before as well. This confuses Choi Han. He points out that security will be much tighter then, with guards everywhere. Won't that make it harder? Kale's lips curve into a confident smile. He knows something Choi Han doesn't. A flicker of understanding mixed with awe appears in Choi Han's eyes. Ah, Kale explains his trump card. On that day, there will be a lot of mages present, so the item he has won't last more than 10 minutes. But it'll be useful. He pulls out a small, perfectly smooth black orb from his pocket. For that duration, it will make everything related to magic stop working. It's an anti-magic bomb, a tool to create a pocket of absolute magical silence. In that small window of time, with all magic neutralized, they will make their move. 10 minutes is more than enough time. 10 minutes. In a city on the verge of chaos, sometimes that's all you get. Kale stands with his arms crossed, the plan now set. 10 minutes would be enough. He holds up the small black orb. He explains that this little tool will disrupt the flow of mana, creating a 10-minute window where the magic bombs simply cannot detonate. In those 10 minutes, they just need to save the people who have bombs on them. Without the magic concealing the devices, they'll be easy to spot. Kale smirks to himself, and when the time comes, he knows it won't just be Choi Han and the dragon. He's gathered a whole team, and he plans to put every single one of them to work. Choi Han stares at him, the pieces clicking into place. Kale was orchestrating everything from the shadows. That's why he had to do his part. Kale gives him a final, firm look. You should get to work. Kale points casually towards a nearby building. I'll be waiting over here, he says, making it clear that his part of the physical labor is already done. Just search until about 11 tonight, he instructs, already settling in for a relaxing wait. Choi Han looks at Kale's retreating back, a question in his mind. Why isn't he coming with them? Kale just shivers, hugging himself against the night air. It's pretty cold, he says, as if that's the most logical reason in the world. Choi Han just sighs in acceptance. It is. I will work hard, Choi Han promises, then adds a small request. So please buy me a beer when I get back. Kale agrees instantly. Sure. He then glances at the invisible dragon. Dragon, thanks for your help too. With a silent nod, Choi Han and the dragon head off into the night, beginning their patrol of the vast capital city. Kale leans against a wall, watching them go. He's the commander sending his troops into the field. Now all he has to do is wait. 2 days later, the sun streams into Kale's luxurious bedroom. Kale sits up, letting out a massive yawn. For 2 nights, Choi Han and the dragon have searched the city, but they haven't found a single bomb yet. A sharp knock echoes from the door. A familiar, formal voice calls out, "Young master, have you awoken?" Kale turns, his sleepy expression vanishing, replaced by a look of stunned silence. Standing in the doorway, bowing respectfully, is his butler, Ron. "I've returned," the old man says with his usual benign smile. In that instant, Kale feels his peaceful morning come to an abrupt end. Reality just came knocking. Ron steps forward, holding out a letter sealed with red wax. "And a letter has come for you." Kale takes the letter, a thoughtful smirk playing on his lips as he examines the seal. The note inside is short and simple, from a merchant named Belos. It just asks, "Young master, will you be treating me to alcohol soon?" Kale looks up. "Ron, Wrap up a bottle of our best wine. He knows what this means. Bilos, his future financial backer, has arrived in the capital. And that means it won't be long before he has to meet the crown prince at the palace. As if reading his mind, Ron reminds him, "Young master, you do remember that you must go to the palace the day after tomorrow, right?" It was scheduled for right before the king officially announced the start of the festival. All the nobles were to meet with the crown prince. It wasn't a formal meeting, but an informal gathering of the kingdom's elite. Kale sits, lost in thought, briefly wondering how Taylor and Cage are doing. The exiled noble and the crazy priestess. He muses that if it's those two, they're probably fine. But then he stops, his brow furrowing. Wait, why is he even thinking about them? He shakes the thought away. Forget it. He reaffirms his plan for the palace visit. He'll do absolutely nothing, even if someone insults him. Ron's voice cuts in again. "Young master?" The old butler asks with a polite smile. "Would it be all right for me to go as your personal servant when you visit the palace?" Kale looks at him, surprised. Who else would it be? It was always Ron. But Kale knows this is different. He knows Ron's past, the legendary Molan family of assassins, and their feud with the underworld organization known as ARM. Ron has been in hiding for a long time, but now he's talking about leaving. Kale looks at him suspiciously. Why ask such an obvious question? Ron just smiles, a strange glint in his eye. "You will be very cool in the palace." Kale decides to play along. "Ron," he says, striking a pose, "let's be honest. I've got a pretty handsome face, don't I?" Ron's smile widens. "Of course. Our young master has it all." The response is so out of character that Kale is momentarily stunned. Ron just bows, saying he's going to report to the deputy butler. Kale can only stare after him, wondering what's gotten into the old man. As he leaves, Ron adds that he'll get the best bottle of wine ready. Kale just waves him off, still trying to process the strange conversation. "Ah, right. Go on." The moment Ron is gone, two blurs of fur, one red and one silver, dart into the room. On and Hong have returned. They sit before him, tails twitching. They report in unison that they think they can kill them. Now, if their targets let their guard down, they've found a way. Kale looks down at the two deadly kittens. "Good job," he says with a nod of approval. The two cats immediately start rubbing against his legs, purring like normal kittens, their murderous intent from a moment ago completely gone. Just as Kale is enjoying the moment, another knock sounds at the door. On and Hong freeze. Hong's eyes go wide as he announces, "I smell a wolf." Standing in the doorway is the young wolf boy, Locke. He looks pale and distressed, wringing his hands nervously. Kale gestures for him to enter. "Come in." Locke steps inside, closing the door behind him. He looks like he's carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. Kale gestures to a chair. "Sit down." Locke looks up, startled, and quickly obeys. "Ah, yes." "Yes, sir." The young boy sits rigidly on the edge of the seat, his gaze fixed on the floor, clearly terrified. Kale watches him for a moment. "Speak if you have something to say." Locke flinches, his anxiety almost a physical presence in the room. Kale sighs, his voice softening slightly. "It looks like you came here because you had something to say, so say it." Another problem had just walked through his door. Kale leans back in his chair, watching the anxious boy across from him. His voice is calm as he cuts through the tension, telling Locke that if he has something to say, he should just say it. Suddenly, Locke slams his hands on the table and bows his head. "Thank you very much," he yells, the sound echoing in the quiet room. Kale just blinks, completely unfazed by the outburst. He studies the boy for a moment. This was Locke, exactly as the novel described him, naive, scared, and in some ways, a little dense. Kale recalls that in the original story, Locke's personality hardened after his first berserk transformation. But looking at him now, he seems just as timid as before. Kale just shrugs it off. "Sure. Saving your life is definitely something to be thankful for." Locke looks up, baffled by how casual he is. "Excuse me?" An awkward silence fills the room as Locke fidgets, unsure of what to say next. Taking a slow sip of his tea, Kale decides to move things along. "That's enough gratitude for one day. You can go now." But Locke doesn't move, clearly hesitating. The boy twists his hands in his lap, looking like he's about to burst. He starts to mumble, Young master." Truthfully, Kale's patience is wearing thin. He closes his eyes and says plainly, "Spit it out." Startled by the blunt command, Locke jumps. What? Cale opens his eyes, his gaze sharp and direct. That's right. When you're talking to someone, you look them in the eye, just like this. He leans back with a slight smirk, adding, "Just say what's on your mind. I'll at least hear you out." Locke takes a deep, shaky breath, finally gathering his courage. He meets Cale's gaze, his voice trembling but firm. "I'm the older brother." His voice grows stronger with every word. He explains that he has younger siblings to care for, that he was once a nephew and a brother to many more. His fists clench, the memory of his lost family turning his grief into resolve. "Which is why I have to get revenge." He was responsible for 10 siblings, all of whom he was supposed to protect. His entire tribe, the Blue Wolves, had cherished their cowardly, gentle Locke. He couldn't forget them. His hands tremble not just with grief, but with a burning rage. He had to make them pay. A dark determination settles over his face, chasing away the fear. The scared boy is gone, replaced by someone with a purpose. Cale looks back at him, his own expression turning serious. "Young wolf boy," he says, his tone firm. "You are a wolf," he continues, his words carefully chosen. "I've heard that for wolves, protecting their family is their highest priority." "I believe," Cale says, landing his point, "that's because they have great pride." A slow, genuine smile spreads across Locke's face. For the first time, a flicker of that wolf's pride shines through his sorrow. "Thank you for your help," Locke says, his voice now steady and clear. "And, please help me." But Cale immediately cuts him off, saying thanks once is enough. He leans back, his expression turning cold. "And I don't want to help you." This was a calculated move. Cale had been thinking about how to maintain his trash persona. Choi-Han was a concern because trouble always seemed to follow him, bringing people like Locke and Rosalind into Cale's orbit. And the Black Dragon was a walking catastrophe all on its own. That's why Cale couldn't just jump in and offer help. He knows the pain Locke and the children are going through, a pain he's felt himself. But even though he's already involved, he refuses to take full responsibility for their revenge and their future. "However," Cale says, standing and walking toward the boy, "I do have plans to make a deal with you." Locke looks up, surprised. A deal?" Cale leans over the table, his presence suddenly intimidating. "That's right." He lays out his terms, his voice sharp. "What do you need help with? And what can you do for me in return?" Straightening up, a cunning smile plays on Cale's lips. "Come back when you have the answers." Locke slowly gets to his feet, the weight of the challenge settling on him. Cale gives him a simple nod. As Locke turns to leave, Cale playfully ruffles his hair. The boy pauses and promises, "I will come back when I have figured it out." Cale just replies, "All right." The day of the royal gathering finally arrives. A grand carriage rolls to a stop before an even grander palace. Cale steps out, dressed in his finest noble attire. Behind him, as always, is his eerily efficient butler, Ron. The event is being held at the Palace of Joy, a beautiful building commissioned by the king to celebrate the crown prince's birth. Cale notes wryly that even though the king now favors the third prince, this palace is still far more luxurious than anything his own family could dream of. He scans the area, looking for his allies from the northeastern region. Are Eric, Gilbert, and Amarel not here yet? Just then, the sound of another ornate carriage rattling to a stop catches his attention. Cale's face scrunches up in disgust. He mutters under his breath, "You have got to be kidding me. What's with this tired old cliché? Of all the times and all the places, did it have to be right here, in front of the palace?" A young noble with messy brown hair and a grin full of sharp teeth steps out. "Well now, look who it is," he sneers, his voice dripping with arrogance. "Isn't it our famous young Master Cale?" The man, Neo Toltz, saunters over, looking Cale up and down with disdain. "Are you all alone?" Cale grits his teeth. Of all the nobles in the kingdom, he had to run into one of Venyenstan's minions. His peaceful day was already ruined. The man in front of Cale is Neo Toltz, a classic lackey. He runs around doing the dirty work for Venyenstan, the cruel second son of a powerful marquis. But the connection runs deeper. The village where the Black Dragon was brutally tortured for years was located right in the middle of Viscount Tolz's territory. The Tolz family had never liked the Hennetus family. Their lands were neighbors, separated only by a mountain, but the vast difference in their wealth had bred a bitter resentment over the years. Thanks to its marble mines, the Hennetus family was incredibly rich. The Tolls family, on the other hand, struggled. It was a classic ugly case of jealousy. They used to be on friendly terms, but that all changed 5 years ago, when the Tolls family sided with Marquis Stan's faction, and Neo's attitude soured into open arrogance. Now, he walks around with a smug, condescending sneer, acting like he's above everyone else. Kale lets out a quiet, annoyed sigh. Of all the people to run into, why did it have to be Venyan's lapdog? And why now? The two of them stand there. A tense island in the middle of the bustling palace entrance, their servants waiting awkwardly behind them. Neo waves a dismissive hand at his servant. "Go on and get us permission to enter," he says condescendingly. "I need a moment with young Master Kale." With the servant gone, Neo turns his full attention to Kale, his smile twisting into a nasty sneer. He leans in and asks what a worthless piece of trash like him is doing at the royal palace. Kale just rolls his eyes. Seriously, how immature could you get? He wonders if these kinds of punks only exist in fantasy novels, or if they're everywhere. He figures they must be. Because this guy is so obviously trying to pick a fight. The son of a viscount talking down to the son of a count. Kale thought this kind of ridiculous status game was just for books, but dealing with it in person is incredibly annoying. He's not even a main character, so why is he stuck in this cheap villain cliché? A flicker of a thought crosses his mind. He could just have Ron deal with this pest. As his gaze hardens, Neo flinches. "What?" Neo quickly recovers his smirk and leans in closer, practically begging for a reaction. "What's wrong? You want to throw a bottle at me? Or maybe hit me?" "What a fool," Kale thinks, feeling a tiny, invisible dragon peeking over his shoulder. He realizes Neo is provoking him on purpose. Magic recording devices are forbidden in the palace. It was a setup, plain and simple. Kale sees it immediately. This guy is just like his boss, Venyan, a true minion. The dragon's eyes narrow into slits. A tiny, dangerous voice whispers directly into Kale's mind. "Want me to kill him?" Kale gives the slightest shake of his head, his expression unreadable. "No need for that," he thinks back calmly. Suddenly, the sound of an approaching carriage breaks the tense silence. The rhythmic clip-clop of horse hooves grows louder, demanding attention. Neo turns, his arrogant expression faltering as he sees who has just arrived. A familiar carriage pulls to a stop, one belonging to another noble family from the northeast. The door swings open with purpose. Out steps Eric Wheelsman, followed by the rest of Kale's northeastern allies. Neo's face twists into a scowl as he recognizes Eric, spitting out his name with reluctance. Eric immediately steps between Neo and Kale, creating a clear, protective barrier. Kale makes a tiny, almost invisible gesture with his finger. "It's a silent order. Get rid of it." Eric clears his throat, putting on a polite, noble smile. "Young Master Neo, it's been a while." Neo just grits his teeth, silently fuming that this fool is protecting a piece of trash. He glares at Eric but knows he can't say anything more. Kale stands behind his friend, his expression completely neutral, letting Eric handle the entire situation. In the back of his mind, an image of the Crown Prince flashes, a reminder of the real political games that await him inside. With an annoyed click of his tongue, Neo turns and stalks away. Eric watches him go before turning back to Kale, and together, they all head towards the palace entrance. As they walk, the dragon's voice pops back into Kale's head, sounding pleased. "I've finished recording the audio." A wicked grin spreads across Kale's face. Looks like he'll be making Neo pay for this later. The fool thought he was safe without recording devices, but he never could have predicted a cheat code like a 4-year-old dragon. Eric turns back to Neo one last time with a polite but firm smile. "Young Master Neo, we'll see you inside." Then he gestures to their group. "Young Lady Amiru, young Master Gilbert, let us go." As they approach the grand doors, a royal herald announces their arrival in a booming voice. "Entering, young Master Kale Hennetus of the Count Hennetuse family." Kale glances up at the opulent hall, with its massive chandeliers and gilded ceilings. "Not bad," he murmurs, thoroughly unimpressed. Amiru leans in, explaining that the tables are split by region, with the Crown Prince at the front. She asks if he needs more details, but Kale just smiles. "Thank you, but I'm aware." There are 5 large round tables filling the grand hall, one for each region of the kingdom, plus another for the central nobles. It's a clear attempt to divide everyone by their factions. Kale thinks to himself that the crown prince is clever, forcing the factions to compete while also gathering them all in one place. It was his specialty. He also notices that the seats for the second and third princes are on a slightly lower platform than the crown prince's own throne. He really obsesses over these useless little details, Kale thinks with disdain. It confirms his opinion. Powerful people like the crown prince just weren't his type. Eric looks at their assigned table near the entrance. As expected, we're closest to the door, he says, a little disappointed, before brightening up. But hey, that makes for a quick exit. He pats Kale on the back, proud that their neutral stance means they don't have to bow and scrape to anyone at their table. Kale just looks at him, wondering what he's so happy about. He notices 2 children from another family staring at him curiously. He offers them a small, subtle nod. Just then, the herald's voice booms through the hall once more, entering young Master Venyan Stan of the Marquis Stan family. Kale's head snaps up. The other nobles at his table stand to greet the newcomer. Kale offers a generic, polite reply. "Hello, good to see you all." As he takes his seat, he feels a subtle pressure on his lap. He knew it. The small dragon, invisible to all, had curled up, its tiny body rigid with pure, unfiltered hatred for the man who had just entered the room. Kale could feel the rage vibrating through the invisible dragon on his lap. The dragon's voice echoed in his mind, trying to convince them both it was okay, that a great and mighty dragon could withstand this. He remembered their conversation just before leaving for the palace. He'd laid out the situation clearly. Venyan would be there, and he'd given the dragon one unbreakable rule. He had to wait for that one specific day to get his revenge. That was the only way to make it truly satisfying. The dragon's blue eyes had narrowed, burning with a cold, hateful fire as he promised to kill that man later. Kale had simply patted its head, making his own chilling promise. "I'll make sure nothing but dust is left of him." Back in the present, Kale was just relieved the dragon was holding it together. Thankfully, dragons were more rational than he'd expected. Because if that little guy lost control, this entire palace would go up in flames, and Kale's dream of a slacker life would go with it. He felt the atmosphere in the room shift. Venyan, Stan was walking their way. It was unavoidable. Marquis Stan's faction was seated right next to their table. Kale kept his eyes down, feigning ignorance, while the dragon on his lap remained perfectly still. Beside him, Eric Wheelsman let out a loud, pointed cough. He muttered under his breath, clearly annoyed at having to deal with the likes of Venyan. A smooth, condescending voice cut in. "Young Master Kale, it has been a while." Venyan stood before them, arrogance radiating from him like heat. Kale stood, putting on his best noble act. "Ah, young Master Venison," he said, deliberately getting the name wrong. "We haven't seen each other since Viscount Tulsa's territory, have we?" Venyan's smile didn't waver, but his eyes turned to ice as the other nobles at the table watched the tense exchange. Venyan coolly recalled visiting his friend, Neo Tulse. Kale just smiled, reminding him, "That's right. We said we'd share a drink at the capital." Beside them, Neo flinched, clearly not fond of that particular memory. Kale's smile widened. "It was time. You know," he began, leaning in with an air of fake concern. "The day after we met, one of the Viscount's knights came looking for me. I heard the villa was ransacked completely clean. Is everything okay?" Venyan's polite mask tightened, and Neo looked like he was about to be sick. Kale clutched his head dramatically, complaining about how shocked he was to hear the news. Venyan's eyes narrowed as Kale's performance continued. "How could they just take everything?" Kale boomed, making sure everyone could hear. "I even heard something. Precious was lost." He clapped a hand on a stunned Neo's shoulder. "Good luck, young Master Neo. We all face unbelievable things in life, right?" Kale thought to himself that he was perfectly embodying the 3 most annoying types of people: loud, dense, and clueless. He slung an arm around Neo, laughing loudly. "You need a drink to forget things like this. Let's get wasted tonight." Then, turning back to Venyan, he offered, "You too, young Master Venison." Venyan forced a smile, declining the offer. He then shot a sharp, threatening look at Neo. "You know, your knight looked awfully pale back then. You should have been better prepared." As Venyan walked away, Kale called out one last piece of advice. How could you lose all those valuables? You just have to live on. Venyan stormed off, cursing under his breath about the trash, the dragon, and his crippled brother, wondering where they could have all disappeared to. Kale gave Neo's shoulder another sympathetic pat. Cheer up, he said, thinking to himself that Venyan was about to take all his anger out on this poor guy. The herald announced the arrival of more high-ranking nobles, their names echoing through the hall. A servant placed a new bottle of wine on their table. All eyes were on them now, drawn by the spectacle Kale had created. Kale decided against pouring a drink for now. Eric quietly agreed it was a good idea. Soon, a soft clicking sound echoed through the hall as nobles began tapping their glasses. It was a signal for quiet. Even Venyan, from his own table, tapped his glass with a murderous look on his face. Kale ignored them all, calmly checking a small pocket watch. It was almost 7. The grand doors at the front of the hall swung open. A servant raised his hand, signaling the moment everyone had been waiting for. Down the grand staircase walked the Crown Prince and his 2 younger brothers. The Crown Prince's voice filled the now silent hall. Welcome! Thank you all for coming. Looks like it's about time, Kale thought. Alberu Crossman beamed at the crowd, praising them as the shining future of the kingdom. But mid-sentence, his eyes caught something unexpected at the entrance, and he paused. A small, satisfied smile touched Kale's lips. They're here. And there, at the entrance, stood a man in a wheelchair accompanied by a wild-looking priestess. Right on time. The buzz of noble whispers dies instantly. A single wheelchair rolls forward, and the tense silence shatters, cracking the fragile balance of power in the room. Pushed by the imposing Choi Han, Taylor Stan, and the priestess Cage make their way through the stunned crowd. Kale watches, instantly understanding. They've decided to stop hiding. A faint smirk touches his lips. It's a smart move. The temple of the god of death won't be happy about this, but Cage never cared much for rules. Beside Taylor, Choi Han's calm expression radiates an aura that dares anyone to get close. Across the hall, Venyan's face drains of color as he shoots to his feet in disbelief. His fists clench, his teeth grinding in pure rage. His crippled brother, the one he cast aside, was stealing the spotlight right in front of the Crown Prince. From his platform, Crown Prince Alberu spreads his arms, his charming smile unwavering. He calmly notes the unexpected arrival of Marquis Stan's eldest son and a priestess of the god of death. Taylor bows his head, apologizing for coming uninvited. He explains that he couldn't pass up a chance to meet the prince with the kingdom's other future leaders. Alberu's smile widens, a glint of cunning in his eyes. He notes that while invitations were for one representative, there's no rule against someone else showing up if a household doesn't have one. He glances at Venyan, adding that he must be upset since only one invitation was sent. Venyan could only choke out an agreement, struggling to keep his composure. A household without a representative. The insult was clear. The prince was publicly declaring that Venyan, the acting successor, held no real status in his eyes. Kale recalled from the novel that Marquis Stan was a firm supporter of the third prince, making him Albera's enemy. Even so, trying to replace a crown prince was never an easy task. It was a serious power struggle playing out right in front of him, and for the first time, Kale was paying attention. The prince turns back to Taylor, his voice warm, as he says he's glad to see him looking so healthy. Taylor meets his gaze, replying that while his legs may not work, his hands, his eyes, and his mind are not only alive, but stronger than ever. Alberu's smile seems a little more genuine now. He sees the unbreakable spirit in Taylor's eyes. Indeed, he is still very much alive. A cold dread washes over Venyan. He had forgotten that the strongest person isn't the one with the most power, but the one who survives to the end. His expression hardens. He'd been outplayed. His broken brother was proving far more resilient than he ever imagined. Kale leans back, thoroughly amused. What an interesting scene, he thinks. Watching the Crown Prince, the Stan brothers, and all the factions react was better than any play. He thinks to himself that a bucket of popcorn would be perfect right now. Alberu now addresses Cage, who introduces herself as a servant of the god of death. With a grand gesture, the prince declares the gathering can begin. He feigns uncertainty about where to seat the new arrivals, before a sly look crosses his face. "Ah, I believe I know the perfect spot." His eyes land directly on Kale's table, and Kale knows exactly what's coming. Of course, it had to be their table, the only one without any high-ranking nobles from the major factions. The table of the neutral northeastern nobles, a group that maintained a careful balance of power. Among them, the Henatus family was so powerful that no one dared to pressure them into choosing a side. With a brilliant smile, the prince announces that young Master Taylor can join the northeastern nobles, as there just happen to be extra seats. Both Kale and Eric flinch, stunned. Taylor and Cage, however, simply bow and thank the prince. Albera waves it off, declaring that one should work with those who will bring greatness to the kingdom. A clear endorsement of Taylor. He then orders his attendants to rearrange the seating. Eric immediately stands, bowing and agreeing to the prince's command. The other nobles at their table quickly follow, their chairs scraping as they make room. Eric leans in, whispering frantically. Terrified, Kale's trash reputation is about to cause a scene. "Just stay still," he begs. "Don't do anything." The prince simply tells them all to take a seat. Kale lets out a quiet sigh of annoyance but settles back into his chair. With Taylor and Cage now at their table, Alberu's charming smile returns, and he announces the gathering can finally resume. He thanks them all for coming to share a meal, and as he speaks, Taylor gives Kale a silent nod. The prince wishes everyone a wonderful meal. Over at his table, Venyan can only stare ahead, his face a mask of silent fury. And with that, servants begin to fill the tables with lavish dishes. One of the nobles leans over, telling Kale they plan to greet the prince soon. Kale just nods, his mind elsewhere. He watches Alberu, trying to figure out his real game. There was no way he gathered all these powerful people just for dinner. He had another reason. A few possibilities ran through Kale's mind. Maybe it was about the war brewing in the south, or the future civil war in the Whipper Kingdom. Either way, Kale decides it's not his problem. He takes a bite of his food. Pretty good. The invisible dragon on his lap agrees, noting that weak humans are surprisingly good cooks. But then, Eric leans in with a quiet warning. There are magic video recorders all over the hall. Kale stops chewing. And suddenly, one thing becomes crystal clear. The Crown Prince was monitoring everyone. And if he knew, the other princes knew too. A slow, knowing smirk spreads across Kale's face. This wasn't just Alberu's idea. The entire royal family was watching. Eric stands up, gesturing for the others. It was time to go pay their respects. The rest of the nobles at their table get up, preparing to follow. But Kale doesn't move. He remains seated, calmly watching them go. As they walk toward the head of the hall, the Crown Prince's gaze sweeps across the room. A huge, beaming smile spreads across Alberu's face as his voice booms across the hall, cheerful and loud. "Oh, our northeastern nobles!" When a prince calls you out in a room full of powerful nobles, it's never just a greeting. It's a test. Eric Wheelsman steps forward, bowing deeply as the prince smiles, reminding him that they have things to discuss. Alberu Crossman, the Crown Prince. His smile was perfect, his demeanor flawless, every inch the ideal royal. In the Rowan Kingdom, that brilliant blonde hair was more than just a color. It was seen as the sun god's blessing, a symbol of the royal family itself. Eric, flustered but eager, quickly agrees that he's been waiting for this moment. Alberu's smile never falters as he says that he has been waiting as well. He praises Eric for guarding the northeastern border, smoothly asking how he could possibly ignore someone so important. Watching from the back, Kale smirks. The prince was laying it on thick, a true politician with a silver tongue. Then, that charming voice turned its attention to him. Alberu gestures, asking if this isn't young Master Kale, whose family guards the very edge of the kingdom. He extends a hand, thanking the Henatus family for protecting the kingdom from the dreaded Forest of Darkness, adding how reassuring their strength is to everyone. The prince keeps the compliments flowing, mentioning he's heard Kale is a free-spirited person, spinning his trash reputation into a tale of an artistic soul. Kale thinks to himself, "Wow, this prince is good." Kale takes his hand, deciding to play along. He puts on his most earnest expression, declaring that meeting the prince made him realize something profound. Besides the king, their son, they now have Alberu, a star to guide them through the night. He insists it's a wonderful sight to behold. Alberu seems momentarily surprised by the over-the-top flattery, but quickly recovers. Kale finishes with a flourish, claiming he won't be able to sleep now that he's met the star in the minds of our citizens. The nobles behind him are cringing, speechless at his audacity. But as Kale pulls his hand back, the dragon's voice echoes in his mind. It asks why this weakling prince used magic to dye his hair, a spell so powerful only a dragon could detect it. Kale freezes. Heck, he thinks, another useless secret. The dragon continues, wondering if it's a secret about his birth, noting even the prince's pupils are dyed. It warns Kale that this weakling is definitely plotting something and that he needs to be careful. For a split second, the dragon appears visible only to Kale. It then corrects itself, saying, "This human isn't actually weak." The dragon's final warning rings in his ears, "Be especially careful, or you'll die." Kale's mind races. He'd always heard the crown prince was average, but the dragon was saying the opposite. He quickly connects the dots. The current queen was the third prince's mother. Alberu's mother had been a commoner who died under mysterious circumstances. This prince was hiding something big. Kale shakes the thought away. Whatever it is, it has nothing to do with him. Alberu, completely unaware, smiles and says he feels he and Kale are quite similar. Kale snaps back into character, beaming with a thankful smile and declaring it the biggest honor of his life. He steps back to rejoin the others. Eric looks at him, completely bewildered, but Kale finally understands. There was a reason for all this political maneuvering. A reason the king was favoring the third prince? He wonders, is Alberu not the king's son, or is there some other secret? He pushes the dangerous thoughts aside and turns to leave with the others. As they walk, a young noblewoman, Lady Amarel, seems to linger beside him. Kale decides to get a little business done. He turns to her, asking if the shoreline in her territory is as beautiful as people say. She confirms it is, but Kale scoffs internally. He knows those beautiful cliffs make it almost impossible to get to the third ancient power, the sound of the wind. He remembers from the novel that the power was found by a brutal mage slayer who was already so strong he barely even used it. Kale thinks about the future. The magic tower will soon fall, and Rosalind will eventually rise to lead the new one. Choi Han, the mage slayer, and the Empire's crown prince. These three would become the heroes who handle every major crisis on the continent. He considers the massive story, the wars and power struggles that would soon shatter 200 years of peace, and he reaffirms his goal. Of course, he thinks, none of that has anything to do with me. Back at their table, Kale confirms with another noble, young Master Gilbert, that he can leave once the meal is over. Gilbert says the three of them plan to meet with the prince again to discuss investments, correctly assuming Kale isn't interested. "Right," Kale replies. "What good would I be there?" Gilbert looks surprised, asking if Kale read the documents they'd sent. Kale just shrugs, a bit. Just then, the crown prince stands for a final announcement, thanking everyone for coming. But then comes the real point. He announces he's prepared a spot for all of them at the upcoming birthday celebration, and he expects them to be there. Kale understands the hidden command. It wasn't an invitation, it was an order. He sighs. He'll have to be at the plaza when the bombs go off. As dinner ends, Cage gives Kale a mischievous smile. "See you later," she says. "Our little brother." Kale mutters that he never agreed to that. As they leave, Lady Amarel offers to walk with him. Kale eyes her suspiciously, asking if she's worried he'll cause trouble on his way out. She smiles, explaining that Neo Tols, the guy who loves picking fights with him, is also leaving. Kale gets the warning immediately. They walk towards the exit of the Grand Hall. Nearing the doors, Amarel tells him he did well today. Kale, ever confident, just says, "Of course I did." He then turns it back on her, saying she's the one who needs to work harder for good results. Her casual demeanor drops. She knows her family's territory is considered useless. A dangerous place, full of treacherous cliffs and deadly whirlpools that few sailors dare to navigate. But Kale knows the truth. The danger comes from the sound of the wind, the ancient power hidden there. Amarel looks at him with renewed determination, saying she believes they can get the results they need. Standing by her carriage, she says she's confident the prince will be interested in their venture. Kale agrees, then decides to give her a little push. He can tell she's trustworthy. "You discussed tourism, right?" he asks. Then he drops the hint. He tells her if she's really desperate, she should think about the strategic value of her shoreline's location, especially in relation to the Whipper Kingdom and the Northern Kingdoms. Amiral is stunned. Kale adds that she should probably keep that idea to herself. Her expression shifts from confusion to understanding. Looking at him with new light in her eyes, she promises to remember his words. Kale watches her carriage leave, his mission accomplished. Amiral gives a final nod, her resolve hardened. Kale had just laid out a new path for her, one that perfectly aligned with his own plans. 200 years of peace had made people forget what a defensible border was worth. But that peace was about to shatter, and one man was already planning how to profit from the chaos. In his carriage, Kale thought about the other nobles. They were only focused on tourism, a luxury of peacetime. But the Crown Prince, a man hiding his true self, had to know this calm was ending. Kale's own goal, however, was much simpler. Grab another ancient power before the novel's hero could. The carriage pulled up to the lavish villa where Kale was staying. The moment he stepped inside, Choi Han was there. "We found 4 magic bombs," he said, getting straight to the point. Choi Han looked exhausted but focused, explaining they were all planted around the central plaza. Kale's expression turned serious as he asked for the map. Choi Han handed over the scroll. As Kale unrolled it, Choi Han explained that after finding the first one, he carried the dragon around, using its powerful mana sense to pinpoint the other 3. The dragon popped into view, confirming the report. They'd searched outside the plaza too, but so far, nothing. Kale studied the map, his mind racing. The novel said there were 10 bombs, 5 on people, 5 on the ground. Only finding 4 meant the timeline was already changing. He told Choi Han they could relax for now. Nothing would happen until dawn on the festival day. Kale explained that the bombs were set off by a signal. For a powerful mage like Rosalind or the dragon, cutting that signal was a simple, if tedious, task. That's exactly how Rosalind handled it in the original story. It was easy for her. But Kale had a different plan. When Choi Han asked if they were going to steal the bombs, not destroy them, Kale looked at him like he was crazy. "Why would you break something so useful?" A wicked grin spread across Kale's face. "I'm going to have to use them," he declared. "Not as bombs, of course. But the condensed mana inside was an incredibly valuable resource." He ordered Choi Han to keep searching, just in case. Choi Han and the dragon were to stay hidden near the plaza and keep watch, a tedious, nerve-wracking job. Kale then turned to An and Hong, who were curled up nearby. It was time for them to earn their keep. With a cheerful smile, he told everyone to get to work. Choi Han could only stare, still trying to process the absurd plan. And just like that, his team vanished out the window, off to complete their missions without another word. The next day, Belos the merchant finally arrived, delivering the anti-magic device Kale needed. Later, inside another rattling carriage, Kale sat across from a nervous-looking Locke. He cut straight to it. "You want me to look after your siblings. In return, what can you do for me?" Locke found a sliver of courage, explaining that his siblings will join him because they are always stronger together. The carriage rattled on. Kale knew the Blue Wolves were once famous knights, but as Locke started to explain, Kale cut him off, turning his head away, completely uninterested. Locke tried again, but Kale shut him down. "No need." He leaned forward, his gaze sharp. "Are you seriously asking me to take you and 10 children and form a new knight company?" Kale laid out his assessment of Locke's character. Alone, he was terrified of the powerful whale tribe. But for his comrades, he'd throw himself at their leader without hesitation. That was who Locke was. Kale called the idea ridiculous, asking for protection for the children while also planning to turn them into knights. He explained that training wolf children into knights would create something worse than a cult, a group of soldiers who weren't afraid to die. Then he hit him with the hardest question: what about their opinions? Why do you get to decide their lives for them? The words landed like a blow. Locke flinched, covering his face as he apologized. Kale's tone softened instantly. He told him there was nothing to be sorry about and that he'd think of a suitable request. Of course, Kale was lying. He already knew exactly what he wanted. He told Locke the mission would be in about 3 months. His mind flashed to a valuable ancient power set to appear in a treacherous mountain range. The Berserk Wolfmen were the perfect group to scale those peaks and retrieve it for him. His plan was simple: sell it to a rich royal and make enough money to last a lifetime. The royals had plenty of cash to spare. Locke, dejected, quietly asked if Cale would ever even need him. Cale looked at him, exasperated. "Don't ask such obvious questions. Of course I have a use for you." Revitalized, Locke promised to do anything. "Okay," Cale said, reaching into his coat. He pulled out a heavy pouch of money. He tossed it to a surprised Locke, telling him to take his siblings on a tour of the capital. With a warm smile, Cale told him to buy them something good to eat and that An and Hong would go with them. His real motive, of course, was that he couldn't have a comfortable chat with kids around. An and Hong hopped onto Locke's lap, purring. Locke finally broke into a fit of laughter, the tension melting away. Cale watched him, thinking he'd need to find a proper babysitter for the wolf children. He needed someone clean and a good chef. An image of Beecrox, the meticulously clean assassin chef, flashed in his mind. Cale physically shivered. Beecrox was a lunatic who enjoyed torturing people. There was no way he was letting him near the innocent wolf cubs. The carriage screeched to a halt. They had arrived. Cale stepped out onto the street. He looked back at Locke and said simply, "Follow me." They arrive at a quiet inn, a safe house smelling faintly of grapes. For Cale, it's just another step in his plan, but for the young wolf boy beside him, it's the end of a terrifying journey. An attendant at the door confirms their party. Cale is calm and composed, but beside him, Locke clutches the two kittens, his shoulders trembling with a mix of hope and fear. This moment is everything to him. The heavy door swings shut behind them, sealing them inside the stone building. The air is still, filled with anticipation. They finally reach the hideout billows prepared for the wolf children. Cale glances at the nervous boy. He can see Locke is on the verge of breaking down. With a simple nod, Cale gestures to the door ahead. "They're your siblings. You should be the one to open it." Locke gently sets the kittens, An and Hong, on the cool floor. His hands shake as he reaches for the doorknob, every ounce of his being focused on what lies on the other side. He takes one last, shuddering breath. This is it. The moment he finds out if his family is truly safe. The door creaks open, revealing a large, dimly lit room. And there, sleeping peacefully on the floor, are the children of the Blue Wolf tribe, safe and sound. One of the children stirs, his eyes blinking open. When he sees Locke in the doorway, his face crumples with relief, and a single, joyous word escapes his lips: "Young." In a heartbeat, the entire room is a storm of motion. The children scramble to their feet, swarming Locke with cries and tears, clinging to their older brother. Watching this raw, emotional reunion from the doorway are Cale and a stout, blonde-haired merchant. While Locke is lost in the moment, Cale's attention is drawn to a second man standing beside Bios. He introduces himself with a warm smile, but Cale simply waves it off with his usual trash persona, claiming there's no honor in meeting someone like him. They shake hands. Cale's grip is casual, but his eyes are sharp, already analyzing this new player on the board. The man introduces himself as Odeus Flynn, a name that, for Cale, sets off alarm bells. Cale already knows the story from the novel he read. Odeus is Billows' uncle, a man who supposedly gave up his claim to the powerful Flynn Merchant Guild to run a small, humble business of his own. But that was all a lie. This man, Odeus, was the one who originally connected the hero, Choi Han, to the ambitious Billows. Cale knows that behind that friendly exterior is a mind more cunning and ruthless than even his own assassin butler. Because Odeus Flynn's small merchant guild was just a front. In reality, he was a kingpin, one of the hidden rulers of the entire continent's criminal underworld. He was the type of man who showed immense kindness to those he considered his own, but was utterly merciless to his enemies. He was the last person you ever wanted to make an enemy of. Cale feigns surprise, putting on a pleasant smile. "Flynn, you must be Billows' relative. A pleasure to meet you." He plays his part perfectly, while in the background, the children's joyful cries continue, oblivious to the quiet tension brewing at the door. Odeus laughs heartily, remarking on his recent string of good fortune. To Billows, he's just a kind uncle who chose a simple life over power, a perception Odeus has carefully crafted. For his entire life, Odeus was the only family member who showed the illegitimate Billows any warmth. Billows trusts him completely blind to the darkness that Cale can see so clearly. Bios invites them upstairs for a drink, mentioning that Choi Han and Rosalind will be joining them soon. Now that the children are safe, the real business can begin. As Odious takes his leave, he offers to share a drink with Kale someday. Kale just smirks. Perhaps one day. He has absolutely no intention of getting entangled with the king of the underworld. His face still wet with tears of joy, Locke turns to Kale, his voice thick with emotion as he offers his deepest thanks. Kale just sighs internally. This is exactly the kind of headache he was trying to avoid. All this responsibility is seriously cutting into his future slacker life. He glances at the dozen wolf children. A fleeting thought crosses his mind. They'll need someone to train them, to teach them how to control their power. But he immediately dismisses it. That sounds like way too much work. Waving a hand dismissively at Locke, he tells him to go on, eager to wash his hands of the whole affair. As Locke rejoins the children, Bios calls down from the top of the stairs, a deeply curious look on his face. "Young Master Kale, what exactly have you been up to?" Now, sitting in a private room, Kale calmly sips his drink. He gives Bilos the most infuriatingly perfect non-answer he can think of. "I've been doing what I can for a peaceful future." Bilos is left completely speechless. The answer tells him absolutely nothing, yet implies everything. Kale casually pours himself another glass of wine, acting as if nothing is wrong, while Bilos practically vibrates with agitation. Before Kale can even offer him a glass, Bilos snatches his own cup and downs the entire thing in one gulp, his frustration finally boiling over. He slams the empty glass down on the table. Kale's eyes narrow. "Do you not see me sitting here?" The quiet rebuke makes Bilos flinch, and he quickly apologizes. Kale clicks his tongue, wagging a finger. "I don't know what's got you so worked up, but you shouldn't drink alone like that." It's a subtle move, shifting the power dynamic and putting Bilos on the defensive. He picks up the bottle and offers to pour for Bilos, a gesture of peace that is also an assertion of control. Finally, Bilos breaks. He explains that while Odious is his blood uncle, he isn't allowed to use the Flynn family name because he's an illegitimate son. He can't even call his own uncle uncle. He flashes back to his childhood, to a memory of Odious placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. His uncle was the only one who ever treated him like family, telling him, "Bios, you have the qualifications to be my nephew." Those words became the spark, the single moment of validation that lit the fire of ambition inside him, making him want more than the world was willing to give him. Kale listens silently as he pours the wine. He knows this story. It was this encouragement from Odious, combined with meeting the impossibly strong Choi Han, that pushed Bilos to fight for the leadership of the entire merchant guild. Kale decides to probe a little deeper. "Aren't you curious why a man with the Flynn name runs such a small guild?" But Bilos just shakes his head, saying he has no right to be curious about the family that rejected him. Swirling the wine in his glass, Kale considers his next words. This is the moment to plant the seed. "I see." He looks Bios directly in the eye. "Whether it's you or Odious, it's all the same. You're a Flynn, too." Bilos looks down, his voice heavy with self-pity. "I am just a bastard." Kale lets out a short, sharp scoff. Being a bastard doesn't mean you're not a Flynn. His logic is twisted, but it's exactly what Bilos needs to hear. Everyone else already thinks of you as one. Bilos looks up, completely stunned. Kale's words are blunt, almost insulting, but they've struck a chord deep inside him. No one has ever dared to speak to him with such raw honesty. A slow, genuine smile spreads across Bilos's face. He looks at Kale with a newfound respect. "Young master, you have a talent for saying exactly the right thing." Kale just smirks, leaning forward with the wine bottle. "I'm a bit talented in that area." Suddenly, Bios's hand shoots out, grabbing the wine bottle from Kale's grasp. The friendly atmosphere shatters in an instant. Bilos is still smiling, but now it's the sharp, hungry grin of an ambitious merchant who's done playing games. "Which is why I want to ask." He leans in close, his eyes gleaming with opportunity. "What did you steal with the items you borrowed from me?" He knows Kale is planning something big, and he wants his piece of the pie. Kale's smirk never wavers. "I've already stolen one thing, and I'll be stealing the rest soon." Bios's grin widens. "Can I join you?" Kale shuts him down immediately. "Sorry, all positions are filled." But Bilos isn't disappointed. He looks thrilled. "I guess I'll have to steal something else for myself then." Kale leans back and laughs, completely satisfied. Do whatever you want. The hook is set. Without even trying, he's just pushed another powerful piece into place for his future plans. The capital is cloaked in the deep blue of pre-dawn stillness. Back at the villa, the quiet is deceptive. The most critical phase of Kale's plan is about to begin. Kale is in his room when his butler, Ron, enters with a silent bow. The old man's voice is steady, but carries an unusual weight. "Young master, I have a request." Kale turns, slightly surprised. A request from Ron is rare. The old assassin looks up, his expression dead serious. "Please take care of my son." The words hang in the quiet room. "You mean Beecrocs?" Kale asks, his mind already spinning. When he asks why, Ron turns to the window, his voice dropping to a chilling whisper. "I need to go hunt some foxes." Ron glances over his shoulder, a cold, thin smile on his lips. The benign butler is gone, replaced by the predator beneath. "You already know I'm someone who kills people, don't you, young master?" A bead of sweat trickles down Kale's temple, but his face remains a mask of calm indifference. "And?" Ron states it plainly, a simple fact. "I am leaving to go kill people." He isn't asking for permission, he is simply informing Kale of a choice he's already made. Kale needs to be sure. Are these foxes human? Ron's smile widens into a terrifying grin, devoid of all warmth. "That's right," he says, his voice laced with anticipation. "I need to go kill a whole group of them." Then he adds a final, brutal detail, the words sending a shiver down Kale's spine. "Rip them to pieces." Kale knows this is no idle threat. When Ron Molan goes on a hunt, there are only two outcomes. Either he ends up in pieces, or his targets do. And Kale has a very good idea which is more likely. He quickly assesses the situation. With Locke now in control of his powers, Choi Han's team is more than strong enough. They don't technically need Ron or his son for the mission. Still, that smile is making his knees feel weak. Pushing down his fear, Kale gives the only reply he can. "Go and come back." Sitting on his bed, he's already handling the logistics, acting like the competent young master he pretends not to be. He'll tell the staff Ron is on leave and arrange for him to draw funds from the Flynn Guild. He has one last question. "Why leave Beecrocs with a piece of trash like me?" Ron's answer reveals a startling depth of trust. He's an adult. He can figure out his own life. Kale lays down a single condition. "Your break is for 1 year only." He closes his eyes, a tiny smile playing on his lips as he thinks to himself, "Looks like I'll be able to sleep peacefully for a year." As Ron pulls the blanket over him, Kale adds one last thing, his voice softening. "Enjoy your break! And don't get hurt out there." Ron freezes. "Don't get hurt!" That was a sentiment he never ever expected to hear from the spoiled young master. A soft, surprised breath escapes his lips. For the first time, a genuine, almost fond smile touches Ron's lips. He'd always seen Kale as just a punk, a brat to be managed. But now he realizes how wrong he was. He, Ron Molan, had completely misjudged the man he served. He asks if reporting once a month is sufficient. Kale's muffled voice comes from under the covers. "Yeah, do as you wish." "Then I shall see you in a year," Ron says quietly. He turns, and like the ghost he is, he vanishes without a sound, leaving Kale finally, truly, alone. Hours later, in the final moments of darkness before dawn, the operation begins. Kale's team is assembled. Choi Han, a more confident Locke, and Rosalind, who looks like a completely different person with her hair magically dyed a deep brown. Choi Han, ever the gentleman, offers a compliment. "Miss Rosalind, brunette hair looks good on you." She flashes a mischievous smile. "You think so? I thought it would make it easier to run wild." She doesn't know the whole plan, but she didn't need to. The moment Kale mentioned the words, "magic bomb," the powerful mage understood the gravity of the threat and agreed to help without hesitation. Kale turns to Locke. "You can use a wolf's physical strength without fully transforming now, right?" Clutching the two kittens, Locke nods firmly. "Yes, sir, it's possible." Kale lays out the assignments. Rosalind and Locke are Team 1. Choi Han and the dragon are Team 2. On and Hong will be Team 3. Choi Han asks the obvious question. "What about you, young Master Kale?" It's a polite way of saying Kale is too weak to join them. Before Kale can answer, his companions offer their own blunt assessments. The black dragon calls him weak, while the kittens simply declare him useless. The others just stare, momentarily stunned by the brutal honesty. Kale, ever the opportunist, seizes on their words. "I'm weak and would only be a burden," he says, grabbing a coat. "Besides, I need to prepare for the festival. It's the perfect excuse." He quickly explains the strategy. They will move during the brief window when the night guards swap with the day shift, using that moment of chaos to get into position. Once the bombs are being dismantled, a main disturbance will be created as a diversion, allowing them to observe the plaza and identify the terrorists. Time is tight. The king's birthday celebration begins at 9 a.m. sharp. Kale gives them a bright, cheerful smile, completely at odds with the life-or-death mission ahead. "All right then, please head to work." Rosalind gives him a pointed look. "You remember our deal, right? I get one of the bombs." Kale nods. "Of course." She smiles, satisfied. A priceless, high-grade magic bomb. For a mage like her, that's more than enough payment for her services. With their orders clear, the team moves to the balcony and melts into the pre-dawn gloom. They move like ghosts, vanishing from sight in seconds. Kale steps forward, his hand resting on the window frame as he watches them disappear. The moment they are gone, the lazy, cheerful mask dissolves. His expression turns sharp and serious, his posture straightens, and a subtle pressure fills the empty room. This is the real Kale Henetus. Not the trashy noble, but the cold, calculating mind pulling all the strings. Standing there alone, he looks less like a spoiled son and more like a commander sending his soldiers into battle. He glances at his own hand, a flicker of reluctance in his eyes. "It would be better if I don't have to use this." He's thinking of his own secret weapon, the indestructible shield. His gaze hardens, his hand clenching into a fist. "But if I do, I'll only use a tiny bit of its strength," he reassures himself. The plan is solid. He has no intention of getting anywhere near the blood-crazed mage who sets off the original incident in the novel. Turning from the window, he's once again dressed in his immaculate noble attire. He speaks to the empty room, as if to the butler who just left. "Ron, it looks like today will be your last day serving me." A small, scheming smile appears. He's already thinking a year ahead. Once Ron comes back, he'll just have to find a way to send Choi Han somewhere far away. His ultimate goal, his slacker dream, is always the priority. He faces the mirror, adjusting his collar, perfecting the image of a respectable nobleman ready for a festival. The chaos is about to erupt, and Kale is exactly where he wants to be, looking good and far, far away from the action. Let's get ready. The morning of the festival dawns, and Kale is already in the midst of a high-stakes chess match. He's riding in a carriage, but this is no leisurely trip. Across from him sits a noblewoman with sharp, intelligent eyes, and she has just made an offer that could reshape the entire kingdom. She is Amarel Ubar, a leader from the coastal northeast. With a steady gaze, she cuts straight to the heart of the matter. "Young master, what are your thoughts on my territory building a naval base?" This doesn't surprise Kale in the slightest. He'd already heard from his friend Eric that the initial, smaller investment talks had fallen through. He expected her to be frustrated, but she's perfectly composed. It's clear she's already moved on to a much bigger, bolder plan. He thinks to himself, "You've already made up your mind, haven't you, Lady Emerald?" She admits it freely. The decision was too big to make alone. So she's already consulted her mother, the true head of her family. She's playing several moves ahead. Kale knows that building a new military base is a political minefield. It's not just about money, it's about upsetting the delicate balance of power between the nobles and the crown. And that was the crown's entire strategy. The Northeast was the kingdom's only path to the ocean, and its fractured political landscape made it the perfect target for a royal takeover. Kale voices her greatest fear aloud. "You're concerned. The crown's influence will become too strong in your territory, aren't you?" Amirel nods. That's exactly why she's here. Leaning back with his arms crossed, Kale settles in. She has a proposal, and he's ready to hear it. Amirel begins to speak, but Kale already knows where this is going. And so, he makes his classic move. He puts on his perfect trash persona, waving a dismissive hand. "Any decision about the Henetus family funds is made by my father. A trash like me has no power." He understands the game perfectly. If the crown builds the base, they control everything: the land, the contracts, the power. The crown would pour money into the region, but in return, they would own it. For a noble family, the difference between a tourist spot and a royal military base is the difference between partnership and submission. And Amarel's family, frankly, didn't have the funds to resist. They were at risk of being completely absorbed by the crown's ambition. But she was determined not to let that happen, which, as Kale knows, leaves her with only one viable option: borrow money from someone with a lot of it. And in the entire Northeast, no one had deeper pockets than the Hennetus family. Amarel leans forward, a shrewd glint in her eye. Is that really true? She reveals that she picked up on the crown prince's wariness of the neighboring kingdoms. So she did something incredibly smart. She invested in information, paying a guild to learn the true political landscape. She wasn't just guessing, she knew what was coming. Kale is genuinely impressed. Despite her family struggles, she spent a fortune on critical intelligence. She understands that sometimes information is the most valuable weapon. She connects the dots perfectly. I heard the Hennetus territory is fortifying its walls. A family preparing for war, she reasons, would be very interested in a military investment. A slight smile touches Kale's lips. I will speak to my father about it. They both know what this means. The deal is done. A new alliance has been forged. With this naval base, the four families of Kale, Eric, Amarel, and Gilbert would become the new center of power in the Northeast, a faction strong enough to stand against the crown. Kale lays out the benefit for her. With Hennetus funding, her family wouldn't just survive, they would thrive, backed by the might of the new base. It's an offer she can't refuse. He then throws out a test. Honestly, I'm a little worried about the whirlpools off your coast. Amarel smiles confidently. She explains that ancient safe paths exist, and the whirlpools actually serve as a natural defense against invasion. It's a risk she's willing to take. Kale internally scoffs. The whirlpools she's so worried about are already part of his future plans. Soon enough, they'll be under his control, making them a non-issue. A sly, mischievous grin spreads across his face. Everything is falling into place more perfectly than he could have imagined. His mind wanders to his ultimate dream, a small villa on one of those beautiful coastal cliffs. Once his brother takes over the family, he'll ride out the war in hiding, then retire to the coast and finally live his slacker life. Amarel thanks him sincerely. Kale just laughs, slipping back into character. You shouldn't thank a piece of trash like me. He spreads his hands wide, the picture of uselessness. I have no power at all. I am just delivering a message. Amarel looks at him, a flicker of understanding in her eyes. Delivering the message is more than enough. She gets the game he's playing. She extends a hand, formally inviting him to visit her territory someday. She adds that there are many interesting things to see, a genuine offer of friendship. Kale shakes her hand, his reply polite and non-committal. I'll go if I get the chance. He knows the chance is coming very, very soon. The carriage stops, and Kale steps out onto the street. His political maneuvering is done, for now. He pulls out his pocket watch. 8 a.m. 1 hour until the festival officially begins. Right now, the event staff would be swarming the plaza, making their final preparations. At 8003, the Royal Knights will open the gates and a sea of people will flood the square. The plaza will become a locked box, impossible to enter or leave. And that's when his team's real mission begins, a deadly game of find the bomb. The magic bombs aren't just sitting in a corner. They're disguised as everyday accessories, necklaces, bags, pendants, worn by unsuspecting people in the crowd. It's up to Choi Han and the others to find every last one. Just then, his friends approach, and he greets them with a casual smile. He isn't worried. Even if his team can't find all the bombs, he knows that soon enough, the culprits will reveal themselves. Eric rushes over, whispering urgently. We started 8005. Remember, just stay still today, all right? Kale nods, thinking, right, I know nothing. His only job is to play the part of the ignorant, trashy noble. Suddenly, his friends freeze, their eyes wide with shock. A collective gasp ripples through the crowd. Crown Prince Alberu Crossman has arrived, his presence instantly commanding the attention of every noble in the square. At that exact moment, a faint weight settles on Kale's shoulder. The Black Dragon, invisible to all, whispers directly into his mind. I'm here. The dragon reports that they're on schedule. The bombs are being dismantled and will be clear by 8055. I'm busy, I have to go, he adds, his mental voice fading. Before he vanishes completely, the dragon gently taps Kale's shoulder with a claw. Weak human, he thinks, a rare note of concern in his voice. Use your shield if it looks like it'll hurt. His friends call for him to join them in their carriage. Kale is still processing the dragon's words. Shield? I doubt I'll even need to use it. Across the way, inside his own opulent carriage, Prince Alberu gives the order. All preparations are complete. Let us depart. Kale watches him go, his lazy expression replaced by a cold, calculating gaze. This is all part of a much larger game. Now inside the carriage, Kale finds himself surrounded by the very same northeastern nobles he just formed an alliance with. He has to wonder if the crown prince arranged this seating on purpose. Gilbert, sitting beside him, looks incredibly nervous and stammers out a greeting. Kale just leans back, arms crossed, tuning out the awkward small talk. His focus is elsewhere. He glances out the window at the massive clock tower that looms over the capital. The final countdown has begun. The chaos is about to start. As the carriages approach the plaza, the air inside is thick with tension. The crown prince's grand entrance has sent a ripple of chaos through the assembled nobles. While Amarel Ubar keeps her composure and Taylor Stan looks completely serene, the pressure is building. Gilbert Cheddar can't handle it, shifting restlessly in his seat, his anxiety practically radiating off him. Kale observes it all with a detached calm. Most of the nobles are completely lost, unable to comprehend the prince's bold political move. But Kale knows there's one person who understands perfectly, Venyan Stan. He can only imagine the look of pure rage and disbelief on his face right now. After all, this was the one thing no one could have ever seen coming. Taylor Stan, the crippled heir, the man everyone had written off as a lost cause, was walking on his own 2 feet. And he wasn't just walking, he was standing at the right hand of the crown prince, a clear and undeniable symbol of royal favor. It was a political earthquake. But Kale knew exactly how it happened. He thinks to himself, he got his hands on the healing star. Amarel leans forward, asking the question burning in everyone's mind. Young Master Taylor, are your legs truly healed? Taylor offers a placid smile, as if discussing the weather. It was a miracle from God. I am completely healed. Beside him, Gilbert flinches, stammering out his congratulations. Taylor's thank you is simple, but Gilbert is a mess, completely flustered by this impossible reality. Through it all, Taylor remains poised and regal, every bit the powerful heir he was always meant to be. Gilbert, still reeling, asks nervously, now that you're healed, will you be returning to your family's territory? Taylor's eyes narrow, just a fraction. His voice is firm, absolute. Of course. He locks eyes with Gilbert, a confident, almost predatory smile spreading across his face. That has always been my home. Leaning back, he adds, shouldn't I return to it? The unspoken threat is deafening. He's not just going home, he's going back to reclaim his birthright. The carriage falls silent. Across the tense space, Kale and Taylor share a knowing look. This is only the beginning. A small, excited caricature of Taylor appears, eager to share everything with Kale, who just looks tired. He already knows what this is about. The carriage stops, and Gilbert practically leaps at the chance to escape the suffocating atmosphere. Amirel follows, telling Kale she'll return with Eric. As she leaves, she glances back, thinking that Kale and Taylor seem to have no connection. She couldn't be more wrong. The door shuts, and Taylor smiles. Finally, we are alone. He throws his head back and lets out a laugh of pure, unadulterated triumph. I got my legs fixed by promising to become the head of the Stan family. Kale lounges on the seat, his tone casual. Did you promise your loyalty? Taylor sits up straight, his expression sharp. No. I made a deal, Kale grins. That's wonderful. Congratulations. A deal is so much better than blind loyalty. This is exactly how he planned it. Taylor pulls out a small, folded note. These are the details of that deal. He holds it out. Kale raises an eyebrow. You're giving this to me? Taylor's smile is sly and conspiratorial. I think you'll find it useful, young Master Kale. He reveals the first part of the arrangement. Cage will be excommunicated. Kale isn't surprised. Because she does whatever she wants? Yes, Taylor confirms, a tiny, cheerful version of Cage popping up. And she's quite happy about it, Kale smirks. Good for her. Now she's free to be the crazy priestess she was always meant to be. Taylor's expression turns deadly serious. This is just the beginning, he says, locking eyes with Kale. We will win, won't we? Kale is screaming on the inside. Why is everyone dragging him into their personal battles? He just wants to be a slacker. But he gives the only answer he can. You will win, Taylor beams, completely satisfied. At the door, he pauses, looking back with a warm, genuine smile. The three of us should share a drink after our victory. Himself, Cage, and Kale. Kale just grins and raises an imaginary glass. The Hennetus wine is delicious. A perfect, non-committal reply. As Taylor's carriage departs, Kale is finally left alone. He calmly unfolds the note. It contains one crucial piece of information, a secret that shapes the future of the continent. The Crown Prince wants to end the Civil War. Kale lets out a sharp click of his tongue. He knew the Civil War was coming, but this confirms the prince's direct involvement. He carefully tucks the note into an inner pocket. Stepping out of the carriage, he thinks to himself that there must be a secret behind the prince's birth. It's the only thing that explains his obsession with a foreign conflict. His friends spot him from across the square and wave him over. It's their turn to enter the Plaza of Glory. The final act is about to begin. Kale recalls a passage from the novel. The plaza would be filled with the wealthy merchant class, people with power, but not enough to challenge the nobles or priests. These were the people the secret organization was targeting. He glances at the massive clock tower. 8:25 a.m. 5 minutes until the gates are sealed. The nobles and priests begin to file in, and the knights move to block the entrances, trapping everyone inside. Tables and chairs are arranged neatly across the plaza, a peaceful facade for the chaos that is about to erupt. A fellow noble makes small talk, asking if this is Kale's first time at the festival. Kale gives a bored yes, maintaining his image as a trashy noble who couldn't care less about such events. But as he walks, his eyes are constantly moving, scanning and mapping every detail: the tea shop, the inn, the flower shop, the locations of the 4 bombs his team has already secured. The plaza is vast and teeming with life, but in Kale's mind, it's a chessboard, and every piece is exactly where it should be. He watches as the royal knights cross their spears, sealing the last entrance. The trap is now set. It's almost time for the bombs to reveal themselves. With a mental snap of his fingers, he reminds himself that at exactly 9001 a.m., a mana disturbance will make them glow, visible to everyone. Eric gestures them toward their seats. And of course, sitting at their designated table with a calm smile is Taylor Stan. We seem to be running into each other quite often, young Master Kale. Kale sits down with a sigh. It seems so. Just like at the feast, he's once again being forced into the center of attention. Eric leans in, whispering frantically, Kale, just be quiet today, please. Kale just offers a lazy smile and a casual, Hyungnim. The friendly, informal address completely disarms his friend's anxiety. He leans back in his chair, his gaze fixed on the clock tower. The minute hand creeps steadily toward the top of the hour. His expression is serene, his mind completely at ease. The plan is in motion. The pieces are in place. Now, all he has to do is watch. Today, I'm not going to do a single thing. High above the plaza, the clock tower watches over the square. The announcer's voice echoes, heralding the arrival of the kingdom's leaders. The stars of the Crossman royal family are entering. Floating invisibly, the black dragon keeps his eyes on the clock, his voice a whisper in Kale's mind. 15 minutes left. The deadline is closing in. Kale leans back, a proud smile on his face. The dragon truly is a genius, a master of magic. With him acting as the command center for this operation, victory is all but guaranteed. A golden carriage, gleaming in the morning sun, rolls into the plaza. The crowd roars its approval. Crown Prince Albaru Crossman steps out, flashing a radiant, perfect smile that charms the entire square. He looks every bit the golden-haired, sun-blessed royal. But Kale knows the truth. The prince's iconic look is an illusion, a powerful magic dye hiding his true appearance. Kale idly fidgets with his fork, contemplating the massive secret Alberu is hiding from the world. Next is the king himself, Zed Crossman, hailed by the announcer as the son of this land. The cheering grows even louder. Kale just watches, his face a mask of noble boredom as he continues to play with his silverware. But his eyes aren't on the royals. They're fixed on a specific building on the far side of the plaza. He's watching a single potted plant on the roof, one of the many decoys his team used to smuggle their equipment into place. He taps his fingers together, a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. The final preparations are complete. The king takes his place at the grandstand, ready to begin his speech. He raises a hand, and the roaring crowd begins to settle. A hush falls over the plaza of glory. The air crackles with anticipation. The king begins to speak, his voice booming with pride, recounting the 30 years of his reign. Kale notes the genuine happiness on the king's face. It's a shame, he thinks, that this celebration is about to be spectacularly ruined. The clock tower strikes 9. The festival has officially begun. Suddenly, Eric and Taylor look up, their faces filled with confusion. What is that? A murmur sweeps through the crowd as people begin pointing toward the rooftops, their voices rising in alarm. Dark, cloaked figures have appeared on the buildings surrounding the plaza, silent sentinels of chaos. Who are they? On top of the central bell tower, a man in a black robe looks down on the scene below. It's a man with blonde hair and a half-mask. The royal knights scream up at him, demanding he identify himself. The plaza erupts into panic, but Kale remains perfectly still. He knows exactly who this is. Retica, the blood-crazy mage. He was worried the plot might have changed and he wouldn't show. If Retica had been a no-show, hunting him down would have been a real pain. Of course, that would have been Choi Han's problem, not his. Just like in the novel, the mage's arrival signals the beginning of a very terrible day. Retica lets out a cackling, maniacal laugh as red and black energy crackles around his hands. He unleashes his power, a wave of crimson energy washing over the plaza as he screams, "This will be fun!" He gathers a volatile sphere of magic in his palm. A massive shockwave of light explodes from his hand, silent but powerful. The blast isn't aimed at the people, it's designed to hit the entire plaza at once. It's a mana disturbance. It won't hurt anyone, but it's the trigger Kale has been waiting for. It will reveal everything. A swirling sphere of unstable magic forms at the center of the plaza. And in that instant, across the square, Rosalind, Choi Han, and Wok all snap their heads in different directions. The bombs are now visible to them. Kale's eyes dart across the panicked crowd, a sharp, satisfied smile gracing his lips. Found them! Choi Han and Rosalind take off, sprinting through the chaos. They have 10 minutes before the bombs detonate, even if they can't disarm them. 10 minutes is more than enough time to get them far away from the city, where they can't harm anyone. The dragon's voice echoes in his mind. I found one, human. This is why their plan will work. They have the combined magical genius of Rosalind and the dragon. While they move, Choi Han intercepts a panicked young noble. He spots it instantly, a necklace with a glowing blue jewel. That's one of them. He rips the necklace from the boy's neck, quickly inspecting it. It's clean, another bomb neutralized. At the same moment, Eric grabs Kale, trying to pull him to safety. The royal guards are evacuating the prince, but Eric's eyes are wide with shock, fixed on Alberu's hair. The mana disturbance is causing the prince's illusion magic to fail, revealing streaks of his true brown hair among the gold. Alberu looks visibly shaken by the exposure. The dragon wonders aloud in Kale's mind if another dragon did the dye job. While Kale ponders the prince's predicament, Eric is still trying to drag him away. But Retica isn't finished. He unleashes another wave of power. A look of pure annoyance crosses his masked face. This is taking too long. A massive glowing red magic circle materializes in the sky. It's an anti-magic field. Anyone caught beneath it will be powerless. The dragon calmly reports to Kale, his voice a steady presence in the chaos. Another human, and another. He's identifying the terrorists in the crowd. Kale checks his watch. 9:04 a.m. 3 bomb wielders identified. The nobles have descended into a panicked mob, shoving and screaming as they try to flee. Amidst it all, Kale stands perfectly still, a single bead of sweat on his face. He is calm, but the pressure is immense. He grabs his friend by the shoulders. "Hyung-nim," he says, his voice firm and steady. "Calm down." Eric is stunned into silence. The lazy, trashy noble he knows is gone, replaced in an instant by a confident, unshakable commander. The crowd is pounding on the sealed gates, screaming for the knights to open them. Kale watches the mess unfold, whispering a quiet, "Thanks to the dragon for the intel." Eric takes a deep breath. "My mind is clear now." Kale nods. "Now you're acting like yourself." The clock reads 9:07 a.m. 2 minutes left. The mana disturbance is fading. Choi Han spots another target, snatching a white purse from a noblewoman's grasp. "Another one out. That's 4 bombs neutralized. Just 2 more to go." Kale knows that when the disturbance ends, all that unstable mana will rush back to any remaining bombs, causing them to detonate. He stands up, hands on his hips. 2 minutes. It should be enough time. But as he scans the plaza, a sudden, horrible realization dawns on him. Taylor Stan sees his expression shift. "Young Master Kale, what is it?" Kale's face is a mask of disbelief. The confident smirk is gone, replaced by dawning horror. There are no other mana fluctuations. There are only 4. High above, the royal mages finally make their move. "Activate mana stability magic." They command in unison. Orbs of pure, stabilizing energy shoot into the sky, their blue light a stark contrast to the crimson chaos of Redika's magic. The orbs burst, unleashing a calming wave across the plaza. A shimmering, intricate magic circle expands over the capital, wrestling the turbulent mana back under control. The wild, destructive energy begins to fade. Kale watches, knowing that Rosalind and the Black Dragon are using this brief window of stability to teleport the bombs they've gathered far away from the city. 4 small motes of light streak through the air, heading for the distant mountains. The bombs are gone. "Mana stabilization complete," the lead mage declares. But at that exact moment, 4 massive explosions tear through the mountainside, the sound roaring back across the capital. The ground trembles. Even the royal family stares in horror at the pillars of smoke rising in the distance. Kale watches the aftermath, his expression grim. The immediate threat is over, but the mystery remains. His friends are pale with shock. Eric whispers the horrifying realization that is dawning on everyone. Those were magic bombs. Anyone with a shred of magical knowledge understands that only a magic bomb could cause an explosion of that magnitude. Kale runs a hand through his hair, a mix of relief and unease washing over him. "I guess there really were only 4. The dragon's voice, full of childish pride, echoes in his mind. "We saved all of them." He swoops down, visible only to Kale, puffed up with accomplishment. And he's right. As planned, nobody died. But on the clock tower, Redika stares at the distant smoke, his eyes wide with confusion. "Nobody died? How unfortunate," he mutters, his voice dripping with disappointment. "Why did the bombs go off over there?" He looks down at his subordinates in the plaza with cold indifference. "I guess this one is a failure." The king points from the grandstand, his voice shaking with rage. "Who are those terrorists?" Redika's words echo in Kale's mind. "This one is a failure?" What else could they have planned? The king's furious order cuts through the air. "Do you think you can get away with this?" He commands his knights, "Arrest them immediately." The knights surge forward. Redika just sighs, a sound of pure boredom. "Well, it can't be helped then." With inhuman speed, he leaps from the tower, grabbing one of his own men to use as a stepping stone, callously abandoning his followers to their fate. Kale's eyes lock onto the belt of one of the abandoned terrorists, and his blood runs cold. He sees it. 2 more bombs strapped to the men's waists. From the rooftop, Redika holds up a glowing scroll, covered in magic circles for shields, acceleration, and combustion. He's turning his own men into living weapons. "Go!" he screams, and the scrolls activate. The 2 terrorists are engulfed in red light, their bodies now ticking time bombs, armed and aimed. They charge into the crowd, a fresh wave of panic erupting as people scramble to escape the 2 glowing figures of death. Kale looks up, and a single thought freezes him in place. He's coming this way. One of the bombers is sprinting directly for his table, for his friends. They scream at him to run. The dragon's voice is urgent in his mind. "I'm coming." But it's too late. They're inside the blast radius. There's no time to escape. The bombers close in, crackling with unstable, explosive energy. Kale lets out a quiet sigh. He knows his ancient power, the vitality of the heart, would probably regenerate a lost limb. But his friends don't have that power. For them, the damage would be permanent. Final. He looks at their terrified faces and makes a choice. All his plans for a quiet life, for staying hidden, none of it matters now. Just then, Rosalind and Choi Han arrive, shouting his name. Rosalind moves to intercept, her face a mask of fierce determination. She throws her hands forward, beginning the incantation for a shield spell. But from the rooftops, Retica just sneers. "Explode! He's detonating them now!" In that split second, Kale moves. Rosalind can only stare in utter confusion, because in front of her something impossible is happening. A massive, shimmering silver shield materializes from nothing, blocking the path of the two bombers. The dragon arrives a moment too late, but sees the shield and understands instantly, adding his own layer of protection to the defense. The two bombers slam into the impenetrable silver barrier, their bodies erupting in a blinding, fiery explosion. Rosalind turns, her eyes wide with shock, staring at the person who summoned this impossible shield. "Young master?" It's Kale, standing in front of her, his arm outstretched, pushing her to safety as he takes the full force of the blast. A single, furious curse escapes his lips, a final goodbye to his quiet, peaceful future. Heck! The world dissolves into white and gold as the explosion consumes them, the silver shield holding strong against a force that should have obliterated them all. AD panel, not relevant to the story, Destined. In the heart of the capital, with countless lives on the line, Kale made his choice. His silver shield roars to life, absorbing the full, fiery force of the explosion, a single point of light against a wave of destruction. A collective scream tears through the plaza as the shockwave blasts outwards, throwing everyone to the ground in a storm of dust and terror. The sound is deafening, a cataclysmic boom that shakes the entire city to its foundations. Amidst the chaos, people cry out in pain and shock, the brutal reality of the attack finally sinking in. As the dust begins to settle, a nobleman looks up, his eyes wide with utter disbelief. He stares at the impossible sight before him, completely stunned. It looks like a sparkling night sky has descended upon the plaza. Then, like a pane of glass struck by a stone, the divine silver shield begins to crack and shatter, its purpose served. Kale stands at the epicenter, his red hair whipping in the wind as the last of the shield dissolves into light. He calmly thinks to himself that yes, that was a rather strong explosion. But the moment of calm is fleeting. A wave of dizziness crashes over him, and he grunts in pain. His body sways, strength abandoning him in an instant. Someone shouts his name as he begins to collapse. He stumbles forward, the world tilting precariously around him. Just before he hits the ground, Rosalind lunges forward, catching him. Kale leans against her, his mind racing. Heck, that hurts, he thinks. His #1 rule is to avoid pain at all costs, and right now, his entire body is screaming. He knows the Black Dragon's magic helped lessen the impact, but it was still immense. His hands tremble from the strain of holding back the blast. His friends and allies rush toward him, their faces masks of panic and concern, all shouting his name. Kale opens his mouth to tell them he's fine, to brush it all off. But instead of words, a stream of dark red blood spills from his lips. A nearby noble gasps in horror, his face draining of all color at the sight. Blood. But inside Kale, something else is happening. He feels another of his ancient powers, the vitality of the heart, kicking into overdrive. In an instant, the crushing pain vanishes. His body feels light, and a soothing warmth spreads from his chest. Just like that, he's back to normal. His limbs are fine. The throbbing in his palm has faded to less than a paper cut. Wiping the blood from his mouth, a small, satisfied smirk creeps onto his face. He actually feels healthier than before. Coughing up that blood was surprisingly refreshing. Rosalind, still supporting him, sees his smirk and is utterly bewildered, but another noble glares at him, furious. "Do you think this is funny? Stop laughing," he shouts. Kale just stares back, genuinely confused by the man's anger. The noble yells at him to stop trying to open his eyes, clearly thinking Kale is delirious from his injuries. Kale can only think, what is wrong with this guy? Suddenly, a powerful, frantic voice booms inside his head. "Weak human!" The little black dragon appears, vibrating with panicked energy. "You can't die yet! You are far too weak! I'll destroy everything if you die." The dragon's thoughts spiral into a dark place, a remnant of his traumatic past. If Kale dies, he'll kill everyone, destroy the world, and then end his own life. He glares at Kale, his blue eyes shimmering with a volatile mix of fear and rage. Kale sighs internally. He can feel the dragon's worry, but his words are just giving him a headache. Seeing Kale bleeding, a nobleman immediately offers to run for a priest. Another quickly seconds the motion. Kale knows he's perfectly fine, but then an idea clicks. Getting checked out by a priest, pretending to be seriously injured, it's the perfect cover. Across the plaza, Choi Han appears, his face a mask of cold fury as he shoves past the royal knights. His voice is a low, dangerous growl. "Get out of my way!" A knight blocks him, citing protocol, but Choi Han just glares. He has no time for their rules. Kale sees him coming and weakly waves a hand, trying to keep up his act. "Don't! Come over!" But Choi Han ignores him completely, crossing the distance in an instant. He stops before Kale, the two kittens, An and Hong, perched on his shoulders. He looks down at them. Sorry about that. The kittens just lick their paws, unbothered. They know Choi Han was just frantic with worry. Choi Han's gaze softens as he looks at Kale. "Are you okay?" Kale stands up straight, reassuring him. "Yeah, I'm completely fine." Rosalind watches them, her mind reeling. Kale acts like it was nothing, but what he just did was impossible. She, a genius mage, isn't sure she could have stopped that blast. She stares at him, lost in thought. "I really can't figure you out." Kale catches her intense stare and just looks back, confused. Rosalind flinches, snapping back to reality as if she'd been caught staring. Just then, a slow, mocking laugh cuts through the tense silence. "I never expected something like this, but this is pretty fun too. It's Retica, the blood-crazy mage." He looks directly at Kale and Rosalind, his red eyes glowing with manic energy. Rosalind's eyes go wide with horror and recognition. She knows those eyes. She saw them at the Blue Wolf Village during the massacre. Retica floats into the air, hovering above the clock tower, looking down on them all like insects. He gazes at the injured people below with a twisted sense of delight. "I see so many different colors of blood that I like." His eyes gleam with a sickening desire. "I'd love to put them all in my display case." Kale shudders in disgust, gritting his teeth. "Crazy bastard." Choi Han locks his gaze onto the mage. In the original story, villains this unhinged usually met a swift end. Without a moment's hesitation, Choi Han gives a single, sharp order to the royal knights. "Attack!" Instantly, a volley of mana-infused arrows streaks through the sky, aimed straight for the villain. Retica just watches them approach, completely unfazed. He gives a small, mocking wave to the nobles below. "Bye-bye. See you next time!" The arrows slam into the spot where he was hovering just a second before, impacting the stone clock tower. A massive explosion of blue energy erupts, shaking the plaza once again. The dust clears to reveal a gaping hole in the tower, but the mage is long gone, leaving only chaos and unanswered questions in his wake. The terrorist is gone, vanished in a flash of light. But for Kale, the real battle, the one for profit and plausible deniability, is just beginning. To everyone else, the trail has gone cold. The mage's teleportation magic makes him an untraceable ghost. But Kale has a secret weapon they don't, his memory of the novel, The Birth of a Hero. He knows exactly where Retica teleports after this attack. In fact, his team is already on its way. Choi Han, Locke, and the two kittens are racing to that location at top speed. Kale is certain that once Choi Han catches up to them, he will show no mercy. His only worry is that Choi Han's rage might consume him. But he pushes the thought aside. He sent the children with him for a reason, An, Hong, and Locke. Their presence should be enough to keep Choi Han's anger in check. He's always had a soft spot for the young and the weak. As Kale finalizes his mental checklist, a royal official addresses the panicked crowd, his voice amplified by magic, promising that the kingdom will compensate everyone for this tragedy. The celebration is officially postponed. The priority now is getting everyone to safety. Calais glances over at Rosalind. She wasn't supposed to reveal her powers today, but she stepped in without hesitation to help him. He figures she made a calculated choice. Her identity as a mage was less important to protect than the existence of the Black Dragon. She made the right call. She catches his gaze and offers a small, knowing smile. "It's their secret," Kale smirks back. "It's good to have an ally who understands the game without needing words." This was all part of the plan they'd agreed upon before the sun even rose. He had gathered his team and laid out 6 simple, clear instructions for the mission. First, he told the dragon, the cats, and Locke that they must remain hidden at all costs. Their identities were their greatest asset. Second, he instructed Choi Han and Rosalind that if they were exposed, they were to act as if their involvement was pure coincidence. And finally, the most important rule of all: do not get hurt. Back in the present, that silent understanding flows between them. They both played their parts perfectly. Just then, the priest who had run for help returns, rushing toward him and shouting his name. The old man looks at Kale with deep, genuine concern. "Young master, are you all right? It's showtime." Kale instantly shifts into his wounded hero persona. He looks down at his perfectly fine hands and presents them to the priest with a pained wince. "It hurts a lot," he says weakly. "Could you please take a look?" The priest gently takes his hands, sighing with admiration. It is a difficult thing to protect another. Kale just nods along, playing the part. The priest's eyes are shining with respect. "I saw your silver shield, young master. You did a truly noble thing." Kale isn't sure how to respond to such earnest praise. Thankfully, he's saved by a new arrival. A hand gently rests on his shoulder. Kale looks up, thinking, "I suppose this is your first time seeing an ancient power?" He feels a slight pressure on his shoulder, a silent signal between two people who understand power. Kale turns to see Crown Prince Alberu Crossman smiling warmly at him. "I see," the prince says, but his eyes tell a different story. The real game has just begun. The priest bows deeply. "Your Highness," Kale thinks to himself, "he's finally here. He's shown his hand. Now it's time to collect his reward. Why sacrifice himself for something as useless as honor?" A genuine, greedy smile spreads across his face as he looks at the prince. Fame is a burden. If he has to choose, he will always choose money. Alberu meets his gaze, his own charming smile never wavering. "Young Master Kale." Then, in a grand public gesture, the prince pulls Kale into a firm hug. "Thank you," he says, loud enough for all to hear. "I am truly proud of you." Leaning in close, Alberu whispers directly into Kale's ear. "We're similar, aren't we?" It's not a question, it's a confirmation. The prince sees him for what he is, a fellow schemer. Kale leans back slightly, a knowing look in his eyes, and whispers back, "Of course." Alberu pulls away, his public smile perfectly intact. He promises to handle the political fallout and, more importantly, to give Kale a grand reward. Kale's only response is a slight, subtle gesture. He returns the hug, his voice dripping with false humility. "Your Highness, it was nothing. I only did what any citizen of our great kingdom would do." He plays the loyal subject to perfection. The Black Dragon, still hovering invisibly nearby, tilts his head in confusion. This whole interaction feels strange. Kale lets go, his mind already calculating. Since he's been forced into the role of a hero, he might as well demand a reward so large it becomes a legend. A stunning royal carriage, drawn by magnificent white horses, pulls up beside them. Alberu gestures to the carriage with a dazzling smile. "Young Master Kale, please, get in. You are the star of the day." But Kale just shakes his head, putting a hand to his chest dramatically. "How could I? Your Highness is the true star. I have no right to enter before you." The dragon flinches at the sheer cheesiness of the line. The dragon deadpans in his mind. "Human, did you hit your head?" Kale pointedly ignores him. Alberu just laughs, playing along perfectly. "Think of it as a sign of my respect." Kale bows slightly. If that is the case, then this lowly subject will humbly accept. With a final, smug look, Kale turns, his gaze sweeping over the other nobles who have always treated him like trash. He can practically hear them thinking, how did that useless punk get so strong? How could he act like that? As he steps into the carriage, he gives them a sly, knowing smirk, confirming all their bewildered thoughts. One of the young nobles flinches, as if Kale's look had physically struck him. Kale settles into the plush seat, thinking to himself that this is a good first step to getting rid of some of the annoying pests in high society. Outside, Albera gives a quiet order to his aide, gesturing towards Rosalind. "Treat that woman as a VIP." Leaning back, Kale watches Rosalind through the carriage window, not worried in the slightest. She gives him a confident, reassuring smile. He knows she is more than capable of handling herself. With her managing the situation here, he can focus on his next move as the carriage begins to roll away from the plaza. Inside the royal carriage, Kale sinks into the plush leather seat, his mind already on what truly matters. This is different, he thinks. Where do they even get leather this nice? Crown Prince Alberu's smooth voice cuts through his thoughts. "Do you require any treatment?" Kale looks up, meeting the prince's calm yet intensely focused gaze. "I am perfectly healthy," Kale replies, before adding a carefully crafted lie. "But shouldn't I still have the best doctors and priests take a look?" Leaning back with a lazy smile, he states his true goal. "I'd like to be lazy and lay around for about 3 days." Alberu just lets out a short, surprised laugh. The prince recovers instantly, his charming smile back in place. Excellent. He understands the game. This creates the perfect narrative, the noble hero, personally cared for by the crown prince himself. Kale nods in satisfaction. Everything is already working in his favor. But then Alberu's tone shifts, the smile vanishing from his voice. "Young Master Kale." He leans in, his blue eyes sharp as steel as he asks the most important question. "Are you involved with them in any way?" The carriage falls silent. Kale knows exactly who they are, the secret organization, the terrorists who just attacked the plaza. The invisible black dragon looks from Kale to the prince. He's been wondering the same thing. Why did the powerful crown prince do nothing while people were in danger? The dragon's voice echoes in Kale's mind, confirming his suspicions. He's strong. The crown prince is hiding his true strength. Kale already knew this from the novel. Alberu had stood by and watched, even as his own people were hurt. He played the part of a weak, helpless royal, letting the chaos unfold around him. Kale looks out the window. He used to think Alberu was a decent person, despite his manipulative tendencies. "I guess I was wrong," he thinks, turning back to face the prince. With a cheerful, almost bored smile, Kale deflects the question completely. "Your Highness, why would I do something so bothersome?" Alberu considers this. "That's true," he concedes. Alberu leans back. A man who would pretend to be trash for years wouldn't get involved in a terror plot for no reason. He only acted because he was forced to. Kale presses his advantage with a playful pout. "The royal family might investigate me for no reason. You'll protect me, won't you, Your Highness?" Alberu waves a hand dismissively. "Why ask such an obvious question? Of course he will." The prince opens the carriage curtain, and the crowd outside cheers for him. With a dazzling smile, he says, "Let's finish this conversation when I check on you later." Kale immediately sits up, playing the humble subject. "Your Highness, if it's a talk with the star of our nation, then this humble Kale will always be available." Alberu's smile tightens just a fraction. He's finally met someone who can match his own brand of manipulative flattery. Kale adds one final request, a brilliant move to control the narrative. "Please don't exaggerate my deeds. Just enough praise so that no one can complain about the royal family's handling of the situation." Alberu looks at him for a long moment, then sighs. Anyway, thank you. The number of casualties was low, thanks to you," he adds. Kale just hums, his mind already on the next step. Alberu is truly perplexed. He has no idea if Kale is a good person or a bad one. In fact, he's not even sure if he's human. Kale, meanwhile, is all smiles. "Yes, I look forward to my rewards," he says, making sure to emphasize the plural. Alberu sighs, shaking his head. He gets it. The rewards better be good. The carriage clatters to a stop before the magnificent royal palace. Kale is led to a beautiful, ornate suite where servants are already placing fresh fruit by the fireplace. He's been given a room in the palace reserved for foreign royalty, the very same room Choi Han stayed in the novel. He flops onto the luxurious bed. A sharp knock sounds at the door. "Come in," Kale calls out. The doors open to reveal Choi Han and Rosalind, but they're not alone. A young man with orange-brown hair bursts into the room, his face a mess of tears as he wails. "Young master!" Kale groans. The man rushes to his bedside, sobbing. "Do you have any idea how worried I was?" Before he can continue his dramatic display, Kale holds up a hand. "Stop!" He gestures for the man, his deputy butler Hans, to come in. Hans just whimpers, completely overcome with emotion. Hans finally composes himself, wiping his eyes. "I've already contacted your father back home." He explains that he thought it best to report the situation before the Crown Prince did, so he hired a mage to open a private communication line. He admits with a sheepish grin that it was quite expensive. Kale just smiles. "Good job!" Kale looks from Rosalind back to Hans. He knows his staff is competent. "Go on," Kale prompts. Hans explains. "I told everyone at the residence to keep silent about Miss Rosalind's identity for now." Kale looks at his team with genuine gratitude. "You all did great." He explains to Rosalind that it's best to keep her identity a secret for now. But Hans isn't finished. "What is it?" Hans continues. "I sent my report, but I think it would be best if you contacted home yourself. Otherwise," Hans warns, "your father will personally come all the way here." Kale raises an eyebrow. His doting father, Count Durth, would absolutely do that. Hans bows and excuses himself. As he leaves, Kale makes a show of checking his own collar for listening devices. The moment the door closes, the little black dragon appears. "Human, there are no recording devices here." He thinks Kale's acting is pretty good, even if it is a little silly. The dragon explains that this suite is for foreign royalty. Spying on guests in a room like this would be an act of war. They can speak freely, but Rosalind, ever cautious, suggests an extra layer of security. Kale just smiles. "Miss Rosalind, your thoroughness is wonderful." As Rosalind casts a noise cancellation spell, the mood in the room shifts. The time for games and politics is over. Kale gets up, and Choi Han stands at attention. Kale looks directly at Choi Han, his expression completely serious. "Choi Han, tell me." Choi Han stands silently, his gaze fixed on the floor, ready to report. He looks up, his eyes filled with grim determination. It's time to find out what happened to the terrorists. With the room secure and his team gathered, Kale's gaze lands on his swordsman. His voice is low, cutting straight to the point. "Choi Han, report." Choi Han meets his gaze, his face a grim mask, ready to deliver the details of his mission. He explains that he found the terrorists right where Kale predicted. He went in for the kill, but things got complicated. A flashback throws us into a dark alleyway. Choi Han wasn't alone. A swarm of robed fanatics ambushed him, their expressions showing they were more than ready to die for their cause. A cold fury fills Choi Han's eyes as he remembers. This wasn't just a fight. It was vengeance for every innocent life this secret organization had threatened, both in his past and in the present. Fueled by that rage, his sword became a whirlwind of destruction. A dark aura surrounded his blade as he cut through the fanatics with terrifying efficiency. It was a one-sided slaughter, but the main target, the mage Retica, was slippery, Choi Han admits. "I only managed to cut off his left arm." Kale raises an eyebrow. For a swordsman of Choi Han's caliber, it sounds like he let the man get away. Choi Han clarifies that he burned the arm to prevent any magical reattachment. And, as an afterthought, he adds that the mage's left eye is probably useless now, too. Kale instantly understands the gravity of this injury. This is a critical detail. For a mage who needs both hands to properly channel mana, losing an arm is a career-ending, if not life-ending, blow. Still, frustration mars Choi Han's face. He clenches his fists, cursing himself for not finishing the job and offering a quiet, "I'm sorry." But Kale just waves it off. An apology isn't necessary, he did well. His focus, however, quickly shifts to a more immediate concern. He glances over at Locke, the young wolf boy, who's trembling despite the silver kitten. On trying to comfort him, the grim report has clearly shaken him. Kale's next questions are sharp and practical. Did Locke go on a rampage during the chaos? And what happened to the rest of the fanatics? Choi Han's answer is chillingly simple. "I thought it was better to kill them all, so I did." The image he conjures is brutal, Choi Han, sitting calmly amidst the bloody aftermath of his work, a stark contrast to his usually righteous demeanor. Kale is completely unfazed by the brutality. In his pragmatic mind, a clean solution now prevents bigger problems later, a sentiment even the red kitten, Hong, seems to share. But Kale has one final, very important question that reveals his true priorities. You didn't break any buildings, did you? After all, property damage could end up coming out of his pocket. Choi Han reassures him, confirming he followed Kale's orders to the letter, ensuring there was no collateral damage to the area. With the debriefing over, the heavy atmosphere in the room finally lifts. Locke lets out a sigh of relief as the kittens scamper away to play. They tumble over to the invisible black dragon, Hong whispering about how scary Choi Han was, while An insists their little dragon brother is the cutest and the kindest of them all. A small, genuine smile touches Kale's lips as he watches them. I see. You all worked hard. His gaze sweeps across the entire room, his voice full of sincere appreciation. He reminds them that because of their efforts, a lot of people are safe tonight. He makes sure to single out Rosalind as well, thanking her for her hard work. A quiet moment of camaraderie settles over the group. They faced a crisis together and came out the other side, stronger for it. From his lap, the little black dragon speaks up, his voice barely a whisper. You worked hard too. Kale leans back, a proud, self-satisfied grin spreading across his face. Without a shred of modesty, he agrees. That's true. I worked very hard. And with a glint in his eye, he adds the real reason for his satisfaction. That's also why I'll be getting my rewards. A short while later, a priest finishes a bogus treatment, and Kale sends him on his way, already anticipating his next, more important visitor. Crown Prince Alberu enters, asking how he's feeling. Kale, already nestled back in bed playing the part of a patient, replies with a simple, "Great." Kale immediately lays the flattery on thick, gushing about how a humble noble like him is in awe of a personal visit from the Crown Prince. Alberu visibly recoils. "Can you stop? That's just creepy." Kale just smiles politely and moves on. Alberu gets straight to the point. He's already managing the narrative, spinning a tale for the public of a weak but heroic noble who saved the day. He explains with a smirk. Since you revealed that ancient power of yours, I made sure everyone knows it's just a defensive shield, nothing too strong. This is the beginning of their political scheming, a dance of mutual benefit. That's what you want, right? He asks, testing Kale. Kale simply hums, letting the prince continue to lay out a plan that perfectly aligns with his own. This story is music to Kale's ears. A brave but weak noble is the perfect cover for his future slacker life. As Alberu says, it's a great narrative, and Kale can't help but chuckle in agreement. Alberu promises a full report on the public's reaction by morning. But then, the prince's confident demeanor vanishes. He hesitates, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes as the conversation takes a sharp turn. Just as the black dragon's voice echoes in Kale's mind, "He's not human." Alberu leans in, a nervous sweat beating on his forehead, and asks the most bizarre question. You are human, right? Kale is completely blindsided. What in the world is he talking about? He glances down at the dragon on his lap before answering the prince with a deadpan. Isn't it obvious? While internally questioning Alberu's sanity. Alberu lets out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. Right! He seems to be convincing himself more than Kale. That's right, of course you're human. And with a dazzling smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes, he finishes, "We're both human." The statement hangs in the air, loaded with a hidden meaning Kale can't yet decipher. The dragon goes wild in Kale's head, insisting that the prince is a liar. Kale desperately tries to tune him out, thinking, "Please stop telling me secrets I don't want to know." But the dragon is insistent, claiming that in all his 4 years of life, he's never encountered a being with an aura quite like Alberu's. Kale quickly runs through the list of beings the dragon has met, other dragons, humans, cats, and wolves. The conclusion is unavoidable. The Crown Prince is none of those things. Meanwhile, Alberu, completely unaware of the mental chaos he's caused, continues his philosophical rambling about how living together is all that makes someone human. He seems to agree with himself, before pausing again. But, Kale groans internally, seriously, can we stop with the dramatic pauses? Alberu's eyes lock onto Kale, his expression suddenly sharp and analytical. I thought I was mistaken at the banquet hall. But there's, some weird sense around you. And with that cryptic statement, he leaves Kale swimming in a sea of questions he never wanted and secrets that are becoming impossible to ignore. The Crown Prince's words linger in the charged silence, a quiet accusation wrapped in a simple observation. Kale simply stares back, his face a perfect mask of calm. He deflects the probe with a casual joke, a slight smile on his lips. "Sense? I just took a shower." The simple, almost ridiculous answer leaves Alberu momentarily speechless. Alberu lets out a short, sharp laugh, a sound of pure frustration. He knows he's being played. Dropping all pretense, he crosses his arms, his entire demeanor shifting. "I don't think people like us need to sugarcoat things. The games are over." He looks Kale dead in the eye, his voice low and direct. "What do you want as your reward?" Alberu's mind races, trying to solve the puzzle of Calais Henitus. He recalls the reports, the infamous trash of the Henitus territory, a man who gave up his succession without a fight, showing zero ambition. The man described in those reports was a drunkard, a good-for-nothing who became a nuisance when he had too much to drink. But the man sitting across from him is the complete opposite. Alberu is keenly aware that he's not dealing with trash. He's dealing with someone far sharper and far more dangerous than anyone believed. Kale cuts through the prince's thoughts, his own smile turning sharp and knowing. He flips the question right back at him. "Your Highness, perhaps you could tell me what you need from me first." Alberu's smile returns, mirroring Kale's. He recognizes the shift. This is no longer a prince speaking to a subject. It's a negotiation between equals. He admits, "I need you to stay quiet. And," Alberu adds, "I want you to praise the royal family when asked." Kale plays along beautifully, asking if he should mention how incredibly understanding the prince is. Alberu can only agree. Kale sees the whole political chessboard laid out before him. The terror incident was a massive failure for the royal family, a stain on their authority that won't wash away easily. To silence the other nobles, they need a hero to celebrate. That's his role. By demanding a large reward, he allows the crown to look generous and competent for honoring him, all while his family's neutral stance keeps him above political suspicion. It's a win-win. Alberu tests him one more time. "Since it's an ancient power, I assume that shield is the extent of your abilities?" Kale confirms with a charming smile that it's useless for anything else. The perfect lie to keep everyone underestimating him. Kale knows from the novel that Alberu is more knowledgeable about ancient powers than most. But what Alberu doesn't know is that Kale knows even more. A thought flashes through his mind. The healing star, one of the powers Alberu secretly possesses, was likely a gift from his mother, a detail that adds another layer to the prince's mysterious background. Alberu circles back to the main question, listing the typical rewards for an ambitious noble: a new title, royal investments, support in regional power struggles. But Kale just shakes his head, rejecting every offer. They're for his family, not for him. The prince is genuinely confused. Kale then places a hand dramatically over his heart. With an expression of pure, earnest sincerity, he says, "Please give it to me." Alberu lets out a disbelieving laugh, trying to process this. A slow, knowing smirk spreads across the prince's face. He thinks he's finally figured it out. He believes he finally understands what this cunning young noble truly desires. He assumes Kale is just like him, ambitious, self-serving, and ultimately driven by personal gain above all else. So he lays out the real options. A higher title? A Medal of Honor? His own political faction in the capital? And with a perfectly straight face, Kale delivers the one answer Alberu never, ever expected: money. The prince is stunned into silence. All his complex theories and political calculations shatter, replaced by the simple, clinking sound of gold coins. "What?" Kale explains calmly. "Please give me money. I don't need a medal or another title." He scoffs at the very idea. What good are decorations in a time of war? To him, cash is king. The little dragon, listening in, can't help but let out a small chuckle at Kale's sheer, shameless audacity. Cash, Kale explains, can be used to buy food, land, or property things with actual, tangible value. All Alberu can do is stare, completely baffled. But there's a hidden layer to this request. Kale is thinking of another ancient power from the novel, the sound of the wind, an ability that grows stronger the more money is spent to activate it. This isn't just for a lazy life, It's an investment in future strength. Alberu, still reeling, asks with a sarcastic smirk if he plans to buy alcohol with the royal reward. Kale beams back, playing his part perfectly. Wow, how did you know? Alberu just shakes his head, utterly bewildered by the man in front of him. Finally, the prince concedes. He gets up to leave, telling Kale to look over the report tomorrow and name his price. Kale feigns concern, asking if the prince plans to visit again. Alberu just glances back. Why? Can't I? Instantly, Kale switches back to his over-the-top formal act, his voice dripping with fake reverence. It would be the highest honor to see your shining highness again. Alberu physically flinches, completely done with Kale's games. Rest well, he mutters, making a hasty retreat before he has to endure another second of the flattery. The moment the door closes, the little dragon materializes on the bed, nudging Kale expectantly. He's still fixated on the prince's secret, asking how it's possible for him to dye his hair without using any mana. The dragon presses on, his curiosity getting the better of him. Human, tell me, I need to know. But Kale is mentally and physically exhausted. He flops back onto the pillows, closing his eyes and deciding to ignore the problem entirely. From this moment on, he's just a patient. The next morning, sunlight streams into the luxurious suite. Another visitor arrives, this one far more stoic. It's Bcrox, the chef and assassin, looking sharp in a formal suit. He reports that his father, Ron, has left as planned and hands Kale a letter sealed with the Molon family crest. Kale takes the letter, his expression unreadable. He breaks the seal. The letter is brief and to the point. Ron confirms he'll report monthly and offhandedly mentions his surprise at Kale hiding such a powerful ability. But the most important part comes next. Ron states that Choi-Han gave him the mage's description, a description he has now memorized and passed on to his son, Bcrox. Kale finishes reading, a grim look settling on his face. He puts the letter down. So, Ron is gone. The hunt has officially begun. Now that the world's most dangerous father-son assassin duo knows what the terrorist Retica looks like, a slow, cold smile spreads across Kale's face. In that moment, he knows with absolute certainty that for the blood-crazy mage, it's already over. Retica is a dead man walking. For 3 days after the plaza incident, Kale has been living his dream life, one of pure, uninterrupted laziness in a luxury palace suite. But that peace comes to an end with the arrival of new visitors. Taylor Stan, his political ally from the Northeast, stands by his bed, his face filled with genuine concern, having heard Kale was seriously injured. Kale immediately leans into his performance, letting out a weak sigh. I have no strength left, he whispers, looking utterly drained. Taylor's worry only deepens. He continues the act, placing a hand on his stomach with a pathetic moan. He complains that he's done nothing but eat and sleep all day. And with his eyes closed, he finishes with the dramatic claim that there's simply no more room for food. Taylor and the priestess Cage fall for it completely, offering to get him anything he might possibly need. Kale offers a faint, grateful smile, gently petting the kittens curled up beside him. On and Hong, perfect little actors themselves, just wag their tails, playing their part in the charade beautifully. With his allies sufficiently worried, Kale lets the act drop just a little, his eyes sharpening. He knows they didn't just come to check on his health. Taylor flinches, caught off guard by the sudden shift in tone. He quickly recovers, pulling out a sealed letter. It's an updated report on their joint investment in a new naval shoreline. He explains he'd just brought it along since he was visiting anyway. Kale takes the report, his lazy demeanor now completely gone. He scans the handwritten note. The other nobles have agreed to invest. A small, satisfied smile touches his lips. The plan is working. This confirms it. The plan to build a powerful navy securing both the Northeast's future and Kale's retirement fund is officially moving forward. Taylor explains that the official proposal will arrive in the Henatu's territory soon. Kale simply nods. Everything is falling into place. Taylor asks if this means he'll be meeting with the Crown Prince, and Kale confirms that a meeting is scheduled for that very night. He knows the entire naval project hinges on getting Alberu's official support, but as he strokes the cats, Kale isn't worried. He's confident he can steer the prince exactly where he needs him to go. He tries to dismiss them, suggesting they can just send a servant next time, but Taylor insists they will continue to visit him personally. Leaning in, Taylor explains that Kale needs to be kept in the loop on everything. It's a polite excuse, but the truth is clear. They now see him as the strategic center of their entire political alliance. They finally take their leave, and Kale is glad to have the room to himself again. Once they're gone, only his own team members, Choi Han and Rosalind, remain. It's time to set the next part of his plan in motion. Kale sits up, a thoughtful look on his face as he glances at his loyal swordsman. He gives a single, simple command. Go! The word makes Choi Han flinch, his expression clouding with confusion. Before Choi Han can object, Rosalind speaks up, offering an apology to Kale. She explains that she needs Choi Han and Locke to escort her on a dangerous journey. Kale, of course, already knows everything. With Rosalind's identity as a powerful mage and runaway princess now public knowledge, she has to return to her home, the Breck Kingdom, immediately. The assassins who once tried to kill her now know she's alive. They'll be moving fast to eliminate her and destroy any evidence of their plot. She's too high profile to travel alone. After her display in the plaza, her enemies will send even stronger forces after her this time. To survive the journey home, she needs protectors who are strong enough to handle anything. Kale just looks at her calmly. Why are you apologizing? He reminds her that she helped them when they were in trouble. Repaying that debt is only natural. He then turns to Choi Han and Locke, reminding them that Rosalind is their friend. His tone leaves no room for argument. Rosalind looks at him, her eyes shining with gratitude for his understanding. But Choi Han steps forward, his hand resting on his sword. He states firmly that his duty is to protect Kale. Internally, Kale is celebrating. This is exactly what he wanted. His real goal is to get Choi Han, the novel's hero and a walking disaster magnet, as far away from him as possible before the real war starts. He gives Choi Han a disarmingly sincere smile, reaching out a hand. I will not die. He then lays out his grand ambition, a goal designed to put Choi Han at ease. He plans to get rich, get strong enough to run away, and live a long, peaceful life. He's going to do everything in his power to survive. Of course, he conveniently leaves out the fact that, with the absurdly powerful Black Dragon by his side, Choi Han's protection is basically unnecessary. The earnest declaration works perfectly. Choi Han nods, convinced and relieved that his worries were for nothing. With the swordsman handled, Kale turns to the final person, Locke. The timid wolf boy approaches, still trembling slightly from the gravity of the situation. Kale's orders are simple and clear. He will look after Locke's younger siblings. Locke's job is to protect Rosalind and return to the Hennetus territory within 3 months. Locke is stunned into silence, frozen on the stool. Kale raises an eyebrow, reminding him of the deal they made. He holds up a small, rolled-up document bearing the golden turtle of the Hennetus family. He tells Locke that this symbol marks the place where his family and Kale himself will be waiting. So you must return. The words hit Locke like a physical blow. A place to return to, a home. Kale confirms it, tapping the paper against Locke's hand and repeating the deadline. 3 months. Remember that. A fire ignites in Locke's eyes, burning away his fear and replacing it with fierce determination. He promises he will be back. With his team's departure settled, Kale reflects. The story is diverging from the novel, but the main plot points remain the same, which means he can still predict what's coming. He just wishes he could have sent the stoic chef Crocs away as well, but he figures he can deal with that later. Just then, the deputy butler Hans returns, interrupting his thoughts. Hans excitedly reports a rumor that the king himself wants to award Kale a medal. Kale freezes. That's the absolute last thing he wants. To make matters worse, Hans hands him a thick report from the Crown Prince, detailing all the new rumors circulating about him. Kale lets out a heavy sigh as he takes the stack of papers. He begins to read, and his expression quickly sours. The report is filled with ridiculously over-the-top praise, painting him as a great and prideful noble who guards the kingdom. He groans, covering his face. The sheer nonsense of it all is making him dizzy. He knew Alberu would craft a heroic narrative for him, but this is so much worse than he ever imagined. For a man who wants nothing more than to be forgotten, this unwanted fame is incredibly, infuriatingly annoying. After a week of peaceful isolation, Kale finally steps back into the world. But leaving the palace means facing something far more terrifying than terrorists or bombs, his own fame. He walks through the capital's gates, the familiar clock tower looming overhead. It's time to face the public. As he strolls through the bustling streets, he feels it immediately. The air is different. All eyes are on him. With Choi Han by his side, a wave of whispers and cheers follows their every step. Then, he hears it. A voice shouts out the name that will haunt him for days to come. Young Master Silverlight! A visible shudder of pure cringe runs down his spine. Another person shouts the ridiculous title. Kale just keeps his head down, trying his best to pretend he doesn't hear it. But Choi Han isn't about to let this golden opportunity slip by. A smug grin spreads across his face as he leans in close. With a cheerful, teasing laugh, he says, "Young Master? I guess they're calling you Young Master Silverlights now." Kale pointedly ignores him. Choi Han claps him on the back, enjoying this way too much. "I guess cool people like you always get awesome nicknames." All Kaye can think is that this is the absolute worst. Young Master Silverlight, Young Master Shield. He wants nothing to do with any of these cheesy, embarrassing titles. He figures he can just go back to his old ways, acting like trash, getting drunk in public. Surely that will kill this heroic image. But when he gives Choi Han a subtle nudge, the swordsman just coughs, shutting him down. Choi Han gently reminds him that it's probably best if he avoids alcohol for a while. After all, he's still supposed to be a recovering patient. And in that moment, Kale realizes he's trapped. He can't even go back to being the trash noble everyone hated. The official story Albaru crafted is just too perfect. He's the noble hero, still not fully healed from his great sacrifice. The public believes he pushed his ancient power far beyond its limits, and in doing so, performed a miracle that saved hundreds of lives. He remembers a conversation with his father just a few days ago. Count de Ruth was furious, his voice crackling with rage over the communication device. He wanted to know if Kale saw the faces of the men who did this to him. His father, usually so gentle, promised with cold fury that he would make those responsible pay for daring to harm his son, someone who couldn't even swing a sword. The Count's words were a chilling reminder of his family's true nature. He warned Kale that the Henetus family doesn't act, not because they are weak, but because they are strong enough not to have to. His father's promise echoed in his mind. Nobody will do this to you ever again. And Kale knew it was true. Since he returned to his family's estate in the capital, no one had dared to bother him. Not even Eric and his friends, who used to pester him constantly. His father's quiet threat had worked wonders, and honestly, it made Kale's life a lot easier. As he arrives at a grand building for the memorial ceremony, a guard steps forward to greet him. Kale feigns ignorance, gesturing to himself and asking if his identity needs to be verified. The guard, completely flustered, immediately waves him through. His face is now so famous, he doesn't even need an invitation. Kale gives a polite nod and a word of thanks, leaving the guards bowing and apologizing for the inconvenience. He walks past them without a second thought, already focused on the task ahead. He enters a large, open-air venue where nobles are gathered for the memorial. The atmosphere is somber, but everything is proceeding in an orderly fashion. Kale makes his way toward the main seating area. A familiar voice calls his name. It's Eric Wheelsman, waving him over to their table. Kale greets him with a relaxed smile, taking his seat. He joins the rest of his allies from the northeast, a united front in the capital's complex political landscape. Everyone here, and indeed everyone in the kingdom, knows the story by now. They know Kale Henetus humbly declined the Medal of Honor offered by the king. And yet, here he is, dragging his supposedly injured body to the memorial. To the outside world, it's a touching display of respect and humility. Kale just gazes at the sky, his expression serene and unbothered. He makes a perfectly appropriate comment about the beautiful weather being a sign of respect for the fallen. He delivers the line with a gentle, wistful smile, playing his role to perfection. Amiru Ubar, the leader of the coastal territory, looks at him with sincere admiration, suggesting the beautiful day is because of him. Kale turns to her, feigning confusion at the praise. He just laughs it off, smoothly changing the subject. They confirm their travel plans. Amiru is leaving today, Kale will head out tomorrow. She gives him a knowing smile, telling him she'll see him soon in her Ubar territory. "Yeah," Kale replies casually. "I want to see the ocean." He claims it's for his recovery, but inwardly, he's scoffing at the idea. Recovery? He's perfectly fine. He's going there to get stronger. He knows this meeting isn't just a social call. There's business to be discussed. Eric leans in, confirming that after today's ceremony, the news will finally break. The news of their grand plan, a massive investment to build a new naval base on the northeastern coastline. Kale smiles. Soon, every noble here will know. His allies look at him with gratitude, thanking him for his leadership. Just then, the ceremony officially begins. A noble with a sharp goatee walks to the podium. He taps a golden staff on the ground, and a magical chime rings out, silencing the crowd. Kale watches, his expression neutral, his own plans clicking perfectly into place. The noble begins his rousing speech. We are gathered here today to show them that we will never surrender because of fear. His defiant words echo across the plaza, a promise of strength and resilience for the kingdom. The noble's voice rings out across the plaza, a powerful declaration of the kingdom's strength. We will never surrender because of fear. The words echo, a promise of resilience that settles over the somber crowd. He continues, praising the heroic deeds of many and thanking them for protecting the kingdom. As he speaks, Kale feels the king's gaze land on him for a split second. He immediately dismisses it. There's no way the king was looking at him. It reminds him of a recent conversation with the little dragon about the royal family's supposed blessing from the sun god. The dragon, with his sharp senses, had been deeply skeptical, stating he felt no divine power from anyone in the palace. He'd only noted that the crown prince felt different. Kali had sighed, realizing he'd just stumbled upon another secret he didn't want. The royal family's blessing was a lie. The dragon's blue eyes had been sharp and curious. Kale had decided right then and there to pretend he knew nothing. He'd made a pact with the little dragon to keep it a secret between them, a deal the dragon had excitedly agreed to. Back in the present, Kale sits with the invisible dragon on his lap, only half listening as the ceremony drones on. The king announces the awarding of medals, and the crowd erupts into applause. Medals are pinned to the chests of proud knights, their faces beaming with honor. The dragon watches, fascinated by the strange rituals of humans, while Kale just taps his fingers, bored out of his mind. Suddenly, an unwelcome voice cuts through his thoughts. It's Venyan Stan, standing over him with a smug look. Kale recognizes him instantly, the man who tortured the dragon. He notes with annoyance that the snake is still in the capital. He knows most nobles have already gone home, but the heads of each region have remained for these formalities. Venyan gets straight to the point, his voice dripping with condescension. I heard you decline the Medal of Honor. Are you sure you won't regret it? Kale looks up, his expression completely unbothered. Why are you asking me that? Sensing Kale's hidden animosity, a murderous rage boils up inside the little dragon. His voice echoes in Kale's mind, a low and dangerous growl. I want to kill him. Kale quickly sends back a command. Calm down. Not here. Out loud, Kale offers a simple, logical explanation for his actions. I rejected the medal because I didn't want to be recorded in the history books. He knows that in the royal library, the records of all heroes who receive that medal are kept forever. It's framed as a way to provide them with a monthly allowance, but in reality, it's a leash, a way for the crown to keep tabs on powerful individuals. To some, it might sound like the pinnacle of fame and honor. Kale just crosses his arms, a slight, knowing smirk on his face. But to me, he says calmly, it sounds like a shackle. Besides, with a continental war on the horizon, who would even remember this small incident? He leans forward, his gaze firm. Why would I regret it? It's easier for the world to forget someone who was never recorded in the first place. He has nothing to regret, especially since he's getting a much better reward anyway. He leans back, a genuine, relaxed smile spreading across his face. The fact that we all survived is reward enough for me. Venyan is visibly taken aback, his smug expression faltering. Then Kale adds one last, perfectly crafted lie, putting on a bashful look. And also, I'm just too shy to go up on stage. Venyan just stares, completely baffled by this bizarre mix of profound philosophy and childish excuses. The king's voice rings out again, concluding the ceremony. He vows to never forget this moment, and to never forget the heroes. Kale just winces at the over-the-top drama of it all. As the ceremony ends, people begin to lay flowers in honor of the victims. A single white chrysanthemum is placed on a memorial table. Kale's allies bow their heads in a moment of solemn respect. But Kale stands apart, his thoughts elsewhere. He remembers the Crown Prince telling him that it wasn't necessary for him to attend the memorial, but he came anyway, because he, as Kim Rok-soo, understands the true weight of loss better than anyone here. Eric rushes over, his face etched with worry. "Kale, are you pushing yourself? Is your head still hurting?" he asks, having completely bought the injured hero act. Kale just stares back, unimpressed. Eric just clears his throat, shuffling awkwardly under Kale's blank gaze. Later, Kale reflects on the real reward the Crown Prince gave him, a golden plaque. Essentially, a blank check, reusable twice. He's sure the prince gave it to him thinking, how much could a trash noble possibly spend? Or perhaps Alberu gave it to him just to see what kind of chaos he would cause with it. A sharp, cunning smile spreads across Kale's face. Either way, the prince was about to be very, very surprised. Sensing his excitement, the little dragon looks up, asking what he's planning now. He adds a small warning. "Weak human, just be careful." Kale just clears his throat, trying to ignore the constant stares and whispers from the public. "Young Master Silver Shield," they murmur. He can't wait to get out of the capital. He knows once he's gone, these ridiculous nicknames and unwanted gazes will finally disappear. The next day, he's finally ready to leave. Sitting at a grand dining table, he pushes aside a plate of untouched food. He holds up a small, black, bead-like object. The dragon eyes it curiously, asking what it's for. Kale rolls the magic bombs between his fingers, a wicked, predatory grin spreading across his face. It's for destroying a whirlpool. His recovery trip is about to get very interesting. A wicked smile curls on Kale's lips as he lounges in his chair, looking like the very picture of a lazy, decadent noble. He turns to the young dragon and lays out his new, beautifully simple plan. They're going to destroy a whirlpool. Originally, Kale planned to just grit his teeth and endure the agonizing process of absorbing the ancient power himself. But that was before he had a literal nuke on his side. Why should he suffer when the black dragon can just blow it to smithereens? With a dismissive wave towards the feast on the table, he tells the little dragon to eat up. Meanwhile, An and Hong are curled up together, sound asleep. After the chaos they helped orchestrate, they've earned their rest, a peaceful sight that reminds Kale exactly what he's fighting to protect. Later, as Kale enjoys a well-deserved glass of wine, a guest arrives. He swirls the deep red liquid in his glass, a playful glint in his eye. "So," he asks, "am I famous now or something?" The merchant, Bilos, lets out a hearty laugh, his portly frame shaking. "You could say that. You're very famous now." Bilos gestures to the wine with a questioning look. Kale just smirks, taking a slow sip. He sees no reason to keep up the recovering hero act with a fellow opportunist. That charade is for the public, not for potential business partners. A look of understanding dawns on Bilos's face, followed by a knowing chuckle. He recognizes a fellow schemer when he sees one. No more words are needed between them on that subject. Pouring himself a glass, Bilos gets straight to the point. He thanks Kale for safely returning the items he lent him. Those items were the mana disturbance tools Kale used to pull off his plan at the Plaza Terror incident. But Bilos wasn't just here to collect. He pushes an ornate red box across the table. Inside are the magic bombs Kale requested, the very tools he'll use to annihilate the whirlpool. Kale slides the box closer, his mind already spinning with the next phase of his grand design. This is just one small piece of a much larger puzzle. The golden plaque from the Crown Prince is essentially a blank check he can use twice. Kale has already decided how to use the first charge. He's going to buy himself some time. He knows a catastrophe is looming on the horizon for the Rowan Kingdom and its northern neighbors. A future he is desperately trying to alter. He's buying time for the inevitable moment when the Northern Knights begin their march south, an event that will throw the entire continent into chaos. But that's not the only fire he has to put out. The Empire, the mysterious Mage Slayer, the Queen of the Jungle threats are closing in from all sides. To navigate this minefield and keep his people safe, time is the most valuable resource he can acquire. If he were alone, he might risk it, but now, looking at the sleeping kittens, his resolve hardens. He has a family to protect. He turns back to the merchant, his expression serious. "Bios." Kale casually asks if he deals in property. Bilos admits he doesn't personally, but he's a merchant with his ear to the ground. He knows exactly what's been happening lately. Leaning forward, his eyes gleaming with ambition, Bilos declares that with the continent on the verge of exploding, it's a golden opportunity for men like him. Prophet waits for no one. Then he drops a bombshell, testing the waters. He predicts that the Whipper Kingdom is about to become a huge mess. Kale, who already knows this for a fact, simply sips his wine, completely unfazed. Seeing Kale's calm reaction confirms Bilos's suspicions. He decides to ask for advice directly, wondering how best to profit from the coming chaos. "Young Master Kale, what do you think is the most profitable investment?" Kale smiles, closing his eyes as if stating the most obvious fact in the world. "It's obviously people." He lays out the future he alone can see. In the Whipper Kingdom's coming civil war, the mages are destined to lose, and their legendary magic tower will fall. This event will create a massive power vacuum. The kingdom was the continent's leading supplier of magic devices, and many of its mages were apolitical scholars. When their home is destroyed, these powerful, skilled individuals will be refugees with nowhere to go. In the original story, the one who seized this golden opportunity was Crown Prince Alvaru, and the person who would eventually gather those scattered mages to build a new magic tower was none other than the brilliant mage Rosalind. Kale is now setting the stage for her, years in advance. Bios, ever the sharp merchant, catches on instantly. He realizes Kale is betting on the mages being forced to find a new home. Kale's tone becomes firm, his gaze sharp. For the kingdom to have a brighter future, he states, the mages must lose. It's a cold, pragmatic truth that underlies his entire plan. He looks Bios straight in the eye, revealing a piece of his own motive. "But I actually want something else from this." He's not just interested in the mages themselves, but everything they'll leave behind. The knowledge, the artifacts, and the foundation of what was once the greatest hub of magic on the continent. Kale gives his order, simple and direct. "Inform me the moment the magic tower is destroyed." Bilos, completely hooked, can't help but ask what Kale is planning. A mysterious smile is Kale's only answer. "You'll see." The two schemers share a look of perfect understanding. An unspoken alliance has just been forged in the pursuit of power and profit. Bilos is practically buzzing with excitement. Kale knows that purchasing the remnants of the magic tower will be astronomically expensive, but it's the ultimate insurance policy. A fortress that will buy him the time and protection he so desperately needs. He takes another sip of wine, a wry thought crossing his mind. It's a good thing it's not his money he'll be spending, right? Bios eagerly agrees to the plan, promising to contact him the moment the tower falls. Kale nods, their business concluded. As the merchant leaves, Kale sets down his glass, the strategic meeting having taken its toll. He sinks into the plush couch, letting out a long, weary sigh. Being a mastermind is exhausting work. Just then, he spots something strange. A small, waddling creature made of mud is making its way across the floor, pulsing with a faint blue light. "What is that?" The little dragon, perched nearby, lets out a low hiss. He can sense a foreign power emanating from the creature. Kale sits up as it clicks into place. "Ah, the crazy priestess." The mud doll speaks, its voice belonging to the eccentric priestess, Cage. She sounds pleased that he recognized her so quickly. She explains that the doll is a one-time use communication device, a bit of magic she cooked up herself. The black dragon doesn't even bother turning invisible, correctly assuming the simple doll can't perceive him. Kale marvels silently at the dragon's sharp senses. This 4-year-old was already leagues beyond most mages. Cage's voice announces that she and Taylor are leaving the capital today. Their work here is done, for now. She correctly guesses that Kale isn't a fan of her unique communication method. He bluntly confirms it. That's right. She then relays a message from Taylor Stan, who vows to repay his debt to Kale once he reclaims his rightful position. Kale just covers his face with his hand, already tired of these grand declarations. He knows they'll succeed. He doesn't need the constant reminders. Cage insists they'll need a way to spread the news of their victory far and wide. Kale just waves a dismissive hand, giving them free rein. "Do whatever you want." The little mud doll gives a surprisingly formal bow before wishing him good health. The divine blue light fades and the doll slumps over, its connection severed. It's now just a lump of mud on the floor. The moment it's over, the little dragon looks up at Kale, his eyes shining with hopeful anticipation. Then, is that when I can get my revenge? Kale looks down and gives him the simple, firm answer he's been waiting for. Yes. The dragon's eyes go wide with pure, unadulterated excitement, his tail starting to thump against the couch cushions like an overjoyed puppy. Kale promises him that when Marquis Stan and his cruel son Venyan are at their absolute lowest, when they've lost everything, that's when the dragon will get his revenge. You can do whatever you want to them. The dragon lets out a happy cry and burrows his head against Kale's side. Looking down at the ecstatic dragon, Kale asks softly, "You're happy?" He takes another drink of wine, a dry thought crossing his mind as the little dragon hums happily beside him. Dragons really are vicious creatures. That night, Kale barely slept a wink. He was kept awake by the sound of the 4-year-old dragon excitedly muttering his meticulously crafted and undoubtedly brutal plans for revenge, a lullaby of promised destruction. Inside the carriage, a charmingly studious scene is unfolding. Rosalind holds up a book, patiently beginning the Black Dragon's very first lesson on the languages of the continent. The little dragon places his paws on the book, his intelligent blue eyes shining with genuine curiosity as he thanks her. This is a new world opening up to him. He puffs out his chest with a familiar burst of pride, declaring that since he's great and mighty, he'll learn it all in no time. Kale, sitting beside them, just plays along with a nod. Of course, you're a great and mighty dragon. Rosalind hopes he'll come up with a suitably cool name for himself, but the dragon has other plans. He glances over at the red-haired man lounging beside him. In his mind, there's only one person he wants to give him a name: Kale. Later, as the groups prepare to part ways, Rosalind pulls Choi Han aside for a quiet word, a hint of concern in her expression. She gently encourages him, certain that if he just asks, Kale will understand what's truly on his mind. Her gaze drifts over to Kale and the dragon, a thoughtful, knowing smile playing on her lips. She sees the bond forming between them, something stronger than any of them expected. Outside, the final goodbyes are being said. Locke stands before the other children of his tribe, who will remain in Kale's care while he is away. A new fire of determination burns in his eyes as he makes a solemn vow to them and to himself. "I will definitely become stronger and come back for you." He reminds the older children to follow Kale's orders without question and to remember what he told them. Their future depends on all of them growing stronger, together. As Kale watches this heartfelt exchange, Choi Han approaches him, his expression serious. Kale doesn't waste time with pleasantries. He gives Choi Han one final, chillingly pragmatic order regarding the blood-crazy mage, Retica. If they happen to run into him, the dragon is to be unleashed. A visible shiver runs down Choi Han's spine. The casual ruthlessness in Kale's voice is unsettling. Kale continues, spelling it out. "Tell him to finish the job I couldn't, unlike how I only managed to slice off his arm." He adds a cold, logical reason. Their survival rate will skyrocket if they can just blast everything away in a single, overwhelming strike and make a clean getaway. On his shoulder, the little dragon puffs out his chest, proud to be considered such a powerful asset. Before Kale can say more, Choi Han holds up a hand, cutting him off with a sigh. He's heard enough of Kale's dark, calculating side for one day. Instantly, the cold strategist vanishes, replaced by the concerned young master. Kale gives him a warm, friendly smile. "Just make sure you don't get hurt." This whiplash between his personas is something his allies are slowly getting used to. Choi Han returns the smile, his own tension easing. He understands. This is just Kale's twisted way of showing he cares. "Yes, I'll be sure to do that." With the last of the goodbyes said, Kale turns and walks toward his own carriage. A new chapter is beginning. He climbs aboard, joining his own small group for the next leg of their journey: Beecrox, On, Hung, and the little dragon who has become his shadow. As he settles into his seat, the dragon curls up beside him, and the carriage door swings shut, sealing them off from the world they're leaving behind. He glances out the window at Hans, the ever-loyal deputy butler, and gives the simple command, "Let's go." The servants bow deeply, wishing him a safe journey and declaring what a pleasure it was to serve him. As the carriage begins to roll, On and Hong wave a cheerful goodbye from the window, excited for the adventure ahead. Kale just scoffs, leaning back with a sigh. What nonsense! He has absolutely no intention of ever returning to the capital if he can help it. His goal is a quiet life, far from the center of politics and trouble. The carriage pulls away, leaving the sprawling capital and all its complex schemes in the dust. Their journey to the northeastern coast of the Rowan Kingdom begins. As they draw closer to their destination, Hong presses his face against the window, his nose twitching. He can smell the salt in the air, a scent entirely new to him. The carriage winds its way along a breathtaking coastline, with dramatic waves crashing against the rocky shores below. The two kittens stare out the window, completely mesmerized by the vast expanse of blue. For the first time in their lives, they are seeing the sea. Kale, however, is already focused on the mission. He pulls out a small box, revealing a glowing orb of condensed mana recovered from the magic bombs. He explains to the dragon that with this, they can create their own brand new magic bomb, a key tool for the task that lies ahead. A sly, calculating smile spreads across his face. It's the look he gets when a plan is about to come together perfectly. The kitten's excited shouts pull him from his thoughts as they point at the spectacular view outside. Whoa! Look at that sharp cliff. They've arrived. This is the Cliff of Winds, a place famed for its beauty. But that beauty hides a deadly secret. The sea here is littered with treacherous whirlpools, nature's perfect defense for what lies within. Kale knows from the novel that this is the exact spot where a formidable character gets shipwrecked, only to stumble upon the ancient power Kale is here to claim, the sound of the wind. He recalls the description of the man who was supposed to find it, Tunka the Tyrant, an intelligent barbarian who was known as the strongest man on the western continent, a truly dangerous variable. Kale glances at the glowing orb in his hand. According to the novel's timeline, he should have plenty of time. Tunka isn't supposed to show up here for a while. He settles back into his seat, feeling confident. He just needs to get in, get the power, and get out before the novel's original protagonist arrives. Simple. But then, a strange feeling prickles at the back of his neck, a sense that something is off. The kittens suddenly point out the window again, their attention captured by something moving in the distant water. Kale follows their gaze, and his eyes widen slightly. In the distance, he can see several large shapes breaking the surface of the waves. They look like whales. As the carriage continues on its path, that familiar sinking feeling of dread begins to wash over him. It's the same feeling he gets right before one of his plans goes horribly wrong. He tries to rationalize it. It's probably just a migrating pod. But he can't shake the unnerving sense of a powerful presence nearby, something that doesn't belong. He groans, leaning his head against the window in frustration. Why are my bad feelings always spot on? Finally, they arrive at the Ubar estate. As Kale steps out of the carriage, Hans rushes to his side, noticing his grim expression immediately. Young master, Hans asks with concern if he's suddenly feeling ill. Kale just touches his temple, shaking his head. No! I just have a bad feeling. Hans misunderstands completely, assuming Kale is just nervous about the towering cliffs they just traveled along. He laughs it off, trying to be reassuring. Kale gives him a tired look, too preoccupied to bother correcting the misunderstanding. The mustachioed driver, completely oblivious to Kale's internal crisis, gives a cheerful thumbs up, proud of his safe driving. At the entrance, he's greeted by the territory's young leader, Amiru Ubar. They exchange polite greetings, but Kale's mind is elsewhere. As they begin to walk, a soldier rushes up to Amiru, clearly bearing news. The soldier reports that the man they recently rescued from the sea has just regained consciousness. Amiru smiles, pleased by the news. Oh, is that so? But for Kale, those words hit like a physical blow. He freezes in his tracks. Wait a minute. His mind kicks into overdrive as the pieces click into place with horrifying speed. The bad feeling, the presence in the water, and now this, rescued. His meticulously crafted, foolproof plan has just been completely derailed. Kale's mind is screaming, no way, but Amiru continues her story, completely oblivious to the internal chaos she's just unleashed. She explains how they were patrolling the shoreline a few days ago when they found a man and saved him, and that he's just now regained consciousness. That bad feeling Kale had earlier is now a full-blown certainty. Amiru confesses that when she saw the man being sucked into the deadly whirlpools, she hesitated for a moment. But then, she says, she remembered what Kale did at the plaza incident, and it inspired her to save him. The irony is so thick, it's suffocating. Kale's own carefully constructed heroic act has come back to create his biggest problem yet. She looks at him with genuine admiration. Because a person's life is precious, right? Kale has to force the word out through a strained smile. Right. Pleased, she beams back at him, confident in her judgment of his character. Amiru adds that based on his physique and clothing, the man seems to be from the Whipper Kingdom. That's all Kale needs to hear. The image of a brutish, impossibly muscular warrior flashes in his mind. There's no doubt about it. It's Tonka. He recalls the history from the novel, a bitter conflict between the kingdom's non-mage faction and the ruling mages, who arrogantly dismissed anyone without magic as simple barbarians. It was a brutal civil war that tore the nation apart, a fundamental clash between the logic of magic and the raw, untamed power of the human body. But Kale knows better. There's no such thing as a true barbarian in this world. Everyone has the same potential for thought. The only difference was their way of life. They were two cultures that had developed in opposition to each other for generations. The non-mages were people who had honed their physical strength to survive the Whipper Kingdom's harsh mountains and raging seas, mastering their environment without a single spell. They weren't just mindless destroyers, they were a people fighting for freedom from the mages' oppression, using pure instinct to dismantle a kingdom built on logic. But all that deep philosophical context doesn't change one simple, terrifying fact. As Kale sees it, the problem is that Tonka is dumber than a rock. The novel might have called him an intelligent barbarian, but Kale isn't buying it for a second. In his assessment, Tonka is just a simpleton who happens to be ridiculously, inhumanly strong. And that, in Kale's mind, is what makes him so unbelievably dangerous. Dumb people are the scariest. You can't reason with them, you can't predict them, and you certainly can't negotiate with them. Amiru tries to reassure him, saying he doesn't need to worry, but Kale just puts on a breezy smile, hoping to keep the man far away. I'm not worried at all. In fact, I'd prefer if he receives long-term treatment here. He quickly changes the subject, rubbing his temples and feigning exhaustion. Young Lady Amiru, could you please show us to our rooms? Of course, she says, her expression immediately filling with sympathy. You still haven't fully recovered, have you? Kale leans into the act, his voice sounding weak. Yes, I am still recovering. That's all Amiru needs to hear. She quickly ushers him inside, falling for his performance completely. As they walk, Kale's mind is a storm of questions. Why is Tonka here now? It's far too early. His thoughts immediately jump back to his conversation with the merchant, Bilos, and his ominous prediction about the Whipper Kingdom. How could Bilos, with his limited information network as an illegitimate son, have known about the civil war so far in advance? The fact that Bilos already knew means only one thing. The timeline is shifting. Kale looks out at the courtyard as a grim realization dawns on him. The civil war is breaking out much earlier than it did in the novel. Suddenly, it all starts to make sense. But what could have caused the timeline to accelerate so dramatically? The answer must be Tonka's shipwreck. In the original story, he was returning from the north after gaining his strength when the mages attacked his ship. A chill runs down his spine. This means the major events of the story haven't changed at all. They're just happening much, much faster than he ever anticipated. As a servant leads him down the hall, Kale processes the fact that he's about to be staying in the same building as a man who represents the absolute pinnacle of human physical strength. Tonka was a force of nature, a man who had conquered the harshest environments on the continent. A mage who draws power from nature could never hope to defeat a man who had already tamed it. The little dragon, sensing his turmoil, floats by the window. "What are you thinking about, human?" he asks, then adds with a hint of draconic pride. "Maybe a dragon could kill him." Kale internally agrees. Yes, a dragon could probably obliterate Tonka with a single breath. And that gives him an idea. He turns to the dragon, his expression serious. "Hey!" The dragon looks back, slightly annoyed. "What is it, human?" Kale gives him a simple, direct order. "Stick by my side for a while. Don't wander off." The dragon puffs out his chest defiantly. I'll do whatever I want." But even as the words leave his mouth, he floats over and sticks right to Kale's back. Kale can't help but smirk. His bodyguard's mouth and actions were two very different things. They arrive at a luxurious suite that seems almost out of place in the rustic coastal territory, a remnant of the previous Ubar leader's ambition. Kale realizes that Amiru's mother must have had grand plans to develop this area into a major hub long ago. And now, after 10 long years, her daughter Amiru is finally making that dream a reality. Looking out from the balcony, Kale has to admire her strategy. Bringing the Gilbert family into her naval alliance was a shrewd move to secure her territory's future. He gazes out at the Cliff of Winds. For centuries, a single, massive whirlpool had made these waters impassable, isolating the coastline. But the shoreline itself, a perfect crescent moon nestled between two cliffs, was a natural harbor just waiting to be used. It was the perfect location for a naval base. His own plan is now crystal clear, and more urgent than ever. Tomorrow morning, he needs to get to the smallest island out there, where the sound of the wind is hidden. He recalls how Tonka described the ancient power in the novel. It's a silent but chaotic power. It's exactly what he needs. A power that will let him move like the wind, creating chaos for his enemies while securing his own silent escape. A confident smirk plays on his lips. Despite the massive new complication, he's actually looking forward to tomorrow morning. Just then, the wolf children burst into the room, their faces beaming with excitement. They announced that Beacrox was so excited by the sea that he cooked a special seafood feast just for him. They urge him to eat a lot, their cheerful energy a stark contrast to the heavy thoughts that had been weighing on him moments before. Beacrox himself wheels in a cart laden with exquisite dishes, his expression as stoic and professional as ever. He expertly sets down plates of perfectly cooked fish and other delicacies, the aroma filling the room. Kale thanks the children, thinking to himself that bringing the stoic chef along was definitely one of his better decisions. The children run off to get their own food, calling back for Beacrox to join them. Beacrox watches them go, his stern expression softening almost imperceptibly as he answers, "I'm coming." He follows after them, leaving Kale alone with the magnificent meal and his thoughts. As Kale watches the surprisingly domestic scene, a new, amusing idea forms in his mind. "Now that I think about it," he muses, "he'd make a really good babysitter." Kale's just trying to live a quiet life, but his charity cases keep piling up. Stepping out of his carriage, he's immediately met by one of the young wolf children, who runs up, looking incredibly serious, and announces that they want to pull their own weight. It turns out their big brother Locke taught them it's not right to just live off someone for free. Kale just listens, his expression unreadable as always, as the boy earnestly makes his case. Behind him, the other kids nod in agreement, a united front of tiny, determined faces. This is a serious request, and you can tell it means a lot to them. Kale's solution is simple and surprisingly clever. He just points them toward the kitchen and tells them to go help Beacrox. The suggestion seems to catch the kid off guard. He admits he was hoping to train with the knights, but he quickly squares his shoulders and promises they'll do their best. With their new mission assigned, all the kids cheer, "We'll work hard." Of course, Kale has his reasons. He calmly explains that they're still just kids, far too young for the dangerous work the knights do. For now, simple tasks like washing vegetables are more than enough. This is his way of giving them purpose, while also keeping them safe. Happy to finally have a job, the children promise again to do their best. Kale allows himself a small, satisfied smile. Problem solved. The scene cuts to the kitchen, and it's pure chaos. Beacrox, the deadly assassin who values cleanliness above all else, is surrounded by a storm of flour and tiny helpers, looking completely defeated. This might be the one mission he can't handle. Meanwhile, back in his room, Kale has the smuggest look on his face, thinking to himself that Beacrox is a surprisingly good babysitter. In a cute little doodle, we see Kale lounging and enjoying a massive meal prepared by his temporary chef. He hums contentedly, catching Beacrox's gaze for just a second. Back in the present, Kale finishes his food and offers a sincere compliment. "Thanks for the meal. It's always delicious." Beacrox just stands there, ever the stoic professional. His only reply is a quiet, "Yes." Kale, completely unfazed, just keeps enjoying the fantastic meal. As he eats, two furry little heads peek out from under the table. An and Hong had been patiently waiting for their turn. Kale takes a moment to reflect. With his usual butler, Ron, away on assignment, Ron's son Beacrox has been diligently filling in whenever he can. Thanks to him, Kale hasn't really felt the void left by his usual attendant. He taps his plate, signaling to the kittens, "Come and eat!" In a flash, An and Hong are on the table, and at the same time, the little black dragon materializes on the sofa nearby, no longer bothering to stay invisible around the group. For a moment, it's just a quiet, domestic scene. Kale feeding his very strange, very powerful little family. It's these peaceful moments he's fighting for. But the peace doesn't last long. It's time to get to work. Down at the bustling Ubar docks, the sun is shining and a ship is waiting. Kale, flanked by Beacrox and the vice captain, is greeted by Amiru Ubar. Standing beside her is a rugged-looking older man, clearly weathered by the sea. Amiru introduces him as a legendary fisherman who can navigate anywhere in these treacherous waters. The man lets out a hearty, confident laugh, telling Kale to just trust him. Amiru apologizes for not being able to join them, but Kale, ever the smooth talker, reassures her that finding him such a capable guide is more than enough help. And so, the party is set. Just Kale, Beacrox, and the vice captain will make the journey. With a nod from Kale, they head for the boat. The fisherman welcomes them aboard his small wooden vessel. Kale steps on, one step closer to the island and the ancient power he seeks. Once on board, Kale, ever the strategist, turns to Beacrox. He casually mentions that the waters they're heading to are famous for rare and exotic seafood, a perfect chance for a chef to broaden his palate. You can practically see the spark in Beacrox's eyes. The allure of new ingredients is too much for a master chef to resist. He gives a stiff bow, his mission now clear. "Thank you, young master." Back on the dock, the merchant Belos is struggling to hold An and Hong, who are absolutely terrified of the water and making a huge scene. Through the chaos, Belos manages to wish Kale a safe trip. Kale gives a simple nod. He turns to the invisible dragon floating beside him, his plan already formed. Why suffer on a tiny boat when he can just fly there? But that plan goes right out the window. The fisherman suddenly yells a warning for them to hold on tight because the sea is about to get rough. A second later, the ocean explodes. Massive waves erupt around them, sending the tiny boat lurching violently through the churning water. A wall of water slams into the boat, and Kale is thrown off balance, forced to grab the railing just to keep from being tossed overboard. The relentless rocking is too much. Kale clutches his head, his face turning pale. All his clever plans mean nothing against the raw power of the sea. There's only one word for this situation: heck. The boat is tossed around like a toy, crashing down between towering waves. The journey has barely begun, and it's already a complete disaster. While the fisherman calmly steers through the chaos, Kale and the vice captain are just trying to hang on. Kale is slumped against a crate, completely out of commission from seasickness. The old man just laughs, completely unfazed. He points ahead with a huge grin and asks, "Aren't those whirlpools grand?" Kale, barely able to lift his head, can only think that this man is completely insane. The vice captain kneels down, trying to help his master, but Kale is too miserable to even be touched, weakly pushing his hand away. Over the roar of the sea, the fisherman shouts that their destination is just ahead. But Kale and the vice captain are far too busy being terrified to notice. And then they see it. A swirling vortex of death, a whirlpool so massive it looks like a hole has been torn in the ocean itself. The fisherman confirms their fears, yelling that this one is the deadliest of them all. Kale looks greener than ever, sweat pouring down his face. He weakly thinks to himself that he's definitely seasick. A massive understatement for the state he's in. As their tiny boat barrels towards the abyss, the fisherman's final warning hangs in the air. Getting caught in that thing means it's game over. Kale's journey has led him to the edge of a death trap. As their boat crests a massive wave, the fisherman points to a rocky island, shouting that this is their destination. And the swirling vortex right in front of it is the deadliest of them all. With a wild laugh, he cheerfully adds that getting caught in that thing means certain death. Kale, meanwhile, looks like he's about 3 seconds from losing his lunch, his face pale and his usual composure completely gone. As the boat gets tossed around, the old man starts telling a local legend about a thief who stole from a god. But Kale is too busy trying to keep his insides on the inside to care about the story. The boat nearly flips, and you can practically see Kale's soul try to leave his body. He grips the side for dear life, struggling to stay on board. The fisherman casually yells back at the young man rowing his son, apparently, telling the punk to row properly. The son just apologizes, clearly used to his father's blunt commands. With a grin, the old man turns back to Kale, ready to continue their chat as if they weren't in the middle of a life-or-death situation. But Kale, clutching his mouth and looking absolutely miserable, can only manage to choke out that they can talk later, preferably on solid ground. The fisherman just laughs, saying Lady Amiru warned him this would happen. He reassures them they're almost there, pulling on the tiller with expert strength. With one final, heart-stopping lurch, the boat slices through the waves, breaking free from the turbulent water and gliding toward the calm shore of the island. Kale is the first one off, his feet hitting solid ground with a wave of pure relief. In a terrifying turn, the fisherman comments that the trip was actually smoother than usual today. The vice captain, however, is not doing so well. He's hunched over at the water's edge, having a very unpleasant, very loud reunion with his breakfast. Kale and Beecrox stand at a safe distance. Kale dryly observes that the knight looks like he's dying. Without a word, Beecrox, the ever-prepared assassin obsessed with cleanliness, slowly pulls on a pair of pristine white gloves. A thought crosses Kale's mind. Aren't those the same gloves Beecrox uses to keep his hands clean during less savory activities? He's preparing to handle the dirty vice captain like a piece of evidence. With the vice captain being dealt with, Kale turns his attention back to the fisherman, who seems completely unfazed by the ordeal. He gets the old man's attention and asks him to continue the story he started on the boat, the one about the thief and the god. The tale begins. A long time ago, there was a thief said to be faster than anyone else in the world. He was so swift, so impossibly light on his feet, that people claimed he could walk on water without even making a ripple. One day, this legendary thief did the unthinkable. He stole a precious item that belonged to a god. The fisherman points to the massive cliff dominating the island. He explains that after the theft, the man simply jumped right off the edge of that very cliff. And just like that, both the thief and the god's item vanished from the world. In their place, these deadly whirlpools appeared, as if standing guard over the spot where they were last seen. He adds that people used to make sacrifices here to appease the angry god. Kale, catching on to a key detail, asks, "Not anymore?" The old man scoffs. He questions the logic of the story, pointing out that if it was really a god's item, why didn't the god just find it himself, instead of creating a massive death trap for mortals? A slight, knowing smile touches Kale's lips. The fisherman is smarter than he lets on, and he's absolutely right. Kale already knows the answer. It's not a god's item, but a human's power. Something a god could never possess. This is Kaye putting the pieces together, using his knowledge to outsmart the very world he's in. Having confirmed everything, he announces he's going to look around. The vice captain, still looking greener than the forest, tries to volunteer to go with him, but he can barely even stand up straight. He's still shaking, completely useless. Kale gives him a look of pure, unfiltered disappointment. With a click of his tongue, he dismisses the knight and turns to the only reliable person left, Beecrox, who stands ready and composed. Kale sizes him up. If he's anything like his father Ron, then he's far from normal, and right now, that's exactly what Kale needs. He gives the order for Beecrox to stay and watch the vice captain. For a moment, Beecrox looks concerned, asking if Kale will be safe on his own. Kale waves him off, saying there's nothing dangerous here. Besides, he has his indestructible shield. He tells Beecrox to stay put and turns to leave. As Kale walks away, Beecrox shouts a reminder for him to use the shield if he gets into trouble. Behind them, the vice captain is still paying his respects to the sea. Kale thinks to himself, the truth is, he does need someone with him right now. Someone strong enough to protect him, but without a nagging sense of duty. And most importantly, someone he can easily order around without question. In his mind, that makes Beecrox the perfect candidate. This was the real reason he brought the stoic chef assassin on this trip all along. Walking into the forest, Kale mutters to himself. He only came during the day to scout the terrain and get a look at the whirlpools. His real plan is to fly over at night and grab the ancient power without any witnesses. He turns to the empty air beside him and asks, "What do you think?" The little black dragon materializes on his shoulder. He confirms Kale's theory, saying he can sense a power beneath the whirlpool, just like the one they found in the cave. Kale quickly scans the area, making sure they're truly alone. "There's no one here, right?" The dragon gives a simple, confident, "Yup," and then he adds a chilling detail. "But there are corpses." Kale freezes. "What?" The dragon explains that while flying over, he spotted 3 bodies on the opposite shore of the island. Corpses? This was supposed to be a simple snatch-and-grab mission. Kale can already feel a massive headache brewing. The dragon quickly clarifies that the bodies aren't human. Kale's mind starts racing. Humanoid, but not human. A bead of sweat trickles down his face as the horrible pieces click into place. In this world, there's only one other race that fits that description. He asks the dragon for one crucial detail. "Are their hands and feet strange?" The dragon confirms it instantly. He describes their limbs as looking like fans. Kale's eyes widen, webbed hands and feet. He knows exactly what that means. It's the unmistakable trait of the merfolk. Kale's mind flashes back to the novel he read. The whale tribe and the merfolk, 2 powerful factions that were supposed to appear much, much later in the story. He lets out a heavy sigh, a look of pure dread on his face. This changes everything. It's proof that the future he thought he knew is unraveling right before his eyes. Kale's simple plan has just been shattered. The discovery of the merfolk confirms his worst fears. A massive war between the ocean's strongest tribes is brewing right under his nose, years ahead of the novel's schedule. This isn't just a minor plot change. He stumbled into the heart of a conflict that could reshape the seas. A grim expression settles on his face. Every piece of knowledge he had, every carefully laid plan for a peaceful life, is now at risk. The timeline isn't just altered, it's completely broken. His mind races, recalling the novel's lore. The brutal, ancient war between the whale tribe and the merfolk was a world-changing event, one that only became public when the original hero, Choi Han, was forced to intervene. And now, Kale is here before any of it was supposed to begin. Turning to the dragon, Kale keeps it simple. "Hey." But the little dragon immediately bristles, puffing out his chest and insisting that Kale not call him that. Kale raises an eyebrow, asking what he should call him then. The dragon just huffs, cryptically saying he'll find out soon enough. It seems the young dragon has finally decided on a name for himself, leaving Kale momentarily confused. Pushing it aside, Kale gets back to business, confirming that there are no other living beings on the island or in the water. The dragon is certain. This island belongs only to them and the dead. With a heavy sigh, Kale knows he has to see the evidence for himself. He can't afford to walk into a trap. He tells the dragon to lead the way to the bodies. A sly smirk touches Kale's lips as he adds, "You take the lead." This is a perfect example of his core philosophy. Why walk into potential danger when you have a small, flying, and nearly invincible ally to go first? As they step out from the trees onto the rocky shore, Kale's eyes lock onto the scene. Just as the dragon said, the bodies of 3 merfolk are sprawled near the water's edge. His theory was correct. Hovering beside him, the dragon asks why he's keeping his distance. Kale's answer is blunt and honest. "It's scary." The dragon pauses, seemingly remembering the nature of the man he follows, and mutters, "Oh, right, weak human." Kale, unbothered, continues his observation from the safety of the tree line. The dragon flies closer for a better look, reporting back that it looks like they were crushed by an overwhelming, immense force. He adds that the wounds are fresh, a grim confirmation that this battle happened very recently. Kale's suspicions are confirmed. That level of sheer, brutal power could only mean one thing. A whale did this. He pieces together the facts from the novel. The whale tribe, much like dragons, are few in number but are the undisputed rulers of the ocean, a force of nature that protects the sea from those who would dominate it. As a migratory tribe, their territory is the entire ocean, and they guard it fiercely, sharing it with no one. For ages, the merfolk were no match for them. But in the original story, the merfolk discovered a new, mysterious power that began to tip the scales, threatening the whale's reign. That was the moment Choi Han was supposed to step in and help the whales secure their victory. But all of that was supposed to happen much, much later. Kale has seen enough. The situation is far too dangerous and unpredictable. He turns to the dragon and says firmly, "Let's go back." The dragon questions if they're just going to leave the bodies. Kale nods, explaining this was intentional. The whales left them here as a clear and brutal warning to any other merfolk who dared to trespass. He remembers another critical detail. A merfolk's corpse only decays in the water, where its scent acts as a beacon to others. On land, it will simply dry out, a permanent monument to the whales' power. From this, Kale deduces it was likely the work of a single whale. If two had been present, they would have had the strength to drag the bodies deep into the forest, hiding the evidence completely. One whale left them here to send a message. With an impending war on his doorstep, Kale's objective is clearer than ever. His internal voice is sharp with urgency. I have to get the ancient power fast and get out of here. He meets back with Beecrocs on the shore, his expression all business. He informs the stoic butler that their reconnaissance is over. It's time to go. Night falls over the Ubar territory, blanketing the land in darkness as a full moon hangs in the sky. Inside Kale's villa, an ornate jewelry box lies open, its precious contents now gone. On a balcony overlooking the sea, Kale stands ready, dressed in a sleek, all-black outfit designed for stealth. He looks down at On and Hong, telling them to guard the house while he's away. The two kittens promise that no one will get in, wishing him a safe journey with unwavering loyalty. Kale gives them a reassuring smile, crouching on the railing, poised for departure. With a simple command from the dragon, flight, swirling Mana lifts Kale into the air. "Let's go," he says, and they shoot off into the night. They soar over the churning black ocean. The beach is now empty, and the sea looks even more terrifying under the moonlight. The sight of it sends a chill down his spine. He shivers, but not from the cold. He's thinking about the barbarian, Tonka, the man who was supposed to get this ancient power. That man is seriously insane. Tonka doesn't just tolerate danger, he thrives on it, seeking out life-threatening situations for the thrill. A memory from the novel flashes in Kale's mind. Tonka standing on this very cliff, a wild grin on his face as he declared the raging whirlpools below looked like fun. Those were his last words before he jumped straight into the vortex. Kale physically shudders at the thought. He has absolutely no intention of following that madman's example. He's going to do this the smart way. They arrive back at the island cliff. The dragon peers over the edge at the chaos below and asks, "Is it here?" Kale gives a firm nod. Staring down into the violent, swirling water, Kale's expression becomes serious. "Let's start." The dragon replies with equal resolve. "All right, human." Kale reaches into a magic bag at his side, his hand closing around his secret weapon. He pulls out a glowing orange orb that pulses with contained energy. A confident smirk spreads across his face. This is his solution. This is no ordinary magic bomb, not like the crude ones used by the assassins in the capital. As green mana swirls around the orb, Kale thinks to himself that this is a masterpiece, a custom-made tool of destruction perfected by a dragon. He recalls how the mages in the novel created these bombs as a weapon of last resort, using condensed mana as the core ingredient. When detonated, they react to their creator's mana, splitting apart to create a devastating chain reaction. They were designed for war, but Kale has a much more creative use in mind. He glances at the dragon, offering a rare, genuine compliment on the amazing item he created. The dragon puffs out his chest with pride. "Of course. I am the great and mighty dragon." But then, the dragon's tone softens, adding a final, sincere warning for Kale to be careful and not get hurt. This small moment reveals just how much their bond has grown. Kale takes a deep breath. His usual lazy demeanor is gone, replaced by the sharp, unwavering focus of a commander executing a critical mission. And then, he lets it go. The bomb plummets toward the heart of the raging whirlpool, a single point of brilliant light descending into the violent, dark water, ready to change everything. End of chapter, credits panel. No narration needed. Elj Ral, come. The moment the bomb hits the water, a powerful explosion of mana rips through the ocean, tearing the violent whirlpool apart and carving a temporary path into the deep. Watching from the cliff above, a small, satisfied smirk plays on Kale's lips. Phase 1 of his plan is a success. Without a moment's hesitation, he dives. A shimmering green bubble of the dragon's magic envelops him, shielding him from the crushing pressure as he plunges into the newly opened sea. He hits the water with a massive splash, descending swiftly into the calm tunnel created by the bomb's blast. Bubbles stream past his goggles as he dives deeper, leaving the chaos of the surface behind for the silent, serene world below. He pushes further into the blue abyss, his eyes scanning the darkness for the ocean floor where his prize awaits. His boots finally touch down on soft sand. Down here, the water is eerily still, a stark contrast to the raging vortex just above. Kale looks around at the massive underwater rock formations, a silent monument at the bottom of the sea. A thought crosses his mind about the barbarian Tonka, who somehow managed to smash his way through all of this with nothing but his bare fists. The man was a true monster. As he moves forward, a voice begins to echo in his mind, swirling around him like an invisible current. The voice is filled with a deep, ancient rage, cursing the hypocrisy of those who judged her. It's the lingering will of the ancient power's original owner. She screams in his mind that she only stole to stop the gods from demanding human sacrifices, yet she was the one branded a sinner. Her final, desperate question hangs in the water, a ghost of her past agony. Why do they get to decide who is right and wrong? Kale remembers her story from the novel. The thief who stole from the gods was never a villain. She never even stole from the gods themselves. She stole from their shrines, taking the tributes they demanded so that innocent people wouldn't have to be sacrificed. For this act of defiance, she was captured. They chained her to a great rock and cast her into the sea, right here. The fastest thief in the world was left with no hope of escape. In her final moments, her all-consuming desire for freedom became her legacy, transforming her spirit into a small, humming top that would guard this place with winds and whirlpools for eternity. Suddenly, another familiar voice chimes in, the spirit of his indestructible shield. It whispers a warning that if its friend, the light, were here, it would burn everything to ash. Kale's eyes widen. Light? What is it talking about? The voice continues, explaining that lightning is terrifying because it only needs to strike once. Just one hit is all it takes. The pieces click into place in Kale's mind. His shield is of the earth. The vitality of the heart he plans to get is tied to wood. The sound of the wind is water. And the final, most volatile power, the fire of destruction. It all fits together. His focus returns to the small, spinning top embedded in the rock before him. He glances at his watch. The bomb's effect is fading. He has 3 minutes. There's no time to waste. He pulls a small chisel from his bag. Unlike Tunka, he doesn't need to destroy the whole area. He just needs to be precise. He begins carefully chipping away at the stone foundation, holding the top in place. He works methodically, knowing that brute force isn't the answer. He just needs to free the artifact from its prison. The thief's voice echoes once more, questioning why her actions were a sin, while the gods who lied and demanded lives were seen as innocent. Her final, bitter conclusion was that the world is simply rotten. As Kale works, he silently agrees with her. It really is. He feels a deep connection to her struggle. He understands the core nature of this power, because its owner wanted the one thing he wants more than anything else: freedom. With one final tap, the stone gives way. The humming top is free. The moment Kale's fingers touch it, a wave of pure, untamed energy washes over him. A new voice, clear and feminine, speaks directly into his mind, recognizing the other power he possesses. "You're the one with the renewable energy," she says. Kale realizes she must be talking about the vitality of the heart, the power of regeneration. This new power can sense his others. The spirit of the thief offers him one last piece of advice, her voice filled with a lifetime of regret and hope. "Don't get caught like I did. Live a free life." A powerful surge of wind-like energy courses through Kale's veins. He clenches his fists, bracing himself as the ancient power finds its new home within him. He lets out a sharp breath. The integration is complete. But then, he feels a strange new sensation wrapping around his body. What is this? Small, powerful whirlwinds of energy begin to form around him. They swirl around his legs and arms, a visible manifestation of the power he now commands. Tiny vortexes of wind take shape at his ankles, almost like a pair of wings, ready to grant him speed. The sound of the wind has accepted him as its new master. Information floods his mind. Not only does he have this new power, but it also synergizes with his other abilities, boosting the effects of the vitality of the heart. The powers are stronger together. He checks his watch again. Time's up. The calm is about to end, and he needs to get to the surface now. A torrent of wind erupts from his body, propelling him upwards with incredible force. He kicks off the ocean floor, the new power lending him speed he never thought possible. The water around him churns violently. The whirlpool is reforming, and he's right in the middle of it. He knows that with the power now in his possession, all the other whirlpools in the Ubar Sea will vanish within a week. An event that is sure to draw a lot of unwanted attention. He bursts through the surface, taking a deep gasp of the cold night air. He immediately starts swimming for the island, fighting the pull of the reforming vortex. His thoughts turn to the estate. He'd left strict orders with the deputy butler, Hans, not to be disturbed unless the world was ending. But still, as he pushes through the rough waves, a sense of urgency gnaws at him. Something tells him he needs to get back quickly. The situation is changing, not just in the ocean, but everywhere. And he has a feeling he's about to be dragged right back into the chaos. With the sound of the wind secured, Kale follows a subtle pull from his new power, leading him into a hidden cave. Stepping into a small, glowing puddle, a quiet sense of victory settles over him. He thinks to himself, "Found it." He recalls a minor detail from the novel. After the barbarian Tunka claimed the ancient power, he stumbled upon this exact same puddle. Tunka, being a man of brute force, had no use for it. But for a master planner like Kale, this water is a key ingredient for a scheme he's been cooking up for the future. He knows that when this water is combined with a specific item one that the young wolf boy Locke is currently searching for, it will create something the powerful queen of the jungle desperately needs to save her kingdom. A sly, calculating smile spreads across Kale's face. This is leverage. The queen will have no choice but to make a deal with him. Every move he makes, every item he collects, is another brick in the foundation of his peaceful, slacker life. Right on cue, the black dragon appears, remarking that Kale doesn't look hurt before adding his usual jab about him being a weak human. But the dragon's playful tone vanishes. His eyes dart deeper into the cave as he announces, "There's another living being in here." He quickly adds that it's almost dead, but thankfully not another corpse for Kale to get scared of. A dark trail of blood on the cave floor confirms it. The faint voice Kale heard earlier wasn't a ghost after all. Kale's calm composure shatters. He's already dealt with dead merfolk and a scrambled timeline. The last thing he needs is another complication. His mind races, weighing the options, run back to the sea or have the dragon fly him home immediately. Just then, a bloody hand clamps onto his leg. Kale flinches back as a weak voice begs, "Please, save me." On the ground lies a young man with striking blue hair, clearly moments from death. He looks up with desperate eyes, choking out, "I still have something I need to do." His arm is mangled, covered in a grotesque green poison that's eating away at his flesh. He's a victim of the merfolk. Kale stares down, his mind racing as he recognizes the man's features. This is a whale! Seeing Kale's pale face, the dragon asks if he's feeling sick. For a split second, Kale's self-preservation instinct screams at him to run. But the man just coughs weakly. He's no threat. Kale's fear gives way to confusion. A whale, one of the ocean's strongest beings, was taken down by merfolk poison? That shouldn't be possible. And then it clicks. Mixed blood. The novel stated the whale tribe was a pure-blooded race, their numbers as small as the dragons. But he remembers a single forgotten line about a mixed-blood whale who died tragically. Well, this has to be him. The dragon, seeing Kale just standing there, asks with a hint of accusation, "Are you really going to just leave him here to die?" Kale remains silent, the gears in his head turning at lightning speed. This isn't just a problem, it's an opportunity. With his decision made, he takes a firm step forward. The injured whale looks up in surprise as Kale's boot lands right beside his head. Kale crouches down, looking the dying man directly in the eye. "Hey!" The whale can only gasp one word, "Save!" "Okay, I'll save you," Kale interrupts, but his next words carry a heavy warning. "But if I'm right about you, living might be more painful than dying." Kale's mind flashes back to a conversation with a wolf tribe elder who spoke of how much they revered their pure bloodline. He remembers the shock on Locke's face when he learned his own family wasn't entirely pure-blooded. The elder had a son who was a mixed blood, just like this whale, and because of it, his son lived a hard life, treated as an outcast by his own people. Sorrow filled the old wolf's eyes as he explained his son's bad luck led to an early death. Kale understands the brutal truth. For tribes obsessed with purity, being a half-breed is a curse. Kale's voice becomes calm, almost hypnotic. Get some sleep. When you wake up, everything will be taken care of. The whale's desperate struggle finally ends. His eyes flutter shut, and he succumbs to unconsciousness. As Kale stands, the dragon flies over, his blunt assessment cutting through the silence. The whale's condition is terrible. He explains that while whale skin is incredibly tough, the merfolk managed to poison him through a deep open wound. Kale looks down at the unconscious man, a thoughtful expression on his face. Saving him is a huge gamble, but it could lead to an invaluable connection with the most powerful tribe in the ocean. The dragon observes him, calling him a strange human, before Kale gives an order that makes no sense: dunk him in that water. The dragon freezes, utterly bewildered. He glances from Kale to the unconscious whale, trying to process the command. Confusion quickly turns to anger. "Did you lie to him?" the little dragon demands, his voice rising. He reminds Kale that he promised to save him, and Kale is a man who keeps his word. How could he possibly order him to drown the guy? Kale calmly replies, "I am trying to save him." He begins to explain that placing him in the water is just the first step. He then reminds the dragon of the merfolk corpses on the beach, but the dragon is still completely lost. A sly smile plays on Kale's lips. He's not ready to reveal his whole plan just yet. Instead, he gives another, even stranger order. "Go and bring back an arm." The dragon flinches, completely baffled. Despite his confusion, the dragon's trust in Kale wins out. He flies off to obey, leaving Kale to turn his attention back to his original prize. Kale walks towards the glowing puddle of fire-suppressing water. He steps into its center. With a soft ripple, the magical water seems to accept him. "Finally," he says to himself, "this is the treasure that the barbarian Tunka completely overlooked." Kale knows that this fire-suppressing water, when used on the right magical item, will create an entirely new treasure, one that holds the key to saving the dying jungle and securing a powerful future ally. Just as he finishes his work, the dragon returns. He lands with a soft thud on the cave floor, and at Kale's feet he drops the severed, poisoned arm of a merfolk. Kale turns from the puddle, a look of grim satisfaction on his face. All the pieces are in place. The antidote is within reach. Let's go. Kale makes it back to the estate just in the nick of time. With an unconscious whale and a severed arm in tow, he slips into his room moments before the deputy butler, Hans, begins pounding on the door. The timing couldn't have been more perfect. As the knocking grows more frantic, Kale quickly gets to work, his movements calm and efficient. Outside, Hans is on the verge of tears. He's terrified of Kale's threat to kill him if he was woken, so he's been knocking for what feels like an eternity, too scared to actually open the door. While Hans begs him to answer, Kale swiftly sheds his black mission gear, the evidence of his secret night out. He tosses an invisibility brooch to the dragon with a quiet order to hide the whale. He then throws on a bathrobe just as Hans calls his name one more time. Hans explains that Lady Amiru, the ruler of the territory, heard the explosion and sent him to check on their guest's safety. Kale takes a steadying breath and finally turns the handle. The door swings open, and Hans is rendered completely speechless. Kale stands there in a loosely tied bathrobe, hair still damp, a look of mild annoyance on his face. "What is it?" he asks, his tone perfectly capturing that of a man who's been disturbed from a relaxing bath. "Completely thrown off," Hans stammers, asking if the young master was bathing. Kale coolly confirms he couldn't sleep and decided to take a dip. The lie is flawless. A wave of relief washes over Hans. If Kale wasn't asleep, he's safe from his earlier threat. Kale just gives him a deadpan stare. "You think so?" That one look is enough to make a cold sweat break out on the butler's brow. He immediately bows, apologizing profusely for the disturbance. Hans collects himself, asking if Kale is all right and explaining that the entire estate is in an uproar. He tells Kale about a massive explosion that seemed to come from the direction of the sea. Kale feigns mild interest, saying he heard a loud noise but thought little of it. When he asks if they know the cause, Hans reveals that Lady Amiru herself has gone to investigate. Kale thinks to himself that with the sound of the wind now in his possession, the whirlpools will soon vanish. Amiru will be thrilled, and she'll never know he was the one responsible. He dismisses the butler, and a relieved Hans quickly scurries away. The moment the door clicks shut, Kale's relaxed facade vanishes. It's time to get to work. Inside the bedroom, the dragon is perched on the bedpost, guarding the now visible Pasiton, who lies pale and unconscious on Kale's bed. Kale walks past the curious kittens, On and Hong, and heads straight for the bathroom. He grabs a large basin, filling it with water. Next, he picks up the severed arm of the merfolk, and without hesitation, he drops it into the basin. The arm immediately begins to dissolve, leaching a dark green poison into the water until it's a murky, steaming concoction. This is the first ingredient for the antidote. He approaches Pasiton's bed, muttering that he has to act fast before the poison spreads any further. Pasiton begins to groan, slowly returning to consciousness, with the little dragon observing intently. As Paston's eyes flutter open, his gaze falls on Kale, who is standing over him holding a dagger that glints in the dim light. The dragon, ever protective, tells Kale to put the knife away, but a cold, almost sinister smile plays on Kale's lips. This is a necessary step. He acts. He plunges the dagger directly into Pasiton's poisoned wound, not to harm him, but to perform a bizarre form of surgery. He presses a sponge to the wound, soaking up the now concentrated poison mixed with Pasiton's blood. Squeezing the dark liquid into a cup, he offers it to the shocked whale. "Here, drink it. This blood is the antidote." This is a secret healing method Kale recalls from the novel, The Birth of a Hero. In the original story, the brilliant mage Rosalind discovered this very technique to save Locke from a similar merfolk poison. It's a cure that is completely unknown to the rest of the world at this point in time. Pasiton can only stare in disbelief. He drinks it. The effect is instantaneous and violent as black blood erupts from his mouth, his body forcefully purging the deadly venom. Paston sits up, clutching his chest. He's alive. The pain is already fading. He's in shock. He looks at Kale, utterly bewildered. "Why?" he asks, then wonders aloud if Kale was the one who killed the merfolk in the first place. Kale ignores the question, dipping the sponge back into the poisoned water. "You're a whale," he states simply. He continues, "Don't you need to get back to the ocean to fully heal?" Pasiton flinches. This human knows far too much. Kale turns to leave, telling him he can rest a bit longer. "How?" Pasiton stops him, his voice urgent. "How did you know I was a whale?" Kale turns back, his expression calm, as if explaining the most obvious thing in the world. "There were 3 dead merfolk," he begins. He points out that the bodies were left near the dangerous whirlpools, a place no ordinary person could even reach. So who else could have done that? It was simple deduction. Only a being as powerful as a whale could kill 3 merfolk and leave them in such an impossible location as a warning. Pasiton, the mixed-blood whale, finally gets his bearings. He knows he needs to return to the ocean to find his family. But Kale has had more than enough drama for one night. He cuts the whale off, telling him bluntly that he has zero interest in hearing his life story. He makes it crystal clear, "The only reason I helped you is because you asked." That's it. With that, Kale settles back into bed, pulling the covers up to his chin. He tells the whale to see himself out quietly, because he's going to sleep. As he closes his eyes, he feels a sense of security. With a powerful, invisible dragon in the room, he knows he's perfectly safe. He can finally get some rest. But the real reason he chose to intervene is something he keeps hidden. As Kim Rock-soo, in a life before this one, he knew the pain of losing family. A memory from that past life surfaces, a vow he made to himself after a great loss. "I never want to lose anyone in my family again." His mind drifts to a conversation with the Wolf Tribe elder who spoke of his lost daughter, a fierce warrior who would have been queen. The elder remembered how his daughter had searched the entire ocean for her missing younger brother. This story suddenly connects with the whale Kale just saved. The elder had revealed his son's name was Pasiton. In that moment, Kale wasn't just making a strategic move. He was seeing a reflection of a family he once knew, and he was preventing another tragedy. Back in the present, Pasiton looks down at the sleeping Kale, his expression a mix of awe and gratitude, before quietly slipping out of the room. The next morning, Kale wakes up feeling refreshed, with An and Hong curled up at his side. Hong informs him that Pasiton promised to return tonight to repay his debt. Kale just sighs, wondering what more the whale could possibly want from him. Just then, ManhwaApex comes rushing over, her face beaming with excitement. She tells him she has incredible news. Kale plays dumb, giving her a blank look. Not a clue. She practically shouts the news. The massive, deadly whirlpool that has plagued her territory for years has completely vanished. It disappeared overnight, without a trace. Kale glances at the barbarian, Tunka, who is staring at the now calm sea with a disappointed frown. I did that, Kale thinks to himself with a hidden smirk. Tonka grumbles that he was really looking forward to conquering that specific whirlpool. Now he'll have to find another one to challenge. Kale watches him, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. The man is just as insane as the novel described. Amiru turns back to Kale, explaining that as thanks for his family's investment, she wants to show him something special. With a proud smile, she gestures towards the water, the new, peaceful scenery of the Ubar Sea. She invites him to join her on a trip to the central island, which is now finally accessible. Kale confirms that everyone is going, and the group begins to walk towards the docks. Amiru suddenly realizes she hasn't properly introduced her two most important guests. She introduces Tunka by his ridiculous alias, Mr. Bob, explaining he was the man who nearly got caught in the whirlpools yesterday. Kale is stunned. Bob? Tonka, however, flashes a wide, toothy grin and introduces himself cheerfully. Kale can't help but think that for a man as simple-minded as Tunka, a simple name like Bob is almost insultingly perfect. Amiru continues, saying that Bob is from a small village in the Whipper Kingdom. She relays his cover story: he was fishing, got shipwrecked, and somehow washed up here. Tonka just laughs it off, claiming he has no idea how it happened. Kale scoffs internally. A simple life? This is the man who is about to drown his kingdom in the blood of a civil war. Amiru explains, Bob joined them to help investigate, but Kale notices the wary looks from the soldiers. They can sense he's no simple fisherman. Suddenly, Tonka turns his intense gaze entirely on Kale. He says he heard about the hero with the giant shield in the capital. He asked Amiru to meet Kale because he believed he was a truly strong person. Tonka's grin widens, becoming predatory. The friendly atmosphere instantly evaporates. Kale's survival instincts kick in. He immediately launches his defense, quickly explaining that his power is actually quite weak and that he's still recovering from overusing it. Amiru, trying to be helpful, unknowingly plays right into his hands. She confirms that young Master Kale pushed himself to the limit to save everyone and is still recuperating. Tonka's sharp eyes scan him from head to toe, searching for any hint of a lie. He circles Kale like a predator sizing up its prey. After a tense moment, Tonka seems to accept the story and turns away, his interest completely gone. Kale lets out a silent breath of relief. This is exactly how Tonka should react. Kale knows this man's personality perfectly. Tonka doesn't care about heroes, sacrifices, or noble deeds. He is obsessed with one thing and one thing only: strength. He ignores anyone he deems weak, and he won't hesitate to crush them if they stand in his way. This simple, brutal philosophy is why he's known as a tyrant. He lives by the law of the strong. His curiosity satisfied, Tonka gestures towards the ship, eager to get moving. Kale announces that their preparations are complete, and they begin to board the vessel. But as they step onto the deck, Tonka suddenly stops and sniffs the air. I thought I smelled someone strong just now, he mutters. Kale freezes. He's sensing the invisible dragon. Beside him, the offended dragon whispers, I am not smelly. Kale is both terrified and impressed. Tonka's animalistic instincts are sharper than any beast person he's ever met. He knows he has to be on high alert. For the rest of this trip, his survival depends on convincingly playing the role of the weakest, most useless noble here. Kale risked everything to calm the seas, but when you mess with the forces of nature, the ocean has a way of responding, and today it's sending some very, very large messengers. On the deck of the ship, ManhwaApex looks to the horizon, her face filled with hope. She tells Kale that her father and the territory's mages are on their way to investigate why the whirlpool vanished. Kale, the man who caused the whole thing, just offers a calm, placid smile. "Is that so?" he replies smoothly. "That's good." He's playing the part of a supportive, uninvolved noble to perfection. He adds that it would be great if they could figure out the cause quickly. But floating invisibly beside him, the black dragon knows the truth. Kale is a very, very good liar. Kale keeps the act going, saying it would be amazing if the other whirlpools disappeared too. And with that, the dragon clocks another lie. This human is practically made of them. A voice echoes directly in Kale's mind, sharp and suspicious. "Human," the dragon asks, "didn't you say the whirlpools were supposed to last for another year?" Kale freezes, caught for just a second. But Amiru is completely lost in her own excitement. She agrees, determined to find a way to get rid of the other whirlpools. For her, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Her eyes burn with passion. She believes this is the moment her family can finally turn their territory into a true maritime power, the future they've always dreamed of. Kale offers some hollow words of encouragement. Hearing them, Amiru feels reassured, and for just a fleeting moment, Kale feels a pang of guilt for deceiving such an earnest and hopeful person. Needing an escape, Kale puts on his weak noble act, claiming the sunlight is making him dizzy and asking to rest in the shade. Amiru, ever considerate, immediately agrees. As Kale walks away, Tonka's intense eyes follow his every move, silent and judging. Amiru tells him to rest well, still convinced he's a fragile hero in recovery. Their ship soon arrives at the central island, a pristine piece of land that, until this morning, was completely unreachable. Kale heads into the jungle alone, with the invisible dragon floating behind. The dragon asks telepathically, "Aren't you afraid of the corpses? I thought you were a coward." Kale just keeps walking. "It's fine," he says. Suddenly, his foot catches on something and he nearly trips. He looks down, completely baffled. "What was that?" The dragon instantly appears, waving his paws frantically. "It wasn't me! I didn't do it!" Kale glances around, wondering if Pasiton, the whale he'd saved, had left some kind of trap. But when he looks to where the merfolk bodies were, they're gone, vanished. The only thing left is a bit of dust on a rock. He wonders how 3 bodies could just disappear into thin air. Just then, a prickling sensation runs up his spine. An overwhelming sense of dread. He whips his head towards the ocean. Something is rising from the depths, and it's rising fast. The water erupts. A colossal creature breaches the surface. A whale, larger than any ship. An ancient and massive being emerging from the abyss. Kale stumbles backward, his heart hammering against his ribs. The sheer scale of the creature is beyond comprehension. The giant whale fixes its single, enormous eye directly on him. It feels like an ancient intelligence is staring right into his soul, judging the tiny human on the shore. The black dragon goes rigid with rage, a dark green aura crackling around his small body. "Is he crazy?" he snarls in Kale's mind. "How dare he stare at my weak human like that?" With a flick of its tail, the whale sends a mountain of water crashing toward the island, a terrifying display of raw, untamed power. Kale instinctively clutches his chest, his mind racing. He's sure of it now. A faint silver light pulses from his body as his indestructible shield reacts on its own. He knows what he's facing. That is a member of the whale tribe. The air grows heavy with pressure. Kale braces himself, facing a being far beyond anything he's ever encountered. A calm, powerful voice echoes in his mind. "It's the whale. I am not here to fight you." The dragon doesn't believe it for a second. "Then why are you raising your head?" he roars back. "That's a sign you want to fight." He's posturing, ready to take on a creature hundreds of times his size. His aura flares as he prepares to unleash his magic. "You mere whale!" he yells, absolutely furious. Before he can act, Kale quickly scoops him up, holding him tight. "Don't get angry," he says, his voice firm but gentle. "You'll get hurt." The dragon looks up at him, still bristling but slowly calming down. He puffs out his chest. "I won't. I'm strong." He's trying to act tough, but it's clear Kale's words have reached him. Kale gently pats his head. "I know, but you should still be careful." It's a surprisingly tender moment between the two. With a small huff, the dragon flies a short distance away. "You're the one who should be careful, weak human," he grumbles, though the fight has completely drained out of him. Kale lets out a quiet sigh of relief, turning his attention back to the massive problem floating in the water. Now then, he thinks, trying to figure out his next move. Suddenly, a familiar voice shouts from the water, "Sister!" A smaller whale surfaces, yelling, "You can't just kill him." It's Pastan. The giant whale, his sister, turns her massive head toward the sound, and Kale stands on the shore, stunned by this new development. In a rush of churning water, Pasatan speeds towards the beach. He leaps from the ocean, landing with a huge splash that completely soaks Kale. The little dragon zips over, concerned. "Human, are you okay?" Kale just sighs, water dripping from his hair. This day just keeps getting more and more complicated. He looks past Pasatan to the larger whale, and that's when he sees it. A long, distinctive scar across her back. A flicker of recognition sparks in his mind. He knows that scar. "I knew it," Kale mutters, the pieces clicking into place. "This isn't just any whale, it's that humpback whale from the novel. One of the strongest beings in the entire world. And she's Pasation's older sister. Kale's quiet mission has just been crashed by ocean royalty and a battle-crazed barbarian. Pasaton screams at his sister, "You can't kill him. He's the one person you absolutely cannot kill." The little dragon, completely lost, whispers to Kale, "They said they weren't going to fight." "What is he talking about?" Kale, still dripping wet, can only think, "That's exactly what I want to know." He quickly puts the pieces together. The smaller whale is Pasaton, and if he's calling that colossal whale Big Sister, then there's only one person in the world it could be. His mind flashes back to the novel. He knows who this is. She is the daughter of the Whale King, the future ruler of the seas. A true monster of the ocean who would one day stand beside Choi Han in a bloody, world-altering war. But just as Kale is processing this terrifying revelation, the dragon drops another bombshell. "By the way," he says telepathically, "one more is coming." Kale's head snaps up. "What?" He whips around, searching the forest. "Another person? Here, of all places?" A rustling sound echoes from deep within the jungle. Kale immediately dives behind a large rock, peering out cautiously. Whatever is coming, it's moving incredibly fast. A wild, booming laugh rips through the trees, a sound of pure, unrestrained battle lust. Tonka bursts from the tree line, his eyes glowing with a savage energy. "I can smell it," he shouts, sprinting towards the shore. He barrels past Kale's hiding spot like a freight train, yelling at the top of his lungs, "A strong smell!" The force of his passing is so strong it sends Kale's hair flying. Kale presses himself against the rock, completely exasperated. He's trying to stay hidden, trying to survive, and a single, practical thought crosses his mind. Where in the world did he get that club? Tonka stomps to a halt at the water's edge, facing down the colossal whale. He points his makeshift club at her. "Is it you?" he asks, the air crackling with tension. A wicked grin spreads across Tonka's face. He chuckles, "I've never fought a whale before." The whale just stares back, her ancient eye completely unfazed. Hidden from view, the dragon looks at Kale, who is now squatting on the ground. "What are you doing?" he asks. Kale whispers back, "What do you mean? I'm trying to stay alive." Kale knows his limits. His face is pale with dread as he thinks, "If I get between them right now, I'll be like a shrimp getting crushed between two whales." Getting involved would be instant death. Tonka, however, has no such concerns. With a crazed look in his eyes, he asks himself a very simple question. "So, I just have to beat a whale to death?" He plants his feet, ready to launch. In a blur of motion, he kicks off from the sand. He soars through the air with impossible speed, his club raised high, aiming a devastating blow right at the whale's massive head. Peeking over the rock, Kale can only utter two words that perfectly summarize the insanity of the situation. "Oh, man!" The whale barely moves. Her intelligent eye tracks the incoming barbarian with an almost bored expression. With a grace that defies her immense size, she simply lifts her fin. The fin meets the club with a deafening crack. All of Tonka's monstrous strength, all of his incredible momentum, is stopped cold. The impact sends a shockwave through the water, a testament to the unimaginable power in that single, effortless block. Tonka is sent flying backward from the sheer force of the blow. He twists in mid-air, using the momentum to flip himself around, and he lands perfectly on the surface of the water, sending up a massive geyser. Kale can only watch, stunned. The laws of physics just don't apply to these people. Tonka slides across the water before landing back on the beach, completely unharmed and looking even more thrilled than before. Kale shrinks back behind his rock, muttering what's really on his mind. Good grief. Tonka lets out another booming laugh. Good, good, he roars, pointing at the whale. Bring it on! He charges forward again, ready for round 2. This time, he brings both hands together, aiming to smash her head. But the whale is faster. With another powerful swing of her fin, she smacks him away. The impact shatters his wooden club into splinters. Tonka stares at the broken pieces, a wild grin spreading across his face. Just as I thought, he says. A mere stick won't do. He tosses the useless handle aside, his eyes blazing with excitement. It's more fun fighting with my own 2 fists. Tonka stands on the shore, laughing like a madman, completely lost in the thrill of battle. Kale, still hiding, is on the verge of a panic attack. If this keeps up, the noise is going to bring everyone from the ship running. He runs a hand through his hair, completely stressed out. What can I do to get out of this quietly? His dream of a slacker life is evaporating before his eyes. Just then, Pasiton's voice cuts through the chaos. "Sister!" the young whale shouts. "If you keep doing that, that person will get hurt!" Hearing this, Tonka freezes mid-laugh, a flicker of confusion on his face. He turns his head towards Pasiton. "That puny whale can talk?" he asks, genuinely surprised. But his insult immediately gets a reaction from the giant whale. A low voice rumbles in his mind. "Did you just call my brother puny?" Tonka's eyes go wide, and his grin returns, bigger than ever. "You can talk too?" he exclaims, his simple mind completely blown. From his hiding spot, Kale can only watch this bizarre conversation unfold. What a mess, he thinks, utterly defeated. Suddenly, a look of dawning realization appears on Tonka's face. He claps his hands together as if he solved the world's greatest mystery. "Oh, so you must be beast people!" He stares at the 2 whales, his eyes sparkling with pure joy. "This changes everything. Now this," he declares, "is going to be fun." The standoff begins anew, and Kale's headache just got a whole lot worse. The battle-crazed barbarian has found his perfect opponent, and he is absolutely buzzing with excitement. Facing down the giant whale, a savage grin spreads across his face as he declares, "Now this is really looking like fun." Without a second of hesitation, he launches himself off the sand, using the shoreline as a springboard to leap across the water. He flies across the surface, his fist cocked back, aiming to land a devastating punch right on the whale's head. But Paston frantically shouts at his sister, begging her not to hurt the man. He points a flipper towards the shore, revealing that the barbarian is with the very person who saved his life. From behind his rock, Kay lets out a quiet, defeated laugh. His cover is completely blown. In the water, Witira's massive eye widens slightly, her gaze flicking towards Kale's hiding spot in surprise. Tonka is having none of it. He roars at her, furious that she's looking away in the middle of a fight. "Do you want to die?" he yells, pulling his fist back. The giant whale easily dodges his punch. And then, something incredible begins to happen. A brilliant blue light envelops her as she lands gracefully on the shore. The water parts, and where the colossal beast once stood, a woman now appears. Kale is absolutely stunned. Her human form is breathtaking, a beauty so striking that he thinks even the legendary elves from the novel would look plain in comparison. She stands there, radiating a calm, regal power, her long blue hair flowing in the sea breeze as an aura of water magic surrounds her. The little dragon, however, is completely unimpressed. He just huffs from beside Kale and mutters that dragons are much cooler. Kale can't help but agree, giving his little friend a reassuring pat. Witira turns her attention to Kale, her sharp gaze softening. She offers a formal, sincere thanks for saving her younger brother. She explains that she had intended to thank him properly later, but circumstances forced her hand. Her voice is as deep and powerful as the ocean itself. Tonka immediately cuts in, his patience worn thin. "Stop paying attention to that guy," he barks, glaring at Kale, who is still trying to look as small and insignificant as possible. The barbarian dismisses Kale completely. In his eyes, Kale is just some weak punk who got lucky. Kale just sighs. This is the real Tonka, a straightforward, uncomplicated force of nature. Next to him, the dragon seems to sense Kale's conflicted feelings. He starts lecturing Kale telepathically, insisting that saving people is a good deed that he should be proud of. He even scolds him for swearing, comparing his bad attitude to the evil mage Venyan. The little dragon just can't understand why his human is so ashamed of doing the right thing. Witira, hearing the dragon's innocent thoughts, suddenly hardens her expression. Her eyes flash with conviction. "Do not look down on such a heroic act," she tells Kale, seeing the good in his actions even if he refuses to. Tunka sees the fire in her eyes and gets excited, completely misreading the situation. "Oh, I like that look," he says with a grin. "Are you finally ready to fight? Stop talking about useless people and fight me," he demands. But Witira just scoffs, her voice dripping with disdain. "You think you're worthy of fighting me?" With a flick of her fingers, the very moisture in the air coalesces, forming a sharp, elegant blade of pure water in her hand. She moves with the fluid grace of a dancer, her water sword cutting through the air as she glides across the sand. A small, confident smile plays on her lips. "This isn't a battle," she says coolly. "I'm teaching you a lesson." Tonka is stunned for a second. "You're teaching me a lesson?" The sheer absurdity of it hits him, and he bursts out laughing, a wild, echoing sound that fills the entire beach. The idea that this elegant woman believes she can teach him anything is the funniest thing he's ever heard. His laughter finally dies down, replaced by a chilling silence. "Ah," he breathes, a smirk still on his face. But the smirk vanishes, and his expression turns dark and menacing. "I guess I'll have to rip that mouth of yours off," he growls, his killing intent flaring to life. He stomps his foot, kicking up a cloud of sand as he prepares to charge. Witira stands ready, her water sword held firm, the power of the ocean swirling at her command. He rushes forward with brute force, but she meets him with controlled, fluid grace. Their powers collide in a massive explosion of energy, shaking the very ground beneath them. Witira smiles, clearly enjoying herself. "At least teaching you will be fun," she says, her confidence absolute. She unleashes a whip made of pure water, lashing out with incredible speed. The whip wraps around Tunka's arm, the sheer force of it shocking him. He wasn't expecting this kind of power, but he just grits his teeth and roars, powering through the attack as he's sent flying backward. He breaks free, a crazed, ecstatic laugh escaping his lips. He holds up his fist, which is now surrounded by a faint, crackling aura of his own power. "A battle of strength is my specialty," he roars, his eyes glowing with red energy. This is the exact fight he's been dreaming of. He lands back on the beach, facing her down as she summons a new water whip from the sea. Her eyes narrow. The time for playing is over. She sends the new whip shooting towards Tunka, but this one is different, faster, more powerful, moving with an intelligence of its own. It strikes him dead on, wrapping around his entire body before he can even react. The water lifts him off the ground, pulling him into a massive, churning pillar of water that erupts towards the sky. The sheer scale of the attack is impossible to miss. Kael's eyes widen in alarm. A spectacle this big is guaranteed to attract unwanted attention. And sure enough, on the other side of the island, Amiru and her soldiers see the giant geyser shooting into the sky. They have no idea what it is, but they're heading straight for the chaos, and straight for Kale. Amiru and her soldiers arrive just in time to see Tonka being launched at them like a human cannonball. She screams the only command that makes sense, "Everyone, shields up!" Tonka, still tumbling through the air, just laughs. He tells them to block well, warning them that his body is tough, so they're the ones who are going to get hurt on impact. Kale lets out an exasperated sigh. "So annoying," he mutters. He has no choice. A brilliant silver light erupts from his body, and the winged, indestructible shield materializes in the air, ready to absorb the blow. Tunka crashes into the shield with a deafening boom. The barrier holds firm, protecting everyone. He slides to the ground, completely stunned, staring at the shimmering shield. "What the heck?" Amiru and Witira are both in shock. Their heads whip around, their eyes locking onto the source of the incredible power. Kale stands there, his hand outstretched, the last of the silver light fading around him. He can't believe it. He wanted to stay out of the fight, but as always, his plans have gone completely off the rails. With a deep sigh, he lets the shield dissipate. He was perfectly content to watch from the sidelines, but fate had other ideas. He leans against a rock, trying to look casual, but Amiru's shocked voice cuts through the air. "Young master!" She runs to his side, her face a mask of worry and confusion. "You didn't have to use your power like that," she exclaims, her mind struggling to reconcile the weak noble with the man who just stopped a monster in his tracks. Kale just shrugs, brushing off her concern with his usual deadpan expression. "I didn't want to either," he says. He explains his cold, practical logic. If Tunka had injured her and her knights, it would have created a political mess, forcing the barbarian to stay. And that, he concludes, would have been extremely troublesome for him. Amiru's concern shifts as she notices his soaking wet clothes. "Why are you drenched?" she asks, her brow furrowed. "You're here to recover your health," she scolds gently. "What will you do if you get sick?" Nearby, Witira and Pasaton watch, equally concerned for their savior. Witira is completely bewildered. This strange human just unleashed an incredible power, and his first thought is about catching a cold from his wet clothes. Kale, a master of changing the subject, just brushes it off. "Isn't it fine since no one got hurt?" he says, trying to end the conversation. Amiru looks at him and lets out a deep sigh. "Young master, I really don't understand you at all." He remains a complete and total enigma to her. She then turns her attention to the two powerful strangers, the whale siblings. "And who are you?" she asks, her tone shifting to that of a territorial leader. Before they can answer, she spins around to face the man who started it all. "And Bob," she says, still using Tonka's alias. She stands before the massive barbarian, her expression stern and unwavering. "Who are you?" she demands. Tonka just stands there silently, the sea breeze ruffling his hair. For once, he has nothing to say. The tense silence is suddenly broken by a sneeze. "Achoo!" Kale shivers, the cold finally hitting him. In an instant, all eyes are back on him. The serious confrontation is completely shattered by his sneeze. He just stands there looking slightly embarrassed. "Let's go back for now," he says, desperate to get out of the cold and away from all the attention. Later, back at the estate, Amiru delivers her verdict to Tonka. "Make sure you leave by tomorrow." Her expression is firm, leaving absolutely no room for argument. She tells him he should be grateful that his only punishment is banishment after causing such a massive disturbance. Then, she turns to Witira and Pasaton, warning them that if they cause any more trouble, they'll face the same fate. With the situation handled, her tone softens as she looks back at Kale. "Young master, you should go inside. It seems you're catching a cold." He just nods in agreement. As Kale leaves, Amiru looks at Tunka with disappointment. "To think you'd repay generosity with violence," she says, her voice full of contempt. Tunka just stands there with his head bowed, an unreadable expression on his face. For the first time, he looks thoughtful, almost humbled. Kale watches him go, and Amiru misinterprets his glance, thinking he wants the barbarian gone. "It was nothing," Kale replies smoothly, his eyes revealing none of the schemes already forming in his mind. He recalls the dragon asking him earlier if he could win against Tonka. He didn't have an answer then, but now he does. He sees the complicated look on the barbarian's face. Tonka has been thoroughly defeated, and a humbled Tonka is a predictable Tonka. Kale knows exactly where he's going next. Outside, Kale approaches the now homeless whale siblings. Witira asks if it's really okay for them to accompany him. Kale just states the obvious. "It's not like you have anywhere else to go, right?" He opens his carriage door, offering them a place to stay. It's a calculated move, securing two of the world's most powerful allies with a simple act of kindness. Witira and Pasaton look at each other, surprised by his offer. They board the carriage, and as Kale closes the door, his plan falls perfectly into place. Inside, he thinks to himself, Tonka will definitely go back to the Whipper Kingdom now. His defeat here will be the spark that ignites the civil war from the novel. "I should probably contact the Crown Prince," he muses, a small, cunning smile touching his lips. He already knows what he's going to propose. They'll use the chaos of the coming war to go steal the honey-filled hive of the Whipper Kingdom, its magic tower, a treasure trove of knowledge and power. Kalei leans back, completely confident. He knows Prince Alberu is just as ambitious as he is. There's no way he'll refuse an opportunity this big. In fact, he knows the Crown Prince will be absolutely ecstatic. A simple trip to the coast has spiraled into a chaotic mess of ancient powers and royal whales. Kale just wants a moment of peace, but trouble has a way of finding him, even when he's trying to hide. The moment Kale steps into the villa, the deputy butler, Hans, comes rushing down the stairs, his face a mask of panic. "Are you all right, young master?" he yells. Hans freezes, completely flustered. But Kale, looking utterly exhausted, just gives him a flat, one-word answer. "I'm fine." He simply doesn't have the energy for this. Without missing a beat, he gestures to the whale siblings and tells Hans to guide them to their rooms. As Kale shuffles down the hall, looking completely drained, the stoic Chef Beacrox appears. He takes one look at Kale's disheveled state, and his expression hardens with concern. He immediately turns to a servant, his order sharp and absolute. "Go heat up the bath water." It's not a request. Later, as Kale prepares for his bath, Hans brings him a warm drink, his voice full of worry. He heard that Kale almost got caught up in the massive fight. But Kale just takes the drink, dismissing his concern entirely. "Not really," he says. "I wouldn't have gotten hurt." Hearing this, Hans's expression droops with disappointment. He just wishes there was some way he could actually be of use to his young master. Beacrox cuts in, telling Kale to go wash up, his face as unreadable as ever. But as Kale turns to leave, he finds the whale siblings waiting for him. He sighs internally. Why is everyone looking for him tonight? Witira asks if they can speak with him after he's rested, their faces a mixture of gratitude and curiosity. Kale agrees, but tells them to come back tomorrow. He needs to get everyone out of his hair so he can make his real move. He plays up his exhaustion perfectly, saying he feels sore and needs to sleep. He makes it clear, no more visitors tonight. But the moment he's alone, he heads straight for the balcony. The black dragon appears, his voice a mix of frustration and worry. He asks Kale if he should really be moving around when he's coughing. "Shouldn't you rest?" the dragon demands. "Why do you make people worry when you're so weak?" But Kale is just as frustrated. "That's what I should be saying," he sighs. "What am I supposed to do when no one believes me when I say I'm fine?" He turns to the dragon, his expression suddenly serious. "Let's go." As they take off into the night, An and Hong wish them a safe trip from the window, their loyalty unwavering. They soar over the dark ocean, the wind whipping past them as Kale puts his real plan into motion. The dragon is still grumbling, unable to understand why Kale pushes himself so hard when he seems so unwell. To the little dragon, it just doesn't make any sense. But Kale explains that this has to be done tonight. He tells the dragon that the territory's best mages are arriving tomorrow. Once they're here, moving around this freely will be impossible. They land on a rocky shore. Kale pulls out a small bottle filled with a glowing blue liquid, the magical water he found in the cave, a key item from the novel. His plan is to solve everything in one fell swoop, deal with this hidden power, and take care of the last remaining whirlpool. But as he prepares to act, he spots a figure swimming in the distance. Why is that guy all the way out here in the middle of the night just for a swim, he wonders. And then the figure emerges from the water with a massive splash. It's Twonka. The massive barbarian powers through the waves, heading straight for him. Kale is completely dumbfounded. Why is he here? He can only come to one conclusion. That guy is completely insane. Twonka grins, his sharp teeth flashing in the moonlight. "I knew it," he shouts, his instincts proven right. "I knew this would happen." He gets right in Kale's face, his eyes blazing with certainty. "I knew you weren't some boring punk. I smelled a strong person." The black dragon flies between them, demanding to know how Twonka got here, ready to defend Kale. But Twonka completely ignores the little dragon, his eyes locked on Kale. "Is the great mage ignoring me?" he growls, poking Kale in the chest. "Huh?" Kale lets out a long, weary sigh, pushing Twonka's hand away. The gears in his mind are turning at lightning speed. What should I do with this moron, he thinks. Should I put him in his place or put him to use? Twonka demands to know what he's thinking about, accusing him of ignoring him again. Kale just looks at him, and a slow, cunning smirk spreads across his face. "That's right," he says, his voice smooth and confident. "He's made his decision. He's going to do both. The time for games is over." Kale decides to put this barbarian in his place once and for all. He taps into the sound of the wind, and a tempest of raw power begins to swirl violently around him. That power surges from the shore into the ocean, whipping the sea into a frenzy. A massive pillar of churning water erupts from the depths, swallowing Tonka whole. Trapped inside the vortex, Tonka is completely helpless. The sheer force of the water slams into him from every direction, and all he can manage is a choked cry against the overwhelming pressure. Meanwhile, Kale stands on the shore, perfectly calm. He's orchestrating the entire maelstrom with nothing more than a simple, almost lazy flick of his fingers, demonstrating absolute control. Tonka thrashes against the current, baffled by the sudden assault. He has no idea what's happening or where this immense power is coming from. Cutting through the roar of the water, Kale's voice is cool and steady. He states a simple fact that mages could never wield this kind of raw, ancient power. He looks down on the struggling barbarian, his expression unreadable. "Bob," he says, using the alias, "a true warrior like you must understand what I'm saying, right?" He's not asking a question, he's planting an idea. Kale knows exactly what buttons to push. He brings up the core belief of Tunka's non-mage faction, the very foundation of their rebellion. He reminds Tunka that they only respect two things: pure physical strength and the ancient powers passed down through generations, gifts from nature and the gods themselves. Ancient power. Kale lets the words hang in the air, offering Tunka the exact explanation he wants to hear, fitting perfectly into his black-and-white worldview. A spark of understanding flashes in Tunka's eyes. He realizes the implication. "Then, you're not a mage." Kale's simple confirmation, "correct," changes everything. But Tunka is still suspicious. How could this noble know about his faction's secret war? The more he thinks about Kale, a noble who saves people, smells of strength, and wields unique powers, the less sense it makes. Kale can see the barbarian's mind grinding to a halt. So, he decides to hit him with something so completely out of left field that it will shatter all his remaining doubts. "What are your thoughts?" Kale asks casually. "About not completely destroying the magic tower?" Tonka is floored, sputtering out, "What? What did you just say?" Kale presses his advantage, adding, "Even if you do plan to destroy it, please don't overdo it." Tonka can only stare, his mind reeling. He's convinced this man is utterly insane. And before Tunka can even begin to process that, Kale adds another bizarre condition to his proposal. With sharp, focused eyes, he says, "And please, kick every last mage out of there." His intent is crystal clear, and it aligns perfectly with Tunka's own goals. Then he drops the final bombshell, the piece that ties all this madness together. "I'm planning to buy that magic tower. How about it?" Tonka finally snaps. "What a crazy lunatic," he roars, utterly bewildered. He questions if Kale and his allies are insane for even thinking of taking on the magic tower. But as the idea settles, a slow, savage grin spreads across Tunka's face. He starts laughing while floating in the water. "No, not at all," he muses. "We're not crazy in the slightest." A smug little smile plays on Kale's lips. "Exactly. I'm the same." In that moment, he's found their common ground, a shared magnificent brand of crazy. Kale continues, his voice smooth as silk, validating Tunka's entire life's purpose. "Of course you'd say that. You're certain that the non-mages are in the right." Tonka just laughs, completely won over. He's fully on board with this insane plan now. "Fine," he challenges. "Come buy it yourself." Looking out at the sea, Kale gives a satisfied nod. That was his plan all along. He knows Tunka never explicitly said he was going to destroy it anyway, he just let the man assume. With the deal settled, Tunka finally asks the question that's been nagging him. "By the way, how did you know I was part of the non-mage faction?" Kale lets out an exasperated sigh, as if the answer should be painfully obvious. He lays it out simply. Tunka is from the Whipper Kingdom, a nation teetering on the brink of civil war. And he looked ready to kill Kale the second he suspected he was a mage. "Who wouldn't think of the non-mage faction?" Kale concludes, making Tunka feel like a fool for even having to ask. It was a simple deduction, not some grand secret. Tonka grins, conceding the point. "I guess you're right." He hauls his massive frame out of the water, his mood completely transformed from hostile to intrigued. Having sealed the deal, Kale turns to leave. but Tonka stops him, admitting he only followed Kale because he looked like he was about to do something fun. It's a simple motivation for a simple man. He glances over at the remaining whirlpool, a playful, destructive glint in his eye. Kale just waves a dismissive hand. "Go play with the whirlpool then. I'm busy." But Tonka steps right up behind him, his curiosity piqued. "Are you really a noble?" he asks. Without turning, Kale answers flatly. "I am." He then adds, "just as you are a warrior." The words land perfectly, a statement of mutual respect between two very different yet equally dangerous individuals. Tonka can't help but smile. "Interesting." Kale then announces he needs to clean up the mess he made. Kale closes his eyes, focusing his will, but this time the energy feels different. A new, serene power emanates from him. A brilliant white light shines, calming the raging waters with a gentle touch. This is a different ancient power, one of restoration. Tonka watches in awe as the violent sea turns placid in an instant. Kale turns back to him. "Bob." Tonka replies, "What?" With a sly smile, Kale reminds him, "You know this needs to be kept a secret, right?" Tonka agrees without a second thought. "Of course! I prefer to keep all the fun things for myself." As a final gesture, Kale offers to find him a ship and crew, knowing Tonka needs to get back home to start his war. This small act of generosity solidifies their bizarre new alliance. Tonka is genuinely surprised. "Oh, thanks." Kale looks him dead in the eye, his expression uncharacteristically sincere. He offers not just a wish, but what sounds like a command. "Be victorious. You can do it." Hearing this, Tonka bursts into hearty, genuine laughter. Kale just watches him, silently wondering if this brute was always so full of cheer. As Kale flies away with the dragon, his mind is already calculating the next phase. The non-mage faction will be desperate for money after they win their war, and they'll be more than happy to sell off the magic tower, a symbol of everything they hate, to get rid of every last trace of magic in their kingdom. This is a golden opportunity, a chance to become obscenely rich with a single transaction. For Kale, whose ultimate goal is a peaceful, wealthy life, it's a prize he cannot afford to miss. Back on the shore, Tonka watches them disappear into the night sky, a lone, powerful figure against the sea. A small smile plays on his lips. He knows something that Kale doesn't. He knows about the priceless treasure hidden deep within the magic tower, a treasure he has sworn to protect. With Kale gone, the brief diversion is over. "I should return home," Tonka says to the empty beach, a new fire of purpose in his eyes. The stage is set, and the civil war is about to begin. With one chaotic problem sailing away, Kale's plans for a quiet life seem to be back on track. But the ocean's royalty has a request of their own, one that will drag him right back into the danger he so desperately wants to escape. The next day, Kale stands on the docks, seeing Tonka off. The barbarian turns to him with a feral grin, practically vibrating with the urge to start his war. "Come in 2 months," Tonka tells him, a challenge glinting in his eyes. "The world will be a different place by then." Kale just smirks. Judging by that look on Tonka's face, he knows the Whipper Kingdom is about to become a full-blown war zone. It's definitely a place to avoid for the next few months. He waves him off, telling him to hurry up and go, but the barbarian just stares with an intense gaze. He has one last question that's clearly been bothering him. "Are you weak?" A bright, cheerful smile blooms on Kale's face, a complete contrast to Tonka's intensity. "Yeah," he says, without a single shred of shame. The answer completely throws Tonka. He stammers for a second, then just shakes his head. "Fine." With that final confusing exchange, the barbarian finally turns and boards the ship Kale had arranged. He looks back one last time, a wide, toothy grin plastered on his face. "Make sure to come after 2 months, okay?" he shouts, already looking forward to their reunion. Kale gives a lazy, dismissive wave. Yeah." The ship pulls away from the dock. Its sails catching the wind as Tonka heads off to start a revolution, unknowingly playing his part in Kale's grand design. Kale lets out a huge sigh of relief, a deeply satisfied smile spreading across his face. He's finally gone. That walking force of nature is no longer his problem. But just as peace settles in, a voice roars from the departing ship. "Hey!" Tonka cups his hands around his mouth, shouting at the top of his lungs, "My name's Tonka! Don't you forget it!" Kale just stares, his face a perfect deadpan. He is not the least bit impressed. He turns away, a wave of second-hand embarrassment washing over him. He mutters to himself that he shouldn't have seen that, feeling like he just witnessed an incredibly cheesy comic book scene in real life. Later, back at the villa, the atmosphere is entirely different. Kale is having tea with his far more civilized guests. Witira, the future whale queen, sits across from him. Kale mentions she didn't need to come all this way just for a formal greeting, but she insists. She explains that she wanted to properly apologize for the chaos of the previous day and to express her gratitude once more. She asks about his health. Kale, now with the two kittens, On and Hong, settled comfortably on his lap, reassures her that he's perfectly fine. He casually explains that thanks to his ancient power, the vitality of the heart, his body is almost always in peak condition. He pets Hong, who purrs contentedly. He tells her that even after using two powerful ancient abilities like the indestructible shield and the sound of the wind just yesterday, all he really needs is an hour or two of sleep to be fully recovered. He leans back, the very picture of relaxation and contentment. The small black dragon materializes beside him, having clearly been listening in on the conversation. Kale looks at Witira and tells her that her thanks are more than enough. "If you thank me any more, it won't feel genuine," he says coolly. The same goes for the apology. Witira simply nods, a small, understanding smile on her face. Kale notes her formal tone. He knows that she and her brother are descendants of the Whale King. They're literal royalty of the seas, yet they're speaking so respectfully to him. He figures they're trying to keep their identities under wraps. He just chuckles, pointing out that she's thanking him again right after he told her to stop. Changing the subject, Kale announces his own plans. With Tunka gone, he intends to greet the local lord and then finally head back to his own territory. He has things to do back home, but at least he can relax for a bit before the chaos in the Whipper Kingdom begins. But Witira gently interrupts him. "Young Master Kale? I heard that you are a member of the Henatuse family," she begins. Kale just looks at her, waiting. "And?" She shares a quick, silent glance with her brother, a mutual understanding passing between them. They've made their decision. Then she makes her request, her voice steady and serious. "We wish to go to the Forest of Darkness." Kale freezes. His hand, which was about to pet On, hovers in midair. The Forest of Darkness? The name alone sends a chill down his spine. It's one of the most infamous and dangerous places on the entire continent. Witira explains that their people have an ancient enemy, the merfolk. This isn't news to Kale, of course, since he's the one who saved her brother from their poison. She continues, revealing that her brother, Pasaton, discovered the source of the merfolk's recent surge in power. Kale listens intently, his mind racing. That's why they were chasing him so relentlessly. He didn't just escape, he escaped with their greatest secret. With a determined look, she bows her head slightly, a sign of deep respect and desperation. "I beg of you, please allow us to go to the Forest of Darkness." The Forest of Darkness. Kale knows it well. It's a massive, untamed wilderness in the northeastern part of the Rowan Kingdom, notorious as one of the continent's 5 most dangerous zones. The forest is so vast and wild that the kingdom itself gave up on trying to control it years ago. And because no one else could, the monumental task of managing its borders and containing its monsters fell to one family, Kale's family, the Henatuse County. So, Kale thinks, she wants to go to the Forest of Darkness, which is quite literally in his own backyard. Witira looks at him, her plea hanging in the air. "Please." She promises he will be compensated generously for his help. "Can you help us so we may enter the forest?" she asks again. On and Hong, sensing the tension, look up at Kale with wide, pleading eyes, their soft purrs seeming to whisper, "Can't you help them?" Kale lets out a small sigh, stroking the cats to calm his own thoughts. "First, explain the details." Witira immediately agrees, a wave of relief washing over her. She describes the generations-long war between her people and the merfolk. The whales have fought tirelessly to stop the merfolk from establishing a single, tyrannical kingdom across the entire ocean. But 6 months ago, something changed. The merfolk started acting strangely aggressive. Kale leans forward, his interest piqued. "Strange?" Witira explains that they began crossing their borders and provoking fights, and she believes she knows the reason behind their sudden confidence. Kale already knows the answer from the novel he read. The merfolk are planning to conquer the ocean. In the original story, this was the conflict that dragged the hero, Choi Han, into the fray. He feels a sense of relief. At least it's a future he already knows about. But then, Watira adds a detail that was never in the book. She says they're trying to take control of all the sea routes that connect the eastern and western continents. Calais nearly spits out his tea. What? The sea routes? This changes everything. This is no longer just a war between sea tribes. This is a direct threat to global trade, to the entire human world. And most importantly, it's a direct threat to his future, peaceful, slacker life. This just got a whole lot more complicated. Kale has just learned that the fate of the entire continent's economy might hinge on a war brewing in the deep sea. His dream of a quiet, peaceful life is officially on the line, and the decision he makes next could change everything. For centuries, a rough, untamed ocean has separated the eastern and western continents, with only a few treacherous routes safe enough for humans to travel. This created an unspoken agreement between the people of the land and the people of the sea. Those of the sea never meddled with the shipping lanes, which were considered the exclusive domain of humanity. In turn, those on land never interfered with the conflicts of the ocean. But now, the merfolk are trying to shatter that delicate balance, threatening to seize the sea routes for themselves. Kale sighs, running a hand through his hair. He stumbled upon another massive, unnecessary piece of information. As Watira begins to explain their theory about the new merfolk king, Kale cuts her off. "Stop. Don't tell me anything else," he says, his expression deadly serious. "Just tell me why you need to go to the Forest of Darkness." He can already feel himself being dragged into a colossal conflict, and he's desperate to limit the damage. Watira just gives him a slight, knowing smile. "Okay." Kale sighs again internally. Why are the smiles of these beautiful whale people so unsettling? He can practically see the calculating thoughts spinning behind her eyes. Watira quickly recaps the situation. The merfolk started growing stronger a couple of months ago, and Paston was the one who discovered the source of their new power. "And you're telling me," Kale confirms, "the reason is hidden somewhere in the Forest of Darkness?" Watira beams at him. "Yes, you're very quick on the uptake." Kale's mind is reeling. This makes absolutely no sense. How could something that makes a sea-dwelling race stronger be located deep within a forest on land? And more importantly, how did the merfolk even get to the Forest of Darkness in the first place? Outwardly, he keeps a calm composure, but inside, his thoughts are a chaotic mess. Passeton speaks up, adding a crucial detail. He's certain he overheard the merfolk mention a swamp within the forest. That scrap of information is why they were hunting him so fiercely. That's why we need to investigate that swamp for ourselves, Watira concludes, her gaze steady and unwavering. Kale doesn't need to hear anymore. The Forest of Darkness, Choi Han's lost home in Harris Village, the wolf cubs he rescued. Now, even the cat children sleeping peacefully on his lap. He realizes all of these separate threads of his new life are connected, all centered around that one dangerous, cursed place. The little black dragon pops into existence, puffing out his chest proudly, as if to say, "And don't forget me, the coolest one of all." Kale just laughs and shoos him away. He's been planning to build a safe villa for the children in Harris Village. But to ensure their safety, he knows he has to deal with this looming threat first. "Sigh, I'm in a rut," he mutters under his breath. Watira looks at him, confused by the phrase. "Pardon?" Kale gets straight to the point, his mind shifting into transaction mode. "What can I get out of this?" The whale siblings exchange a look, clearly not expecting such a blunt question. He leans back in his chair, embodying the role of a shrewd nobleman. "Before we get to that, I need to be clear. Humans cannot meddle in the affairs of the sea." Watira's expression turns serious. "Of course, we understand that." She assures him they plan to act covertly. She believes the merfolk must have had help from someone on land, which means they broke the rules first. Therefore, the whales are justified in responding. She gives him her word that he will not be implicated in any way. But Kale just leans back, shaking his head. That's not good enough for him. Even so, the risk is too great. He looks them right in the eyes, making sure they understand the gravity of what they're asking. "You're aware of this, aren't you?" Watira simply replies, Yes, perfect, Kale thinks. Now that he's made them acknowledge the risk he's taking, it's time to find out what he gets in return. A sly, calculating smile plays on his lips. So, what will I get as a reward? Watira smiles back, a glimmer in her eyes. Kale already knows what she's going to offer. He remembers this exact negotiation from the novel. It's the same deal the Whale King once offered to the hero, Choi Han. It's the sea routes. Kale's smile widens. He knew it. Watira explains that among the routes the merfolk are trying to seize, there is one secret path that humans have yet to discover. A route she claims is the safest passage between the two continents. Where is it? Kale asks, playing along. Watira answers, the northern sea of the western continent, within the territory of the whale tribe. Kale points out the obvious flaw. I'm sure the strongest creatures in the sea are all over that area. Isn't it incredibly dangerous? But Watira assures him that, for him, it will be perfectly safe. You will acquire the right to use that route, she declares, making an offer that would make any other noble ecstatic. Kale pauses for a moment, then gives a shocking answer. I don't need it. The siblings are completely stunned. What? He clarifies his point. They're not offering him the route itself, but the right to use it. And rights come with responsibility. Sure, his family would become richer and more powerful, but all that would do is heap more work onto his diligent younger brother, Basin. It's something of no value to me, he says, pointing to himself, a man who just wants to live a comfortable life. Then he makes his brilliant counteroffer. Instead, why don't you add a different condition for me? He smiles, his eyes gleaming with strategic light. Lend me your power whenever I want it. He holds up 2 fingers. Twice. Watira hesitates. The whale tribe values peace above all else. Meddling directly in human affairs is complicated. Kale calls her out on it immediately, his voice laced with amusement. Are you telling me to risk danger while you refuse to do the same? He reminds her that the Forest of Darkness is a land of mystery. Being powerful in the sea means nothing here. For outsiders who don't know the terrain, strength alone won't guarantee their safety. And then, with a warm, reassuring smile that completely changes the atmosphere, he seals the deal. I'll help you. I was planning on going to Harris Village soon anyway. He understands the stakes better than anyone. Choi Han may have survived in the Forest of Darkness for decades, but even he didn't know all of its secrets. And the one person on the entire continent who knows the most about that forest after him is Kale Hennetus himself. With his knowledge from the novel, he's not just a guide, he's the only key to their success. I think I know which swamp you're concerned about, he says, a confident smirk on his face. The game is his. The deal is on the table, a high-stakes bargain between a man who just wants peace and the future queen of the seas. With a confident smile, Kale lays out his final, simple terms. I'll help you find the swamp you're looking for, he continues, his voice smooth and reassuring. In return, you just have to lend me your power, twice. He leans back, playing his final card, their shared desire. The whale tribe just wants a peaceful life as the strongest, right? He knows their goal for their people mirrors his own, even if their worlds are vastly different. Watira's serious expression softens into a genuine smile. You're right, young Master Kale, he's understood her completely. She rises to the occasion, her voice filled with the regal authority of her lineage. I, Watira, as the heir of the Whale King, accept your conditions. Kale feigns surprise, putting a hand to his chin. You were the heir? He plays the part of the clueless noble to perfection, despite having known her identity all along. That's good, he says, leaning forward with a satisfied smile. Then we can establish the contract right away. The deal is done, exactly as he planned. He looks at her with a playful glint in his eye, teasing her just a bit. Should I start using honorifics from now on? Watira shakes her head. There's no need for that, young Master Kale. I must conceal my identity after all. They shake hands, sealing their agreement. Exactly, she confirms, a brilliant smile lighting up her face as they formalize their powerful and very secret new alliance. Art credit page, no narration. Later, after the whale siblings have left, Kale is lounging on the sofa when the little black dragon flies in, landing on the table with a soft thud. Hey, the dragon says. Don't call me hey, Kale retorts, not even bothering to open his eyes. The dragon flaps his wings indignantly. Then what should I call you? Think about it on your own, human, the dragon says, puffing out his chest with all the pride a 4-year-old can muster. Kale just lets out a small huff. He thinks to himself that the dragon could at least start by calling him Kales instead of human. Changing the subject, Kale looks over at the dragon. Oh, right. Don't you want a home? The dragon's ears instantly perk up. A home? He immediately gets defensive, suspecting a trick. Are you trying to kick me out? But Kale clarifies. No, it's more like a villa than a home. A villa? The dragon asks, his curiosity piqued. Kale explains. Yeah, a villa where you, me, On, Hong, and the wolf cubs can all go to play whenever we want. He paints a picture of a happy place just for them, a safe haven where they can relax and have fun together. The dragon is completely sold on the idea. He curls up, looking thoughtful. I'll decide where to build the villa, he declares. In exchange, his voice becomes soft, almost vulnerable, as a gentle light surrounds him. You must choose a name for me. You have 1 month. Kale sits up, genuinely surprised. A name? For a creature as proud as a dragon, asking for a name is a profound gesture of trust and belonging. He can't help but let out a small, amused laugh. He glances over at the cat siblings, On and Hong, who are watching the touching scene from the end of the bed. He flops back down with a sigh. He could choose one himself, so why is he making me do it? It's just another unexpected responsibility on his ever-growing list. On and Hong immediately cuddle up to him. Hong asks, when are we going home? I like fish, but I hate the ocean. Soon, Kale promises, patting them gently. The kids cheer, excited to finally leave the coast and return to the forest and fields of home. 2 days later, the entire group is ready to depart. Kale bids a formal farewell to Amiru, the acting lord of the Ubar territory. The grand carriage pulls away, beginning the long journey back to the Hennetus County. Inside the carriage, a magical device glows, concealing the whale siblings from outside view. Kale turns to his butler. You can turn it off now, Ron. Ron deactivates the device, and the shimmering curtain of magic fades away. The whale siblings look on, silently impressed by the convenient human magic. Suddenly, Witira's eyes go wide. She felt a faint but powerful surge of energy. The source was the small black dragon who let out a tiny pulse of mana in his sleep. He sleepily cracks open one eye, mumbling, "What?" completely unaware of what just happened. Witira stares at the small creature, finally understanding. So, it was you, she whispers, the fluctuation of mana I felt back on the island. She instinctively reaches out a hand, but a sharp crackle of static erupts from the dragon's scales, repelling her touch with a clear warning. Kale gently pats the dragon's head, calming him instantly. Let's travel in peace, he says, his quiet voice a command that everyone in the carriage obeys. An awkward silence fills the carriage as they all settle in for the long ride ahead. Witira and Pasitan exchange another knowing glance. This human, Kale Hennetus, is more mysterious and powerful than they ever imagined. A few days later, they finally arrive in the city of Lane, the central hub of the Hennetus territory. But as their carriage rolls through the gates, they're met with a shocking sight. A huge crowd has gathered, and they're all cheering for Kale. It's young Master Kale. Welcome home, young Silver Lord. Kale physically shivers, a look of pure dread washing over his face. The cheers get louder. Shield Lord! Welcome, young Shield Lord. Choi Han, who's driving the carriage, just laughs. It looks like the stories of your heroics have spread all the way back home. He even adds salt to the wound. I think the title of young Silver Lord is quite cool. I'm jealous, young Master Kale. Kale just glares at him, his expression murderous. He can feel a vein throbbing in his forehead. His dream of a peaceful, quiet return is already shattered. Inside the carriage, Pasitan chuckles. Oh, young Master Kale, you always get so embarrassed by praise. Kale leans back with a deep sigh, crossing his arms in defeat. Is there any way to stop hearing that cringy title? The dragon, waking from his nap, asks sleepily, Are we home? Yeah, Kale says, his voice flat with resignation. We're back home. The carriage finally pulls up to the grand Hennetus estate. The journey is over, but a new set of problems has just begun. Credit page, no narration. Kale is finally home, but the respite will be short-lived. Between a carefully orchestrated family reunion and his own grand schemes, the calm is about to break. And the first order of business is a call to the one person who thinks just like he does. The moment Cale steps out of the carriage, his father, Count de Ruth, rushes over, his hands landing firmly on Cale's shoulders. With the worried eyes of a loving father, he inspects his son from head to toe, searching for any sign of injury. A warm, relieved smile spreads across his face. "Looks like you're not hurt anywhere," he says, his voice thick with emotion. "How are you feeling? Are you tired?" Cale gives his usual confident reply, "I'm fine." He then greets his stepmother, Countess Violin, who looks on with a more reserved but equally concerned expression. The Countess gets straight to the point. "I heard the terrorists still haven't been caught." Cale simply confirms that's what he's heard as well. The Count and Countess exchange a heavy look. It's a silent conversation about the unstable political situation and their son's dangerous involvement in it. Cale starts to sweat a little, wondering if he's in for a lecture. But his father just pats him on the back. "We can talk about the capital later. Go get some rest." Cale quickly and happily agrees. As his parents leave, his younger siblings, Basin and Lily, approach. "Brother," Basin says, his voice full of admiration and respect. He starts to ask how Cale is, but Cale cuts him off with a smile. "Oh, right, he has something for them." "Hans," he calls out. The deputy butler comes running, practically vibrating with energy. "Yes, young master." Hans presents two beautifully wrapped gifts, which Cale takes with a simple, "Thanks." He hands a small, elegant box to Basin. "This is a fountain pen." Basin looks at the gift, completely surprised by the thoughtful gesture. Then, Cale presents a long, slender package to his little sister Lily. "And here's a sword!" Lily's eyes go wide, a look of pure awe on her face. He looks at their stunned expressions and feigns ignorance. "What's with those faces?" Basin quickly collects himself, clutching the gift to his chest. "You must have been so busy," he says, touched. Cale just shrugs. "Even if I'm busy, a promise is a promise." Basin's eyes sparkle with renewed determination. He vows to study hard and do his best for the estate. Cale can only think, "Good, good." His plan to offload all responsibility is working perfectly. He encourages his brother, telling him it's a great mindset to have, especially since he's going to be the next lord of the territory. "I won't make any trouble for you to worry about," Cale adds vaguely, planting another seed for his future retirement. Basin looks confused for a second, but then Lily steps forward. "Brother?" Cale looks down at his little sister, wondering what's on her mind. With a fierce determination that shines in her eyes, Lily holds her new sword and vows to become strong enough to protect the estate, the Night Order, and their entire family. Cale just smiles warmly. "I'll be rooting for you." He can already see his perfect future taking shape, Basin handling the paperwork, Lily handling the military, and the estate running smoothly while he does absolutely nothing. He pats Lily on the head, a gesture of genuine pride. "I'm sure you'll become a fine knight." Lily's face lights up, her resolve stronger than ever. "Yes, I won't let anyone get hurt." "Good," Cale says, his work here done. "Now I shall go rest." His perfect slacker life is just one step closer. His siblings see him off, urging him to get some much-needed rest. As he walks away, his plan is firmly in place, and his mind is already on the next move. The moment he gets to his room, he closes the door, the public facade falling away. He's immediately greeted by An and Hong, who meow and rush to his side, their true home. They happily pounce onto his bed, making themselves comfortable in their favorite spot. But as Cale goes to take off his coat, a hand stops him. It's Beecrox. Cale is surprised. "Are you trying to be my attendant?" He wonders if Beecrox is filling in for his father, Ron. But the stoic chef simply holds out a letter. "A letter from my father. He said it was a report," Beecrox adds. Cale takes it, thanking him. Before leaving, Beecrox reports that he's already put the wolf children to work in the kitchen. As always, he has everything under control. "I see," Cale says, dismissing him. He's more interested in the letter. He sits down and carefully breaks the seal on the envelope. The little black dragon flies over, curious to see what's inside, while the cats sleep peacefully on the bed. Cale unfolds the note. The message is brutally short and efficient. Pure, Ron, I'm still alive. Are you still alive? Kale lets out a small laugh. Is this really his whole report? How savage! Still, a feeling of deep contentment washes over him. Home really is the best. The kids couldn't agree more, bouncing on the bed and declaring that it's super-duper great. Kale smiles, soaking in this rare, perfect moment of peace with his found family. But the rest is over. He sets the letter down, his expression turning sharp and serious. Now then, let's be on our way. He stands up and heads for the door, his mind already miles ahead. He finds a robed mage from the Communication Guild waiting for him. The mage seems surprised to see him. "Young Master Kale, it's our first time meeting. A pleasure," Kale says smoothly. The mage bows respectfully in return. Kale gets right down to business. "Can I make a video call?" The mage agrees but asks for the destination. "Where would you like me to connect to?" he asks, gesturing towards the glowing communication orbs. "The Royal Palace," Kale says without a hint of hesitation. The mage nods, unfazed. "I see, the Royal Palace." But then the reality of the request hits him, and he jumps in shock. "The Royal Palace!" Kale just confirms it with a simple, "Yeah." The mage stutters for a moment before Kale gives his final command, a confident smirk playing on his lips. "Please connect me to the Crown Prince. The game is about to begin." Kale Hinatus is about to make a move that will shake an entire kingdom, and it all starts with a single request. Inside his room, he speaks to the nervous mage, his voice firm and clear, telling him to connect him to the Crown Prince. The mage stammers, completely caught off guard. Kale just leans back, unfazed by the man's panic. He casually asks if it's impossible, adding that he doesn't mind just leaving a voicemail. The mage immediately assures him he can do it. With trembling hands, the mage presents the communication device, a glowing orb resting on a stand. He places it carefully on the table in front of Calais, as if handling a sacred artifact. Kale looks down at the orb with a knowing smile. He understands the system. With countless people trying to contact the Royal Palace, they have a screening process for calls. It's a necessary hassle. He thinks to himself that this world, aside from needing mages for communication, is actually quite comfortable. He has technology, wealth, and knowledge of the future. Everything a person aiming for a slacker life could possibly need. The mage explains that a direct call seems difficult, but he can definitely leave a voicemail for the Crown Prince. This is exactly what Kale expected. The mage bows, saying he'll leave Kale to record the message in private. With a soft click, the door closes, leaving Kale alone in the room with the glowing orb. Kale settles back into his chair. He muses that while a face-to-face chat would be nice, it's not really necessary for what he has in mind. A voicemail will be far more effective. He leans forward and activates the device. A soft hum fills the air as he begins his message in a formal yet confident tone. "Your Highness, this is Calais Henitus." As he speaks, he pulls something from his pocket. It's a single, heavy gold coin, the golden plaque, a royal treasure given to him by the Crown Prince himself, an item with the power to buy anything, no matter the price. Holding the plaque up to the orb, a smirk plays on his lips. He states his intention plainly. He's going to buy the Whipper Kingdom's magic tower. This will be the very first time he uses the plaque's incredible power. He continues the message, casually informing the prince that he'll be unavailable for the next week as he's going on a little excursion. The tone is less of a request and more of a declaration of his unstoppable plans. With his bombshell delivered, Kale confidently ends the recording. The light from the orb dies down, and he leans back, completely satisfied. The mage re-enters, a bit startled by how quickly he finished. Kale simply announces, "All done," as if he just handled a minor chore. The mage confirms the voicemail has been sent. He notices Kale's good mood and satisfied smile, remarking that it must have been a pleasant message. "Well," Kale says with a slight chuckle, "you could say that." He stands up, his part of the plan now officially in motion. He thinks about Crown Prince Alberu. The prince will get his message by tomorrow, but will then have to stew on it for an entire week. Kale can't help but feel a tiny bit bad for him, picturing the man's frustration. Poor Crown Prince, he thinks with a grin. Later, Kale stands in his father's office. Count de Ruth looks up, surprised by his son's sudden request. "You want to go to Harris Village?" Kale simply answers, "Yes." The name hangs heavy in the air. The Count's mind flashes back to the tragedy, remembering the scene of devastation that greeted him when he arrived at the village personally. He recalls the overwhelming helplessness. The culprits had vanished without a trace, and the vast forest remained stubbornly silent, offering no clues. But from the scorched earth and the aftermath of the battle, he was able to piece one thing together: the terrifying, overwhelming power of the young man named Choi Han. The Count looks at his son, his gaze sharp. He knows Kale spent days with Choi Han and must be aware of the boy's true strength. He asks directly, "Are you doing this because you're concerned about Choi Han?" Kale closes his eyes for a moment, then gives a simple, non-committal answer. Well, you could say that, but inside his mind is racing with the real reasons. This was just the most convenient excuse. His true goals are far more complex: training the wolf children, helping the dragon grow, and finding a solution for the whale tribe. He can't exactly tell his father he's taking a field trip into one of the continent's most dangerous places, so he keeps his explanation vague, letting the Count believe what he wants. Kale elaborates on his excuse, saying he wants to confirm the state of the village with his own eyes. He adds that monsters shouldn't be a problem, and his father acknowledges that soldiers are still stationed there. The Count nods slowly. It's true. The area has been strangely safe from monsters for over a century. He seems to be accepting Kale's reasoning. The Count then says it's Kale's responsibility to take care of those he's taken in. Kale immediately shakes his head, thinking it's an unbelievable misunderstanding. Choi Han is his protector, not his subordinate. But his father doesn't see his internal denial. He sees a son finally taking on responsibility. With a soft sigh, he says, "Okay, I understand. You've grown up." Kale quietly agrees. "That's true." A moment of understanding passes between them, even if it's built on a complete misunderstanding of the situation. The Count dismisses him, but just as Kale turns to leave, his father calls out his name, stopping him in his tracks. Count Daruth begins to explain something important. He says their family's symbol, the golden turtle, was never a symbol of wealth. It meant something more. "We are a warrior family," he says, his voice filled with a quiet pride, "and one that protects. It is our mission to protect others with our hard shell." He leans forward, his expression earnest. "However, the most important thing is protecting yourself. That is why we are turtles." His final piece of advice is simple, but it hits Kale with surprising weight. So put yourself above anything else. The Count then looks at Kale, and a small smile appears on his face. He thinks of the brilliant silver shield he saw Kale use. "The power you've gained," he says, "is very cool." Kale is slightly taken aback, a faint blush on his cheeks as he lets out a quiet breath. He wasn't expecting such a direct compliment. He quickly regains his composure, a confident smirk returning to his face. He agrees that it's a visually impressive power. Then he adds, "Also, I have always put myself above anyone else." The Count nods, satisfied. "Good, that's enough." With the conversation over, Kale turns and walks towards the door, his father's words echoing in his mind. He thinks about the Henatu's family mission, to protect others with their hard shell. But his father's final words are what truly stick with him. Protect yourself first. As he thinks this, the little black dragon materializes silently on his shoulder. The dragon, having listened to the whole exchange, looks up at Kale and asks in his mind, "That person is your family, right?" Kale looks down at the small dragon, and a genuinely soft, rare smile graces his features. For a moment, all the schemes fall away, and he gives a simple, heartfelt answer. "Yeah." The next day, under a bright blue sky, Kale travels out of the city. He's heading for Harris Village and the forest of darkness that lies just beyond it. As he gets closer, his expression turns serious, his gaze hardening. He knows what he's about to see. From above, the devastation is clear. The village, which once stood as a quiet sentinel before the forest, is now just a dark, empty scar on the land. Only the skeletal frames of burnt-out houses remain. All that's left are the silent, empty traces of what was once a living, breathing community. Kale stands before the ruins, his red hair a stark splash of color against the grim, monochrome scenery. He looks out over the desolation, his voice low as he murmurs the only words that can describe it. "It's so black." Returning to a place of tragedy is never easy. especially when the ashes are still warm. Amidst the skeletal remains of Harris Village, Choi Han's voice is low, filled with a hollow emptiness. Everything's burnt. Kale's expression is somber. He looks at his friend and asks quietly, "Where did you say the graves were?" The question seems to snap Choi Han out of his daze. "Oh," he replies, "I'll go find out." As Choi Han runs off into the wreckage, Kale watches him go. He can feel the heavy weight of depression hanging over the young swordsman. It's only natural. This entire village, a place filled with people Choi Han had come to see as family, was wiped out in a single night of fire and rage. As Kale looks around, he can almost feel the lingering heat of that night hanging in the air. A calm voice cuts through his thoughts. "You can feel something like that?" It's Witira stepping up beside him with a curious expression. She smiles gently, a serene look on her face. "I am a member of a sea tribe after all." She implies that her senses are naturally attuned to the elements, even the ghost of a fire. Kale just looks at her, his face unreadable. True, the sheer power of the whale tribe is something he's still getting used to. His attention shifts to the carriage where the wolf children are watching. He knows the sight of this devastation must be terrifying for them. The deputy butler, Hans, tries his best to offer comfort. Locke stares out at the ruins, his face pale with shock. "A mess," he mutters, the single word capturing the horror of the scene. Just then, he notices Kale approaching the carriage. He immediately straightens up, his voice filled with respect. "Young Master Kale!" Kale leans against the carriage, his gaze sweeping over the three wolf children. He asks them a simple question. "Do you know why I brought you all here?" They can only look back, confused and afraid. With a sly, confident grin spreading across his face, he drops a bombshell on them. "I'm going to be making a lot of money soon." Locke just blinks, completely baffled. "Pardon?" Kale lays out the cornerstones of his grand plan, the magic tower and his alliance with the jungle. He tells them that with those two assets, he's going to make an almost unimaginable amount of money. And he's not stopping there. He'll also use his influence to establish a new sea route for his family's territory, further increasing their wealth and power. He looks from the ruins back to the children, his voice steady and full of purpose. "And with that money, I plan to rebuild this village." He paints a picture for them, not of a simple village, but of a grand villa, a safe place where all of them can live and grow strong together. Locke is stunned into silence. He finally finds his voice, hesitant and worried. "But I heard the dark forest is dangerous." Kale gives him a sharp look, his expression asking, "Are you seriously saying that to me?" Kale leans in, his voice firm. He reminds Locke of his own strength, of the dragon, of Witira standing right there. He asks if any danger could possibly be stronger than Locke himself when he finally reaches his full potential. "I promised," he says, "to take care of all of you." Kale's expression softens as he looks out at the sky. He tells Locke that to live freely as a wolf, he needs a territory of his own. "I will make you a place where you can do just that." This isn't just about rebuilding, it's about giving them a future. He gives the children a single, powerful command, a goal to strive for. Grow magnificently. He's giving them a reason to push through their fear and become truly strong. Locke is completely overwhelmed, his eyes wide and shining with unshed tears. For a moment, he's utterly speechless. Kale taps his fingers impatiently on the carriage. "Where's your answer?" he presses, a playful smirk on his face. "That's all it takes." Locke snaps to attention, his voice cracking with emotion as he stammers out, "Yes, sir!" before shouting it again with every ounce of conviction in his heart. "Yes, sir!" Kale straightens up, a satisfied "good" escaping his lips. His words have hit their mark, turning despair into determination. Witira observes the scene, her eyes landing on an old well off to the side, a small sign of life in all this destruction. Kale follows her gaze, his mind already calculating the next step. For a moment, a hopeful image flashes through his mind. The burned village replaced with a beautiful town, filled with light and laughter. A place they can all call home. He imagines them all standing together, looking towards a bright future. A place where his found family can finally live and grow up in peace. The wolf children sit in the carriage, their faces no longer filled with fear, but with a new, quiet resolve. Kale's promise has given them a reason to fight. The group finally arrives at their destination, a massive, imposing stone wall that stretches as far as the eye can see. Kale looks up at it, noting the thick vines clinging to its ancient surface. He recalls reading in the novel that Choi Han used to just jump over walls like this, a classic, flashy protagonist move when simply using the gate would have been much easier. Watira walks up beside him, her gaze fixed on the wall. "Is the dark forest beyond this?" she asks. Kale confirms that it is. She muses that it must be a unique place. Then, with a hint of curiosity, she wonders aloud if the wall is sturdy. Before Kale can answer, she casually reaches out and touches the wall. A sharp crack echoes as her finger sinks right into the solid stone as if it were mud, sending fractures spider-webbing across the surface. Kale just stares, a single bead of sweat trickling down his face, completely dumbfounded by the casual display of monstrous strength. Watira pulls her finger out and laughs, almost surprised by her own power. "Why did my finger go right through it?" Kale can only think one thing. What a terrifying tribe. He looks at the hole she just made. "It's similar," he says quietly. She asks what he means by that. Kale explains that the dark forest beyond the wall isn't so different. On the surface, it looks like a normal forest. But what makes it dangerous is what's hidden inside. He describes the true nature of the forest, a place warped by chaotic energy, where mutated organisms are common. Plants that look normal might be lethally poisonous, and monsters appear in strange, twisted forms. He concludes that it's the only place in the kingdom where you can see the lingering, chaotic traces of the ancient world. Just as he finishes, Hans calls out to him. Hans has brought the carriage closer. Kale turns to Watira and asks her to look after the kids, and she nods. Kale lets out a tired sigh. Being surrounded by so many energetic young people is already draining him. With everything settled, Kale gives the order. "Let's go." Choi Han replies with a firm, "Yes, sir," and they prepare to enter the legendary forest. The group steps past the broken wall and into the dense, shadowed woods. The air immediately grows colder, the sunlight struggling to pierce the thick canopy. They walk deeper into the silence, the crunch of leaves the only sound. After a while, Choi Han stops and turns to Kale. He gestures to a small, rocky clearing ahead. "It's over here. They've arrived." Deep inside the dark forest, in a quiet clearing, Choi Han kneels. His face is a mask of determination, his hands clenching tight as he prepares to give the fallen villagers a proper farewell. He picks up a sharp-edged rock. With grim resolve, he begins to dig into the earth, his movements steady and purposeful. He will build their graves himself, honoring them one stone at a time. Kale watches from a distance, his mind piecing together the threads of the story he once read. He remembers this part from The Birth of a Hero. This tragedy, the massacre at Harris Village, was the catalyst. It was the event designed to awaken the protagonist and set Choi Han on his fated journey. But Kale knows there's more to it than a random attack. He can see a hidden connection, a single thread tying everything together. The dark forest, the poisoned mer people, and the massacre. 3 seemingly separate events, all linked by a dark purpose he's just beginning to understand. Kale closes his eyes. He has a theory, but he decides to keep it to himself. Unraveling the truth behind this tragedy is Choi Han's story, the hero's burden to carry, not his. Turning away, Kale calls out to the vice-captain of his knights. "Hilsman." The knight immediately turns attentive. "Yes, my lord." Kale gestures towards Choi Han's painstaking work. He gives a simple order: "Tell the others to make some proper graves for these people." He adds, his voice firm, "These are far too shabby." Hilsman is momentarily surprised, but quickly snaps to attention. "Ah, yes, sir." Kale places a hand on Hilsman's shoulder, a knowing, almost mischievous smile playing on his lips. "You know, don't you?" he asks cryptically. Hilsman just looks back, a silent question in his eyes. Just a few days ago, when Kale had announced his plan to enter the forest, Hilsman had been shocked, questioning the reckless decision. He had argued that it was too dangerous, that Kale was going too far just for Choi Han's sake. But then, Kale had simply smiled, and his found family, the dragon, the cats, the wolf children, had appeared beside him. Hilsman saw the absolute trust they all had in Kale, a silent understanding that transcended any need for explanation. Kale had simply told the worried knight that there was no need to worry. He had shown Hilsman the true strength of the team he had assembled. This was never just about one person, it was about all of them. Back in the present, Hillsman's expression clears with understanding. He bows his head slightly. Yes, I know, my lord. He understands now. His job is simply to trust Kale. Kale's smile softens. Okay, he says, patting the knight's shoulder. I'll trust you. The weight of that trust hits Hillsman like a physical blow. He clenches his fists, a fire of loyalty igniting in his eyes. My lord, he declares, his voice filled with newfound resolve, I will become stronger. Kale simply nods. Go ahead. Hillsman bows once more and walks off to carry out his orders, his steps now firm with purpose. Kale watches him go, a genuine feeling of relief washing over him. With Hillsman now fully on board, he won't have to explain every little detail. It's one less thing to worry about. At dawn the next day, the group ventures deeper into the forest, torches lighting their path through the eerie morning mist. Standing before a massive, gnarled tree, Kale begins to lay out their next move. There are two swamps within the dark forest. Witira and Pasiton listen intently. One, he continues, is where monsters live. The other is completely uninhabitable. Kale turns to Pasiton. You said the merpeople's poison felt like it was artificially strengthened, right? Then which swamp do you think it is? Pasiton doesn't hesitate. Most likely the uninhabitable swamp. Witira nods in agreement. Yes, that's highly likely. With a confident grin, Kale cuddles Hong closer. And so, we'll go there first. It's official. The uninhabitable swamp, a place where nothing is supposed to survive, will be their first destination. He adds that if they come up empty, they'll simply head to the monster-filled swamp next. At least that path should be a little easier. Witira looks concerned, her gaze falling on the two kittens in Kale's arms. Won't the children be in danger? She reminds him that he himself called the forest dangerous. If a swamp is truly uninhabitable, it means the environment itself could be lethal. But just as she voices her worry, "Un!" the silver kitten wags her tail excitedly. She speaks directly into Witira's mind, her mental voice full of childish confidence. We specialize in dangerous places like that, and he already promised we won't get hurt. Witira's eyes widen slightly. She was not expecting a lecture from a talking cat. Kale just smiles. The kittens are vibrating with excitement. He knows this is the perfect opportunity for them to finally evolve their unique poison mist abilities. It's a perfect convergence of goals. The cat children need a challenge to grow stronger, and this opportunity has fallen right into the lap of Kale, whose ultimate goal is a peaceful life guaranteed by overwhelming power. The whale siblings just look on, clearly trying to process this strange and powerful group. Kale thinks to himself that, if this goes well, An and Hong's poison could become potent enough to affect even the mighty whale tribe. This is a chance he absolutely cannot pass up. He looks at the siblings with a reassuring smile. You'll be able to see An and Hong's true skills very soon. With that, he gives the signal. Let's go. Immediately, the black dragon spreads its wings, raw mana gathering around it. A powerful whirlwind erupts from the dragon, kicking up a storm of leaves and dirt. The wind wraps around Kale, lifting him and the two kittens effortlessly into the air. Witira calls out to her brother. Pasiton! He nods, understanding instantly. A torrent of water erupts from Pasiton's hands, forming a swirling liquid path for them to follow Kale through the sky. Kale, guided by his sound of the wind, soars through the dark woods, leading the way towards their dangerous destination. Surrounded by a vibrant green aura, he holds the two determined kittens close, a confident smile on his face. Their real training is about to begin. Kale Hanatusi cuts through the night sky, a whirlwind of green energy from his Sound of the Wind ability propelling him over the dark, twisted trees of the forest. Tucked safely in his arms are the two cat children, An and Hong. While Kale wears a confident smirk, the kittens gaze around with wide, curious eyes, thrilled by their first flight. From the ground, they look like a green shooting star, a vibrant streak of light against the menacing shadows of the infamous dark forest. An and Hong are practically buzzing with excitement, letting out a soft wow as they take in the incredible view. For them, this is a whole new world opening up. As they fly, Kale glances down at the endless sea of trees. He reflects on the sheer vastness of this land, realizing what a monumental task it would be for anyone to try and conquer it. He muses that perhaps a being with overwhelming power, like a dragon or even the hero Choi Han, could manage it. But for anyone else, it's an impossible dream. This is a crucial piece of knowledge from the novel, reminding him of the true scale of this world. Spotting a clearing below, Kale turns to the small black dragon flying beside him and signals their descent. The dragon gives a simple nod of understanding. With a soft pulse of magic, they land gently on the forest floor, not making a single sound. The whale siblings, Witira and Pasiton, are already there waiting. The kittens hop down as the dragon announces he's releasing the flight magic, causing the green glow around Kale's hands to fade away. The swirling currents of water that carried the whale siblings also dissipate, revealing them in their powerful human forms. They stand for a moment, the moonlight catching the brilliant blue of their hair, a striking sight in the dim forest. Witira stretches with a pleased smile, remarking how refreshing it is to be on the ground. She gives the small dragon a grateful look, thanking him for the smooth ride. Pasiton adds his own thanks. The little dragon puffs out his chest, flapping his wings proudly, clearly pleased with the praise from the mighty whale tribe members. But his happy mood vanishes in an instant. His head snaps around, senses on high alert. He warns Kale that the mana in this place feels dark. Kale's interest is immediately piqued by this unexpected detail. The dragon leans in closer, sniffing the air. He adds that it smells, too. Kale asks him to describe the scent. After a moment's thought, the dragon explains it's a familiar smell, but he can't quite place it. He assures Kale it's not dangerous, just ancient. Kale mentally files that away. A scent familiar to a 4-year-old dragon is a significant clue. This world continues to hold secrets that weren't in the novel. Witira, ever practical, cuts straight to the point, asking what their next move is. Kale asks how they're meant to find the swamp. Answering his own question, the ever-prepared strategist reaches into his coat. He pulls out a weathered piece of parchment, much to Witira's surprise. With a satisfied nod, he unfolds a map. He quickly lays out the plan. Their destination, the swamp, is on the border between the forest's inner and outer regions, so the path shouldn't be too dangerous if they're careful to avoid monsters. Witira smiles confidently. In her mind, there's no need to waste time on detours. Direct confrontation is always the simplest path. Kale points to the map, explaining that the forest is divided into 2 distinct zones, a relatively safe outer region and a far more dangerous inner region teeming with mutated creatures. His mind flashes back to the novel. He remembers that it took Choi Han, one of the most powerful people in this world, decades to navigate the inner parts of this very forest freely. He pictures the hero's lonely, grueling journey, starting from the north and meticulously exploring every corner of this unforgiving wilderness. Decades of pure survival, fighting his way from the terrifying inner sanctum to the slightly more manageable outer zones. And only after all that time did Choi Han finally reach the southern edge and find Harris Village, the first sign of humanity he'd seen in years, only to have it brutally torn away from him. Shaking the grim thought from his head, Kale explains that he can't be 100% sure of the map's accuracy, which is why they need to be vigilant. He pulls out a small potion vial and offers it to Witira, telling her to take the lead. She takes the vial without a single question, her expression resolute. This is a testament to the trust she already places in Kale's leadership. With a flash of blue light, she crushes the vial in her hand, absorbing its power as streams of water begin to swirl around her fists like liquid armor. Power crackles around her, her blue hair flowing as she prepares to be their vanguard. She is the future Whale Queen, and this is her element. She gives Kale a brilliant, confident smile and clenches her fists, promising to escort him to their destination safely. The group sets off. Witira and Paston lead the way, their senses sharp, while Kale and his smaller companions follow close behind, moving cautiously through the dark woods. Paston draws his sword, a blade formed from condensed water. He quietly notes how unnervingly silent the forest is, a classic sign of danger. Kale calmly corrects him. That kind of silence only happens when a single, powerful ruler dominates an area. He explains the grim reality of this place. The dark forest has no ruler. It's a brutal, chaotic ecosystem where you either hunt or you are hunted. At Kale's instruction, Pasiton's gaze sharpens, his focus locked on the path ahead, ready for anything. They approach the edge of a dense, bushy area. Kale consults his map again, noting that this next section should only house smaller, weaker monsters. He instructs them to proceed quietly. The whale siblings nod, their water blades glowing softly as they prepare for a silent, swift fight. Suddenly, a volley of sharp, needle-like projectiles whistles through the air, shot from the darkness between the trees. Witira reacts with impossible speed, her hand blurring as she snatches the projectiles right out of the air before they can reach the group. Kale watches, completely unfazed. This level of skill is exactly what he expected from her. Witira calmly holds the 3 sharp darts between her fingers. A slight, predatory smile touches her lips. With her eyes closed, she promises to deal with the ambushers quietly. The siblings peer into the shadows, spotting small, goblin-like figures moving through the trees. Passeton wonders aloud if they are mutated goblins. From behind them, Kale's calm voice cuts in. No, they're not goblins. They're Hantas, monsters from the eastern continent. Just as he speaks, a horde of the creatures bursts from the undergrowth. He quickly explains that while they look like goblins, they are less intelligent and far more aggressive. The creatures let out a series of high-pitched screeches, readying their attack. Witira's body tenses, ready to unleash a wave of watery destruction. But just as she's about to lunge, Kale's hand rests on her shoulder, stopping her cold. With a sharp grin, he says, "No, I'm going to." Witira turns, her expression a mix of shock and utter confusion. Kale steps forward, flanked by On and Hong, whose tails are twitching in anticipation. This is the moment they've been waiting for. He calmly states that this is something they can handle on their own. He looks towards the snarling pack of monsters, a cunning glint in his eye. It seems Kale has more in mind than just clearing a path. And, he adds, there's something we need to test out. Kale stands before the stunned whale siblings, his eyes calm and calculating. He knows that to survive, he needs to understand the true limits of his own strength. And this ambush is the perfect opportunity for a field test. The Hantas let out a series of guttural screeches, swarming forward with crude weapons as their eyes glow menacingly in the oppressive darkness of the forest. "Stand back," Kale says calmly, holding a hand out to halt Witira and Paston. At his feet, An and Hong stand ready. Paston can only whisper his name in disbelief. "Young, Master Kale?" Kale offers a confident smirk. "Just save me if it looks dangerous," he says it casually, but it's a calculated move to reassure them, adding, "It's not like I'll get hurt when you two are here." At his signal, a thick, disorienting fog begins to spread from the kittens. Overhead, the black dragon's voice echoes directly in Witira's mind, a clear warning. The poison is stronger than it looks. Witira's eyes widen as she watches the red and purple mist roll across the forest floor. She realizes with a start that these small, cute children are far more dangerous than she ever imagined. A slow smile spreads across her face as the wind whips her blue hair. She lets out a single word, filled with genuine admiration for the strategy unfolding before her. Amazing. The constant screeching of the Hantas grates on Kale's ears. "Man, so noisy," he mutters, clenching his fist as he decides to end this quickly. A brilliant blue aura explodes around him as he activates his Sound of the Wind. The very air begins to churn and twist at his command. Power gathers in his chest, the wind swirling faster and faster around his body, a visible vortex of raw energy. He looks at the approaching monsters with a fierce, predatory grin, a stark contrast to the lazy, detached nobleman he usually pretends to be. "Let's go." With those 2 words, the battle truly begins. Kale leaps into the air just as the poison fog completely engulfs the screeching Hantas, hiding them from view in a deadly cloud. Within the mist, a monster raises its claw to strike, but it's already far too late. The Hantas begin to choke and sputter, the potent poison burning their lungs as they collapse to the forest floor, neutralized without a single direct hit. But Kale isn't finished. As he descends, a brilliant silver light forms at his fingertips. With a surge of power, a massive, ornate silver shield materializes in the air. This is the indestructible shield, but Kale isn't using it for defense. He's using it as a battering ram. He channels his other ancient power, gathering the wind into a swirling vortex in his hand. He unleashes the whirlwind, launching the silver shield forward like a cannonball, straight into the horde of weakened monsters. The impact is devastating, sending the last of the Hantas flying with cries of pain and shock. The threat is over in a matter of seconds. The whale siblings are speechless. Paston turns to the dragon, completely bewildered. I thought you said he was weak. The little dragon just floats there, adamant. He is weak. Paston can't comprehend it. In his eyes, this weak human just took out a dozen monsters stronger than goblins without breaking a sweat. It completely defies logic. Kale lands softly as the light from his powers fades. He looks over the now silent battlefield with a slight frown. Is it because we're still near the entrance? He wonders aloud, sounding almost disappointed. They're pretty weak. Hearing this, Hong turns to his sister with a worried look, wondering if their poison wasn't strong enough. Witira immediately rushes over, her protective instincts on full display. She asks if he's hurt, and though Kale says no, her sharp eyes catch a faint mark on his hand. Wait, you got hurt? Kale glances down at a small, thin scratch on the back of his hand. Just a scratch, he says dismissively. But it's enough to concern his allies. Witira sighs in relief, then asks with a smile if he plans to handle all the smaller monsters. Kale just shrugs, saying he probably will, since he can't overdo it while he's still recuperating. Meanwhile, the children are celebrating their first real victory. On and Hong rub happily against the black dragon, who preens under the attention, asking if he was cool. Witira watches the heart-warming scene, a warm smile on her face. This strange, powerful, and surprisingly caring group was unlike any she had ever encountered. With the ambush cleared, Kale gives the order to move on, and the group continues their journey under a beautiful, pastel-colored sky. 2 days pass. On silently pads over to a large, bear-like monster, its body showing signs of a fresh kill. A faint growl rumbles in her chest, a clear sign of her rapidly growing confidence. The path behind them is littered with defeated monsters. For 2 days, the children have been honing their skills, taking down every threat that crossed their path. Kale pats the dragon's head, pleased with their progress. He thinks to himself that nothing builds ability faster than real-world experience. The kittens look incredibly proud, their chests puffed out as they glance at Kale, silently seeking his praise. Looking at them, Kale feels a pang of sympathy. Because An and Hong were outcasts hunted by their own tribe, they never had a proper chance to learn or grow, and it was the same for the Black Dragon, who spent his entire short life tortured and confined. None of them had a real childhood, a chance to be taught by a guardian. With a determined smirk, Kale thinks, "So I'll be using the Forest of Darkness to fill in that gap." He briefly wonders if maybe he should have joined the fights more often. The moment that thought crosses his mind, An and Hong whip their heads around, their expressions instantly alarmed. They pounce on him, swatting his head with their paws as An's voice rings in his mind, telling him not to think about useless things. The dragon chimes in, "Weak human, it'll be impossible for you from here on out. It's enough that you worked for 1 day." They all pile on him, the dragon landing on his shoulder as An reminds him, "The youngest is right. Didn't you cough up blood after overusing your shield?" Witira and Paston just stare, completely baffled by the sight of this powerful young lord being mercilessly lectured by 3 small, worried children. Kale sighs, gently extricating himself. He pulls a cloth mask from his pocket. "First, everyone stop and wear your masks." He ties the mask around his face as the whale siblings follow his lead. Hong asks if it's because of the swamp's poison, and Kale confirms it is. Just then, the dragon perks up. "Human, I smell something weird." Kale asks what he means, and the dragon replies, "A familiar smell." Kale initially dismisses it, assuming it's just the stench of rot from the swamp. He kneels down to gently tie masks onto the 2 kittens, but as he straightens up, his own senses catch a faint, unusual scent on the wind. His eyes narrow in thought. Dull? No, it's not. The dragon agrees, his expression serious. It's not something common like that. They finally arrived at their destination, but it's clear that something is waiting for them that wasn't mentioned in any book. The deadliest part of the forest lies just ahead. For some, like the little silver kitten, An, the danger is exactly what they've been waiting for. Her wide, determined eyes peer out from behind a tiny mask, making her look like an adorable, pint-sized assassin. As they walk, Paston remarks how strange it is that a forest this massive only has 2 swamps. Kale casually replies that he hadn't really thought about it. Beside him, An playfully swats at his leg, clearly enjoying the adventure. Kale gives Paston a knowing look from behind his mask. "You'll understand once you see them." he says, his voice hinting at the unnatural, almost man-made scale of what lies ahead. He then turns to the whale siblings with a hint of admiration. "We've been in this forest for 2 days, but you two still look perfectly fine. You guys are really amazing." Watira just raises an eyebrow. To her, the one who looks the most refreshed of all is Kale himself. With the small talk over, Kale's expression hardens. "Let's go." The group falls in line behind him, their brief moment of calm ending as they prepare to face the real dangers of the forest. They step past a line of ancient, gnarled trees, crossing an invisible border. They are now in the inner region, where the most terrifying monsters of the dark forest reside. Immediately, On freezes. Her ears twitch and a low growl escapes her throat. Her sharp senses have already detected a threat up ahead. Blocking their path are 2 massive, ogre-like monsters, letting out guttural snarls that make the air grow thick with tension. Watira steps forward without a hint of fear. A swirling whip of water forms in her hand as she calmly addresses Kale, her voice steady and ready for a fight. "Is it our turn now?" she asks, a flicker of excitement in her eyes as she tightens her grip on the formidable water chain. Kale gives a sharp nod, gesturing towards the charging beasts. "Go ahead, take your turn." Watira becomes a blur of motion, her water chain lashing out with incredible speed and power, ensnaring one of the ogres as her brother Pasiton moves in to support her. A massive explosion of water and energy erupts, completely overwhelming the lumbering monsters in a display of raw power. Pasiton moves with deadly precision, his water blades slicing through the air, easily parrying the monster's clumsy attacks. It's less of a fight and more of a dance. Watira lands gracefully, her blade held ready. She finds it strange that these monsters would dare to attack with the overwhelming presence of a dragon nearby. With a final, elegant slash, she cuts down the remaining ogre, ending the fight in mere seconds. Kale and the children watch the display, a faint breeze caused by the sheer force of the battle washing over them. The kitten's eyes are sparkling with awe. This wasn't just a fight, it was a lesson. They've just witnessed what true, refined power looks like up close. Kale nods towards the scene of the quick victory. "Let's go," he tells them. "Learn from them." The kittens nod eagerly, their minds racing as they follow close behind him. As they continue, the air grows thick and humid. The whale siblings suddenly clutch their masks as a wave of nausea hits them. Kale looks ahead, his voice low. "We've made it to the swamp region." He gestures out over the vast, dark landscape before them. "What do you think? It suits the dark forest quite well, doesn't it?" They stand on a cliff overlooking the swamp. It's enormous, a murky expanse of black water and twisted, dead-looking trees, large enough to hold several ships. This place truly feels like the heart of the forest's darkness. Watira stares at the mutated plants along the bank, her voice muffled by her mask. "There's poison." Kale explains that the swamp's toxicity has deformed all the surrounding plant life. While not deadly, it's still a potent poison. He pulls his gloves on tighter, issuing a stern warning. "Try not to touch the plants." He adds a chilling detail from the novel. Even Choi Han, who has poison resistance, avoided this place. Pasiton murmurs that they should be careful, but his thought is cut short by a sudden flash of red fur. His eyes widen in horror as he sees Hong, the little red kitten, darting straight into a patch of the poisonous plants. "Hong!" Paston shouts, reaching out as if he could stop him, but it's already too late. Hong's cheerful voice pops into their heads. "Delicious!" Paston turns to Kale, utterly baffled, but Kale doesn't look the least bit surprised. Hong happily munches on the plant, his tail wagging. Kale calmly tells him to eat slowly and not to overdo it, or he'll get a stomachache. The kitten explains that it's just a simple paralysis poison, and that it tastes refreshing. Kale just watches, a slight smile forming under his mask. This is a key moment for Han's development. The whale siblings are completely dazed, staring in stunned silence as Kale casually calls for the poison-eating cat to follow him. As they walk along the edge of the swamp, Kale's sharp eyes spot something on the muddy ground. Tracks. "It seems like someone has been here recently," he observes, his strategic mind instantly starting to connect the dots. He thinks about the strengthened poison that affected the merpeople. The odds that this very swamp is the source are now incredibly high. His thoughts are interrupted by Hong, who's now rolling on the ground with a happy giggle, clearly having eaten too much. Kale just shakes his head. I told you not to eat too much. The black dragon lands on his shoulder, chiming in that he wants to drink from the swamp too. Kale holds up a hand, telling him to wait. He turns to Hong, who now looks up at him with determined eyes, saying he wants to get stronger. Kale gently pats his head. Don't think about pointless things. Aren't you stronger than me already? The dragon quickly agrees that it's obvious. Kale sighs and tells Hong to forget about the swamp water and just stick to eating the plants for now. The dragon immediately flies over to the plants, eager to follow Kale's suggestion. Just then, Watira returns from her scouting. She reports that there are no signs of anyone collecting plants, but there are many traces of activity near the swamp water itself. She adds that the tracks are anywhere from 2 weeks to a month old. Kale's theory is confirmed. They weren't after the plants, they collected the swamp water. Watira starts to say something else, but she's cut off by the dragon's frantic shout. Human! The dragon hovers right in front of Kale's face, scolding him. Why did you take off your mask? Confused, Kale is about to respond when the dragon clarifies, his voice urgent. It wasn't a familiar scent, but a familiar mana scent. The words hit Kale like a physical blow, stunning him into silence. What? The dragon turns to face the murky, black water of the swamp, his voice dropping to a low, serious tone. I smell a dragon's mana scent from this swamp. The revelation hangs in the air, heavy and terrifying. They didn't just find the source of a poison. They've stumbled upon the lair of another dragon. The air by the swamp hangs heavy, thick with a chilling revelation. The black dragon confirms what he senses. It's a lingering trace of mana, but one with no living will behind it. It's an echo. For Kale, an absurd, horrifying thought that had been nagging at the back of his mind suddenly crystallizes into a terrible reality. He now understands. Deep within the murky, purple-tinged water lies the source of the poison's unnatural strength. There is a dragon's corpse at the bottom of the swamp, its power slowly seeping into the very land itself. Kale turns to the little dragon, asking how he can possibly detect the mana of something that's no longer alive. The dragon explains that it's because of the swamp itself. That swamp is controlling it, the dragon says, so that the mana doesn't disperse. The word controlling sends a jolt through Kale's mind. His mind races. He knows mana is a natural power, a force that flows through the world. It looks similar to his own ancient powers, but they are fundamentally different. When a user dies, their mana simply disappears. But ancient powers, they are different. They can remain bound to the world, lingering for centuries, waiting for a new owner. The dragon interrupts his thoughts, his voice ringing with certainty. I have good senses. I feel the same kind of power as your shield and your wind coming from that swamp. The realization hits Kale like a bolt of lightning. It's not just a dragon's corpse. There is an ancient power hidden here. A sharp, excited laugh escapes him, cutting through the tense silence. This single discovery changes everything. This mission just went from a simple cleanup to a high-stakes treasure hunt. While Kale processes this world-changing information, Hong continues to happily munch on the poison plants, completely oblivious. Kale's mind is working at lightning speed. This is the first ancient power he's found that wasn't mentioned in the novel. He has to wonder, was it created naturally, or did someone or something place it here? The dragon nuzzles against him, sensing his excitement. You're so smart! Kale smirks under his mask, patting the dragon's head. That's right, I am smart. Watira just watches them, completely lost. Paseton finally breaks the silence, asking Kale to please explain what is going on. Kale gets straight to the point. You may have already guessed, but there is a dragon corpse in that swamp. Watira is stunned into silence. A corpse? Yes, Kale confirms. It's probably been dead for a very long time. Hearing the word corpse, Hong finally looks up from his snack, letting out a confused little sound. A look of dawning horror and profound disappointment crosses the little kitten's face. Ah, I can't drink that water then, can I? The dragon floats over to comfort him. Sorry, I thought it'd be delicious, he says apologetically. Hong just looks down sadly, saying he doesn't mind. The dragon adds firmly, making a clear distinction. That thing in there and I are different. Paseton finally pieces it together. He had assumed the merpeople's poison was strengthened by natural toxins. But now he realizes it was likely the dead dragon's mana seeping into the water. Or both, Kale adds, his gaze fixed on the vast swamp. He considers the implications. If it were just poison, they could find an antidote. But poison supercharged with a dead dragon's mana? That's a far more complicated problem. Paston looks out at the endless swamp, feeling overwhelmed. The swamp is too wide. What should we do? Watira considers their options. Blocking off the forest is impossible, and they can't stand guard here forever. They seem to be at a dead end. It's simple, Kale says, his calm voice catching her completely by surprise. He lays out his proposal. First, they collect all the samples of the swamp water they need. After that, he says, his voice dropping to a low, serious tone, make another deal with me. He explains his reasoning. His original plan was to leave after this, but he cannot, under any circumstances, leave behind a power source that a future enemy could claim. And not only that, he adds, his eyes glinting with ambition, there is an ancient power here. Watira asks what kind of deal he has in mind. Kale meets her gaze directly. I will resolve the matter of this swamp for you. She presses him. How? Kale gives her a one-word answer, spoken with absolute confidence that sends a shiver down her spine. I'll overturn it. Watira is completely floored. Pardon? She stammers, her eyes darting from Kale's determined face to the massive, sprawling swamp that stretches to the horizon. She can't believe what she's hearing. This massive swamp, he's going to overturn it? She tells him there's no need for him to go that far. I'll get rid of it for you, Kale says simply, so make a deal with me. He reminds her that this is the dark forest, a lawless place where anything can happen and no one would ever know. Anything that happens here can be written off as a natural disaster or a simple accident. They can deny everything. Watira considers his audacious offer for only a moment before her resolve hardens. The wind whips through the trees as she agrees. All right, let's make a deal, Kale clarifies. He has no specific conditions right now. He just wants her promise to help him later as long as the terms are agreeable to them both. Watira places a hand over her heart, making a solemn vow. I swear on my name, Watira, you will have nothing to worry about. Just so you know, Kale adds with a sly look, any byproducts that come up from overturning the swamp will be mine. He extends a hand. Watira shakes it without hesitation. Very well. With the deal struck, Kale immediately sets his plan into motion. On, he calls out. Take Hong away from here. On understands instantly, gently nudging her brother and promising to get him some other poison later. Hong's voice pops into the dragon's mind. Be careful. Don't get hurt, youngest. Okay, the dragon replies, his focus now entirely on the task ahead. Kale turns to Paston, tossing him a small, spherical object. It's a bottle with anti-decomposition magic on it. Collect the swamp water with that. Paston looks at the intricate magic bottle, then back at Kale, completely in awe of his incredible level of preparation for every possible scenario. With the samples collected and everyone moved to a safe distance, Kale looks out over the silent swamp. Now then, he turns to Paston. Get out! He points to the woods. Go into that forest over there and stay quiet. Do not come out until I say so.
He explains it's because they might get hurt or be affected by the poison.
Paston looks worried. Will you be handling this alone, Lord Kale? Before Kale can answer, the black dragon's wing snaps out, protectively blocking Kale from view. He's not alone, the dragon declares, hovering beside Kale like an impenetrable guard. He's with me. The dragon looks at Kale, a hint of grudging respect in his eyes. You're a little smart, human. Kale just smirks, cracking his knuckles. This much is nothing. I was wondering where I could use this. He pulls out a small black orb, a mana bomb he received from the mage Rosalind. But the perfect opportunity came. He looks at the dragon, giving him the one command he's been waiting his whole life to hear. Use as much power as you want. The dragon's eyes light up with fierce joy. Can I really? Don't ask the obvious, Kale replies. Oh, but only to the point that I don't get hurt. With that, the dragon unleashes his full, unrestrained power. A torrent of violent purple-black mana erupts from his small body, swirling around him like a raging storm. At the same time, Kale activates his own power. The brilliant silver light of the indestructible shield flares to life in front of him, a bastion of pure defense. The dragon's chaotic, destructive energy slams against the unyielding, immovable defense of the shield. He gathers the raw mana into a single, terrifying sphere of power, his eyes glowing with purple light, ready to unleash absolute destruction upon the swamp. Kale gives the final command, his voice echoing over the roar of their combined powers. Turn the whole thing over. A storm of pure, unrestrained power gathers. The black dragon's mana swirls like a tempest, crackling with raw, destructive energy, ready to be unleashed upon the world. This tiny 4-year-old dragon, who was captured and tormented by humans, is about to show everyone what he is truly capable of. But the truth is, a dragon can never truly be dominated. Their very existence is domination. They are a fundamental force of nature that cannot and will not be tamed. From within the swirling vortex of power, the dragon's voice cuts through, laced with a simple, childish annoyance. "It's noisy." Kale just lets out a sharp, amused laugh. He expected nothing less from this magnificent, prideful creature. From their safe vantage point, the whale siblings watch in utter disbelief. The sheer pressure rolling off that tiny dragon is immense, a suffocating force that not even Watira, the future queen of the seas, could hope to match. "It's noisy, so be quick," the dragon says, impatient to finally act. Kale just smirks behind his mask. "I knew you would say that." Kale watches as the dragon's power swells to an incredible scale, churning the very air and earth around them. The raw magical output is on a completely different level from anything he's ever seen. He realizes that at this rate, the dragon won't just overturn the swamp, he'll obliterate it from existence. For a brief moment, Kale wonders if the dragon's corpse will even survive the blast. "Here I go," the dragon announces, focusing all of his immense energy into a single point, combining it with the power of the mana bomb Kale gave him. A blinding white light erupts from the sphere of condensed power, so brilliant it bleaches all color from the world. The blast rips through the forest with a deafening roar, a tidal wave of pure, unadulterated destruction. The whale siblings instinctively cover their ears, bracing themselves against the violent shock wave that shakes the very ground beneath their feet. Even protected behind his silver shield, Kale is thrown back by the sheer force of the explosion, a pained grunt escaping him. The world turns into a chaotic blur of purple and black as the swamp is torn apart from the inside out, its toxic waters vaporized in an instant. As the blast finally subsides, Kale's other ancient power, the sound of the wind, swirls around him, protecting him from the lingering fallout. Where the massive, toxic swamp once stood, there is now only a deep, smoking crater. The landscape has been fundamentally and violently reshaped in a matter of seconds. Wisps of black and purple smoke rise from the newly formed chasm, the last vestiges of the dragon's overwhelming and terrifying power. From the forest's edge, Watira, Paciton, and the kittens can only stare, their minds struggling to comprehend the scale of the absolute destruction they'd just witnessed. Paciton is drenched in a cold sweat, completely unnerved by a level of power he never knew could exist. Kale stands at the edge of the crater, looking down into the darkness. His hair is a mess, but he is unharmed. He gives the dragon a simple nod of approval. "Good job." The little dragon lands on his shoulder, looking immensely pleased with himself. Kale repeats his praise, his voice filled with genuine admiration. "You did a really good job." The dragon does a happy little flip in the air. "I'm refreshed," he chirps, completely energized after finally being allowed to cut loose. Kale lets out a wry chuckle. "You sure look like it." He makes a firm mental note, never, under any circumstances, get on this dragon's bad side. He then summons the sound of the wind around his feet. With a soft gust of wind, he begins his descent into the crater he helped create. The dragon floats beside him, eagerly asking, "Can I do as I like?" Kale glances at him, a slight smile on his face. "Don't ask the obvious." The dragon beams. "Thanks." Kale's mind is already on his next goal. He thinks of the magic tower he plans to acquire in the future. If he can get his hands on that, on top of this powerful new ancient power, it'll be no joke, he thinks, a cunning smile hidden by his mask. His dream of a peaceful slacker life is getting closer with every step. As he descends deeper into the darkness, a strange, oppressive energy begins to swirl around him. It's the ancient power finally reaching out to him. A voice, ancient and powerful, echoes directly in his mind. "Do you know what domination is?" Kale's eyes widen as he feels a psychic pressure attempting to crush his very will. A wave of dark energy washes over him, trying to invade his mind, to find a weakness to exploit. The voice continues, its pressure immense and suffocating. Domination is to deprive someone of even their breaths. Kale feels the power trying to constrict his throat, to steal the very air from his lungs. He lets out a small, choked gasp. "Do you know," the voice asks, its tone filled with ancient arrogance, "what the easiest way to take someone's breath is? Fear." But as the word echoes in his mind, Kale scoffs. What a ridiculous notion. He thinks back to his old life. Humans live every single day turning the anxiety and fear of an unknown future into their reality. And he, as both Kale Henatus and Kim Rok-soo, has lived his entire life overcoming countless fears, big and small. He pushed through it all for one simple, unwavering reason, because he wanted to live. Not just survive, but live more comfortably and happily than anyone else. That singular, selfish desire has always been, and will always be, his greatest strength. A brilliant blue light flares around his hand as he summons his own power in defiance. The sound of the wind erupts from him, effortlessly blowing away the dark, oppressive energy that surrounds him. Kale's voice drips with contempt. What a load of crap. He lets out a disgusted sigh. Domination? Fear? I don't care about any of that. His gaze hardens, his eyes fixed on the source of the power glowing in the center of the crater. I just need to use it so that it benefits me. The ancient power tries to break Kale's will, but it has no idea who it's dealing with. A voice assaults his mind, but he just scoffs. The power seems to concede, whispering back, "That's right, it's bull, so you know." A glowing ethereal crown materializes before him, but Kale's eyes show no fear, only mild surprise. Without a moment's hesitation, he steps forward through the swirling remnants of dark energy. The ground is nothing but scorched earth from the earlier explosion. He's closing the distance, his goal now clearly in sight. There it is, nestled in the dirt, a small, white crown shimmering with a faint, otherworldly light. It looks delicate, but this is the source of the immense pressure he just brushed off. His gloved hand reaches out and simply picks it up. There's no grand struggle, no final test of will. He just takes it, as easily as picking a flower. The moment his fingers close around it, a blinding flash of light erupts, pouring into him. The previous owner's voice echoes in his mind, offering a final piece of advice. Use it well. Kale lets out a sharp grunt as the power settles within him. The ghostly voice continues, whispering that sometimes a good bluff is all you need to survive. The light intensifies, wrapping around Kale as he absorbs the last remnants of the ancient power. He squeezes his eyes shut, enduring the influx of energy as this new strength finds its place inside him. And then, as quickly as it began, the light fades. The sky above the crater returns to normal, and Kale is left standing in the calm aftermath, the power now his. Suddenly, the massive form of the black dragon lands beside him, its wings stirring up dust. He looks Kale over, a curious expression on his face. The dragon tilts his head, confused, and asks Kale why he seems just a tiny bit stronger now. It's a subtle change, barely noticeable to anyone else, but the dragon's sharp senses picked up on it immediately. He flies closer, still puzzled. He can tell Kale is still fundamentally weak, but there's something different, a new layer of presence he can't quite place. Kale just smirks behind his mask and gives a perfectly straight-faced, almost arrogant answer. It's because my charisma increased. The dragon is completely baffled by this response. Internally, Kale assesses his new ability, the dominating aura. He concludes that while it seems grand, it's pretty much useless in an actual fight. In fact, Kale has a very specific use in mind. He declares it's the perfect power for scamming people. Hearing this, the little dragon immediately flaps his wings, lecturing him that scamming is a bad thing to do. With the new power secured, Kale turns to leave the crater. On the edge above, he sees Watira and Paston waiting patiently with On and Hong. Kale raises a hand and calls them over, a clear signal that the danger is over. On and Hong immediately dart down the slope, their tiny forms kicking up dirt as they rush toward Kale and the dragon. The whale siblings watch from above, surprised by the casual reunion after such a cataclysmic event. Down below, the little family is coming back together. The cats immediately start fussing over the dragon, checking if he's hurt and telling him how strong and awesome he was. Kale, meanwhile, glares up at the whales, giving them a silent warning not to come any closer. Looking down at Kale, Watira is struck by a strange feeling. The sight of him, so protective and commanding despite his apparent weakness, reminds her of her own father, the king of the whales. She realizes it's not about raw strength or destructive power. It's something different, something deeper. It's an aura of quiet authority, a presence that only those destined for greatness seem to possess. That's the feeling she gets from him, the sense that he is someone who commands respect without even trying. Kale asks the little dragon if any mana remains from the corpse, and the dragon confirms it's all gone. With the area now clean, Kale gives the order to pack up the bones, while the whales are just relieved that the weakest member of the group managed to survive. On and Hong are still buzzing with excitement, rubbing against Kale's leg and saying they can just leave the heavy lifting to their amazing youngest brother. But they quickly add that, of course, their youngest shouldn't get hurt either. Kale just sighs at their antics and scoops them all up. On his shoulder, Hong in his arm, and the dragon settling near his neck. Holding the three children close, Kale looks at his group, a faint smile in his eyes, and says, "Let's go back." After the ordeal, Kale takes a well-deserved 3-week break. Once rested, he prepares to leave for the Whipper Kingdom, just as he had originally planned. During a family dinner, his younger brother Basin asks with concern if he really has to go, voicing the entire family's worry about him heading into another conflict. Even a maid expresses her anxiety, wondering why the Crown Prince would send him to such a volatile place when he's only just recovered. As he boards the ship to leave, the maid earnestly prays for his safe return. Kale looks out at the sea, his mind already on the mission ahead. He has no intention of getting hurt at all. That was the whole point of everything he did. He stands on the deck, joined by his core team, the hero Choi Han, the genius mage Rosalind, and the young wolf boy Locke. On and Hong are there too, being pampered by the cheerful deputy butler Hans. Also on board is the perpetually seasick vice captain, with the ever-stoic assassin B-Crocs keeping a close, intimidating watch over him. And finally, there are the 10 wolf children Locke has sworn to protect, rounding out their eclectic crew. Leaning against the ship's railing, Kale takes a deep breath of sea air. The black dragon sleeps peacefully on a nearby crate. Kale feels confident. With a dragon by his side, what is there to be afraid of? The dragon's voice suddenly pipes up. "Human, by any chance? The word name, it isn't a foreign word, is it?" Kale turns, surprised by the strange question. "What are you talking about?" the dragon continues, a hint of worry in his voice, saying he has a bad feeling Kale might give him a simple name that just means black or dragon. Kale finally understands what this is really about. Kale looks at him, a slight smile playing on his lips, and asks, "You don't want a name like that?" The dragon's eyes widen, and he quickly shakes his head in denial. He flutters in the air, suddenly flustered, insisting, "That's not it at all." He tells Kale he'll like anything he's given, a clumsy attempt to hide how much this truly means to him. Kale just says, "Then that's a relief." Kale looks out at the starry sky and speaks the name he's chosen, Rayon. He gently tells the dragon that On and Hong would have been sad to hear him say he didn't care about his name. The dragon freezes, whispering back, "Human! What did you just say?" Kale looks back at him, his expression soft, and repeats it clearly. "Your first name is Rayon. Last name, Mir." The words hang in the quiet night air. Kale explains the meaning. "I chose that name so that you'd live a happy and enjoyable life. For a dragon who has only known pain, this is everything." His blue eyes are wide with an emotion he's never felt before. Internally, Kale briefly worries that Choi Han might recognize the Korean origins of the name, but he quickly brushes it off. Ryan asks quietly, "What does it mean?" Kale smiles, a genuine, gentle expression on his face. Kale reaches out and gently places his hand on the little dragon's head. "They are words chosen especially for you, and you only." Rayon looks up, his eyes shining. "For me?" Kale nods. "That's right." As he gently strokes Ryan's head, Kale adds, "Since you're a great and mighty dragon." It's the perfect thing to say, affirming the dragon's pride and giving him a name worthy of it. The words sink in. Just for me. A soft light seems to emanate from Rayon, a visible sign of his pure joy. Kale watches him, a satisfied smile on his face. Rayon is ecstatic. With all the pride in the world, he puffs out his chest and declares, "I am the great and mighty Rayon Mir." He soars into the air, flying in happy circles around Kale. Rayon comes to rest on Kale's shoulder, nuzzling against his cheek, completely content. Kale smiles, looking more relaxed than he has in a long time, and in that moment, Kale thinks with absolute certainty. With a great and mighty dragon named Rayon Mir by his side, it would be a true disaster if he ever got hurt now. His ultimate shield was finally complete. A name is more than just a word, it's a promise. Let's rewind a bit, to just before the journey. The little dragon lies on a stack of books, thinking to himself that he is a great dragon, powerful and cool, even without a name. But it had been decided. The weak human, Kale, would be the one to name him. The dragon had given him 1 month. Confident Kale would surely come up with a name worthy of someone so amazing. Meanwhile, Kale is in a very different kind of conversation. He's speaking with Crown Prince Albero, who is remarking on Rosalind's recent and very bold actions. He's heard she gave up her throne and completely annihilated a Grand Duke's family overnight. Albero notes that she now has 2 very strong individuals by her side, Choi Han and Locke, whose power is practically radiating off them. He looks at Kale with a sly, knowing smile. He knows exactly who they are and asks, "Aren't they your subordinates?" Kale just scoffs at the idea, playing dumb with a little shrug. "My subordinates?" Albero leans back, shaking his head. He knows exactly what Kale is doing. In his mind, there's only one thought: "You cunning bastard." Kale asks why the prince is so interested in the magic tower, then sighs, admitting that, sometimes, he thinks the 2 of them are quite similar. Albero agrees that it's a horrifying thought. Albero points out that the Rowan kingdom doesn't have much to offer. Kale retorts that the prince is just spouting nonsense, yet he can see him laughing through the communication device. The Crown Prince smiles, admitting Kale is right. He's sharp, and Albero acknowledges it, calling him a quick bastard. Albero gets to the point. Why does Kale want the magic tower? Kale turns the question right back at him. Why does a Crown Prince need a mage? They stare at each other, their smirks perfectly matched. Albero says he just wants to protect them. Kale replies that he just wants the magic tower. It's a moment of perfect, unspoken understanding between 2 masterminds. Albero lets out a small laugh, musing that if another person like Kale existed, he would absolutely hate them. After a brief pause, he agrees. "All right." With a bright, princely smile, Albero makes his promise. "I'll support you with everything." Kale smiles back, genuinely pleased. He thanks the prince, promising to bring back all the good stuff for him. With a hand over his heart, he adds, "You really know me well. The alliance is sealed." Back in Kale's room, the little dragon pops out of a communication orb, asking impatiently, "Weak human, did you think of a name for me yet?" Kale just gives a non-committal hum. He tells the dragon he's still thinking, much to the dragon's disappointment. But the dragon quickly reassures himself. "Of course!" A name for someone so amazing would naturally require a lot of thought. He flies around the room, full of confidence, while Kale just goes about his day, completely unbothered. But later, his confidence starts to waver. He looks at Kale's back with a hint of worry. "Weak human, my name, are you really even thinking about it?" Time passes, and Kale's team finally returns. He greets Choi Han, Locke, and Rosalind in his study. Rosalind greets Choi Han with a warm smile, but he reminds her that he can't call her princess anymore since she was officially expelled from her family. Rosalind just tells him he can call her Miss Rosalind like before. The familiar group is back together again, settling into their easy camaraderie. Choi Han offers to report on their time in the Breck Kingdom, but Kale, sipping his tea, cuts him off. "It's fine. I don't need to know what you did for your friends." This is Kale's way of showing absolute trust. He changes the subject, telling Locke that his younger siblings have been moved to a new location. Locke is taken aback, his eyes widening in alarm. "Where? All of them?" Kale says the name, and Choi Han's expression immediately darkens. Harris Village. The place where his entire world was burned to the ground. Kale explains that the village is now being reconstructed after a recent fire, and that's where Locke's siblings have been safely relocated. Hans, the deputy butler, adds that they're building a cemetery for the victims, something Kale himself insisted on. Kale just sips his tea, trying to look nonchalant. We see a small, funny image of Vice Captain Hillsman eagerly telling Kale to leave the work to him, while Kale looks on with a bored expression. Kale puts his cup down with a clink, questioning the butler. "What do you mean?" I insisted. Hans gets flustered, rambling about how it's the first time Kale's ever shown interest in the territory's affairs. Kale just dismisses it, clearly embarrassed by the praise. He looks at Locke and Choi Han, giving them their new instructions. He tells Locke to go see his siblings and to check on the land where they'll be living. Then he turns to Choi Han and tells him to go give his greetings as well and to act as Locke's guide. He's giving Choi Han a chance to face his past, not with grief, but with purpose. Kale dismisses them, telling them they can leave. Choi Han bows deeply, his voice filled with a quiet, profound gratitude that goes beyond words. "Sir Kale, thank you." Kale just waves him off, telling him to hurry up and go. Choi Han then mentions something the Beecrocs told him. He explains that, because of someone named Bob, Kale could have been seriously injured. We see a flashback of Kale lying on the floor, seemingly knocked out. Choi Han looks down for a moment, processing this, then looks up and says simply, "I understand." As Choi Han leaves, Hans watches him go nervously. He asks Kale if something is wrong, but Choi Han just tells him it's nothing. Hans turns to Kale, asking if he and Choi Han had a fight. Kale dismisses it, clearly annoyed, and Hans quickly backs off. Elsewhere, An and Hong find the little dragon reading a book and ask what he's doing. Hong points out that their youngest still doesn't have a name. The dragon proudly announces that he'll have one in a week. An hopes it's a good name, while Hong suggests, "Since our youngest is a cool dragon, what about Drag?" The dragon's paw twitches. The cats think it sounds cool. A single horrifying thought echoes in the dragon's mind. "Weak human, will my name be a single syllable?" He starts to sweat, his cool demeanor cracking as the cats get excited about having meat for dinner. The dragon is in a full-blown panic. Will it really just be Drag? Meanwhile, Kale is surrounded by his loving family, completely unaware of the dragon's internal crisis. Lily is talking about the terrible civil war in the Whipper Kingdom. Kale's father, Count Dareth, glares at him, asking if it was his idea to go there. Kale smiles calmly, takes a sip of his drink, and confirms it. "Yes, I intend to go." The Count looks at his son, his voice filled with concern. "Kale, remember one thing. I'm always worried about you, my son," he continues. "We're all worried about you. However," his expression turns fierce, "we don't care about this kingdom. Count Dareth declares that Kale is a golden turtle whose top priority should always be his own safety." Kale looks at his father and reassures him, "I'm also a Hennetus, so don't worry." The Count sighs, accepting his son's decision, but adding that he'll always worry, because that's what it is to be a parent. Kale tells his younger brother, Basin, to work hard on his studies, since he's able to travel around freely because of him. He ends the conversation with a charming smile, promising to buy them souvenirs. Now, we return to the ship at night. The dragon's anxiety has peaked. He asks Kale, "Human, just in case, will my name be a single syllable?" Kale is confused. "What are you talking about?" The dragon admits he was worried Kale would suggest something simple like black or drag. Kale finally understands. He looks at the little dragon, a faint smirk on his face. "You don't like those kinds of names?" The dragon's eyes widen in panic. He quickly flies up, flapping his wings frantically. "That's not it. I'll like any name that you give me." Kale just replies, "That's good then." Kale looks up at the stars and says the name, Rayon. The dragon freezes, the word echoing in his mind. He flies closer, his voice a whisper. "Human, what did you just say?" Kale repeats it. "Your name is Rayon, and your surname is Mir." Looking at the dragon, Kale explains, "I came up with it with the desire for you to live a happy and joyous life." His gentle smile is reflected in the dragon's wide, shining eye. Rayon remembers his past, the deep, dark, cold cave where he was chained and tortured. All he ever wanted was to live, and for the first time since he was born, he obtained the freedom he longed for, soaring through the starry night sky. He thinks about the human who gave him that freedom, and now that same human has given him a name, Words that were created only for him, a name just for him. He is the great dragon, he declares it to the world. I am Granmir. A soft breeze blows across the deck of the ship under the moonlit sky. Ron looks at the human who gave him everything, and for the first time he uses Kale's real name. Thank you, Kale. Kale is completely stunned. The casual use of his name catches him completely off guard. Oh, what? He asks, still processing. Rayon just hovers there, looking proud. Rayon bumps his head against Kale's, complaining. Human, why don't you listen to me in one go? He flaps his wings, demanding Kale say his name one more time. But Kale just looks away with a slight blush, flatly refusing. No, that's a big, huge no, Ron sighs, switching into protective mode. Weak human, you're going to get a cold. Go inside and sleep. Below the ship, a whale's tail fin quietly surfaces. Kale just glares, annoyed at being bossed around, as Ron repeats, Go inside. Kale tells him it'll be troublesome if he goes inside. Ron looks up, confused. Why is it? Before he can finish, the ocean beside them erupts in a massive splash of sparkling blue water. A colossal shape rises from the depths, dwarfing their ship. Choi Han is instantly on alert, dashing onto the deck with his hand on his sword, shouting, Sir Kale! He stops dead in his tracks, staring at the scene, completely confused. Kale just calmly turns to look, unfazed by the commotion. He tells Choi Han not to worry. It's not an enemy. Choi Han can only respond with a bewildered, What? We see the source of the disturbance. Not one, but an entire pod of whales. Humpback whales and killer whales are swimming alongside their ship, guiding it. It's a majestic, unbelievable sight, as these rulers of the sea provide them a royal escort on their journey. Kale stands at the railing, a hand over his mouth as if to hide a sigh. In his mind, he formally greets the immense presence before him. I greet the Whale King. Reflected in the giant eye of a humpback whale is Kale, looking small in comparison. This is the whale who rules the ocean, the Whale King, Schickler. He is an entity so powerful that even an emperor who rules a portion of the continent couldn't compare. Kale looks down with a strained smile, feeling an immense amount of pressure. With Choi Han and Rayon at his side, he puts on a brave face and asks if they can talk on the deck. A brilliant pillar of water shoots up from the ocean, and from within the spray, two figures land gracefully on the deck. The first is the heir of the Whale King, the beautiful Witira, and the second, a killer whale with sharp white hair and an even sharper gaze, is the greatest warrior of the whales, Archie. Rayon, unimpressed, huffs and declares that dragons are much more beautiful and cool. Kale gently strokes Rayon's head to calm him down. Kale glances over at Choi Han, noting that he's completely frozen, likely stunned by the sudden appearance of such powerful beings. Choi Han sweats, thinking to himself that it's been a while since he's come to the Southern Sea. Witira smiles at him, asking, The South is warm, right? And then a new voice speaks. From the pillar of water, the Whale King himself appears in his human form. A kind-faced man with a magnificent blue beard and a gentle smile, calling out to Witira. Father, when you're dealing with the rulers of the sea, every word matters. On the deck of the ship, Witira looks over at Choi Han with a calm smile, asking him, The South is warm, right? Her father, the Whale King Schickler, appears in his human form, a gentle, almost grandfatherly expression on his face as his daughter addresses him. The two groups stand facing each other, Kale's small team and the powerful delegation from the whale tribe. Schickler observes them, correctly guessing that these must be Witira's acquaintances. Witira quietly tells her father that while Kale may seem weak, he is incredibly powerful in his own way. Kale just stands there with a relaxed, confident smile, completely unfazed by the scrutiny. The Whale King nods, agreeing that the South is a good place. He then bows his head slightly to Kale, his voice full of genuine gratitude. Thank you for saving my son, he says, explaining he came personally to express his thanks. Kale brushes it off, saying it was nothing. Then, with his signature smirk, he cuts right to the chase. We're not on good terms with each other, he says, acknowledging their different natures. So shall we get straight to the point? Kale's directness seems to catch them off guard. He just looks at them, waiting, a silent question hanging in the air. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts. The killer whale, Archie, locks eyes with Choi Han, and a palpable tension fills the air between them. It's an instant clash of wills. Two apex predators, sizing each other up, their animosity crackling like lightning. Kale immediately feels the dangerous shift in energy. He can tell Choi Han is getting angry, and he knows that if these two fight, his ship will be torn to pieces. Acting fast, Kale places a firm hand on Choi Han's shoulder, a silent command to stand down. Choi Han. At the same time, Watira steps in front of her own warrior, her voice sharp. Archie! She grabs his arm, holding him back. Choi Han looks back at Kale, confused by the intervention. Rayon, perched on Kale's other shoulder, glares at the whales, ready to defend his human at a moment's notice. Rayon puffs up, his voice a furious whisper in Kale's mind. That whale looked you over. How dare he? Kale's gaze hardens as he looks at Archie. He thinks to himself that even for an ally, this guy is really getting on his nerves. He understands Archie's pride has been wounded. The great whale king himself came to greet a mere human. It's an insult to a warrior like him. Kale takes a deliberate step forward, positioning himself squarely in front of the much larger killer whale. He feels a familiar power surge within him. The vigor of the heart, one of his ancient powers, reacting automatically to the tense situation. Archie glares down at him, his voice dripping with arrogance. Who are you? What gives you the right to look at me like that? Kale just stares back, his expression unreadable, thinking to himself, if it's a question you can't answer. And then he unleashes it. A faint, ethereal crown of light shimmers into existence above his head, the dominating aura. His voice is calm, but it carries an undeniable weight. Don't get caught up so easily by another person. He turns his gaze to the Whale King, a confident smirk on his face. Wouldn't you agree, Your Majesty? Schickler, recognizing the display of subtle power, can only agree. That's right. Schickler places a heavy hand on Archie's shoulder, his command firm. Apologize and introduce yourself. Archie grits his teeth, hating every second of it, and mumbles an apology. Kale simply accepts it, introducing himself in turn. It's fine. I am Kale Hennytoos, Rayon pipes up, telling Kale he seemed a little stronger than his toenail just now. It's the highest compliment a 4-year-old dragon can give. And Kale can only sigh internally at his new power being judged by a child. With the tension broken, the Whale King gets back to business. Please give us the item. The whales watch as Kale starts patting himself down. Archie looks completely bewildered, asking if he really just put something so important in his inner pocket. Kale finally finds it, a small, dark vial filled with a swirling, ominous liquid. The Whale King's expression turns serious. He asks Kale why he needs dead mana, noting that no human should have a use for it, unless he's a long-lost necromancer. Kale just holds up the vial, a mysterious and playful smile on his face. I wonder, is all he says, giving away nothing. Schickler accepts the non-answer, bids Kale farewell, and apologizes once again for Archie's behavior. Kale simply tells him, it's all right, but Schickler insists it's not, saying that Archie still has much to learn. Watira looks on, a little embarrassed by her father's nagging. We get a cute little drawing of Schickler clearing his throat, while Watira smiles awkwardly. Watira turns to Kale with a graceful smile, saying she'll see him next time, and with a final nod, the 3 whales prepare to depart. They dive back into the ocean with a great splash, and the massive pod of whales that had been escorting them disappears beneath the waves. Kale knows he has many uses for the favor he just earned from the whale tribe, but for now, he decides to wait. Choi Han is just standing there, staring blankly at the spot where the whales disappeared. Rayon asks him, "What are you doing?" Choi Han shakes his head as if waking from a dream. "It's nothing," he says, but his mind is clearly reeling. Kale announces he's going to sleep and heads inside, Rayon clinging to his back. Before disappearing, Rayon peeks back at Choi Han, his blue eyes shining with pride. "My name is Rayon Mir." He puffs out his chest, flying up to meet Choi Han's gaze. "I'm a really cool, beautiful, and great entity. Make sure to remember it." With that, he zips after Kale, calling out, "Wait for me." Choi Han is left alone on the deck, staring out at the empty sea, lost in thought. A new resolve hardens in his eyes. He knows Kale is getting stronger in his own way, and Rayon is already immensely powerful. He thinks to himself, I need to grow too. He has a new family, and he needs the strength to protect them. A few days later, their ship finally arrives at the Whipper Kingdom's harbor. A cheerful young man with blonde hair and a bright red jacket waves at them excitedly. He greets Kale enthusiastically, then asks if he got motion sick. Kale, with Rayon peeking over his shoulder, gives a one-word answer, barely. The blonde man slings an arm around Kale's shoulder, all smiles. We should get to work, right? I'll put my faith in you, young master. And just like that, Kale's plan has come to fruition. A flashback shows the Whipper Kingdom's magic tower crumbling to dust, its master ripped to shreds by Tonka, leaving all its treasures masterless. Kale stands at the harbor, Rayon nuzzled against his cheek. He takes a deep breath of the salty air, and a wicked little smile spreads across his face as he thinks, treasure hunting is fun. After a long journey, the goal is finally within reach. Kale stands at the harbor of the Whipper Kingdom, a satisfied smirk on his face as he thinks to himself, treasure hunting is fun. The cheerful merchant, Bilose, holds up a gold coin, his eyes sparkling. He tells Kale that if he wants treasure, he has to work for it, and then lets out a hearty laugh. Kale watches him, a flicker of annoyance in his eyes, wondering if the merchant is really this eccentric or if it's all an act. He admits to himself that he hasn't told Belos the full details of his plan, so it's natural for him to be a little confused right now. His mind drifts to the magic device he gave Belos earlier. That device is the key to this entire operation. It was the only thing he entrusted to the merchant. Back on the ship, Ron, On, and Hong are playing with Bee Crocs, who seems to have a secret soft spot for the children. In the days leading up to their arrival, Ron has been proudly announcing his new name to everyone, flying around the room shouting, "Hey you, werewolf, I'm Ron Mir, the mage over there." "I'm Rayon Mir!" Later, as Kale relaxes in his room, Choi Han finally asks the question that's been on his mind. He asks Kale where he came up with the last name he chose for the dragon, Mir. Kale isn't surprised. He knew this was coming. He realizes that Choi Han, being from Korea, would instantly recognize Mir as the old Korean word for dragon. Kale gives a perfectly casual, breezy answer. "I just made it up." Choi Han is skeptical, but the kids are thrilled, cheering that the name is the best. Kale elaborates on his lie, saying that when he looked at Rayon, the word just popped into his head. He calls it a fascinating experience, hoping his acting is convincing enough to sell it. Choi Han looks like he wants to ask more, but he stops himself. "But why?" he starts, then trails off. "Nothing." He gives Kale a slight, knowing smile. "I was just curious." Kale breathes an internal sigh of relief. He's in the clear. He assumes Choi Han was just surprised to hear a pure Korean word in this world. Kale's attention then turns to Rosalind, who is approaching him with a determined look on her face. He notices the object in her hands and asks, "Is that a club?" She confirms it is, adding that swinging a magic staff or a club is basically the same thing. With a fierce grin and a powerful swing, she demonstrates her point, declaring that it's all the same when you're hitting something with it. Kale gives her a thumbs up, calling her wise. He was just about to tell her to hide her identity as a mage, but it seems she's already one step ahead of him. Rosalind explains that she doesn't want to hinder anyone and that she actually learned basic martial arts when she was young. She adds that there's another, more important reason for her disguise. With a determined gleam in her eye, she says, "I wish to properly see this place." She needs to understand the kingdom that has fallen into such violent anti-magic chaos. We see the harbor town, plumes of black smoke rising from the buildings in the distance. Bilose informs Kale that the carriage is ready. With a calm, "All right, let's go now." Kale begins the next phase of his plan. They arrive at a well-kept villa, and Bilose asks if the preparations are to his liking. Kale asks if he managed it all without spreading rumors. Bilose grins, replying that it's a given. Why would he ever share his profits? Kale smiles. "I like you!" Bilose grins back. Likewise, they are two businessmen who understand each other perfectly. Kale settles into a plush chair, a glass of wine in his hand, and asks, "We won, right?" Bilos confirms it, adding that the non-mage alliance, led by Tonka, is even more reckless and brutal than he could have imagined. He describes them with a grim expression, saying they aren't afraid of death and are completely focused on killing. He explains that the tribes with a natural tolerance to mana were a particularly frightening factor in the war. It had taken generations just to produce a few individuals with this kind of resistance. Their appearance on the battlefield was what turned the tide of the war in a single stroke. But for the arrogant mages, Kale thinks as he pours more wine, it was a lethal revelation. Belose continues, his voice strained as he talks about Tonka. He recalls seeing him from a distance, ripping a mage's head clean off his shoulders. It was pure savagery, he says, shuddering at the memory. Even now, when I think about Tonka and his subordinates, my stomach turns. Kale comments that he sounds very cruel. Belose confirms it, adding that Tonka has all the corpses of the mages he's killed hanging in front of his castle as trophies. Kale takes a thoughtful sip of wine. From a strategic perspective, that kind of brutality might not be enough to secure long-term stability for the kingdom. Belose looks at Kale, now settled by a window, and asks, "But, young master, where are you headed now?" Kale looks out the window and gives a simple, shocking answer. To meet Tonka. Belose's cheerful demeanor instantly vanishes, replaced by wide-eyed panic. Kale clarifies with a confident smile. "I'm going to the magic tower." He sees the merchant's terrified expression and reassures him, "Just trust me." Belose takes a deep breath, steeling himself. He tells Kale that he trusts his gut. Belose pours him another glass of wine and declares, "My gut tells me to follow you, young master." Kale praises him, saying he possesses the qualities of a great merchant. The rich red wine swirls in the glass, a reflection of the blood-soaked kingdom just outside their window. The civil war has officially ended, but the violence hasn't. Screams still echo throughout the kingdom as the last of the mages are hunted down. It's a place where madness and despair rule. Kale takes another sip, his expression unreadable. "The wine's good," he comments, completely detached from the chaos he's about to step into. A few days later, the plan is in motion. A luxurious carriage pulls up as close as it can to the towering structure of the magic tower. Its pristine form, a stark contrast to the war-torn landscape. Kale looks at the tower, a small smile on his face. He thinks that Tonka kept his word not to destroy it. It's a beautiful tower. Kale casually flips a large gold coin to Belose as a tip. The merchant gasps, his eyes wide with surprise and delight at the generous payment. Belose and the butler Hansbo, the merchant's voice filled with genuine admiration. "I truly respect you, young master." Hans, looking nervous, straightens Kale's coat and asks what he's planning on doing now. He looks over at the base of the tower and sees the brutal reality. The area is a makeshift camp, littered with the corpses of mages, a gruesome display of Tonka's victory. Hans gasps, covering his mouth to keep from being sick. Kale calls his name, Hans. He tells the butler that if his stomach can't handle it, he should rest. Hans can only weakly agree. Hans looks at the horrific scene, his face pale, realizing with dawning horror that this isn't just a business trip, this is a battlefield. Choi Han reports that everyone has arrived, Kale's entire team. Choi Han, Rosalind, Locke, An, Hong, and Rayon are assembled behind him, ready. Kale turns to the pale-faced butler and asks if he's going to rest. Hans quickly straightens up, insisting he's fine. With a sharp, predatory grin, Kale gives his command. "Then get to work," he announces their purpose. "We came here today to see the one named Tonka." He looks over the grim camp, a final warning to his incredibly powerful group hanging in the air. "So until then, don't pick a fight." Stepping into the grim war camp, a sharp grin plays on Kale's lips. The air is thick with the scent of blood, a perfect backdrop for what's to come. He gives one last order to his companions. They're here to see a man named Tonka, and no one starts a fight until he gives the word. This is a critical first step, and everything needs to go according to his plan. Choi Han, ever the loyal swordsman, cuts straight to the point, asking who exactly this Tonka is. Kale turns, his expression calm as he explains that Tonka is the brute they met back in the Ubar territory, the one who called himself Bob. The name hits Choi Han like a physical blow. The memory of that arrogant warrior Kale so easily humiliated flashes in his mind, and his hand instinctively curls into a fist. He remembers that day all too well. Kale clocks the subtle tension, but Choi Han quickly relaxes his hand, shaking his head and dismissing it as nothing. For now, he'll follow Kale's lead. Shifting gears, Kale turns to their guide, the merchant Bilose. He confirms that his small group can enter the advisor's tent. Kale gives Rayon a subtle pat, a wry smile on his face. He teases Belos, knowing that for the merchant to have this kind of access, he must have made a small fortune off this brutal civil war. It's a dark but necessary part of his strategy. From his invisible perch, the young dragon Rayon watches everything with wide, curious eyes, whispering about how fun this all is. He flaps his tiny wings, buzzing with excitement, certain that something big is about to happen. Kale just lets out a tired sigh, muttering about the dragon's so-called senses. Kale begins to assemble his team for the meeting, calling out the names of Choi Han, Locke, and Vice Captain Hillsman. His gaze then falls on Rosalind, who stands ready. He asks her to join them, and she smiles, gripping the simple club that conceals her true power as a mage. Of course she's coming. With that, the team is set. The powerful swordsman, the future leader of the wolves, a loyal knight, and a master mage in disguise, all led by Kale, with a dragon hidden in plain sight. Kale instructs Hans to look after the others. The deputy butler salutes with perhaps a bit too much enthusiasm, vowing to protect them with his life. Kale gives him a skeptical look, which Hans seems to notice with a hint of comical sadness. The cat siblings, An and Hong, ask when they'll get to see the tower. Kale reassures them it won't be long now, promising a place where they can cause plenty of mischief soon enough. With all preparations handled, Kale looks at his assembled group, his expression firm. Now, let's go. The small party moves out, heading straight into the heart of the enemy camp. Their footsteps are steady as they venture deeper into the territory of the non-mage faction. They pass rows of crude tents, surrounded by warriors who look more like savage beasts than soldiers. This is the world Tunka has built, a stark reminder of who they're about to meet. Bilose observes nervously that even though the soldiers are drenched in blood, their eyes still burn with an insatiable hunger for battle. The gruesome sight is enough to make even a knight like Hillsman flinch, earning a sharp command from Kale to keep his eyes forward. Showing weakness here could be fatal. They finally arrive at a large, imposing tent. Belos announces they've reached their destination. The merchant starts to offer a warning about the advisors inside, but Kale already knows what he's going to say. Bilose looks down, troubled, believing that Tunka's forces have lost all sense of reason. But Kale knows better. This isn't madness. It's a new kind of logic, a brutal rationality born from years of oppression by the mages. He understands the deep-seated resentment that fueled this war. The question of who truly deserves to be called intelligent. Countless brilliant scholars and thinkers, stifled for too long under the mages' rule, finally chose to throw their lot in with Tonka, the only one who could give them a fighting chance. In their quiet, academic way, these advisors hate magic with a passion even fiercer than the brutes on the battlefield. They are the true brains of this operation. Kale looks towards the tent flap and gives a simple, confident order. Call them. Kale reflects on Tonka's strange code of honor. The man discards weak soldiers without a thought, yet he protects these physically weak advisors with his life. His plan is to use these advisors to get to Tonka. But as he waits, a sudden sense of dread washes over him. An inexplicable chill runs down his spine. It's the feeling that his carefully laid plan is about to be derailed. No way, he thinks, just as Rayon's panicked voice screams in his mind, "Human!" The little dragon materializes instantly, hovering protectively between Kale and Choi Han. Kale turns to his swordsman, his expression grim. The energy here isn't right. Choi Han looks back, confused. Something stinks, Kale clarifies, just as a wild, booming laugh erupts from the tent. A voice roars, "This is great, I was getting bored." Kale sighs, pressing a hand to his forehead. He knows that sound. His plan just went completely off the rails. The tent flap is thrown open, and a mountain of a man steps out, Tunka. His wild eyes lock onto Choi Han. "It's you! Your scent is the strongest one here. There's no way I could just sit still after smelling that." Choi Han looks to Kale for confirmation, who can only sigh in resignation. "Yeah, you knew right away." The direct approach it is then. Tonka cracks his knuckles, his eyes gleaming with pure battle lust. "Let's have a fight. You're itching for one too, aren't you?" The giant warrior looms over them, But Kale doesn't so much as flinch, standing his ground as the invisible Rayon hovers nearby, ready to act. Looking up at the brute with a completely deadpan expression, Kale gives a one-word answer that shocks everyone. Fine. Rayon is ecstatic, cheering silently. The great and mighty dragon knew there was going to be a fun fight. Tunka lets out a savage laugh.
All right.
A raw, powerful energy explodes from him, and Choi Han's own dark aura flares in response. The two warriors are already sizing each other up. Choi Han's gaze turns ice cold. His hand rests on the hilt of his sword, which begins to glow with a menacing light. He's ready to end this now, but Kale places a restraining hand on his shoulder. This fight has to happen on his terms, not Tunka's. He asks Choi Han quietly if he really intends to fight here and now. The swordsman looks down, the fire in his eyes momentarily contained by his loyalty to Kale. Choi Han takes a step back, his powerful aura receding. He will wait for the signal. With Choi Han in check, Kale steps forward, drawing Tonka's confused gaze. Kale calmly sweeps his hair back, revealing his face. And then he unleashes his own power. A crimson crown of the dominating aura flares into existence, the very same presence that once threw Tonka into the sea. It's been a while, Bob. The memory hits Tonka like a physical blow. The red hair, the condescending attitude. This was the man who utterly humiliated him. He's sure it's the same person, but something is different. The man standing before him now radiates a pressure, an undeniable power that wasn't there before. Kale looks Tonka dead in the eye and asks the question that will ignite the entire situation. Do you want to fight? He then glances back at Choi Han, who gives a silent, eager nod. With Kale's permission, the floodgates open. A murderous glint fills Choi Han's eyes as he snarls. Then fight if that's what you want. Tonka just roars with pure, unadulterated joy. This is exactly what he lives for. A real, powerful opponent. Watching from the side, Rayon finds the whole display rather foolish. Tunka is practically begging for another beatdown from someone much stronger than him. Kale claps Choi Han on the shoulder, giving him free rein. Fight as much as you want. Choi Han's reply is laced with absolute confidence. I will definitely win. Kale then turns back to Tonka, a smirk playing on his lips as he uses his old, demeaning alias, Bob. He gestures to the chaotic camp around them. If they're going to fight, they need a proper stage. With Rayon buzzing excitedly beside him, he gives the command to his men, set up the field. The game has begun. For some, a fight isn't about victory or defeat. It's a language, a ritual written in bruises and blood. It's the only way they know how to show respect. Under the warm glow of the setting sun, Kale's group sits in chairs they've set up, turning this brutal battlefield into their own private viewing box. This is business, not a brawl. Rosalind looks over at Kale, her voice laced with genuine concern.
Young Master Kale, what if they start to hate us for this?
Locke quickly agrees, equally anxious. She's right. Isn't it bad if Choi Han wins? They're both worried that humiliating the leader in front of his entire army is a recipe for disaster. Kale stares ahead, his expression unreadable. He understands their fear. There's always a chance Tonka could fly into a rage and refuse to cooperate. But he turns to them with unwavering confidence. You don't need to worry. His certainty only seems to confuse them more. Just watch, Kale says, his eyes fixed on the two fighters. He explains that Tonka, for all his bluster, isn't as overwhelmingly strong as he appears. Out on the field, Choi Han walks forward, his calm demeanor a stark contrast to the buzzing energy of the camp. Kale knows the truth. Compared to the monstrous power of a whale or a dragon, Tonka is just a big fish in a small pond. And that's the key to this whole encounter. If Tonka was the type to hold a grudge after losing to someone stronger, he never would have become the leader of this army in the first place. The crowd of soldiers roars, their cheers echoing as the two men finally face off. Tonka flashes a savage, excited grin, while Choi Han remains perfectly still, his gaze as cold and steady as sharpened steel. Kale continues his lesson. For men like these, winning and losing are secondary. What truly matters is the warrior spirit, the raw thrill of a good fight. That's the only currency that holds any value here. Tonka makes a subtle gesture, a silent invitation for Choi Han to come at him. A look of pure anticipation glints in his red eyes. Suddenly, Tunka turns his attention to Kale, asking why Choi Han is so wary of that weak bastard. The comment hangs in the air, Kale thinking to himself, is he talking about me? Choi Han's voice drops to a dangerous low. What did you say? But Tunka just laughs, demanding to know why he cares so much about Kale. Tunka's worldview is simple. On the battlefield, the weak are always the first to die. But Choi Han knows that strength isn't always measured in muscle. Rosalind sighs, calling Tunka a pitiful man. The harshness of her words even takes Kale by surprise for a moment. The time for talk is over. Choi Han begins unwrapping the bindings on his hands. He lets his sword and scabbard drop to the ground with a soft thud. He won't need a blade for this. He's going to dismantle this man with his bare fists. In a blur of motion, Choi Han closes the distance. The first punch lands with a sickening crunch, a shockwave of pure force exploding on impact. Tunka grunts, but the pain only seems to fuel his excitement. He meets Choi Han's next attack with his own, and the two warriors trade brutal, earth-shaking blows. He gets knocked back, spitting a curse, but a wild, ecstatic grin is plastered on his face. He lunges forward again, aiming a heavy fist right at Choi Han's head. But Choi Han catches the punch effortlessly, his grip like a vice. He tightens his hold, his knuckles turning white with strain. And then he counters, a powerful uppercut that lifts the massive warrior clean off his feet and sends him flying. Tunka crashes to the ground, skidding hard across the dirt, but he's already pushing himself back up, laughing like a maniac. "You really are strong," he shouts. "But I won't fall." Choi Han just looks down at him, his expression cold. "You talk too much." Tunka slams his fist into the ground, roaring with delight. "I like it. This power." He charges again, and the two clash in a furious exchange, raw power against refined technique. Kale watches the completely one-sided beatdown with a bored expression. He can't understand why Tunka is laughing while getting pummeled, and just wants Choi Han to finish it already. Rosalind asks if he should step in, but Kale shakes his head. "This is a warrior's ceremony. I can't interfere. A warrior has to be the one to admit defeat." He tells her they can only watch as the sacred ritual unfolds. On the field, Choi Han's gaze hardens, his dark aura flaring to life around him. He leaps into the air, his body crackling with a terrifying black and purple energy. The fight is over. He brings his fist down in a devastating, aura-infused strike that slams directly into Tunka's chest. The impact sends a massive shockwave ripping across the field, forcing the spectators to shield themselves from the blast. A huge explosion of dust and energy erupts, shaking the very ground beneath them. When the dust finally settles, Choi Han stands over the wreckage, calmly dusting off his hand. Behind him, his audience is sitting perfectly still in their chairs, completely unharmed. Kale gives a slight, approving nod. "Good work." Choi Han looks back, his mission accomplished. "Yes, Sir Kale." He walks over to the crater where Tunka lies, beaten but still conscious. "Get up." The warrior groans, his mind still on the fight. Choi Han looks down at him, his voice flat and final. "You lost." Calais strolls up behind them, a cheerful business smile on his face. "So, you'll be leading us to the magic tower now, right?" Tunka ignores him completely, instead letting out a massive cheer that echoes through the camp. A new warrior has emerged. "Prepare for a party tonight." His subordinates glare at Choi Han, their expressions grim. Kale can tell they're not happy, their leader took such a public thrashing. But frankly, he doesn't care. It's not his problem. He just needs to get what he came for and get out. Tunka struggles to his feet and grins at Choi Han, calling him warrior. Choi Han just stares back, unimpressed by the title, and makes a simple promise. "I'll kill you next time." The threat, however, only makes the camp erupt in even louder cheers, celebrating the incredible display of power they just witnessed. Tunka tells his men they need to clean up camp. He had intentionally left the tower mostly intact, knowing this day would come. Kale turns to Belos, telling him to go get the rest of their group. The merchant agrees but says there's someone he needs to introduce first. He gestures to a polite-looking young man with neat brown hair. "Young master, this is Advisor Harold, one of the leaders of the Alliance." Harold offers a bright smile and a respectful bow. "It's a pleasure to meet you, young Master Kale." "I'm Harold." Kale returns the greeting, shaking the advisor's hand. Harrow confirms Kale is the one buying the magic tower, adding that they should have a long talk soon. His words are friendly, his demeanor impeccable. But as they speak, Ron's voice whispers urgently inside Kale's mind. Human. Kale looks down at the seemingly harmless advisor, and the little dragon delivers a chilling two-word warning. He's a liar. The fight is over, but for Kale, the real negotiation is just beginning. He tells his merchant contact, Belos, to go get the rest of their group, but Belos hesitates. There's someone important Kale needs to meet first. He introduces a man with a calm, collected demeanor, dressed neatly in stark contrast to the warriors around him. This is Advisor Harrell, a leader of the alliance that brought the mages to their knees. Harrell steps forward with a warm, disarming smile. He greets Kale politely, and on the surface, he seems completely harmless, the very picture of a reasonable man. Kale returns the handshake, playing the part of a simple nobleman here to make a deal. This is the first official step towards acquiring the magic tower, and everything seems to be going smoothly. Harrell's smile never falters as he confirms Kale is the one Tonka plans to sell the tower to. He says it's an honor, and that he's looking forward to their discussion. It's all going exactly as Kale planned. But then, a quiet, urgent voice whispers directly into Kale's mind. It's Rayon, the young dragon who's been invisible this entire time. Kale's expression remains a perfect mask of indifference, but Ron's warning is sharp and certain. As the dragon looks from Harrell back to Kale, he repeats, "He's a liar." Kale's mind instantly begins to work. He recalls a key detail about this kingdom. Commoners don't have last names. So this man is simply Harrell. Looking at him, Kale can see why people would trust him. He doesn't look like a brutish warrior or a cunning schemer. He just looks ordinary. In the novel, Harrell was described as an extraordinarily average person with perfectly average skills. And it was precisely that ordinariness that made people follow him. Standing beside the impossibly strong Tonka, Harrell represented a different kind of hope for the common people, a relatable, everyday man they could see themselves in. But Rayon's voice cuts through his thoughts again, firm and absolute. Human, he's a liar. A dragon's intuition is never wrong, and Kale knows this is his ultimate advantage. The pieces immediately click into place. The cleverly worded, unfair terms of their deal, the ones far too smart for a simpleton like Tonka, they must have come from Harrell. Kale makes a mental note. This is the man he needs to watch. They finally arrive at their destination. The magic tower stands tall against the sunset, a monument to a power that no longer exists. From the outside, it looks better than Kale expected. But he knows what's waiting for them inside. He thinks to himself that it's going to be absolute chaos. Kale casually asks Tonka if he's coming in too. The warrior immediately recoils in disgust. What? No! He shouts that he's not crazy enough to set foot in that dirty place. Tonka points to Harley and another warrior, telling Kale they will be his guides. It's clear he wants nothing to do with what's inside that tower. As they prepare to enter, Kale notices Tonka keep glancing back at their group with a strange look in his eyes. Following his gaze, Kale understands. Tonka isn't looking at him, he's sizing up Choi-Han, Locke, and Rosalind. Kale sighs. The man is already itching for his next fight. The invisible Rayon floats over, offering his unique commentary. He calls Tonka a weak but interesting human, and Choi-Han a strangely strong but also weak one. Tonka finally gives in to his impulses and stomps over to Choi-Han, laughing loudly. He gets right in his face, asking if he's ready for another round. Choi-Han just lets out a tired sigh. He's completely done with Tonka's games for now. Kale ignores the childish display and turns his attention back to Harrell. He has far more important things to deal with. He takes a step forward, his mind already on the next phase of his intricate plan. Looking towards the tower, he quietly begins to sing a children's rhyme, a coded message for his team. Let's catch some mice. On, the silver cat gives his leg a subtle tap. The signal is understood. It's time for a recon mission. Kale looks down at An and Hong with a rare, gentle smile, giving them one final instruction: don't get hurt. He adds that their lives are precious. The two kittens nod, ready for their task. This small exchange speaks volumes about the trust he places in his chosen family. Rayon floats over, asking if he should come inside the tower with Kale. Kale shakes his head. He has a special job for his powerful dragon. They're going to catch some mice of their own. With their orders given, An and Hong vanish into the shadows, while Ryan turns invisible once more. The team splits up, each member on a secret mission. Kale turns back to Tunka and asks a critical question. Did he get rid of all the mages' bodies inside? Tunka scoffs, saying he left a few behind because their souls don't deserve comfort. Ron's voice cuts in telepathically, mocking him. You're just afraid of corpses. Kale knows it's true, but simply thinks to himself, I knew he'd say that. The scene flashes to a raging fire. In this world, cremation is a sign of respect, a way to bring peace to the departed. But Tonka's men didn't burn all the bodies. They left behind the gruesome results of the mages' experiments, a dark reminder of the suffering they inflicted. The bodies left inside weren't just any mages. They were the ones who conducted twisted experiments on the kingdom's citizens. Tunka confirms this with a vicious grin, explaining he left them as a warning to hunt down every last trace of the mages. This tells Kale everything he needs to know. There are still other mages hiding throughout the kingdom, mages who were disgusted by the tower's greed and politics. These weren't evil mages. They were researchers, scholars who loved magic for its own sake. And now, they're living in fear, desperate for a way to escape. And Kale has already arranged for their protection. A man surrounded by gold with a cunning smile that rivals Kale's own. Crown Prince Alberu Crossman. Kale's secret plan is to rescue these fugitive mages and deliver them to the prince, strengthening his own kingdom in the process. It's a classic Kale move, turning a crisis into a massive opportunity. Back in the present, Tunka snaps Kale out of his thoughts, telling him to go inside. Harold bows slightly, confirming he will be Kale's guide. The doors to the tower are about to open. The heavy doors creak open, revealing nothing but darkness within. The moment they open, a disgusting stench of decay washes over them. Kale instinctively covers his nose. The smell is overwhelming. He immediately barks orders to the guards to open all the doors for ventilation and cover the bodies, using the excuse that he's a coward and can't stand the sight of them. As they step inside, Rosalind's face is grim. As a fellow mage, this scene of wanton destruction must be hitting her especially hard. Harol asks if he should guide Kale through each floor. Kale, looking into the dark and bloody hallway, gives a single blunt answer, no. He declares he wants to go straight to the top, to the office of the Magic Tower's master. Harol is visibly surprised by the bold request. They arrive at the master's room. It's completely trashed and stained with blood. Harol admits it's a mess, and Kale asks if he can look around for a bit. Then, Kale pushes his luck. He asks Harol to leave him alone to think. Harol's polite smile finally wavers as he says that might be difficult. But Kale's people are already in position. The warrior Pelia, alongside Choi Han and Beecrox, stand guard at the doorway, making it clear they aren't going anywhere. Pelia informs Hakol that she will escort the young master, her tone leaving no room for argument. Kale offers a compromise, telling them to leave one door open so they can see inside. They reluctantly agree. Now alone with Harol, Kale looks around the destroyed room. He thinks about how all this chaos was caused, because this was the home of a monster created by Mana. A monster created by Mana, a mage. As Kale thinks this, Rayon's voice echoes in his mind one last time, a final, crucial reminder. A liar. A smirk plays on Kale's lips. He turns to Harol and asks a seemingly innocent question. Then you're a mage too? Harol's immediate denial is all the confirmation Kale needs. He remembers everything from the novel now. So many minor characters, but a few key ones stood out. One of them was Harol Kodiang, the secret son of the Magic Tower's master, a true monster born of Mana, whose own father never even knew he existed. His mother died alone after giving birth to him. That tragic beginning was the spark that lit Harol's burning rage, a rage that made him desire this war even more than Tonka. His secret goal wasn't just to destroy this tower, but to eradicate all mages from the continent. But Kale also remembered one heartbreaking line from the novel, a line that reframed Harol's entire life of hatred. Harol Kodiang, although he was born from the love of two people, unfortunately, he never got to know it. His lifelong quest for vengeance was built on a tragic misunderstanding. The time for games is over. Kale walks toward Harol, his eyes sharp and all-knowing, and asks the question that shatters everything. Harol, did you want to erase all traces of your father? Harold's face freezes in pure, unadulterated shock. His carefully constructed mask has been ripped away. He stares at Cale as if he's just seen a ghost. Cale leans against a pillar, a confident, predatory grin spreading across his face. With Harold completely exposed, Cale makes his final move. "So, I'll erase this magic tower for you. How does that sound?" With Harold's darkest secret laid bare, Cale goes in for the final checkmate. He leans back in the dead Mage Lord's chair and makes an offer the man can't possibly refuse. "I'll erase this magic tower, the last trace of your father. What do you think?" Harold is shattered. The blood drains from his face as he chokes out the one question burning in his mind. "How did you know?" Cale gives a vague, chilling answer. "Your mana told me. It's a complete bluff, a masterful lie designed to prey on Harold's deepest insecurity, and it lands perfectly." Harold's hands clench into fists, his composure gone. He asks frantically if Cale plans to use his bloodline, the secret he's hidden his entire life, to control him. But Cale just smirks, completely flipping the script. He reminds Harold that a bloodline isn't a sin, so why would he use it? He leans forward, his voice low and confident. "You're the one in a tough spot right now, aren't you?" Cale has him completely figured out. He knows. Harold promised the people of this kingdom that he'd use the magic tower's tax revenue to improve their lives. To keep his revolution from falling apart, Harold has to deliver on that promise. Only then can he unleash his true madness, his secret crusade to wipe out every last mage on the continent. Cale holds all the cards. Desperate, Harold tries to regain some control by pointing out that one of Cale's own companions is a mage. Cale doesn't even bother denying it, simply confirming, indeed. Harold presses on, demanding to know what the Rowan kingdom really wants with the tower, trying to frame this as a political negotiation between nations. Cale shuts him down instantly. He declares that the tower is his and he has no intention of sharing it. He's not here for his kingdom, he's here for himself. He plans to turn this tower into the world's strongest fortress. Harold is stunned, trying to process Cale's insane ambition. Cale can practically see the wheels turning in his head, realizing he's dealing with a madman who's also dangerously intelligent. He makes one last guess, asking if Cale's real goal is to recruit the kingdom's fugitive mages. Cale just lets out a tired sigh, as if the idea bores him. "I don't need any more mages," Cale says, glancing at the invisible Rayon. "I already have someone far more powerful by my side." Rayon puffs up his little chest, pleased with the praise. Of course, this is just another layer of deception. Cale fully intends to gift the rescued mages to the Crown Prince, a favor that will put the future king deeply in his debt. Cale stands, the one-sided negotiation officially over. He addresses Harold by his full name, Advisor, Harold Kodiang, cementing his absolute dominance. Just then, Cale announces that his people have arrived. Harold looks toward the door, confused, as two figures step into the room. It's Bylos Flynn, Cale's merchant contact, and his assistant. They walk in with an air of professionalism, ready to handle the messy details. Cale informs Harold that his people will take it from here. A slight tremor runs through Harold's hand. He's completely lost control of the situation. With a charming, almost mocking smile, Cale tells him to have a good discussion. Harold can only agree, his voice laced with defeat. He has no choice but to play along. Cale turns his back, leaving the shattered advisor trapped with the very capable Bulose. Phase 1 is now complete. As they walk away, Bylos quietly confirms the payment plan, asking if the transaction should be made under Cale's name. The plan is simple. Bylos will act as the middleman, officially receiving the money from Cale and then paying the non-mage alliance. But in reality, the money isn't coming from Cale's pocket. It's coming directly from the Crown Prince. Cale confirms the plan, and Bylos agrees to prepare the down payment. Bylos then hesitates, nervously asking the multi-billion-dollar question, "Just how much are you thinking of paying them?" Cale holds up a single finger. Bylos guesses, 100 million? Cale shakes his head. 1 billion? Still no. His eyes wide with disbelief, Bylos finally whispers the absurd number, 10 billion? Around that much, Cale confirms. Bylos explodes. "But the whole place is a ruin. It's not worth anywhere near that." Cale calmly explains his logic. A pristine magic tower is priceless, but since this one is an empty shell, 10 billion is the absolute maximum. He's telling Belows to use that as a high anchor and negotiate the price down. Then, Kale casually adds that Belows can use even more money to buy up all the surrounding land. The sheer scale of the deal is too much. For Kale, it's just a number. But for Belows, it's a heart-stopping reality. His eyes roll back, and he faints. As his assistant rushes to help, Kale gives a cover story, saying he needs to sell something to raise the funds for the tower. Belows, ever loyal, doesn't question it. He trusts that whatever Kale is planning, it must be for something great. He promises to do his best to bring the price down. Kale gives him a genuine smile, glad he won't have to repeat himself. Belows admits his heart is pounding. Kale just laughs, telling him it's probably because he's excited about the massive profit he's about to make. Kale and his group finally leave the trashed room, stepping back into the main hall. Beecrox, the cleanliness-obsessed assassin, walks over to him. He looks around at the rubble and bloodstains with utter disgust. "It's so dirty," he mutters, asking if Kale really plans to clean it up. He can't help but add that he wants to do it himself. Kale gives him a reassuring smile and promises to clean every inch of it. Beecrox gives a small, satisfied thumbs up. Finally, some order in this chaos. Kale announces he's seen enough and it's time to head back for the day. Rayon lets out a happy little chirp. Outside, the victory celebration is in full swing. Tonka is already completely wasted. Kale tells him he'll be back at night, then casually asks if he's feeling unwell. Tonka just laughs drunkenly. Kale pats him on the shoulder and says, "Okay then." Tonka mumbles, "Weak bastard," but Kale just uses it as the perfect excuse to leave. He tells everyone that since the guest of honor, Shui Han, is still here, it doesn't matter if he leaves to rest. As Kale makes his exit, Choi Han is immediately swarmed by warriors eager to drink with the man who defeated their leader. Kale gives Tonka one last look as he walks away. His departure goes completely unnoticed in the rowdy celebration. Everything is going according to plan. Back at their camp, Kale instructs Beecrox to stand guard outside his tent, announcing that he's going to sleep. Beecrox nods, accepting his duty without question. Kale slips inside the tent. His rest is about to begin. Inside, An and Hong are waiting in the darkness. Kale gets straight to business. "Did you find it?" The two kittens nod. Hong reports that he has a feeling where it is, and An confirms they found the rough location. The mouse hunt was a success. Kale reaches for a necklace, his expression turning serious. He pulls out a small, golden, glowing object. "With this," he says to himself, "the preparations are complete." Now dressed in a dark, stealthy outfit, Kale looks down at his small team with a determined grin. "Shall we get going?" Rayon, An, and Hong are gathered at his feet, ready for their real mission. He tells them he'll be in their care. The public performance is over. Phase 2 is about to begin. As night falls, the sounds of wild celebration echo from the war camp. Around a massive bonfire, the victorious warriors are lost in a drunken haze, completely oblivious to the world around them. But high above the chaos, a small group slips away, completely unnoticed. Wrapped in a cloak of Rayon's flight magic, Kale and the children ascend into the darkness. This is the real work. They soar through the brilliant starry sky, a silent shadow moving towards their true destination, the now empty Magic Tower. The public performance is over. The secret mission has begun. They touch down without a sound on the tower's top floor. An and Hong scamper ahead, their job as guides now underway. The cats lead the way, their sharp senses cutting through the darkness of the winding staircases. Kale follows, running a hand along the cold stone walls, searching for a specific clue he remembers from the novel. He stops, asking where their target is. The cats reply in unison, their tails wagging with excitement. "The first basement floor!" A frustrated sigh escapes Kale's lips. He realizes he made a classic mistake. In his haste, he came in from the top and now has to travel the entire length of the tower to get to the bottom. From the outside, the tower is still and silent, a monument of stone and secrets. But inside, Kale is making up for lost time. A whirlwind of blue energy erupts around him as he activates the sound of the wind, practically flying down the stairs with Rayon and the kittens in tow. An and Hong's eyes are wide with excitement. Rayon, ever the proud dragon, offers a backhanded compliment. "You're weak, human, but almost as fast as my claws." They arrive in the basement in mere seconds. Kale sets the kids down, his focus returning to the mission. He confirms their target is somewhere on this level. The kittens start sniffing frantically, but Kale knows their sense of smell alone won't be enough to find a hidden passage. He reaches into a bag, reflecting on the novel. It was filled with useless filler, but hidden within were golden nuggets of information just like this. He recalls a specific passage, a coward with a small body who hid in a secret passage known only to his family, too terrified to ever step outside. Kale begins methodically tapping the walls of the staircase with a metal rod, listening for the telltale sound of a hollow space. He takes another step down and stops. He taps the wall again. This time, instead of a solid thud, there's a faint echo. A slight smile touches his lips. His eyes narrow. Found it. He knows exactly what he's looking for. 5 small holes in the shape of a star. He pulls out a large, glowing magic crystal. With a soft click, he fits the crystal into the hidden lock. A low grinding sound echoes through the silent basement. The stone wall slowly slides open, revealing a pitch-black cavity within. But before they can even look inside, the sound of terrified sobbing erupts from the darkness. Huddled in the cramped, secret space is a small, disheveled boy, crying his eyes out. This is Mueller, the cowardly genius architect. Kale decides to try a gentle approach first. He puts on his most charming smile and offers a simple greeting. Hi, it backfires spectacularly. The boy just flinches and curls into a tighter ball of pure terror. Kale is baffled. What is wrong with this kid? On and Hong look on with wide, sympathetic eyes, whispering that they feel sorry for him. Kale scoffs, telling them not to waste their sympathy. He knows Mueller's family lived a life of luxury off this tower's power. And when the war came, Mueller, the only one who knew about the tower's final defenses, ignored his father's dying wish and hid, paralyzed by his fear of death. Kale's patience is gone. He calls out with a sharp, commanding, "Hey!" The boy flinches, looking up with tear-streaked eyes. Without another word, Kale tosses a few loaves of bread into the hiding spot. His friendly act is over, replaced by a blunt command. Come out and eat. Kale knows kindness is wasted on the truly terrified. Only a direct order can get through. Mueller scrambles for the bread and begins eating like he hasn't seen food in days. Kale watches him, a little perplexed. He remembers reading that Mueller was a genius, possessing the combined skills of dwarves and the meticulous rat race. But looking at him now, all his senses are screaming that he's a complete coward. After a moment, Mueller finishes the bread and stammers a quiet, "Thank you." Kale gets straight to the point. "Do you want to live?" he asks, his voice dangerously calm. "If so, I have a condition." He leans in, his next question hitting Mueller like a physical blow. "You know where the Tower Master's real treasure room is, right?" The boy's eyes go wide with panic. In his shock, he drops the bread. Kale doesn't miss a beat. "You dropped your bread. Pick it up," he clarifies, a sly grin on his face. He's not talking about the public rooms, he means the secret one. "And," Kale adds, twisting the knife, "the 4th basement floor." Mueller looks like he's seen a ghost. How could the stranger possibly know? Kale presses him. "You can get in there too, right?" Kale lays out the simple, brutal choice. "I'll let you live if you do exactly what I say. That's all it takes." Mueller collapses, promising he'll do anything. Kale tells him to show them the way, but only after he finishes eating. Mueller starts to stammer that they'll need a special magic crystal, but Kale silences him by simply holding up the very crystal he just used. Mueller nods frantically, promising to eat quickly. Kale encourages him. They have a lot to do. A short while later, Mueller leads them to the entrance of a dark, natural cave hidden deep within the tower's foundation. "You go first," Kale gestures. Mueller flinches but obeys, stepping into the darkness. They walk deeper into the winding cave, Kale holding the cats while the invisible Rayon floats beside them, a silent guardian. Finally, they arrive at a large, ornate wooden door set deep within the rock. The secret entrance to the 4th floor. Kale stops, sensing a faint hum of energy. He knows there has to be a magic alarm. Just as he thinks it, a shimmering barrier of light flares to life, blocking the doorway. Mueller jumps back, terrified. The boy stammers, "How?" But before he can finish, the barrier crackles and shatters into nothing. Ron's magic is the ultimate skeleton key, and no lock can stand against it. On and Hong happily scamper past the now harmless trap. The doors swing open, revealing a vast, dark chamber. And in its center, a colossal, glowing artifact. Rayon's voice echoes with satisfaction. Found it. This is the first of the Magic Tower's true treasures.